Earth has a radius of 3959 over the distance, there would be a drop rate of 8 inches per mile squared. Now that would be something that you could test. Now the idea that the sun is going in the south and the north,
made then,
dude.
I thought you said you hadn't progressed your arguments.
All right.
You just did.
Yeah, because we're talking about the ground and not the sky. This argument that Jaron has everything to do with the sky. Everything. It's like if the Earth is flat, this is what he's saying. I'm reading off of what it says there in the text. If the Earth is flat with a clockwise sun, see? With a clockwise sun. So that means the sun is moving about the sky in a clockwise fashion. If you say that, that means that the Earth is flat.
East, don't you? On the flat Earth.
Yeah, but it's a conditional statement. It's on the condition.
How does the sun go from east to west?
Yeah, it's on the condition. Listen, dude.
Clockwise.
Yeah, it's on the condition.
Clockwise to anti-clockwise.
Yeah, it's on the condition that the Earth is flat.
Really.
That's what the clockwise sun is actually. In his argument, that's what it means. If the sun is moving about in a clockwise fashion, the Earth is flat. You could turn it back around like in the opposite direction, right? So when you read it,
I don't think it works like that. That's not how.
Dude, if you read it, it says if the Earth is flat with a clockwise sun. So then it would be if the sun is moving about in a clockwise fashion, the Earth is flat. That's the opposite. You could switch the clockwise sun in the front of the Earth being flat, and it would be the same. Sounds the same. Because it's saying if the Earth is flat with a clockwise sun. So now the clockwise sun has something to do with the Earth being flat, and it doesn't. Is what I'm trying to tell you.
Wait,
no one's ever saying that.
I think that's what Jaren's going to say.
That's fine.
I don't know.
That's Jaren. That's Jaren. So then you're just going to either one or two things. You're going to pat him on the back and say, "Attaboy," or you're going to tell him, "Dude, this is a train wreck." But you're going to whenever you make your bed, you're going to lie in it. If you're chummies with, Jaren, dude, I just had a conversation with 24/7, and them guys are like, you're a hot mess. He's going to be like, "Oh, who says that? I'm Jaren. I have a lot of viewers, and I'm right."
How would you rebut it, right? You can't.
I just told you. Yeah, dude, I told you the sun moving about in a clockwise fashion has nothing to do with the surface of the Earth. Nothing. For God's sakes, dude. Like, he knows that. Well, he should know this, but this is our argument. It's not, dude, that's why do you think nobody was chosen from 24/7 to go with their train wreck of an argument all the way to Antarctica? No one cares, dude. And then, on top of all of that, they didn't want to ascribe themselves as flat earthers. They wanted to be true earthers.
That they had afterwards.
Dude.
We're trying to get together to, come back to something that they could come together with. Were you part of that?
They've been circle jerking themselves into oblivion for the past, 6-7 years.
That's ever been going on with all of the other flat earthers.
Yeah, we've actually critiqued ourselves, yeah? Okay. And seen what arguments are actually...
Like an echo chamber.
No, that sounds like people who are being honest with themselves, Bev. And you and the rest of the circle jerkers are in this kind of like a, you're trying to be some kind of prolific personalities on the internet. Dude, we don't give a fuck about that. We care about truth. We don't care about who's the hottest online for the flat earth. Yeah, you know what? If we become that, so be it. But it's not because we're chasing that. It's because we are who we are.
Probably because you've got arguments either, will it? Because you've not got any, have you?
Dude, I've been telling you right now, the reason why we are who we are is because we are looking at these arguments and we critique them. And the people, I'll be honest with you, flat earthers who come in here, flat earthers, yeah. So, yeah, even our own, yeah. I'll give you one for example. Okay, so there's the idea that the air, as you go upwards, I'm going to tell you one, that way you can know what we do. So the air, as you go up, right, supposedly thins out into, as far as you can get to above the Earth's surface, 62 miles where the Kármán line is, allegedly, and you get to a place where it's super low pressure. It's got the vacuum said to be around 10 to the negative 2 torr, something like this, right? According to the legend of the Earth being a globe. And then you have that argument that we
Legend
say,
of,
well, if you
it being a globe.
yeah,
What?
if you have the I'll talk to you in a
Not
minute,
really
Perry.
an argument.
But you have the idea that the air pressure is so low that the vast pressure differential causes the argument to be such that if there is a vast pressure differential such as that exists, then there would need to be a container to contain the the pressure of air. What happens though if that is not true? What happens if the air pressure that's said to be at that region not able to be measured? Then what happens to the argument? It's not valid then. You can't have an argument that's said to be, well, we got 10 to the negative 17 torr. Yeah, really? Has that been measured? Do we know that? No, it hasn't been. It's been taken for granted because we've just given it to the glober and say, okay, you can have your 10 to the negative 17 torr vacuum or whatever. But how do you have a vacuum like that without having the pressure differential being 14 psi on the surface, and then you have like that vast pressure differential to say that that's actually measured, up there, and it hasn't been. That's what I'm trying to tell you. And so we took a look at how we've been making our arguments to have the container and such in place.
Argument. Like, come on. That wasn't an argument, and I hope you don't.
It was.
That was an argument. No, that was you rambling.
It was people
coherent in what you were talking about there.
So do you think that the air pressure is measured 62 miles above the Earth's surface as they claim that it does for the Earth being a globe? So you don't have a clue. So then how the fuck would you know what this argument was about then? You're basically like, I don't know anything about it.
I was trying to follow.
So they're trying to make an argument. The argument is that the air pressure, dude, the people who think the Earth is a globe. Yeah, you're basically you guys talk about things that cause drama. What is Jaren? You're writing Jaren and Whitsitt and all that. You ride their jock because you guys aren't popular, so you're trying to be like those guys. You guys are just like leeching off of others. You leech off of 24/7, try to get content, fucking get sound clips and shit. Bev, we know who you are, bro. So I'm trying to tell you what the fuck happens in here. When people come in here and declare the Earth's a globe, they're saying that the air pressure is such like what it is up there at 62 miles above the Earth's surface. Don't be a fucking dumbass, dude. I'm telling you what the globe. All right? So they're making the idea. Dude, that's because you're fucking only riding Jaren's jock and all these other guys. You only care about stupid ass Modus Tollens, dude. You don't listen to people. That's your problem, not ours.
About it, but I don't see the argument that you're coming up with there.
Yeah, the argument is there's a vast pressure differential, dumbass. Obviously, if there's a vast pressure differential, then we have to have an argument for like, why would there be? Has it been measured? Has there like nobody's ever? Like, so the container argument was, well, we have a vast pressure differential, so you can't have gas pressure next to a vacuum, dumbass. Like the argument's always been.
Well, I always
you're
say
fucking dumbass, dude. Like swear.
Measure a pressure without.
I swear, dude. You know what? And that's because you're in the level server, and you guys in there are just circle jerking yourselves about these dumbass Modus Tollens. Fucking get your head out your ass and come into a place where there's people actually debating, like arguing and shit, and then you'll probably hear this argument maybe once or twice a day.
Are you guys?
That's your problem, man. Perry, shut up, dude. So this is the problem, Bev.
Serious question. I mean,
no serious question. All right, look, listen.
But I mean, you've been talking for like.
Yeah, you're in our forum, so if you don't like it, the door is over there. How about that? You're in 24/7. You're not in your fucking Perry's channel. So. It's up to you. Yeah. Fuck off. So yeah, if you're in a place where people are challenging each other and your Globers coming in on the daily and they want to say that space is real, then how the fuck are you going to combat that with just like, well, I don't argue that. That's what are you talking about? Fucking engage with these guys once or twice.
Objects. That's what I say.
Dude, That's not talking about what the Earth being a globe is. The paradigm that they're talking about is of no consequence to you if you're saying that. You're just making a fucking semantic argument off of, like, well, I think it's this. Who gives a fuck what you think, dude? That's not what they're saying.
I can prove the globe, dude.
Oh my God, dude. You can't prove the globe. There's no way to prove it. It's mythical. It's a fucking rainbow unicorn, bro. How are you going to prove the globe? Oh, you can prove the globe. That's interesting. I like to hear that.
Mm-hmm. Are you sure you would? Or would you get a little bit triggered?
Dude, like, I've heard it all. Honestly, your argument probably, if you're going to champion your argument once more about how it is an actual globe, like, for God's sakes, dude,
Have you heard my argument?
Dude,
I don't think you have you?
I mean, you can present it for those who haven't heard it, but honestly, like, I already know where we're going to go with mountains aren't flat, yada, yada.
Not flat. Yeah. I mean, can I do the false dichotomy? Can I use the false dichotomy?
I don't care what you use. People haven't heard. The audience hasn't heard your argument, so you can do whatever you want.
Well, you'll grant me the false dichotomy, and then we just.
I honestly don't care what you have. Right? I mean, you say you have globe evidence, so what are you going to show everybody?
I'll use the Jerem model, right?
Do whatever you want.
You've got the false dichotomy. Right, because that's all there is, flat or globe, and then you falsify flat, as you can do with the false dichotomy, and that leaves you with tis globe. Right, that's the easiest way to prove the globe, right, with the false dichotomy. Everyone can falsify flat Earth, can't they?
Was this your?
And it's
was this your opening preamble for your argument, or was this the argument itself?
No, that's just show you how easy it is to use a false dichotomy.
So are we playing footsies under the table, or are you just going to give your argument, dude? Like, what are you doing?
Well, that's it. I've just proved the globe there. I mean, that's the simple
proof
way.
shit,
that's
dude.
the
Like,
easiest way for you guys.
Oh my God, bro! Like,
you can't rebut it.
No wonder you're in that server you're in. If you make acolytes of this art. Oh my God.
The best you can do is falsify a sphere. But I mean, everybody knows the globe ain't a sphere anyway. So
what?
How would you?
Oh really?
Yeah.
Are you serious?
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
People. Okay. There's a little history here, right? So people for ages have been talking about the Earth being a globe, and not only that, but they show what the globe is with NASA images, right? So the argument coming from the globe heads are saying that the Earth is a globe based on what NASA images have been showing them.
That's not an argument.
So you said that
argument.
They've been saying this. What do you mean? I'm not. I'm just relaying to you how it's presented to us. So whether or not you think it's argument,
it's not an argument.
So then what?
Isn't an argument.
I'm not saying. Listen, I'm not saying that that's not an argument. What I'm telling you is, as presented to us, they say this is the globe.
I'll come.
They say this is the globe.
This is interesting.
What?
I said I'll have to come back later. This is interesting.
I don't know. You can do whatever you want. I don't care.
He's like, he's not right, is he?
My God, bro.
I mean, what is going on with that guy?
I'm only saying what the people come in here and tell us. Yeah? I don't give a fuck whether it's right or wrong. I'm just saying this is what they're saying. They're talking about the Earth being a globe, and they got NASA images and shit. Okay? And he's denying the fact that they're saying this shit? Like, what the fuck? Like, I can't help you. If people are saying the Earth is a globe, they got NASA images, he's like, well, that's not the globe. Fucking argue with them about it, dude, because that's what they're saying. And he's like, that's a false dichotomy. Well, fuck, dude. Then you better go and talk to the rest of humanity who's been spoon-fed the idea that the Earth is a globe based on like what they see from NASA and shit. Don't fucking be telling me that, like, oh, I don't know. I'm not arguing correctly. This guy is, like, he's, number one, he's out of the loop. He's circle jerking himself with this other, I don't know, blood sticker in there with him and shit. There's a lot of other guys, Jerry Fusili and all this other shit, guys that are in there. Oh, Bev, you're an awesome dude. Way to go, Bev. Like, he's a fucking dumbass, dude. Like, literally. How the fuck he makes acolytes? It's beyond me, dude. I think there's just people as dumb as him, I guess. Or dumber than him if they follow him. Fucking hell, bro.
Is it just me, or was... So he was pointing out a false dichotomy, right? What was it again? Something about, if it's
the
not... It's
recent
not perfect,
one? Or
the one that he just tried to bring up? Because it's not
flatter globe.
globe.
Yeah, flatter globe.
Right, and in that, is he basically saying it's not flat, i.e., it's not perfectly flat, so therefore it's a globe, or is he not even specifying that?
Yeah, no, you're right. Yeah, because we have mountains, the Earth isn't flat.
Right. I mean, because
that's his argument.
The converse or the inverse to that would be another false dichotomy that he seems to not realize he's actually saying is, it's not a perfect sphere, so therefore it's flat.
Yeah, so he says that it's a true globe. Dude, I'm telling you, his shit is just,
But he's mixing it up because the converse of his argument would be, if it's not a perfect sphere, it must be flat, but he's switching it around and saying it's not a perfect sphere, it's just an imperfect sphere. So he's like wiggling around the term when it's leading in his direction.
Yeah. Yep.
So when it's in his favor, he presents a proper not a dichotomy, a polychotomy, however many variables are at play or however many options are at play. But when he's arguing with us, it's dichotomous.
Yeah.
It's a straw man.
Well, and I just like to apologize for the listener. I know Helio's out there probably like, dude, this guy is... Yeah, I know. I feel you, man. If you're out there, you're listening, I feel you. The same frustrations that he brings to, like, wherever he goes, it just carries wherever. He's going to go and have a little chummy chat with Jaren, kind of give him the attaboy, pat on the back for the fucking train wreck of an argument that he just showed earlier. I think you're doing a great job. 24/7 can't handle your arguments, Jaren. Wow, Jaren. Oh, Bev, I'll shoot you some followers. You're a nice guy, Bev. Yeah, but people don't understand you, Bev. Yeah, you know, I do. Thanks for coming here, Bev. Oh, no problem, Jaren. I watch you all the time. You're my favorite. Fuck off. Yeah, he's like, dude, I swear. He rides those guys' jocks, man. Like, I guarantee you, wherever Jaren or Nathan Oakley or whatever, he's present and accounted for. There he is. Fucking, he might not be saying anything, but I guarantee you he's getting sound bites, taking it back to his server of his circle jerking friends of his, all the people that are like, think Bev's the best thing since sliced bread. Fucking hell, bro. Yeah, exactly, Helio. A non-answer is the answer. That's what he's doing, dude. He doesn't give any foundation, but he's like, well, I know what the Earth is. It's a true globe. Dude, man, I swear to God. Oh, my God. Jedi's going to have like 3 or 4 cups of coffee before I tell him what happened. Just happened.
All right, give me a moment then.
Fucking hell, bro. Let's see if I can... This idiot fucking argument.
Isn't it like 8 o'clock at night or something? You drink coffee at night, Jedi?
Nah, it's like midday, I think, for him.
Yes,
Oh.
almost 1 p.m. You think I'm Australian, don't you?
Let's see. Yeah, if you didn't hear whoa when Jedi logged in, so you're okay.
What?
That's the didgeridoo.
The didgeridoo.
Oh shit. Okay.
Lord have mercy.
Maybe if you did drink coffee at night, I wouldn't blame you. I do. But
Let's
most
see
people
here.
I speak to don't. So.
But that one, I saved that one. I'm gonna post it in the text.
So is Bev just trying to play word games and games of semantics in this? Because
Oh, dude.
I mean,
Yeah.
Bloodsticker, he was around our PNR server a good while, and he did a really good job conversing with the GTs who would come in. But then
Here.
when I've gone over to Bev's server, though they've been very nice to me, I won't lie to that. When they start talking, I'm always just kind of left a little bewildered of what exactly their point is. And I first talked to Bev
No
maybe
shit.
a year ago, and I'm still not quite sure I understand what his point is.
It's not a point. Let's put it that way. Helioskeptic said it earlier. 54 minutes after the hour. Just read what Helioskeptic said. We've been dealing with them for a while.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Well, like I say, I first went around the server about a year ago, I believe. And, but I'll say, Bloodsticker had produced quite a few solid arguments to quite a few of the GTs who came around PNR. So I don't know how monolithic and their side really is, but I do remember last year when Mishu came in and caused some banned from here, and then he went back to Bev server and then caused some havoc over there, got banned from over there too. So it seems like a lot of chaos around it, best I can tell.
Yeah. They don't deal with Glovers on the daily. They don't have interactions with them. They don't know what their arguments are. They don't know how to deal with their arguments. And that's the reason why they don't have a popular channel in a 100,000 man server or a 300,000 man server. We get invited to all of those. They have to ride people's fame, like Jaren and Nathan, and they have to go, following them. Like, I don't know. We've never done that. We do our own shit.
Sorry to interrupt, but where does this thing come from at 57 minutes past the hour that you posted?
Well, this is what Bev put in there. Said, well, this is Jaren's argument. I'm like, dude, what flat earther is saying this? And in order for this, because he's like, well, it's following like the modus tollens from the Black Swan. It's the same thing. We're like, yeah. So what they're proposing. Go ahead, Jedi. You give your critique, man.
I got an issue with P.
So did I, dude. Fucking, I had an issue with the whole fucking thing. But go ahead, tell me your critique, man. What do you?
Sorry, I've only got to P. I'm just flabbergasted by what I'm reading. So yeah. Can I read this out? Is that all right, or have you heard it 20 times before?
No, man. I want to hear everybody can critique it. Especially yours.
Right. I want. So it's just a P bit. If the Earth is flat with a clockwise sun that goes around the continents in 24 hours. Okay. So, when is this? This is bollocks. This is an AE map. I understand what was going on here, but it's just full of shit. Especially when we're making claims about in one 24-hour period, it does this 1 o'clock. No, in the winter in the north, in the summer in the south, it does something completely fucking different that you're all ignoring.
That's what I told him. That's what I told him. I stopped at the fucking first. I didn't even get past the other. I was just examining that first statement, exactly like you're doing now. That's why I wanted you to say it, because I said this exact same shit to him that you just now said to everybody in here.
Yeah,
same shit.
It's another shoehorning of the AE map back into the argument. I know you said it was Jones and whatever, I don't care. But yeah, it's just shoehorning that map back into the argument and saying that this is what flat Earth is. No, it's not.
But he says that's how Jaren's debunking flat Earth. I'm like, what the fuck?
Well, this is Jaren debunking flat Earth. Oh, he's an idiot.
That's what Bev said.
He's debunking a false observation.
Yeah.
Look, over a yearly period is 2 summers. You can go to 2 different locations and watch the sun be there or not, doing this or that. It's built on a false premise. It's fucking bullshit.
Yeah, I was telling him it's consistently illogical. It's everything is always consistent with being every statement, dude. Like, and I was telling him, I was like, fucking hell. Like, I had to stop in the first one because I was like, oh, think about it like this. I told him the sun has nothing to do with the ground, right? And that's number one. So if he's saying this statement, if the Earth is flat with a clockwise sun, so that means that in the reverse, the clockwise sun means that the Earth is flat. What the fuck, dude?
So I've managed to get all the way to the conclusion. Yeah. So the Earth is not flat. What happened?
Yeah. I told you. That's what he's saying.
He's talking about something happening in the sky.
Yeah. Exactly right.
Oh, dear.
And according to Bev, he's gonna go and have a chat with Jaren today about I think it's okay. He said kind of had a little something to say about it, but more or less he's on the right track. I'm like, it's like he said, it's like the Black Swan, because you have the Black Swan showing that if the Earth is a ball with a radius of 3959, right? And, the long distance observation that's being done. So I was like, yeah, but it's the ground. We're talking about the ground, not the sky. So you're trying to see if the Earth is a curving surface or a flat horizontal plane, like it's a flat Earth. So it's the ground, not the sky. Number one, you want to see if the predictable distance away from the observer would conform to the, the observation of the Earth having this drop over distance at a specific drop rate. It should be, right? If the Earth is a specific radius value. So it's not the sky. You're not dealing with the... So I was like, Jaren's already a hot mess with like what he's... Because he's like, well, he's using the modus tollens like the Black Swan. I was like, it's not like the Black Swan. The Black Swan's dealing with the ground, not the... Dude. I don't know how else to paint it to him, man. Like he's like, well... I guess that's why he wanted to have a conversation with me. And then I was like, because he's talking about, has your argument evolved after all this time? I was like, from the Black Swan? I was like, no, the Black Swan's an observation. I don't see it evolved. Like, it's been the same. It's about the ground. So he's...
Sorry, he's admitted it within his modus tollens. He's admitting he's reified the map. We'll just go to the Q part. Then no person standing outside of the sun's orbit on the outskirts of the map can see the sun moving. So it's already reifying this map into existence. So the map's the real reality, is it? We're going to reify a fucking map. Does nobody know where this map comes from? Does Bev not know where this map comes from? Does he not understand?
But he's given all that. So because he has a non-point, he gives it all to somebody else. Well, it's Jaren's, isn't it? It's Jaren's argument, isn't it? I'm like, yeah. So Jaren's the fucktard, and if you pat him on the back for this, you're advocating for his fucktardiness. Like you're just like, oh, way to go, Jaren. That's a death blow to the flat Earth. Yeah. But you're just now in the same error that he's in. You both are in the same pit. You fell into the same pit. Fucking hell, bro.
At best, with this argument, the conclusion will be then the Earth is flat with two different motions of the sun in the sky throughout the year. Is it?
They're gonna build a shrine for Bev. These guys, these followers of his. Did they? I don't know, like what keeps them to this guy. Like he must be some kind of, giant in the realm of, because he's like, I only do logic. I'm like, motherfucker, you don't know logic if it hit you in the head.
It wasn't.
I only do logic. Fucking hell, bro. If you're advocating for Jaren making this, whatever the fuck this is, and then you're saying that this is a logical statement, fucking hell, like you got real bad problems understanding logic.
Mr. Spock is rolling in his grave if this is logic, mate. What the hell?
Huh. Yep, guys, and I'm going to point... Go ahead, Dave.
Sorry, I just tossed in real quick. At least Jaren's Home Depot argument is about the ground. I'm not saying it's any better, but back to you guys.
Yeah, but... Jesus. And he was like, oh, well, Jaren said this. I was like, Jaren's in a fucking echo chamber, bro. We're challenged by these globe heads every day. Constantly. Then I gave him the argument about the gas pressure container argument. I was like, I'll give you one example of things that have changed, arguments that have like kind of progressed, that would have been one with the container argument. Because it stands to reason that if they can't produce the evidence of the Earth as far as you get up in altitude, that it follows that the air pressure has been measured to have a valid argument to say that this is what it is, then we're actually giving them an argument. We're saying, yeah, well, we'll give you that there's a vacuum. But in that case, how does that work with we have pressure on the surface such as we do, right? But that's the thing, though. I told Bev, I was like, we don't know that air pressure has been measured. So I was giving him that information. He's like, I just can't understand. What do you mean? What are you saying? I don't know what that means. I was like, dude, this is what every glober is telling us, that space is a vacuum. He's like totally lost, bro. Like out of the loop. He didn't understand what I was saying. He's like, that's not an argument. I was like, motherfucker, these guys coming in here every day telling us that space is a vacuum, and you mean to tell me that's not their argument? You're not in here, Bev. You're not challenged every day. That's what they're fucking saying. I was like, I don't know.
He has literally gone and crawled off underneath a rock into his own little echo chamber and has got no clue about what's going on in the outside world. That's weird.
He's concerned with this shit that I just put in the text chat, this little snippet about how this Modus Tollens is correct logical thinking, and he's negated having interactions with real people about the problem of what they think the Earth is. He's fucking just not even, he's out of the loop. And then you got these acolytes of his coming in here and trying to drop in here, see if they can get a soundbite. We don't give a fuck, dude. They get all the sound bites they want. What we're telling people is that, yeah, this place here is not an echo chamber like what Jaren has. We invite individuals in here so they can challenge their worldview. See what they got, yeah? That's what we do. And he hasn't been doing that.
Yeah.
Good.
If the Earth is flat, if the Earth is flat, P, and it's measured flat using elevation angles Q, then the Earth is flat.
Yeah, and that's the other thing too he brought up, He's like, well, you guys are saying what's east, what's west? If you have a circle, then how can you have east and west? I'm like, bro, what the fuck?
Like seriously.
Yeah, dude, like
isn't what it's come down to now. Oh
yeah.
My god.
It's like how do you have east and west if you have circles? What is that? Like, dude, I was like,
because it's a direction.
And I told him it's a coordinate system, bro. That's dude.
Where's left? Fuck. Where's right?
Yeah.
Oh dear. No, east and west are directions around poles.
I've been.
It's like listening to. We hear Globers say this type of shit, but not people who. Maybe I'm giving them too much credit because they say I don't even know what globe fucking crap Bev says anymore, but yeah, maybe I'm giving them too much credit. That's just ridiculous shit. What's east and what's west?
And he was going to present his True Globe version, but he ran out of time or whatever. He probably want to go circle jerk back in his. Take a few victory laps in his server, have his acolytes kind of pat him on the back. Way to go, Bev! Another good. You stuck it to the man. You gave it to 24/7 like we knew you could. Attaboy. And they're all just fucking hell, bro. These fucking clown ass dudes that are following him. God damn, dude. I don't know. How can you follow somebody like that, guys? Like, this guy turns your brain into soup. And then you just like, oh, dude, hey, how can you argue against Bev? Bev is a top tier, you know. I don't know, bro. Like, he comes in there. I don't give a fuck. I talk to him. I don't care. Like, dude.
I argue with a brick wall.
Yeah, it gets bad sometimes, man, with people trying to justify arguments from the place of not being able to validate any of the claims that they're making. So if they're saying, the AE map or the Gleasons or something, and whatever it is, and I told him it was a reification fallacy. I was like, dude, these are reification fallacies. People are projecting the idea of what the Earth is. Map projection. They're projecting this information onto what they would assume where everything is and the continent sizes and all that shit. And there's hundreds of maps, so that you don't know if there's which one's the gold standard. What are we going to go by? The Mercator? That's got a lot of fucking flaws. Yeah? So it's like there's not one that you're going to go by that says that's the one. So it's just off the rip, dude. This is a terrible way to actually address an argument. But far be it from me to kind of educate these acolytes of his. Fucking, they can stay in that circle jerk of a level Earth server or whatever that he's created.
The cult of Bev. Awesome.
Telling you, bro. Interesting morning. I was just sitting in there, man, waiting to see what was going to come about. And then he just pops in here with this. I'm going to go speak to Jaren. Well, go fucking talk to him then. What are you going to tell him? You did a great job with this argument? Like, what the fuck?
High five.
Yeah. Well, he's going to give you an audience like, the king will allow Bev to come in and go ahead, peasant. Tell me what you think of my argument. Oh, it's good, is it? Thank you. You may leave now. Like, what the fuck?
I can't hear noise in your background, Alpha. You're not working, are you?
Yeah, I'm on my good mic at home.
Awesome stuff, man.
I was catching wind of something in the back chats. Something that was some kerfuffle that you were. Something. I don't know. You might want to take a peek at that.
What mod chat where? Like 3 of them.
Mod chat. Somebody's
politics one.
Raising an eyebrow. Yeah, on you. You'll see if you just.
Okay, give me a moment.
Who's that? Chu? Miko, what's your name? Chu Mirez? Chu Mirez? Oh, what's your name? Probably saying it wrong. Chalmirkiz? You have an avatar of like a statue or something. Golden statue. Are you there? Chu or Chow? Oh, the silent type, eh? That's cool. Anyways, yeah, but you kind of said what it was, Mick. We were talking earlier. That's all he does.
What was that?
That's all he does. He just makes non-arguments.
Right.
False dichotomy, flat or globe. We'll see if we get some challenges started with anybody that's coming through. I mean, hopefully somebody actually comes through. Shout out to everybody this morning. It's 7 o'clock in the morning here, so I don't know what time it's over there for you. We got Urkel coming into here. What's up, Urkel?
I was just seeing if anybody was awake.
Yeah, I'm awake. What's going on, man?
Yeah, not a whole lot. What's going on in here?
Oh, we're seeing who wants to jump in and have a conversation about the topic of the room, which is you at the globe? Is it flat? What do you think?
There's definitely a globe.
Okay, what's the evidence you have for that?
All of like rocket science and aviation and astronomy.
Do you know anything about rocket science? Or are you just appealing to people that do that?
You know, that's that whole shit where like people tell you like, hey, it's not rocket science. Well, like that is rocket science. You know what I'm saying? It's a lot to get into. I don't think I got time for that right now.
Do you know about rocket science? That's interesting.
A little bit.
Okay, as
thrust vectors avid and whatever. Yeah, I know a thing or two.
Interesting. Avid researcher, or like you're in the industry somehow, or?
I'm like a hobbyist.
A hobbyist. Sounds interesting. Okay.
So what are you? So you're just a guy who questions everything?
Avid researcher. Yeah.
I wouldn't call you that. I'd call you a fucking fool.
No, nice. I like the way that you use your words. They make a lot of sense because you're an intelligent human being, yeah? You're an intelligent human being.
I'm stupider than you could possibly imagine, dude.
Yet you think that you know a lot of things, which is really interesting. How do you square those two?
You see, stupid, it doesn't necessarily mean ignorant. Stupid means you know what is correct and you still do the wrong thing. Kind of like you. You know this shit is bullshit, and yet you propose that it's true anyways.
Yeah, so what's triggered you today? The fact that the Earth isn't a globe and your fantasy will be decimated by somebody who you think is inferior to you?
Oh, okay, yeah. Decimated, buddy. Decimate rocket science and astronomy.
Oh, that's easy.
I encourage you to try.
It's not even a challenge, man. It's like I could do this in my sleep. Essentially,
what happened with that whole like 24-hour sun in Antarctica shit? Remember that?
Yeah. Well, do you want to hear? Or do you want to hear it being decimated, or do you just want to ramble?
Yeah, decimate away, motherfucker. Come on, let's hear it.
All right. So water's flat on its surface. Water's flat on its surface.
You're a fucking moron, dude. You're a motherfucking idiot.
Water's decimated your
oh my God,
whole paradigm, dude.
I can't believe that shit.
Yeah. Well, like, you can't.
You've never seen it. You've never seen a boat go over the horizon. Bro, you never seen a ship go over the horizon with your own fucking eyes? I've seen it with my own eyes, dude. Come on.
Really? So water's not flat now all of a sudden?
What?
Water's not flat.
Do you know how gravity works?
Oh my god.
Yeah, is water flat? Answer the question. Is water flat, Mr. Stupid Man? Oh, you said you were stupid. Sorry. You said that.
I mean, on a, like, you know, on a small pond on a real calm day, yeah, maybe it'll be flat.
Okay. Well, if you extend that outward into, like, you know, how much water they say is on the Earth, according to the globe paradigm, they say 70% of the Earth is covered.
75% of the surface is covered by the oceans. Yes, I understand that.
Yeah. Well, it's interesting because we have a lot of flat water covering the surface of the Earth, which means, obviously, the Earth is flat. I mean, you know, globe went bye-bye right there.
You're a fucking asshole, dude. I can't believe it. You think that's an argument, man.
It is. Sorry. It is definitely one. If you can show me in physics how it's not that.
Bro, I could take you to the beach and show you a freighter going over the horizon. What's up with that?
What's the horizon? What's the horizon, dude?
The horizon is the edge of straight line of sight.
So the edge of a straight line of sight? Sorry, why does this edge of a straight line of sight mean the Earth is a sphere? Try better.
Fuck you. How about that?
Sorry, dude, I'm asking you to try again because your first description wasn't really good enough. You said straight and you tried to argue for a ball. You know, a problem there straight away.
Oh, I saw what you did there, Jedi. Straight away. I get you.
Thanks, mate.
He didn't see that. I did. All right, so if you have, you know, a straight line of sight and you also have water being flat horizontal on its surface, I mean, I don't really think you can get a globe out of this, Urkel. I really don't.
It is a surface, dude. What are you talking about?
Okay, so, well, that's the problem that you have. So how can you make flat water turn into a globe? Like, how do you figure?
It isn't flat.
Right, but you're saying that it's not. I want you to demonstrate how it's not. Because the physics of water demonstrates that it is
Watch
flat.
a ship go over the horizon and tell me how that happens.
Well, I can't. Go ahead, Jimmy.
Sorry. It's like, okay, now try again. What's the horizon?
This is a semantic argument you're trying to get started? Fuck
dude,
you.
You're saying...
Why don't you tell me what the horizon is?
Dude, at the moment... You're telling me that the ship goes over the horizon, and the horizon is something that means that you can't see it. I understand that the horizon's the optical limit of view when you look across a horizontal surface. Your eye can't resolve any more of the surface until you gain height, or you change the optic. Then what you notice when you change the optic light to binoculars or a telescope or high-powered zoom
and then
camera,
you bring the bottom of the ship back, huh?
No, what happens is the horizon moves. Where it was first seen with your naked eye, when you improve the technology, the horizon moves to a further distance back.
I don't think so.
We can demonstrate this. It's what you observe with zoom cameras.
Oh, please, demonstrate. Demonstrate away. You got a video of somebody doing that?
Yeah, we do, actually.
Show me.
Lots of it.
Hold that fucker up.
The main thing is, you know, I like your spunk, you know, but the problem we're having here is that we're not getting a connection.
Spunk if we was in person, bro. You lie to me in person, I'll straight up attack you.
Yeah, see,
that kind of aggression. Lies.
That kind of aggression is unwarranted, right? Because all we're doing is talking over here.
I don't give a fuck what you think is unwarranted or not. I didn't know what is, and fuck you.
Yeah, I feel like you need to wake up and do better. Yeah, Urkel?
I feel like you need to catch a bullet between the eyes.
Oh, okay. That we're gonna have to excuse you out of the chat. You can't have a decent conversation.
Go die, piece of shit.
Okay, so if this is just going to turn into fucking insults, you can go away.
Whatever. I don't.
Shut up.
We'll still be here tomorrow, dude.
Yeah, I'm not going to bother going and getting him the evidence. Now he's just told us to do that.
Yeah, we're going to decimate the globe without you. Constantly, every day. When you leave here, we're going to keep doing it. And there's more people going to be surrounding you saying that. Your friends, your family, everybody's going to tell you that. Soon enough, your whole world will be telling you the Earth is flat. You'll be the only one angry and disappointed. Huh? That's what's going to happen, Urkel. Sorry to break that news to you, man. That's just the way it goes.
Can't even define horizon.
Nah, he's just an angry guy.
Damn. AV, was it not like 2 seconds after you're like, oh, I hope we get like a challenge or something this morning? I mean, that wasn't a challenge, but it was just funny how he jumped in like shortly thereafter. You almost got what you wanted. Like,
you get what you pay for, yeah?
like right away.
Yeah, he's coming in pretty hot. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, AV, that poor guy could not explain his 70% flat globe. It's kind of sad.
Oh, yeah, decimated, buddy. I was like, yeah, well, you got flat water. How's that curve? He's like, the pond is flat. Yeah, I get that. But so is the ocean. He might click those links. Who knows?
He might.
He had some like biker vibes or something. I don't know. Like heavy metal rock band. Like he's just always like.
Maybe he gave an unclean vibe to me. Maybe he'd taken too many steroids or something and been to the gym.
Yeah, he's like, he's like that all the time. You wouldn't say that to me if I was in person, brother. Like, Jesus, dude. My God, dude. Yeah.
That's funny.
You can just imagine a guy just all buffed out, in front of the mic, just.
That's exactly what I imagined when I heard him speak.
Yeah, there was some strange reactions to somebody just pointing out the natural behavior of water is all AB was doing, and he had some strange reactions for sure.
We got Helio. Dude, you had the same idea that I was thinking about too. It's like, we're lucky he didn't have time to go into rocket science. Can you imagine him like actually making a presentation? You guys are going to hear every word I have to say. You better like it too, son of a bitches. Like, it's full of just like venom and vitriol. Even if it's wrong, everybody's just nodding their heads. Yes, yes, yes. He forgets like we're on the internet, so muscles don't do anything here. Tough guy, eh? Yeah, I got people here. What's up, Crit? Mr. Hinkle? Mix in here. Car, what's going on, man?
Good morning, everybody. Hope everybody's well. And for anybody listening out there on Rumble or YouTube, wherever, all we're doing is pointing out how reality is us. Like AB was saying, the natural behavior of water, which we all experience and surrounds us.
Yeah.
It's not going to turn into a globe. Go ahead, guys.
Nope, it won't do that.
Hello, Chuddy. We talk to you. Is your mic open? Do you think you live on a ball, Chuddy?
Who are you
All
speaking
righty.
to? Who's Shuddy?
Chuddy. CHUDDY on the panel.
Oh, there we go. Okay, that's his actual username. Okay.
Okay. Not getting a response, so.
I see Chud Mirez or something. Mirez. Assuming those are actual D and C and Z's, you know. His display name.
Yeah. Anyway, I was just trying to say hi to him. Anybody out there think they live on a globe, come in here and discuss. Civil discussions. All we're just trying to point out a few facts. You can think about them whatever you want. Back to you, Mick, or silence. It's your choice.
I'm wondering who Fractal is. I haven't seen them around. Fractal Plane. To have you around. He left. I'm gonna go check out the other room. DJ and Elbow in there. Wonder what's up. See you guys later.
All right, we'll hold the fort over here. At least I will. It's nice because we got all these little forts bouncing around. People are actually getting exposed to real information, hopefully. Anyway, if you're of the mind that you live on a globe, a spinning globe, please come in here and discuss. We'll be glad to direct all your questions to Crit right now. Good morning, Crit.
Still waiting.
What was that 80s song, AV? Waiting on the world to change.
Waiting on the world to change. Yeah. Did you read that stuff, Jedi?
Yeah, it took me ages to, and then I got a call as well, which is why I had to duck out of here. But yeah, I had a long scroll up. I can't really make head nor tails of it, to be honest with you. I don't really care. Somebody got a problem with me?
Yeah, no, I was just saying, like, must have been a heck of a conversation.
What was the guy's name again? One or something? I can't remember. It wasn't one hell of a conversation. He was just arrogant twat. About it. Has anybody been over to the English server today?
No, I haven't been over there. There's some people over there now, it looks like. It's getting popular.
Yeah, I was going to pop over there, see if anything was going on.
Yeah.
If you guys are willing to join us. If not, I'll see you in a bit.
All right, bro.
All right, man.
Yeah, they might got some action over there, Heliof. I don't know if you're listening, but unless Hammer wants to speak up, and then we'll have some content other than that.
No, buddy.
What's going on, man? You think the Earth is a globe, Hammer?
I could pretend if you want me to.
No, you don't have to pretend. I was just asking if you think it's a globe.
I can pretend like Jaren's doing if you want me to.
Jaren? Is that what you said, Jaren?
Play like a fake glober, you know what I mean?
No, you don't have to do that.
Yeah, sorry. Not a glober here, unfortunately.
Yeah, good stuff.
Aren't you OG? You've been around a few years, haven't you?
Yeah, I've been around a little bit now.
Okay.
A little bit of time. Sort of a ninja OG.
I really haven't. What was your name before? Wait a minute. You have a different name?
No,
Skybound.
Yeah, I can't. Yeah. But most people know me as Hammer.
Is that you in the avatar with the spaghetti arm?
No, it's not.
Oh, okay.
But
did you do a test with? Did you do? Yeah.
Okay.
Say that because you haven't actually checked that the Earth is a globe. You see, now we flat earthers have gone to check. They said it was a globe. Let me go and check if it's a globe now. Let me go and measure up. And we're not finding any curvature anywhere in the last 10 years. In fact, my life of 63 years, no curvature there at all. Okay? I've checked. I've been checking for 63 years without even knowing. Okay? So anyway, or at least 50 years, 54 years without even knowing. But now I went for 10 years, serious scrutinization, no curvature. Okay? I've checked. All these flat earthers in here have checked. So we can say we know it is not a globe because we have checked. Have you checked to know it's a globe? Or have you checked to know it's not flat? Have you?
No, but I have reasons to believe that it is a globe.
Yeah, there can be no reason other.
I was
You
going to
would
say
know.
bingo, belief. He said it. It's a belief, and that's
that's a belief. Is not the truth.
I
right.
did not use the word
What,
belief. I used
what is your
reason.
You
what
use
is
the
your
word
evidence
belief.
there, dude?
You can see other planets with your naked eye.
Okay, can I stop you right there? So you look up in the sky and you see things that you consider to be round or spherical. Okay. And so you assume that you are standing on something spherical. You live on something spherical. Now, I can formulate the logic the same way and say, I see clouds in the sky. I must be living on a cloud. I see birds, things that look like birds in the sky. I must be living on a bird. I see airplanes in the sky. I must be living on an airplane. So just because you see things that look like spheres in the sky does not logically follow that you are standing on a sphere. Just like it doesn't logically follow that you see clouds and so you're living on a cloud.
Okay, let's say that Earth is flat indeed. Why would governments, scientists, and all these organizations waste their resources and make assumptions in their science that Earth is a sphere or a globe?
It's funny you say that because there's actually several NASA documents that state that their aircraft operate in a stationary atmosphere over a flat, non rotating Earth. So they know it. They know for a fact that it is flat and stationary. Why do they lie? I don't know. I don't know why they lie. Go ask a liar why they lie. I don't need to know the motive if I've already caught a person lying.
Okay, so if Earth is flat, it must have edges. So do we fall off or something?
Yeah, no. So the whole thing about it is it's just easier to say flat Earth and sum it up. But this is a flat, a horizontal, stationary, topographic, enclosed plane. Enclosed. No, there's no edge. It's enclosed. It has to be enclosed to facilitate the gas pressure that's here on Earth. So what, okay, so go, just put yourself in a bowl, right? Shrink yourself down and put yourself in a bowl. Now go fall off the edge of the bowl. Can't do it, can you? That's what I'm talking about. What edge? We don't claim there to be an edge. If you hear a flat earther claiming to be an edge, there to be an edge, they are not a genuine flat earther.
Yeah, just because we don't know where the edge is or have seen it, it
What
doesn't mean
about
that the
time
Earth
zones?
is not. It doesn't mean the Earth is not flat.
What about time zones?
Why are there more time zones in the south than in the north?
Ooh, I know.
That'd be my question to you, Duda. Why is that, Jim?
Should I explain it?
Yeah, this 24 in the south or something. 12 in the north, something like that.
There's something like 30 or some craziness in the south. And then there's 19 in the north and 20 something around the equator. And that's due to concentric circles.
Why isn't it all Yeah, why isn't there the same amount in the north as in the south if we're on the globe? Shouldn't it just be equal?
Got to be pear-shaped for that to work any other way.
Yeah, very pear-shaped.
I don't understand why there would be different time zones if Earth is flat, or if the Earth is not flat, the airplane routines would the airplane route would not make sense.
Things like time zones are more of a political thing anyway.
Why? Like, I'm sitting in India, and
Oh man, could have been all kinds of off topic. I didn't even realize the live got kicked too, huh?
So, what do you want to know about the flat Earth, mate, or do you know everything that there is to know?
I mean, I wouldn't say that I know everything that there is to know, right?
Okay. Do you know why we say the Earth is flat?
Sure, water's level.
Mm-hmm.
It's oriented, horizontal, stationary.
Good start, man.
Planes flying. I mean, essentially, planes. To think that a plane would fly over a big old ball and not have to account for it is pretty laughable to me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I agree with you. Oh, fair play, man. I mean, I've asked that question loads of times to people that have been around for a bit. You know, why do we flat earthers say that the Earth is flat? And generally, they don't get the answer right, but you did, so I'm kind of impressed.
Been around a long time, Jedi.
Yeah, that's what she said.
I'll vouch for Hammer Jedi. He was on the old server like before we got blown up, 2017-ish, whatever.
Wow. Okay, then I'm obviously in the presence of something special. An OG, perhaps. It's good to meet you anyway, Hammer.
I think we're all pretty special, to be honest. 1%ers, as the homie Steve said. Yeah, that's I guess my frustration has been what to do moving forward, and we don't have to take that, unless anybody wants to chime in with their opinions on it. But like, what do you do to move forward, right?
What questions do you ask when you understand the Earth is flat and stationary? I mean, you're asking about what happens next. Okay, so when you understand the Earth is flat and stationary, what questions naturally start coming to your mind? Are you struggling? Because I'll help. One of my first questions or kind of lines of thought was, how the bloody hell did that get here then? Like, how was the Earth created? The sky is not what we were told, blah, blah, blah. So most people, I say most people, that's not a good way to put it, but some people, what happens next after flat Earth is they come to an understanding that they live within a creative environment. So from that moment forward, their life becomes a little bit more spiritual, has a little bit more purpose, they have a little bit more grounding in their life. So it all depends who you are about what happens next for you when you discover the Earth is flat and stationary. For some people, they have a complete distrust in authority. Some people, they get closer to God. There's lots of different things that happen. I don't think there's a catch-all term. Sorry, buddy, carry on.
No. If you wanna finish, I take long pauses sometimes to.
All I was going to say,
and that wasn't even a long pause. Go ahead.
Yeah, no. All I was going to say is I don't think there's one kind of catch-all term that we can use in, like for a general specific. It's lots of different things happen to lots of different people when they discover the Earth is flat and stationary. It all depends on you.
It's interesting because I've kind of always had a distrust in authority for a long time. And I maybe credit that to why it led me down the path. Somewhat.
Well, yeah, I mean, if you have
also when it comes to like the religion thing, just to when you were speaking about that, it was weird because coming into Flat Earth, I kind of started realizing that I sort of had, like, I think everybody does in a way, because when they tell you the Earth's flat or round, right, and then you look out at the horizon, like I live by the ocean or whatever, like you kind of, I don't know, you kind of in the back of your mind subconsciously, and of course when you're on a plane and you're looking and it's all flat, but when it comes to religion, I feel like everybody kind of has more of an intuition that God exists, right, than that the Earth is flat. At least I did.
We still have the question to be answered of how the Earth, no matter what it is, how it got here. Obviously, we understand the heliocentric model kind of places us in some kind of dichotomy where you don't need a creator to create it. Nature will create itself for some fucking reason, don't know how. But this is, part of the web that's weaved around us, right? But yeah, I understand what you're saying, man, for sure.
I can see where it definitely can lead people to creation.
Yep.
And the distrust of authority.
Yeah. I mean, distrust is it's validating people's claims, isn't it? It's kind of, earned distrust. Your respect for the authority is definitely gone when you start unraveling certain truths. One of them about the Earth it's definitely one of them. But it's healthy skepticism. It's something that we should all have anyway. We shouldn't just blindly trust those things that we're told. We should take it upon ourselves to verify things if they're important to us.
Is there an inappropriate way to express distrust in authority?
Yeah. When you start hurting innocent people. So terrorism is one of those ways that people display unhappiness with authority, for example. So I think when
you mean physically, right?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Did you mean something else? Sorry.
No. I just wanted to you don't mean like hurting somebody's emotions. Like if you have a relative that's a cop and you're like, "Hey, tyrant pig," you say that's a terroristic act?
It's slightly different, I think. We live in a world of not actual free speech anymore, where everything can be a hate crime. But I'm talking more about the explicit kind of damage that can be done when people are physically harmed. There can be other mental trauma from these things, of course there can, but I'm kind of focusing on that at the moment.
Okay. Yeah, I mean more in if we talk strictly non-violent way, no violence. Is there any inappropriate way to express distrust in authority?
As long as it's validated distrust, then I don't think so. I think you should be able to express that in any way that is, lawful without possible harm to others. Yeah, completely.
Familiar with the band Pennywise?
No, just a clown.
Just a clown.
I didn't realise Pennywise the Clown had a band named after him. You've read the It books by Stephen King, right?
I should read the books because I don't know, for some reason I think they do. His movies aren't really that good.
No, the books are better
movies
than
after
the
the
movies.
books.
Yeah,
I would
books are
imagine.
better than movies. Yeah, but no, I haven't heard of the band Pennywise. Sorry, mate. Was there a point to that? I do apologise.
They just have a song called "Fuck Authority."
Oh, okay.
And it's
Sound like a little bit like Rage Against the Machine.
Yeah, they're a punk band.
Okay, yeah.
And
if I get bored later, I'll see if I can find them on YouTube or something.
I can drop the link if you prefer.
No, you're all right, mate. I'll find it. Right, I see the room is filling up. Good afternoon, good morning, good evening to all of you lovely people. It's good to see you. See at the bottom of the room, we've got Car. Yeah, what's up? We've Hammers in the house. We're just having a chat about this, that, and the other. Who else has joined us? Trinity has joined us. Resolve is here. Major's still muted. Cairo is unmuted, but what's up, Cairo? Good to see you. Like I said, Hammers in the house. Hello, my friend. Good to see you. Flat Lloyd is here. FE Batman is also. You heard from Dave Hinkle earlier, Crit. We've got Cosmos in the house. What's up again, Cosmos? Good to see you back. And AV at the top, just underneath the live stream bot. Just as I mentioned the live stream bot, guys, don't forget that we are live streaming on YouTube, so just be careful of TOS and blah, blah, blah. Try not to swear too often or too loudly. But yeah, welcome, guys. Like I said, hello to Cairo, who spoke up earlier. If anyone's got any questions or anything, subjects that they want to bring up for discussion, please feel free. I'm going to have to make myself another cup of coffee. What's up, man? How you doing?
Pretty good. I just wanted to add to what Hammer was asking. I kind of deemed it like flat Earth side effects, if you will, like what kind of happens after flat Earth. Because I would say I get this question a lot, even as like a college professor, right? When they go, well, what does a degree make a difference? What will that do for me? And in most cases, like it's kind of like I don't know or what's next or kind of thing. But it's absolutely right. Like it's just a piece of paper, and in some cases, flat Earth is just a piece of information, right? And it really matters what you're going to do with it. Because I mean, people get degrees all the time, and they're like, I'm just going to work at Starbucks or become a waiter, or like they don't even apply, that knowledge that they just gained. So I mean, again, I would say maybe the real thing there is how are you going to act upon that information? Like, for example, myself, you start to see things around you that are like the cage, right? Or the paradigm that you were given. And you start to question it, right? You even see the commercial that says 9 out of 10 dentists agree that in this toothpaste. And you're like, who's the other 9 scientists? Or who's that guy who's disagreeing, that this is not the good toothpaste? Why aren't we hearing from that guy? So I mean, it does change the way I think that you look at information. But it is entirely up to you.
Can we discuss the sun in like a logical, rational way, where we're just going through like what we know about the sun, what we don't know about the sun, and like arrive at a conclusion?
I don't think so.
Yes.
You can try.
Right. So last time, right, we seem to establish the sun is this thing, right, that moves across the sky. And I was saying, if something moves across the sky, it has to have, at any point in time, a location. It you can't. It doesn't make sense to have motion without location, because there's just no reference point for what it's moving with regards to. There has to be location A, location B, and the time that elapsed in between them where it moved. Like that. Yeah. That's just inevitable.
I get you. So we can say that the sun is here, and then an hour later it's moved 15 degrees. Okay.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is on a flat plane, right, where you have angles from different points of Earth of where the sun appears. Mm-hmm. You just do some basic trigonometry because you're working with a flat base. So you just call that your line. for one, and we call the two other points your two other lines. You have your angles, so you kind of have all the ingredients you need for a trigonomic calculation of the distances.
Yeah. So like we can like do this with like a mountain. We can use a right angle triangle. We can measure the elevation angle. And for example, if we know the distance between its ground position, like on the surface, and ours, if we know that distance, then we can figure out the height of the vertical line of the triangle, can't we?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's
So,
same principle.
Yeah, same principle. Now, what values do we measure with the sun?
Well, if you know the distance between point A of the shadow and point B of the other shadow,
and where do the shadows come into it all of a sudden? I thought we were using a right angle triangle. So the ground position of the sun is like the bit directly underneath the sun is the point on the earth between that and us, the observer, making the elevation angle measurement. Where do the shadows come into it?
Okay, we don't have to use shadows. Shadows would be a useful reference to determine your.
I see what you're trying to say. Yeah, I do apologise. Go on.
So when we construct this triangle, if we know the distance between points, we should get a triangle whereby we can work out the distance to the sun, its elevation above the earth.
Question. If we were to measure the elevation of the sun an hour later, would the height above the surface of the earth change?
It shouldn't, no. Provided that you always have a point of latitude on Earth where there's no, and it's why you use a stick, because you'd say like, well, there's no shadow under this stick, so the sun must be virtually overhead.
Yeah, so that stick would be the geographical position. Yeah, I get you. I'm just trying to point out, right? We don't actually know the height of the sun as composed to say the height of the mountain. When we use these trigonometric functions, right, we get varying results. Like it appears like the sun is getting closer or further away from the surface of the earth, depending on when we make the measurements. It's kind of a bit of a problem. We can estimate using this though. Some people have tried to. I'm not going to gatekeep from you. It's about 3,500 miles. People say that the sun using this type of measurement is said to be above the surface of the earth. Okay, so using the trigonometry, that's what it spits out. Now, how do we verify it?
Sorry, I'll just be a second.
You're all right.
Always at the crucial moment.
So how do we work out the exact distance? Say if the distance appears to vary.
So being as I'm just going to use rough numbers. Say for example, we use the trigonometry and we get a distance to the sun of 3,500 miles. It might vary a little bit, but it's around this. And say we get numbers around there. How do we validate that that's actually the distance?
It validate in terms of like confirm that the sun is like actually there in it. When I say space, I'm just talking about like 3D space. So
yeah, I know. I get you. I get you. Sorry, I know you're speaking from a flat Earth point of view, dude. It's fine. Can we do the same thing with the stars then? Can we measure the distance to the stars using the right angle triangle? Do you think?
You can, but again, you're going off like certain assumptions of like light, lux, like parallax, and orbits. So I get if you don't do that with stars, but I feel like the sun is a more concrete example than like a star.
We could do the same with the moon then, right? What happens if we come up with the sun and the moon pretty much exactly the same height?
You then have to fit it into, okay, well, if I have a light intensity of the moon, the sun specifically, you could say the moon, but I don't really think the moon's a good like candle of reference.
Yeah, I know, but we're just using triangles to figure out the distances to the thing in the sky. At the moment, I'm just trying to figure out if we can do it with just the sun, or the sun and the moon, or the sun and the stars. I mean, should be able to do it with all of them, right?
You can do it with all. You can do it with all. Well, if it's over like 100 light years or something, it's something like if it's past a certain amount of light years, parallax is fairly useless because of the giant distances involved.
Oh, dude, I don't know whether your Wi-Fi is not too good, but you're zoning out, dude. I'm only catching every other word that you're saying. You might want to leave and rejoin again.
Is it better now?
Yeah, a little bit actually. Yeah.
So you can do it with parallax for stars at a certain distance, but past that you have to rely on other measurements.
Okay. I'm just trying to figure out if we can just use triangles to figure out distances of these celestial objects, and apparently it's just a sun, not anything else. Go on.
Parallax is taking trigonometric functions here for stars at a certain distance. The reason you don't do it for stars at any distance is because you're going to get an answer that's basically it's a zero angle because the distances are so extreme.
Yeah. This is the problem we have when we change elevation, when we measure the angle to things in the sky. The angle doesn't change then either, which it would do if we're measuring to terrestrial objects. So you go up 20 foot, the elevation angle to a mountain's going to change. But it doesn't with the objects in the sky. So this is why we say that it doesn't seem to matter what, mathematics or geometric principles we try to achieve. Even when we do that, it doesn't actually look like they actually have a point in space. You go up in altitude, they move like the horizon does away from the observer. We don't look like we're getting closer to the object. And we're only going, 35,000, let's say 35,000 foot in an aircraft. Comparable to the possible distances of these things, that might be relatively nothing in the grand scheme of things. But it still leaves us with a lot of problems when we're doing this type of measurement and calculation from the surface of the Earth. Doesn't really matter what number we're going to end up with, we've still got to verify it.
Yeah,
but with the mountain, right? Sorry, I'll just finish this. With the mountain example we used at the beginning, we can physically measure the distance between us and the bottom of the mountain, and we can physically measure the distance from the top of the mountain to the bottom of the mountain. We can physically do that. We can't do that with stars, though.
Yeah, that's true. But if you take around 3,500 miles and say, well, it seems to vary by like a degree of like 10% or something like that, right? The idea is, why would we not be able to see the sun getting noticeably larger if we got closer to it? Like if we just sent like a rocket or a missile up with a camera on and just put enough fuel in it to like go the distance towards the sun.
Sorry, I don't mind hypotheticals, but this is kind of, we need to do this, and it's highly hypothetical. At the end of the day, dude, we're going to come out of a number of 3,500 or thereabouts. Okay, now what? Is that it?
Yeah, but you need to then incorporate that into your equations to say, if this is what I find.
For what?
For okay, what I know about motion and what I know about light intensity, if it's up there 3,000 around roughly 3,500 miles, I should expect, given just the laws of physics, to see this when it goes around the Earth.
Okay, like the moon. Right, for example, you said that you understand like light and how bright it is. So according to the inverse square law, the closer that we get to the object emitting light, it should be brighter to the observer. So when we go to the moon, that would be fucking bright then, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Guess we didn't go to the moon then, unless we took our extra special sunglasses.
What do you mean? They had like a filter lens on the moon. I mean, you've got the sun pointing directly at it with no atmosphere in the way.
Yeah, exactly. So it's going to be very bright, isn't it?
Yeah, so you'd have it built into your literal visor, so you don't get blinded. I mean,
and the Hasselblad camera that they used, right? That would have the filters necessary. Yes.
Yeah, potentially.
I like it. You would bloody hope so, wouldn't you? It's funny.
Yeah,
They didn't.
If you have information that...
Yeah, they didn't. Sorry, dude. We went off on a bit of a tangent. You said you understood the inverse square law to do with light and stuff, so we just started talking about the moon. But yeah, I don't understand when we get to the number 3,500, and you said, well, there you go, you can use that for your equations. My question is like, what equations?
Well, you'd have basic ones for motion, basic ones for, like, as you said, the inverse square law for intensity of light over distance.
So now we have a quote-unquote possible distance to the sun. We could potentially say how fast it is moving across the sky and how bright it actually is.
How bright it should appear to be, right?
How bright it should appear to be. No, we see it as bright as it should appear to be, don't we? That's how bright it is.
I mean, like at night, right? You're saying
at night.
The sun. Yeah.
Okay, so you're in the UK, right? It's summer for us in the UK. If you look north, you can see the light of the sun, but you can't see the sun. All right?
Yeah, I understand that.
Cool. Still don't understand where this road's going, dude.
Right, because if you said the sun, right, like a clear summer day is like 110,000 lux or something like that, you should be able to say, right, given the inverse square law and given the rough distance from the sun to the ground.
There's
like
no way we have flat earthers in 2025. Wholly delusional.
You could do like best case scenario, you can do like worst case scenario, and you just take it when it, like where it should be at night according to where it is to somebody else in the day.
Cosmos, we're going to pause your convo for just a moment so maybe Jedi can address that new guy.
What did he say?
Hey, go ahead, new guy.
About 2025.
Posa Asi. Go ahead.
I said what I need to say. Wholly delusional.
Holy delusional Batman. What's up, my friend? It's 2025 and people are saying the earth is flat. Are you upset or something?
Well, why do we have flat earthers in 2025?
Because there are people in the world who measure the surface of the earth, and when we measure the surface of the earth, it's flat. Funny.
You're fucking delusional. Oh my god.
So, hold on.
There's no way.
You're saying that I'm delusional when all I said is that we measure the surface of water to be horizontal. It's like, wow.
Man.
You don't think the surface of water is horizontal?
Mate, you're fucking cooked.
I mean, where do we even get horizontal from, dude? If it's not the surface of the earth.
Good.
You okay?
Oh my god.
What's your rebuttal to this, Ozzy? What do you think the Earth is, dude? And if you have any evidence, it seems ridiculous, but we're involved with critical thinking, and if you can't think for yourself, it seems like maybe you've been given a story.
I've been given a story. Well, aren't we all given a story? Do you think anyone actually goes, like, you think anyone this fucking voice chat's gone out there and researched themselves? We've all been given a story of a study.
Right. So how can you validate that? that story or that claim.
I don't fucking remember. But
so, are you telling us? Are you telling this panel that you're just a believer in the story? That you don't? There's no way to validate it.
There's ways to validate it. I just don't have them with me right now because I didn't come to the call to fucking talk about it. I just came to the call to say the delusion.
The waste of what? Yeah, I know. It seems that way on the onset because you've been told this story your whole life. So you think it's a globe and you just mocking and snickering, but you don't really know if it's a globe or not. That's the truth. You don't know that.
Literal photos of outside of Earth.
Yeah, how can you validate those photos, Ozzy?
How can you validate anything? Did we really land on the moon?
Well, that's the problem. Isn't that the issue? But isn't that the issue? What you just said.
You can make.
Isn't that the issue?
If you really want to go deep enough.
No, it's not a conspiracy. It's an unsubstantiated claim. They're showing you images of the Earth in a way that you've never seen it. So how can you substantiate that? You've never seen it look like that ever. Yet you believe it because someone told you.
Like a globe.
Yeah. Yes.
What do you mean we've never seen it like that before?
You've never seen the Earth in that way, ever.
Yeah, well, the photos show us that it is that way. So
I know that. It's just like I could show you, a photo of something that you've never seen in reality, and I could say that just exists.
So
how can you prove that?
You think there's an ice wall around the fucking Earth?
No, I think that image of the Earth looking like a globe does not exist. The Earth looking like that, you could never see it that way.
Yeah, and why would people lie about the Earth being a globe? What the fuck do you?
Well, it's not about a lie. It's about you not being able to verify the very thing you think you believe is true. Okay, you believe the Earth is a globe.
Tell me why you think the Earth is flat. Because why?
Yeah, well, that's simple.
For it to be flat.
Yeah, that's simple. Water measures a horizontal and flat on its surface when in large bodies.
Why? So why would most scientists point to the?
Well, think about it, right? I just said something and you can't rebut what I just said. I said water is horizontal.
I told you I can't because I'm not knowledgeable enough in this fucking conversation to give you all the facts and details. I know you're gonna say, "Oh, then you're just going off other people's research." Sure, I am. But what I trust the.
Well, I didn't say that, but
I trust. Yeah, well, you said before that I can't think for myself. Blah yada yada.
Well, I want you to. That's what this whole thing's about, Ozzy. It's not about like us getting a W because we're coming in here and showing you something you don't know. It's reigniting the passion for critical thinking, which is like hopefully it inspires you to look into this more. Whether it does or not, I mean, I hope it does. But right now you have this preconceived notion that the Earth is a globe based on what you've been given, the information you've been given, and we're just showing you. Yeah, we're just showing you, man. It's not that. Like in any way, you can't test anything that they give you. In other words, it's like like a good story that someone said, but it's not true. It's just a fantasy.
Okay, but tell me why would the government and all these people lie about the Earth being flat?
Well, it's not a lie. They believe it just like you do, man. Think about it. The guy that goes to work at NASA and he's works at a desk or a computer. Hey, he just thinks he's doing a job based on the Earth being what it is, a globe, in his mind. He doesn't think that he's lying to you when he's presenting information to you.
No, but then someone is obviously lying. Not everyone's in a fucking state of illusion.
Yeah, I get it. But then, companies have departmentalization. They have departments. And if you're the head of all the departments, then you're in the know. The rest of the people in the company do not know. They're just on a need-to-know basis. This is the way corporations operate, dude. Like, standard procedure.
Yeah, but from the top, someone obviously knows that the Earth's a globe. Like, why would
that might be the case. That might be the case. But the information itself about what the Earth is substantiated by you being everybody else that's on the Earth.
Yeah, but the research that you do on the Earth would have to represent a globe to be accurate for the studies, would it not?
What do you mean? Like what type of research?
If someone is doing research on the Earth,
involving
a globe, what if they?
Well, let's look into that.
Globe.
Let's look into that because I think there may be some idea that you can't draw back to. I don't think there is, but do you think there's any research that leads people to the knowledge that the Earth is like? Could you name one type of research
that would prove
that makes people? Well, or at least makes them think it's a globe. It doesn't have to prove it, but
you can search up a fucking video and they give you multiple reasons as to why, but I can't give you that now because I don't fucking research why the Earth's a globe every single day because it's just a general fact.
It's not a fact, dude. That's the problem.
It's a fact.
No, it's not a fact, and it's funny to you because you think it is. It's not, dude. I would challenge you to actually propose how it's a fact. How is it a fact?
Because of freaking people have proven it's a fact. What?
Who, dude?
I told you I don't know because I can't give you names.
So so you don't know who's proven it's a fact, yet you think it's a fact. How is it a fact then? If you don't know who's proven it or how it's been proven,
you can say that about any theory. Like
no, I'm saying it about the Earth being a globe. Ozzy.
Yeah, you could ask me.
Yeah, dude, you're not. A fact presented without evidence can be dismissed without evidence. That's like a normal view on science.
That's just a normal view. It's not really. That's not too provocative, right? That's just normal. I mean, even if you think the Earth is a globe, if somebody was to say like, "Oh, you're not presenting any evidence," well, how can we even, entertain this if there's no evidence to be presented? Obviously, if somebody that thinks the Earth's a globe and does present evidence, that would be something, right? But this is really nothing that you're going on to why you think the Earth is a globe.
If I just did a quick Google search right now, it would give me reasons as to why. Do you want me to do that? Would that give you something?
You can do whatever you want. Honestly, like it used to be the case where we would argue with people about like, dude, you're just doing the research now. Like you've been having this preconceived notion that you think the Earth's a globe this whole time, and now you're just doing the research. So in other words, you've carried a belief all the way till right now. But honestly, I do want to give you the benefit of the doubt. Like I want you to look into it. So if you want to, you could look up ChatGPT, you could look up Google, wherever you want, dude. Wherever you want to go.
For instance, why would people want to research something that has just been accepted as a fact?
It's because people have been, like a tradition, carrying this belief. So as a tradition goes, right, the Earth is a globe, it's spinning in the vacuum of space, it's hurtling through the cosmos, and all this kind of good stuff, right? It's got a lot of little tidbits of information that make it sound like it's a good idea, right?
Okay.
But there's no way that you can look it up.
I got a question. So you think the Earth is flat, correct? You think it's just a flat?
Yes.
Okay, so what about every other planet in the solar system? You think they're all flat as well?
No. Okay, so planets are basically the information to substantiate the word planet. You got to look it up definitionally. So what describes what a planet is? You can look it up. I want you to actually do this while we're talking.
When we landed on the moon, you probably don't believe that either, do you? When we landed on the moon and they had those photos and it was flat from the perspective of the ground, would you say now the moon's flat as well?
Yeah, but what's in contention? We could talk about moon landings and all that, but I'd rather you just stick to the Earth for the moment, because this, and pun intended, it'll ground you. It'll give you a solid foundation. 2 puns. Wow. It'll give you a solid foundation to work with. So start with the Earth, and then if you want to talk about moon, we can do that later. But try to figure if there's any information on Google or ChatGPT that can give you any indication that that you're on a globe. I'm just challenging you, dude. Like at the end of the day, like whether you walk away from here, dude, just indulge me, yeah.
It's so fun.
Just this once, yeah. I know it seems like a knuckle dragging, like going backwards, dumpster fire, whatever you want to call it. Just indulge me this once, yeah. You've never done this. You probably won't ever do it again. Once you leave here, you'll take the blue pill, and this will be a bad dream. You'll wake up and everything will be globish again, and you'll live on a global vernacular, world where everybody's saying globe this and globe that. But just one moment in time, dude. Just look it up.
I'll give you one piece of something here. Observation of the Earth's shadow during a lunar eclipse. The shadow cast on the moon is always round, which is consistent with a spherical Earth. If the Earth were flat, the shadow would not consistently appear as a circle.
Okay, well, I mean, if the Earth is flat, is not a part of that. So if somebody was actually giving that information to you to show you that the Earth is a globe, then you have to ask questions that would lead to critical thinking. As in, I see a shadow or something, right, occurring. There's an event that's occurring. It's called a lunar eclipse. What's causing the shadow? That'd be a question you'd be asking, right? What's causing the shadow? If you're looking at this event, then I would ask you, if that shadow is the Earth, how do you know that, Ozzy?
Okay. I was gonna fucking say something before.
Yeah, did you hear what I said though? Like, is that not what somebody that's inquiring what's going on? You see an event happening, a lunar, you see a shadow. Do you know if it's the Earth doing that?
Okay, but I got a question before that.
Can you answer? I mean, dude, I'm looking for honesty here. I'm looking for honesty.
I already told you, I don't look into this shit.
Now, are you going to be honest with one moment in time?
I'm not.
Just once, dude. Okay, yeah. Oh, okay. Well, let's test that. If you're looking at the shadow on a lunar eclipse, can you tell me for sure that it's the Earth?
I've never looked at a lunar eclipse.
Well, that's what you were just talking about, isn't it? The shadow on the moon.
I just told you though. I just brought up something.
Yeah. Well, I'm trying to tell you, you've never seen a lunar eclipse in your life.
No.
Okay, but you know what you just told me what you were talking about? You know what that is, or no?
No, actually, you literally just said give you something, and that's what I did.
Oh, you don't know what a lunar eclipse is? Okay, well that's fine.
No, I just haven't seen one.
Well, let's go to something that you actually know. How about that? Because that didn't help you any.
Okay, but I got a question. Why, when you look at all of the information to prove the Earth's a globe online, do you just say no? I don't fucking
like what? Give me one thing.
Yeah, but like if you just searched it up, if you look through the
give me one, Ozzy. I'm challenging you. Give me one thing.
Oh my gosh.
Give me one.
Okay.
Give me one thing that would state that the Earth is a globe in any way.
What about when a ship sails off to sea?
Okay, I'm gonna ask you because before I just went into explaining and you didn't even know what a lunar eclipse was. Do you know what that means? What you're reading?
I think I can understand what that means when a ship.
Are you sure? Because when I start talking about it, you can be like, "I've never seen that. I don't know what that is." Like,
just say it. And we'll see what you're gonna say. Just go.
Well, how do you know it's the Earth? Like doing this phenomena.
Well, would it just be basic like when if the ship keeps going, you no longer see it at eye view? It would be pretty obvious that the ship is no longer on a flat surface. Because if it was,
yeah, how do you? Yeah, but how do you know that? Like, how do you know it's not on a flat surface?
The Earth is not flat. Because
well, how do you know that it's proving that? Like, give me the way that you're logically connecting that.
Because you still be able to.
Yeah. But what if it's just an optical phenomena?
Okay, explain. I'll give you some work.
I'll give you some examples. There's miraging effects called superior mirage or inferior mirage. But in this case, I would use superior mirage as the effect of choice, and I would use stooping as the effect of choice. So stooping, superior mirage. So you can look that up. What I just said, a superior mirage. There's 5 effects. I think it's one of them is stooping. And when you inquire, like, well, when I see something in the distance and I see something happening, I could use this optical phenomena to say that's what I'm looking at. So stooping, as far as superior mirage effects go, would be the case of like when you see that occur. And it doesn't happen always. It happens sometimes, but not always.
You can see from my point of view is like, why would I waste my time researching something when I can research?
No, I don't. I think here's the thing. A lot of people have been brought up with certain ideas in their mind, and everything that goes against that is like foolish to them, which is fine. You can think that way. But you're not giving critical thinking a chance. Your mind is not able to contemplate ideas that maybe you can see if they're true or not. You can discard them if they're not true. But if they're true, it would stand to reason that you're just being ignorant.
I think the world was a lot more simpler when people were just fucking told to shut up, to be honest.
Really? You want to be ruled by a dictatorship where you don't think and you're just a robot?
No,
I think that's cool.
I think most people shouldn't think because ideas are very dangerous.
Why?
This is
You
a
think
dangerous
people-
idea because it's just a
How?
good dangerous idea because it's just
How is it dangerous?
It's
Yeah, hold on, Kurt. Let me just. I want to.
just bullshit, man. Like, come
Yeah,
on.
I want to know. I want to know how this is dangerous.
I know you're gonna keep saying that because you call yourself educated on this topic, and I'm not. So it's easy for you to just go at me with it, whatever you want.
No, I'm not.
You're
The thing is that I'm not really going at you at the moment. I'm just asking you questions to give
which I
you some.
obviously won't know the answer to because I don't research this at all, and it'll be an easy.
No. Well, yeah, you don't know the answer, but you should at least be curious as to why you don't know the answer. That should be throwing up some red flags to you.
Yeah, and
If you
I've
think
researched things.
if you think this is dangerous, talking about this, I want to know what's the danger. Show me the danger.
Because it's just lies. It's just bringing lies.
How?
Just lies. 'Cause
You make your case. Make your case. Critique what I'm saying as in something that's dangerous.
I'm not here.
Make your case.
Particularly make a case. I'm just here to say.
So how is it dangerous if you're just carte blanche saying that it's dangerous and you're not giving me a reason why?
I told you why it's dangerous because it's
why?
Because it's not the truth.
That's circular. Yeah. How do you know that? I want to know how you know it's not the truth. Like, can you tell me how it's not?
Sorry, what'd you say?
How is it not the truth? The Earth is flat.
Because it's been proven that it's not multiple times.
How is it proven? Or we're going in a circle.
You're gonna say,
How is it proven?
I already gave you like two things to work off: a lunar eclipse.
Well, one of the lunar eclipse you don't know anything about. Remember, you just said that off your own.
It's still an idea that goes against your point.
What? No, it's not. It doesn't, dude.
Because it's
evidence. It's sky phenomena. It has nothing to do with the ground. So it doesn't go against my point. My point is the Earth that you're standing on is flat. The sky phenomena is doing whatever it's doing. So it doesn't go against me, dude.
I think it does because it's a point brought up many times as to why the Earth.
Yeah, so what? So what? A lot of people bring up claims that are not true many times. That doesn't make them true.
Okay, then what about your points as to why you believe the Earth is flat?
Yeah, my point is that water is horizontal on its surface, and it extends out.
You can give me though.
Well, what else do you want? Like the water is horizontal on its surface, and it extends out to every direction, and for miles and miles on end of flat water. And according to the globe, they're telling you the Earth is covered in about 75% water. So you got nothing but flat water covering the Earth, and you got people thinking that the Earth is a globe, and you can't. There's no way to make that turn into a globe if you have flat water. That's a lot of flat water.
Okay, well, I don't believe that.
You don't have to, dude. It's just physics. We're talking about hydrostatic equilibrium. So water at rest will display no convexity on its surface when in large quantities.
Funny because you use big words to make your point sound like
It's physics, brother. Like, it's not big words. This is just, if you study this a little bit, you'll find out for yourself. It's all to do with the way water behaves. Yeah, the mechanics of
water.
water.
It's hard to believe people are very passionate about the Earth being flat. Flat. Okay, let's just say for a second here, the Earth is flat. What the fuck does it change?
It changes your philosophical interpretation of where you came from and how you got here.
Look,
It could change. Well, I'm giving you reasons, brother. I mean, I'm really just telling you. So it could change how you perceive governments telling you what to do and when to do it, because you're not going to be like a robot saying or thinking in your head, well, we're running out of resources, so I'm going to join a war that's going to, take over some resources because we need them. Our country needs them. So you're going to be like, dude, we're not running out of anything. It's not overpopulated. We're not going to be a dying planet. Like, all of that stuff is like scare tactics, bro. You don't have to be led by those. Take a knee, Cosmos. I saw you on mute. Take a knee. Take a knee.
I think some
Go ahead.
people can. If I was gonna fucking say now, bro, like,
no, please go ahead.
Why do you, regardless or not, I think most people already don't trust the government, so I don't think that would actually change a thing, to be honest. People are very skeptical of the government anyway. People don't want to go to war anyway. This wouldn't really change anything.
It's an overgeneralization.
Yeah, I mean, it changes how you perceive, where you came from and how you got here. It changes, like, It basically, and I'm using this pun a lot, but it grounds you, right? It gives you a reality in which you can discern things to be true and some things to be mysteries. So you don't have to always just, float around and just think like you can't know anything. And people that are, in education, they know more than you. They're the scientists. You're just a peon. You don't know anything. You don't have to take that point of view anymore. You could be somebody that's in the know. You could know the earth that you're on right now. So it gives you a relationship with the earth, and it doesn't keep you disconnected, as in, you're not smart enough to understand.
You like the theory because it makes you feel smart.
No, it connects you to the earth. It doesn't you have knowledge basically of the earth. You're not just like discombobulated away from the earth. Like, as if I was to ask you, you're like, I don't know anything. So the globe earth has given you a position where it leaves you holding the bags. You can't rebut anything I say because globe earth hasn't given you a methodology of how to describe what the earth is as a globe.
Yeah, because
it's just a fantasy, dude.
We're not taught that in school. Because
I know that.
Knowledge.
No, it's not general knowledge. It's a foregone conclusion that it's a general knowledge.
Yeah, it's not general knowledge as to why we can prove that's a globe, but it's just general knowledge that it is a globe, and that's full stop.
Yeah. Well, no. Knowledge would mean that something that you've obtained that you could understand
It is
of what it is.
It's a fact.
It's not a fact, Ozzy. It's not a fact, dude. The fact that you're saying it's a fact, it's not a fact.
It's a fact taught by most people within society.
Yeah, well, why would they teach something that they can't present to you in a way that you can tell people how you know what it is? Like, obviously, if it's a fact, you'd be able to tell me how it's a fact. But it's just apparent. Yeah, it's apparent to me that even that you say that they say it's a fact doesn't make it a fact because you can't even tell me how it's a fact. So how is it a fact?
Because very smart educators have already proven that it's a fact.
Yeah, very smart, educated people, but you are not one of those, right? You're not one of those very smart, educated people?
Apparently not.
Okay, so that makes you what? Inferior to those guys, right? You're living in a world where you're just an inferior human being.
I can think for myself.
So you're, bro,
I just don't
Can I?
It's a system of it's a system of control and hierarchy, right? So they got you under their thumb. And as long as they hold you to the fact that you're just a dumb guy, you don't know anything, you can't perceive the earth as the way it really is, and you're like a little amoeba on a beach ball or whatever it is, then you're going to continue to feel downtrodden. And you're going to only appeal to a religious idea of the earth being a globe. Oh, why is it a globe? I don't know, because it's a fact, because it's a globe. Like, bro, just like you're chanting like a religious person would, without having any knowledge.
So you look at anything and you just want to start researching it because, I need more.
Why not? Yeah, why not?
Yeah, because I'm gonna have time to do all that, mate. Like, we don't have time to just fucking stop.
Oh my
no, I mean, not having the time. Yeah, not having the time is a cop out, bro. You're in a server right now where we're doing the very thing you say you don't have time for. Right now, we're doing that very thing.
I don't want to devote I have things I want to research, but I want to devote my time specifically to this because I don't think it's important to me enough.
Okay, so you've regulated the idea that the Earth is a globe. Hold on, Cairo. Hold on. You've regulated the idea that the Earth is a globe to essentially a belief system, is what you're telling us right now here in this server, in this room. You've regulated. You put it in a corner of your mind where, like, I don't have to look at this,
exactly,
because I already know it's a globe. So I move past that.
Exactly.
That's you, but you haven't moved past that because you don't even know if it's one. You don't know if it's a globe. So how have you moved past the things you thought you moved past already?
The thing is, right, I could research it for a day and I could say to myself with confidence, oh yeah, I have facts and evidence and as to why I believe it's a globe.
No, you have a confirmation, bro. Ozzy, you have a confirmation bias. If you read an answer that somebody says, "Oh, of course it's a Earth is a globe because we have shadows on the moon," to you that's like, "Oh, good, yep, I'm good, all good. It's a globe." Dude, that's what you done. You've just looked up. You've looked up two things you presented to me, and you're like, yeah, well, there you go. There's two facts right there. Why are you denying that? And like, dude, without any question, you didn't know what a lunar eclipse is. You have never seen one, and the boats missing the bottom of the boats. You're just like, well, that's evidence right there. You're just accepting anything that confirms your bias, dude. You're not critiquing it, like, really.
Because it should
which is what I'm asking.
A bias. It's fucking bullshit, man.
Yeah, it's funny to you, dude, because we're having this conversation.
It be a debate. That's what I'm trying to say to you.
Really?
It would be a debate.
Well, it's not a. Yeah, you're right. I'll say you said one thing right. It's not a debate because if it was, then you'd actually have evidence to then rebut what I have.
I'm trying to say to you, it's not a debate.
Yeah. So therefore, because you don't have any evidence and I do, it looks like I'm just telling you like it is, and you're not.
I know I look like an idiot in this call right now, and I fucking.
No, it's not. It's not that you're an idiot, bro.
Like, I'm into this call. No, because I've come into this call with. I knew I was going to get fucking pounded like this because I don't have anything to bring to the conversation in regards to evidence. But I'm just fucking saying. I believe.
Do you think somebody else could do better than you?
Illusion.
Ozzy, I've challenged PhDs, cosmologists, astrophysicists. I've challenged them personally. I've talked to these guys. I've talked to pilots. I've talked to people in the military. Anyone who you can think of that might know the information you think would solidify the Earth being a globe. I've talked to all those people. Nobody knows, Ozzy. No one knows, bro.
Yeah,
I'm telling you right now. These guys that you might put on a pedestal, you talk to a scientist. There isn't one of those guys that will come here and say, "Okay, guys, let me tell you how the Earth is an actual globe."
Okay, but
that guy doesn't exist, dude.
If you talk to a guy who researched it, would you not get a different answer?
Well, he's just told you he speaks. Sorry, Alpha. He's just told you he speaks to the guys who are supposed to research it. He's just told you that. The people that you
how do they not know then? If they,
I'll tell you this way. Yeah, I'll tell you this way. What they say is that the PhDs and such, the academics, right? All they say is that this is their best guess. That's really all they say. They don't go any farther into it other than that. So they'll tell us, well, we come up with a good educated guess. This is what we say in academia because we can never know anything to be true. The science doesn't work that way. And they say this. And of course, once I finish saying what I just said, you're going to reaffirm what they said. And you'll say, yeah, of course. That's how science works. We can never know anything. So basically,
don't we have one academia saying, PhD saying that, well, at best you have falsified the radius of it?
Leaps of logic.
Yeah, I mean, it's never going to come down to where they say, yeah, we know the Earth is a globe that's settled, we moved on. It sounds like that's what you're saying. They haven't said that, Ozzy. You're actually, you're in a state of belief about the globe, but your belief is solidified 100%, as it is an actual globe for sure, 100%. There's nothing going to move you from that. These silly flat earthers are just making nonsense noise on the internet. And you love to have a good laugh.
Well,
but you don't really know if it's a globe, bro.
Okay, if you really want me to go research this, I can, and I'll be back.
Yeah, sure. I mean, honestly, I would like you to, but I mean, if you don't and you go watch Netflix, that doesn't bother me. I'm still gonna do what I do.
You think
honestly?
Netflix?
Yeah, usually people do. They make empty claims. Go ahead, Jedi.
All I was going to say is, at the end of the day, we're just asking you to challenge your own beliefs. That's it.
Yeah, I mean,
and I've basically just said to you, I don't really have any more beliefs other than the Earth is a globe.
Well, this is like
maybe challenge that.
Yeah, and I can't.
It's a beginning, dude. It's a start. Like once you go through it, you find out when you start critically thinking about the world around you, that there's a lot more that you don't know, a whole lot more. It basically turns into not just the Earth being flat, but it's a lot more of subjects that are involved with that. But it's like I said, it's a person who's critically thinking about the world around them will not be fearful in asking questions. I mean, heck, if you don't know something, you don't know it. But I mean, if it's truly not known, Ozzy, that they don't know if the Earth is a globe, that will shock you, at least a little bit. If I'm thinking it should, but you might be like, who cares? Yeah, I gotta go to work tomorrow anyway, so I don't really care about this.
There's no way these people in the chat are actually real. What the fuck?
Yeah, because it's not often that we hear somebody who's just, I mean, you're not really somebody who's combative, but there's people that take your position. And like earlier today, some guy told me that he wanted me to, basically end myself. But because of this, yeah. So it can trigger emotions that make somebody feel very upset. It's not always the case that we get somebody that's.
I'm not upset, man.
Bit charitable.
I'm just gonna prove you wrong. That's what
I would like. Go ahead. Yeah, that's a good way to go. If you're gonna do it that way.
Fighting words.
This is gonna be so much fun.
It is. I'm really looking forward to it, dude. This is going to be so much fun.
And don't get Jedi's hopes up high, dude, and then you don't come back, dude. He's gonna get dressed and everything.
I'm going to fucking shave.
Yeah, he's gonna shave for this, dude. So if he's gonna do that, don't stand him up. All right.
Oh man.
It's like getting ready for a date, man. Don't stand people up. Be a man of your word. If you say you're gonna do it, do it. If not, don't.
Yeah, not today though, because I'm fucking.
Ah, dude. There you go, Jedi. I guess you have to make a dinner date.
He's Australian. It's late.
It's fucking nearly 10 minutes to 12. I got work tomorrow.
10 minutes to 12. What's going on?
Fuck off. I get up early. I work a trade.
No, you're fine, buddy. You're fine.
Yeah, we're just
going to do your job and shit.
Oh my gosh.
I tell you the percentage though. Yeah, go ahead.
So I'm just excited for this guy to go and do some research and come back and prove it. This is what these conversations are about, dude. You come in here with your evidence that you think that you've got for the Earth being a globe, and us challenging that and seeing where we end up. So it's always good fun. I'm looking forward to it.
These are the conversations that I like having. I like people to say, you know what, I'm going to prove you wrong. And I'm like, hit me with your best shot.
It's like literally, honey, hold my beer.
Yeah.
You'll see me on this call in 23 hours.
No doubt.
All right, let's see. Let's write it down. The man said 23 hours.
Lunchtime tomorrow. Well, breakfast time for you, lunchtime for me.
And I'll bring up everything. And I know you still won't believe. I know you still.
No, like
beliefs. It's not about beliefs, dude.
Do a deep dive.
I already set a calendar date.
Sorry, go on.
Okay. Well, I'll see you in 23 hours.
Yeah, no worries, man. All right, everybody's got a dinner date now. We got 23 hours. At least we got one good conversation. All right, here's what I was gonna say, but he dipped out. My money's on that he's not coming back. That's what I got. I got my money on. He's not gonna come back.
Well, if he's a creature of routine and it's going to be late night for him before he goes to bed, he's got fuck all else to do. Then he might not have an excuse. So I'm hopeful. Mate, I'm hopeful. I'm hopeful that he'll return with something that he'll cobble together with ChatGPT and Google. So I'm hopeful that he'll come back with that.
Yeah.
I'm definitely not hopeful that he's going to prove fuck all. Do you know what I mean?
You could bring the Persian army, dude. It's not going to help you, not even a little. No, the whole world. Yeah. But he made those them's fighting words, right? Like,
definitely. I'll come back tomorrow and I'll prove you.
You know, that's the old fighting spirit, dude. That's what we used to live for, man. Back in the old days, man.
I'm going on mute.
All right, Cosmos. I did. I was.
Yeah. I was just about to do it. That's good. I was just scrolling through the chat whilst you were talking, man, seeing if you got anybody new that was in.
Shout out to APOC. What's up, APOC?
What's up, dope? I'm just talking.
Sliding in, man.
Yeah, I'm just talking to the idiot on the side chat. He should have been permabanned, but they just gave him 2 days. He violated TOS the other day. So I'm just talking on his side chat. Cosmos, the idiot.
Oh, dude. It's like a yo-yo with him. Back and forth. His name's Oliver, yeah?
Yeah, he's looking for a permaban. I think that's his goal. I don't know.
He's cruising for a bruising? But we're detected.
Essentially, yeah. I'll meet up. I'll be right back.
You could permaban me at any time, you know. It's literally in your power.
Thanks, mate. Don't need to be reminded of that.
You have to tell us we got the power.
Yeah. But you don't.
Aw.
Who was that? Who was the?
We are moderators of the server that have power, but we're not moderators of the server that have power. So I don't understand what you're talking about, Cosmo. Seriously.
Yeah, you could. You could just ban me and then take a screenshot of how I violated TOS to the mod, and the mod would be like, fair enough.
Have you violated TOS?
I probably did, yeah.
You probably did.
The hell?
I mean, should I take your word for it and just ban you anyway?
Yeah, are we just gonna just... Oh, shit. Like, if you think it was the guy that stole the TV was me, you might be right. Like, just get rid of him then. Like, you could be correct. I could be that guy.
And who was the one that said, at best, you falsified the radius of the Earth?
Bev, earlier today. No, Bev was here. I forgot to tell you, Elbow.
Oh, really?
Yeah, dude, he showed up when no one was here. It was just me, him, and Bloodsticker. Him and Bloodsticker were talking, and then I talked to Bev. Bloodsticker is another Bevite, I think. I would say he is, but...
How did that turn out?
It was a train wreck. He put up this argument. Let's see if I post it for you guys. This one. Put it in text chat. He said he's going to talk to Jaren today about it and yada, yada, yada.
The Jaren.
Yeah, the Jaren.
The one who goes out into the field and actually does experiments.
Oh my God! What? He goes. What? And confirms your. This.
He goes out into a field and does.
I don't even know what to do with that.
I don't even know.
You think Jaren's a top flat earther, Cosmos?
I have more respect for Jaren when he was a flat earther, because he would attempt to go out and prove what he says. I have more respect for the people in that documentary who attempt to go out and back up their claims.
What were their claims?
Did he do the final experiment, Jaren?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
He was. He unlike others, he accepted the ticket because it was paid for.
Okay.
Who cares, dude?
And what did this prove again? Or
that he has balls. He has integrity.
He's got balls. Yeah.
He has balls because he made a claim about what?
He has integrity because he wanted to prove.
Oh my God.
Right.
About
one way
what?
or the other.
He's been asking you about what? And can you answer him that? What was he trying to prove?
The shape of the Earth.
Why would going to a place on the Earth prove the shape of the Earth?
Because it destroys certain assumptions about what the Earth can be. If you say the Earth's flat, but if you say the Earth's flat, but I have no model of the Earth, in a rational discussion, you've dismissed yourself from the conversation.
Okay. So what he did is, because he had a model, he debunked his own stupid assumption. based on an observation that he hadn't made yet, and his presupposition that according to his model, it shouldn't happen. Well done, Jeremy.
Having an argument and no model, right, is laughable. It means you're just basing it on thin air.
Sorry. Yes. You don't need models when we're just measuring the surface of the Earth. No model required to do that.
You do.
No, we don't. No, we don't. That's a measurement.
You need no, because I could right. If I say I'm measuring Goebel Flurber Derb, what does that mean?
Something normal. Depends what that is.
Exactly. That. Exactly.
Do you not understand what I mean by surface of the Earth, or was it measure? You didn't understand.
So you're describing a referent, aren't you? So you have to incorporate that in a model of your mind as to what this referent refers to.
Okay, a model in my mind. No, I'm just measuring the surface. How I interpret that in my mind is lovely, but it's going to be based upon the measurement that I make, isn't it? So measurement comes first, and ideas in my mind come later about what I've measured, right?
Yeah.
No conclusions about the explanation.
No, yeah, that's how it's done, dude. That's how it's actually done. What he just described is what we do.
You can't avoid metaphysical assumptions. You guys don't lay out metaphysical.
That's lovely, but we don't need to make them when we've just made a measurement. For some reason, you seem to think that there needs to be a model involved. That doesn't. It's just a measurement.
You do, because you need to state how your measurement is accurate. Is it accurate to reality? Does it work?
Yes.
Yeah. So that's going to be the standard of measure and the critique of how accurate it is. No fucking model required, just yet. And what do you mean by model?
Right. A model, right, would be a conception of a particular thing, I would say. In like the most simplistic sense of a model, it is a conception of a you could say like a universal or like a particular. You have a model.
Can I present something? Could I present something to you? Cosmos?
Yeah.
Oh, I could? All right. Give me just a moment. I know I had it here somewhere. Hold on, let me get a good one. Ah, yes. This is the one. Give me a second here. Most people that have seen me do this know what I'm going to do. All right. So I'll put it in a text chat. Here you go. Exactly what Jedi said. Here's what I'm producing here. This is a model of the Earth. It's called an elevation profile. There it is. That's what you asked for. You got it. You do a measurement, and then you can do an abstraction, which is what this is.
What exactly are you showing me?
Elevation profile.
Yeah, I understand. I'm looking at an elevation profile.
Yeah, flat Earth.
So from a horizontal plane, elevation taken from at 0 horizontal. You want a model. Here's what we measure. Now this wouldn't exist without the measurement. Measurement first.
So you have what you asked for. Now what? What's next?
What, an elevation profile?
Yes.
Yeah. So can you fit
now what?
that? So how did they gather that elevation profile?
From mean sea level. See those numbers going vertical?
No, I mean, how did they measure it? Where did they take it from and to?
Mean sea level. To anywhere inland.
Anywhere inland.
Yeah, so horizontal is distance, right? Vertical is height. Do you see those numbers that are ascribed to that? Yes or no? Cosmos.
Yeah, I'm looking at the graph.
Yeah, well, the height that you see Are those numbers going vertical? And the horizontal numbers are distance. Elevation profile. Yeah. That's it.
What do you mean that's it?
That's it. That's what you asked for. The model is right there, staring you in the eyeballs.
No, it's not a model.
It's a model, dude. Like, what do you mean it's not? It's not. What, do you think the Earth actually looks like purple mountains? Like, what?
If I show you a graph of Warren Buffett's age over time, and I show a straight line, is that a model?
Okay. So the model now is not good enough, is what you're saying. Give me another model. Show me a different model, dude. This is a model of the Earth, showing a depiction of how tall something is, like the mountain range or hills, valleys. Yeah, below or above mean sea level. You got a model right here. Now what?
Yeah, now what?
Yeah, do you have an elevation profile for the globe? Where's that globish idea with a curved surface showing elevation? Let's see that then. I've given you. Yeah, a contour map. Show me. What do we got? Let's see what you got. Drop it like it's hot. Map. Yeah, show me elevation profile with your globe. Do that. Let's see what you got.
No.
Yeah. You wanted a model. No. There's one staring you in the eyeballs. Now you don't know what to do with it.
It's not a model of how.
It's a model, bro. Yeah, that's flat Earth right there. Do you see that horizontal line? That's flat Earth. You're staring at it right now. Yeah. Well, it's good that it gets you to laugh because I think that's a nervous laugh, but you got a model of the flat Earth and it's staring you in the eyeballs, and what are you going to do with it? Now what?
Yep.
Now what?
If I gave a picture of the Earth as a banana, is that like an equally valid model?
Yeah, well, that's not the Earth. It's not represented in showing us elevation, is it? Let's see that picture of the banana showing us elevation profile. Let's see it. As long as it gives us elevation profile,
that will be a misrepresentation. When you misrepresent something, it's not what it actually is, obviously. If you're saying, look, this banana is the Earth, or this ball that I have here on the table is the Earth, that's a misrepresentation because you don't see the Earth as a banana or as a ball.
Right.
You've been Cosmos. You've been crying for a model this whole time, and I finally give you one, and now you're just like, well, that's not what I wanted. Well, dude, you're not satisfied with anything. I've given you a model. You know that the Earth is measured flat. What else do you want?
If you take the line of a circle, you understand you can flatten that out.
So flat Earth.
Right. So do you understand if I take a circle and I flatten it out and I say therefore the circle is flat, do you understand the problem there?
What are you trying to look? Do you have a demonstration of any model that shows the Earth using elevation as a globe? Yes or
no? A demonstration of any model that shows the Earth as a globe.
Elevation profile showing that the Earth is a globe. Yes, because I got one for flat Earth. What do you got?
I'm pretty sure that's not what like a globe you represent on a globe Earth. Like, why would you do that?
Well, show me what an elevation profile would look like on a globe, because I'm showing you this is flat Earth right here. This is what flat Earth is represented in the elevation profile.
You want to see a circle with tiny bumps and ridges on it or something?
I want to see you presenting elevation profiles with a globe. Can you do it?
Yeah, you're asking for a red herring. It doesn't mean anything.
Red herring? No, well then what? So all we got are just examples of flat Earth being presented as this elevation profile demonstrates? Is that all we got?
As I said, you can just take the circumference of a circle and straighten it out into a line.
I need you to show me where it demonstrates the Earth looking as an elevation profile does for a globe. Show me that.
I need you to show me a banana.
You're not gonna give it to me, are you?
Bro, he's saying that he's gonna grab a circle. Like circles are flat. Circles are flat, dude. You're not gonna demonstrate the globe Earth with a circle, dude. What are you talking about?
I said that earlier, Jemsy. I was like, yeah. In other words, flat Earth.
We have videos of Earth, and you guys say it doesn't matter.
All right. Are you going to present elevation profiles for a globe? Let's see what it looks like. Let's see the curved surface give elevation profiles.
Come on, bro. Just say you have it. Just say you have it. Yeah. Show it. Or if you don't have it,
maybe I can tag in and try to explain it in a different way.
No. I want to hold his feet to the fire, Cairo. Just relax.
Either show it if you have it, and if you don't have it, just say, I concede. It doesn't exist. I don't have it.
Yeah, if you don't have an elevation profile to show for the Earth being a globe, I'd like to hear your concession. I do not have one.
Yeah, I do not have one on hand because that's not how elevation profiles
on hand? Really? Okay, go ahead and search for it. I await that elevation profile for a globe. Let's see what a curved surface looks like with elevation. Yeah?
So if you're saying you don't have it on hand, that means that it's somewhere. You're going to go get it on your hand and pass it to us so we can look at it?
Yeah. Go get it, Cosmos.
Just come back when you got it.
You don't have it on hand. You don't have it on hand, so go find it. Elevation profile for the Earth as a globe. I'd like to see that. Because all we got is everything for a flat Earth. Yeah? Mean sea level, horizontal planes. Yeah, that's all we got. You said, I want to see a model of the flat Earth. There you go. Now what do you got to rebut? Nothing? All that egg on your face, dude. Go make an omelet with that. Yeah, you weren't ready for this conversation this morning. Yeah, he's like, where's the model for flat Earth? Where's the model? Right here. Now what? Where's the elevation profile for the globe? I don't have it on hand. Go get it, man. Put it in the text chat. Let's see it. He's frantically searching right now online. I bet you anything that's what he's doing. Chat GPT, help me. Help.
You're batting 1,000 right now, dude. That's like 3 home runs in a row since I got on the call.
Yeah, I'm pointing out to the outfield right now. I already know where it's going.
Yeah. Fucking, it's a Babe Ruth. We're on here Babe Ruthing it this morning.
Yeah, it's going outfield, man.
So do you mind me explaining it in a different way now?
Are you gonna put a cherry on top of what I said? I don't care. Like,
okay. So yeah, so if you take an orange, right, it has kind of a rough texture. It's not completely smooth, right? It has some ups and downs.
Kind of like Cosmos's mood.
Okay,
it's got ups and downs.
You take an orange, right, and you peel a ring around the middle, a circumference of the orange, and then you lay that flat. Like you press it down and lay it flat. It's going to get that sort of graph, the graph that you gave. So when you're asking for a globe elevation map, then a globe elevation profile, you provided it's the same chart. It's just that you're.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
Oh wait, that's AV.
So what is elevation?
That's totally
incorrect. I've got
because when you hold on real quick. Let me just tackle that real quick. Because when you peeled off the orange, it was still curved like a mountain or a hill. Okay, you had to push it down, so you had to make it into a flat plane. We don't have to make the world into a flat plane when we measure it. It's already flat.
It's already
you
flat.
have to understand that, bro. Like, you can't say
Sorry, Cairo.
Yeah, bro.
No, I'm saying that there is a difference between
there's not
the rough texture of the orange and the curvature of the orange.
Yeah, we're talking about the curvature. Where is that present in an elevation profile? Nowhere.
There's not going to be visible. There's not going to be visible curvature in an elevation profile because the elevation is like it's taking it into account, right? Because
the
up and down of elevation.
No, it's not.
Yes,
no.
Up and down in elevation is perpendicular. It's perpendicular to the curvature of the Earth.
APOC, explain it to him because he doesn't understand. Like he thinks he's got something.
Hey, let me give you. Hey, Cairo,
Cosmos. Just relax.
Cairo, let me give you an example. Let me give you a really simple example, okay? And I think you can understand it, okay? You and I, we go on a hill, a really big hill, okay? To where we know it's curved. We're not assuming, we know it's curved. You set up a theodolite and I set up a theodolite on opposite ends. And we are going to be diverging from one another, right? Because when you set up that theodolite to the surface of that hill, and we're going to put tangents here. We're going to say, we're going to create a slope for you on one side, even though you're not going to be level. Because remember, we're in reality, and you can't find level on a slope, but somehow Globers do. But that's another story. But we're going to put you on one side, and I'm on the other with a theodolite. Now, you have a 90-degree position to that hill, and so do I. Now, we're going to transfer those lines, and we're going to create an elevation profile of the hill. Here's the problem. When you move forward towards the center, and I move forward towards the center, and we look back at our original position, because we're on a hill, we cannot establish a 90-degree position from our previous theodolites positions that we set them up at. Now, we have angles going off over our position, both of us. You're shooting that way, I'm shooting that way, because we're looking backwards to where we started. And by the time we get to the top of the hill, let's give it like 8 measurements that we did. None of them are going to be to where they're establishing an elevation profile off of a baseline where they are going to be parallel to each other. There's no possible way to do that. And in this elevation profile that Alpha just posted, this will give you parallel positions because that's the way it works in the real world. When we're building something 1,000 miles inland from the ocean, we're still parallel to the ocean no matter what our elevation is, either positive or negative, because sometimes you could be below sea level and then sometimes you could be above sea level. Do you understand that, yes or no?
I could not imagine what you're talking about in your head completely.
Okay, no worries.
Dude, so basically, he's worked in an industry where people have to take measurements with theodolite, so he's not speaking from a person that doesn't know what he's saying. So essentially,
surveying equipment.
Surveying equipment. Yes.
Okay.
So essentially, what I presented to you at the elevation profile is a demonstration of how the Earth is a horizontal plane, right? So it's measured from that horizontal plane of mean sea level, and elevation is taken from that. So if you have a curving surface, that's going to throw everything off. Because APOC just demonstrated why that would be the case. I'm sorry you didn't follow him with what he was saying. It was pretty basic. I mean, honestly,
basic. I try to explain it like I was talking to my youngest child, like, and he'll get it. He'll understand.
It's not that I don't think they don't get it. I think they don't want to get it. They don't want it to be the case, because if they do accept what you're saying, then the Earth would have to be a horizontal plane.
No. Please don't.
Yeah.
Like put.
No, there's no please here, dude. You don't understand it because you don't want to. He explained it pretty basic.
Know what's going on in my brain.
Really basic.
I'm really trying to.
Pretty basic, dude.
You're telling me you couldn't visualize a hill and you're standing on one side and I'm standing on another, and we're both setting up equipment. You're telling me you couldn't visualize that?
So on one side and the other, and then you went to a 90 degrees.
Right, so you don't understand what 90 degrees means? You don't understand what
90 degrees is?
Is it 90 degrees?
What? Wait. Which way? What do you mean which way?
I'm saying, is it on the surface plane or is it on the profile plane?
Yeah, so you're on the other side of the hill. What does that mean?
You don't understand what 90-degree position to where you. I don't think so too. Maybe he was not maybe he truly doesn't get it. Maybe it's awesome.
I think it would be better.
Is it 90 degrees from a bird's eye view, or is it
no? Here's hold on. Yeah, you're so confused. Hold on, you're so confused. Hey, Pac, I think maybe you just put it in a drawing for him. Take, use colors.
Let me get the crayons out.
Yeah, hey, get the colors out.
What's your favorite flavor of a crayon?
I literally posted it in the side chat, like I posted the elevations with the curvature.
Yeah, you just showed some like lady in a bikini in a cartoon. Yeah, we get it. You're funny, but you haven't done what you should have done and showed the elevation profile for Earth as a globe. So you've not demonstrated what you thought you had.
Well, no, I disagree.
I'm gonna screenshot. I'll take a picture of it and I'll post it in the side chat for this guy. This is crazy.
I've just added another demonstration of the curve.
Yeah, you lost.
Yeah,
Cosmos. This is admitting defeat right here. You know that, right?
I'm not.
You're just admitting defeat.
No one admits defeat.
Yeah, you did. This image right here is your defeat. Here, I'm gonna do this. I think. Here. I'm gonna post this in our back chats, and hopefully that'll get you a good, nice permaban, or we don't have to deal with you any longer. I don't know why you're back up, but let me see.
So let me maybe put it this way. I'm just trying to think of an example, right? If you want to think about it in terms of a physical model. So if you take a beach ball, right? Or a ball that you have in front of you, and you start like taping pebbles to it or very small rocks, the diameter of those rocks and pebbles are going to be the elevation difference, right? That's going to be your elevation. It's not going to be the curvature of the beach ball. It's going to be like the diameter of these small pebbles. So that's my model of the globe, is like a beach ball, and you have like pebbles around the beach ball that are very, very small relative to the diameter of the beach ball.
All right, dude, I don't know if this is gonna help. Might even make you more confused, to be honest. But I'm gonna take a photo of this, and I really, really hope you can grasp this, bro. But there you go. Now I should have turned it sideways. My bad. But the point I'm making is a 90-degree position from you and I on one side of the hill. Okay, we're on opposite sides. Your 90 degrees is gonna shoot up over this hill, and so is mine, because it's based upon where you establish that. You cannot create an elevation profile in this sense if you're going to say from you and I, we're going to share the same baseline, because that baseline is horizontal. And it has to be horizontal, because we are establishing a perpendicular position to one another. That's how we transfer elevation benchmarks to keep whether a positive or negative from our original position. That's how we know. When you go from 500 feet above sea level, hold on. When you go from 500 feet above sea level to 540 feet above sea level, we know that 40 feet that's higher, if you were to put a 40-foot pole at the 500-foot mark, that will be the same height. That's how you can establish elevations. And they have to be perpendicular to each other. They can't be curving away, because we're dealing with straight lines. Plumb, level, straight. PLS. Plumb, level, square.
That's the issue that I think is with your diagram, is that those people, if they're on a hill, like that surface is a hill, like a small hill, so they would not, the 90 degrees, if they're trying to like start at the same elevation, they would not be doing 90 degrees relative to the surface of the hill. They would have to be using like a plumb line, like that points in the direction down of gravity.
You're not helping your point here, and I'll tell you why. Because every plumb line is parallel to each other. You can set up a plumb line and go 1,000 miles away and set up a plumb line. That's parallel to your position. And you could even do that in slow increments locally, and it's going to establish parallel, 90 degree, 90 degree, 90 degree. Now, guess what? How many 90 degree parallel plumb lines does it take to make a curved ball? Because you have to start curving somewhere. You have to deviate from that 90 degree position somewhere to make it start curving. You don't live on a disco ball where you have a tiny little angle, and all of a sudden your 90 degree is now a 45. I don't even know if you understand that reference, but eventually I agree to the 90.
I understand what you are saying. I'm saying that the experience of living on a on the surface of a sphere, of a very large sphere, is such that, like, traveling miles and miles and miles, you're not going to see it. Like, it's not going to act like you're on a hill.
Okay.
Like,
so
it's going to,
hold on. I think we're getting
anywhere on Earth.
Hold on, bro. You're getting too far away from what Alpha presented as an elevation profile, and I get it. You have to because that literally destroys your argument. So I get it. You're trying to tactically move away from it, but just like he said earlier, we want to hold you to the fire, because in that proof, that's a fact. You can't then say, well, you got to drive 100 miles and you can't see the curve. It's too big. No. There's elevation profiles that go from America to Africa across the ocean. And I mean, is that too big for you? Because that elevation profile,
but elevation follows the curvature of the Earth. That's what I'm saying.
No, it doesn't.
No, it doesn't.
Okay,
no, it doesn't.
So we just disagree about that thing.
Show
okay,
that.
So how do we figure out?
Cairo, right here. What you just said, back up that claim.
Okay.
Hold on. Back up the claim, Cairo, right now.
I'm thinking.
Are you going to do that?
I'm thinking about how I would do it. Like, I understand. I'm not.
You don't have
I'm not trying to got you.
No, dude, you were going to bypass that and just automatically tell APOC that's just the way it is. But now that I've stopped the conversation so you can examine what you said and present it, you're not able to, bro.
Of course. I'm thinking. I'm not. I want to argue honestly. So if I don't have the argument, then I'm not going to. I'm just here to see what you guys say. You know what I'm saying? Like,
well, that's what we're saying.
I'm fine.
There's no.
Yeah. Okay.
There's no argument against it. Flat Earth for the win, ladies and gentlemen.
Earth is 4-0 now. That's 4 home runs. It's barely the first inning. God damn!
I told you. I was pointing to the outfield, bro. I'm telling you.
They got no outs, and it's the first inning, and you're already 4-0. Jeez, it's not looking good for the Globes.
Hey, Plague. It's not looking too good for these guys, man.
Not at all. Not at all, bro.
They're scrambling like they don't know what to do, man.
You know what? It's really interesting.
There's a difference between scrambling and not knowing, and like.
It's really. Do
you mind?
Okay if you don't know. It's okay if you don't know.
I had an original point.
That you don't know.
Yeah. Do you mind if we move on? And I'm not.
Let's whistle. Yeah, let's
like,
whistle past the grave. Yeah.
Let's whistle past the grave.
No, hey.
Before I'll tell you what. Before we move on, I want to, because you with your own words, you just said it's difference between scrambling and not knowing. Okay, I want you to at least concede. Okay, that you don't know what you're talking about, and that's okay. We're here
to
help you understand.
He said, "I concede."
I concede that I don't know how to simply prove an elevation profile on a curved surface to you guys. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Okay. And that's at least you're honest. And I'll tell you what. And here's the secret. Here's the secret. I'll tell you what. You cannot have an elevation profile with curving lines away from you and claim that you established those curved lines using a horizontal position. You can establish an elevation profile of something curved, but you're going to be using drop over distance because that is what is measurable. That's why we ask you guys, do you have proof of drop over distance within the world that you think it is to be a sphere? That doesn't exist. Now, again, you can go to a mountain or a hill, like there's one right here in Whittier Hills, real huge hill. You can establish the elevation profile. But guess what? You're going to use a flat baseline to get those measurements, to get the elevations.
All right,
You're not going to have a curve to it. Go ahead.
We got Rated that just jumped in here. Welcome to the chat, Rated.
That is so crazy, bro. Leave me alone. I'm just listening.
So,
I heard
you say another point. That was my original thing that I jumped in here for.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Yeah. If you need me to jump on your side, what's up?
Yeah, he might need some help.
He needs a lifeline. He needs something.
Yeah, he needs.
No, it's okay.
Bring all your homies in here. I think,
sir, I got you back. Don't worry.
Go ahead, Cairo. Yeah. I think he can help you out.
I think it's like Ramadan. I mean, again, this is just I want to see what you guys say, right? Because
I'm white.
Whatever.
I have no
okay.
idea.
So Ramadan, like people fast all day and then they eat at sunset.
That didn't work,
right? Is that? Am I getting that correctly?
I don't know, but there's a room for that.
No, I'm saying there's religions where people eat when the sun is down. Is what I'm saying, right? I think it's in Islam.
I think it's Ramadan. Opposite, no? Okay, isn't it the opposite? They
exactly
only eat when the sun's up.
Ramadan. Why are you pretending that you don't know the name of it?
Okay,
I'm genuinely. I was just making sure. I was just making sure. I don't know. That's why I'm asking.
Yes,
okay,
can you land this plane, bro?
Yes, you do.
Okay, the Burj Khalifa is very tall.
Let him get it out, man, because we're never going to get to the end of this. Go ahead, Cairo.
Crazy.
The Burj Khalifa is the tallest building in the world. Okay, did you know that they have, based on what floor that you are in the Burj Khalifa, the sunset is at different times. So they have a chart that, okay, if you're on the 100th floor, you can start eating at this time. If you're on the 200th floor or whatever, you have to wait like another 2 minutes for the sun to set.
Holy
that
smokes,
doesn't work
floors?
On.
Yes, you are learning how the sun works. Congratulations.
Wait.
Let him make his point.
So if you are higher in elevation, you are going to see the sun for the same point, for the same XY point on Earth, a different elevation. You are going to see the sun set at a later time.
XY point on Earth. No,
hold on, dude. Hold on, Rated. Go ahead. Finish what you were saying without Rated jumping in.
I'm saying for the same point on Earth at different elevations, you're going to see the sun set at later times the higher up you are. That only works on a globe model.
Really?
Not to mention, not to mention that the sun is the same angular size when it's setting. Whereas on a flat Earth, you guys are saying that the sun is moving away from you, which would make it a smaller angular size.
Are you just assuming that the Earth? Well, explain it. What do you mean explain it? You're saying that it's happening over a globe. Am I understanding you correctly that you said it's happening over a globe?
Yeah.
Okay, can you tell me how the globe is even there to make it as the observation? Because you're pre-assuming that it's a globe, I'm guessing, right?
No.
You're not pre-assuming that it's a globe.
So what I'm saying is that the sun...
You're pre-assuming that the Earth is a globe prior to this visual test.
Well, I'm not working from absolute bare minimum. So I'm saying that I'm trying to describe an observation.
Right, but let's just give some facts.
I'm describing an observation.
Yes, yeah. You talked about the people on the 200th floor looking at the sun. Yeah, I got that. I got that much. What I don't got is how you're saying that it's happening over a globe. Where is that coming from? How did we get there?
I'm not trying to argue it. I'm not trying. Okay.
Yeah, you are. You're exactly doing the thing you say right now you're not doing. You're arguing for the Earth being a globe using the Burj Khalifa.
Okay. You have an idea that the Earth is flat. I have an idea that the Earth is a globe.
Are you? No, wait. No. We have an observation that the Earth is flat. You don't have that observation. You have an observation that the Earth is flat, just like we do, but you're assuming it's a globe. That's the difference. Hello?
You have a model of the Earth that is flat, and
we showed you elevation profile. Elevation profile is what I demonstrated to you, and you don't have an elevation profile of the Earth as a globe. Yet you're telling me I need to think of the Earth as a globe. I don't need to. You need to show me how you've demonstrated either with an elevation profile or you demonstrated that the Earth is an actual globe. Therefore, it would make sense, however, that they're on the 200th floor watching the sunrise or sunset. Doesn't matter. But if you're telling me that it's happening over a globe, I need you to present the evidence that it's doing so on a globe. How have you done that? Because I didn't.
So you don't want to discuss that point. You just need to go from the very basics. Okay.
Yeah, the basics are.
So
I
I guess. So with my point, I was.
Yeah.
I guess. Maybe naively trying to get you guys to defend your position. So instead, you're you're kind of shifting the burden of proof for me to defend my position, where you are now saying no proof to me. Yeah,
dude. Obviously, you're coming from a place that you think the Earth is a globe.
I'm coming into the home turf of the flat Earth people. So you guys have a lot of the answers and the power and the a bunch of people. So why don't you guys take the burden of proof?
No. That's because we don't need it if you're coming from a mythological fantasy worldview. I can just say you just believe in a fantasy. Yeah.
Okay, so to my understanding then, you can't explain. That's all I can. How you guys explain.
I can explain.
Okay.
I can explain, but here's
why does the higher floor you go to?
I can explain. Here, I'm telling you. I can explain because I'm based off of reality. You are based off of fantasy. So I can tell you what reality is like. It's perspective. We can see off in the distance based on our view of the horizon. But it's nothing to do with the curved earth idea, which is what you have. You have an idea. It's a fantasy. You didn't put it into reality by going to the Burj Khalifa. You're just imagining you're basically what you said is, okay, I'm going to set up a debate where I think it's a globe and you think it's a flat earth, and we're going to examine the Burj Khalifa from those two perspectives. No, sir. You need to show me how it's an actual globe, and then I can tell you that it's actually flat. I don't know how that's going to work, but if you're coming from these two perspectives, then it becomes a debate how people are making observations on the Burj Khalifa. But it's not one when you're saying, I come from an imagination that the earth is a globe, and I come from reality that the earth is flat. You see how that doesn't match up? Because we can't come to the same conclusion.
If there's an observation, if you make an observation and then it then that is reality, right? And so if two people have different ideas about what that reality is, it will either support one and disprove the other one, or it'll support both or disprove both.
That's the problem. Your idea of reality. We don't have just an idea. We know that it's flat. You don't know that it's a globe. So your idea is just an idea, bro.
But now you're the one presupposing that it's flat.
We do. Real quick. What you're talking about in regards to the building and the light shining on it, and then that the lower side they get darker before the higher side. It's really interesting because back in, I want to say, grade school, what, you're like, I don't know, maybe 8th grade, maybe even earlier, maybe 7th grade, 6th grade. You can take an art class. Like if your school has these, curriculums, if they have the budget for it, and you literally learn about shadows and lighting in the art class. You'll learn this. If it's a good art class. I don't know about you, but I actually took a really good art class. And this is grade school that you learn this. And in today's world, as we're adults, this is called angle of incidence. But in art class, you learn it as light and shadows and the way it will be casted upon. So, like, you can draw a setting at nighttime or daytime, depending on the elevation of the source, the light source, whether it be a sun or a street lamp or a house lamp. And where things are going to like still cast a shadow or have a shadow or not are derived from the angle of incidence, depending on the height and distance. You literally learn this like at 10 years old, bro. So you're saying like we have a building and they have different sunsets and they can eat because it's Ramadan. Like, just take a fucking art class and you'll learn all about it.
Yeah, let me post something what he's talking about right now in the text chat for you, Cairo, so you can see an example. I was looking on my computer, but this is what he means. So with the image above and the one below are in comparison to how we see with perspective. This is how we see, dude. So the guy at the very top of the building would see this perspective. So flat as far as the eye can see, yeah, as the image declares. So we have reality on our side. You have the idea of the earth as a globe on your side. No demonstration whatsoever.
Why does the sun set?
It's perspective. It's due to perspective. It moves above your
perspective.
Head. Yes. Like many different ways you can see perspective in action. Yeah, think about it like this, right? If you see clouds that are above your head, when you look off in the distance horizontally, you can see the clouds look like they converge to the to the ground, right? But it doesn't really do that because if you ever got in an airplane or whatever, you go to the cloud level, you could see like the clouds are sitting on their own horizontal plane. So they're not like they're dipping down or whatever. They're on their own horizontal plane, the clouds. So the statement is true for perspective. When you're on the ground, it looks like the clouds are arcing above your head. They're not doing that. It's just the way you see the world, just the way I demonstrated with that image. And so to you, it's all in perspective. It's how your vision works. It's how your vision is like converging everything to the eye line.
But that doesn't square with what we see in reality. So
it does, dude. It does square. Everything you see is in perspective.
If you are driving, if you have a light on a car that is driving away from you, that light is going to get smaller and smaller in angular size, and then it'll dim, and eventually it'll go away. That's not what the sun does when it sets. It stays same angular size. Think about it, dips below the horizon.
It's not on the same plane as you are. You're talking about things that are on the same plane as you. We're talking about things that are above your plane. You're not on the same plane as the sun, and you're not on the plane of the clouds either. But when you reach the height of the clouds, when you go to that height, you can see that the clouds are on their own horizontal plane. There's many videos that you could see that this is the case. But what I'm saying is true. So what you're on the surface, you're not on the same plane as the sun nor the clouds. But you see everything converging to the eye line. Absolutely true, Cairo. There's no ifs, there's no bones about what I'm saying.
I posted a video on the side chat there. And this is kind of a really good, this might help you. I don't know, it might not. But it's just showing a plane going away from you. Remember, the plane is flying as the crow flies, just straight across. But in our perspective, as Alpha's telling you, it looks like the plane's crashing. It looks like it's going down. And then it goes behind a building. So one can say, well, wait, is it behind the building? Like, can I go on the other side of the building? It's going to be down, like floors, like if it crashes on the floor, because that's the direction it looks like. But this is just an optical thing. It's a perspective. It's something that a lot of Globers can't grasp. But I hope this helps you, because now you put the sun as the plane, and the sun's going away from you, and it looks like it's dropping, but it's not dropping. It's just going across. but the way our eyes are shaped and designed, and the way we see things, the way we process it, the way it looks like things are converging from the left in, the right in, and then up down, and down up. Like it converges.
All it is it's just a hijacking of perspective. That's all that it's been ever. Why people think the Earth is a globe. It's just hijacking how we see the Earth. That's all.
Is this guy going to talk about the Earth yet, or is he still just talking about the sun?
We're at Burj Khalifa right now, 200 floors above the horizontal plane.
Does that tip away from him when he walks away from the Burj Khalifa? Is it tipping away from him?
Good point.
Yeah, how much? Like, what does he think about tipping?
You can climb a tree and see it again.
Yeah, he was telling me that he wanted to have the argument as set up as we have our flat Earth, he has his globe Earth. How does this work on the Burj Khalifa? That's why I was like, no, you don't start like that. You start with you have a true premise. Is it true that the Earth is a globe? Is it true that the Earth is flat? Which one of those premises is true? Then you go into the Burj Khalifa observation. Cairo.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I've been sitting in this chat for a while. I was just curious of, what you have to say. So, I mean, I understand that you guys, I come from.
You're not going to address what I just said. Like,
yeah, he's running away.
No,
we're not going to even.
Imagine joining the channel and just being like, "Hey guys, I want to talk about something that has nothing to do with the topic whatsoever," and then be like, "How do you explain that?" It's like, "Are you okay? What's up with you right now?"
Oh my! Look at the time. It's getting kind of late over here. So, yeah, we get it. We get it, Cairo.
I think you did a good job though. I would count that 5-0. Still first inning. No outs yet.
Yeah. Geez, dude.
Yeah.
Sometimes you feel kind of bad. You don't. Yeah. Just want to leave them with a little shred.
Right.
I didn't come in here. I didn't come here with the idea that I was going to, upend your guys' thing. I was just more of probing to see where you guys would land.
Okay. Yeah. Well, how about just the Earth? How about the Earth? How about we land on the Earth, the surface of the Earth? How do you describe it?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it's a globe.
Does surface be curved, or is curved?
It's a globe. Yeah. It's a globe. Yeah.
Is that curved or flat?
What is?
Is a curved surface? Yeah, would a curved surface be curved, or would a curved surface be flat?
Like it, I guess it depends on your reference frame.
What the fuck?
What?
Like, ultimately, it's curved, but
okay,
does it depend if you're human?
I can answer. A curved surface is curved. A flat surface is flat.
But does it depend if you're an actual person or maybe you're a cartoon? No.
It's still curved. Curves are curved.
I know he's gonna come up with something. It's not like I'm trying to like.
I'm good. I understand. That guy was kind of annoying where he's like he just wanted to call you idiots. I don't agree with that. Well,
we get that all the time. It's not like
Well,
that's every
never
channel.
Gonna change.
Yeah, you could go to every channel. There's some squawker just squawking their ass off about how the whole channel's an idiot, except for them. Like, you could ask them. Just go to all the guest channels. Like right here, Communist Room. There's somebody, you say, hey, how often do you get people in here just squawking that you're all idiots? Like, all day. It happens all day, huh?
When they do it in here, then I issue them a triangle test and we find out who the idiots are.
Okay, yeah, they usually get upset at Radwin for that too. Like they storm out. But yeah, that guy earlier, Crit, he said he was going to come back. He was excited to say, "I'm gonna do research and I'm gonna come back tomorrow same time." So, okay. I mean, I have my money. He's not coming back, but he said he is.
I remember that earlier. Yeah, the guy was like, well, how do you explain eclipses? You're like, well, what's an eclipse? I don't know what the fuck eclipse is. I'm just curious.
It's like he's bringing it up as evidence for the Earth being a globe, and I said, okay, so talking about how do you know it's the Earth? Well, I don't know. I've never seen one. Well, my God, dude, why are you using this as something to say that it's a globe? Like, it's
okay,
strange.
But I think that's a good point.
No, it's not. What do you mean?
Yeah, because
he didn't know what a lunar eclipse was, and he was using it as a claim to say that it was a globe based on that.
But
Yeah,
solar,
it's like, how is that
so
you
solar
too?
eclipses.
You're like, hey, look at the
lunar
sun.
eclipse thing.
Like, and then explain it. You're like, well, what about the Burj Khalifa? I don't know.
Yeah.
The same thing, dude. You have no idea. Like, you point up in the sky and just say ball. And then, like, what? What are you talking about? Like, which way is the Earth? Is the Earth up or is the Earth down? You're like, I don't know.
why? So I think that scientists, or I know that scientists, were able to predict the, let's say, 2024 solar eclipse. They knew exactly where it would go, what time it was, and stuff. So, are they using a flat Earth model to?
Yes, it's not
predict
science. Yes, it's not science.
Definitely not science. Yeah.
It actually kind
What
of
is it?
science.
What do you mean?
It's an observation, brother. We're just seeing something.
I know, but how are they able to predict where the solar eclipse will go?
It's a Saros cycle.
That because they've seen it happen before. How about that for an answer?
Okay.
it's happened like this, every how many years, and then here it comes again. There it is. It happened again. Oh, how did they know that? Well, maybe because it's cyclical in nature. I don't know. I'm just spitballing here.
Okay, so you guys think it's cyclical, but that you don't exactly know why
It is a cycle. Not we think it is. It is a cycle.
Okay, it is a cycle, and you guys think, but you guys don't know what it is. You think it's like a self-eclipsing or some kind of optical phenomenon. You don't know the physical way it happens.
You do? You know the cause? You were just asking for the determination of the predictability of it. Now you're saying, well, we got to know what it is, actually?
I'm not saying you have to know. I'm just trying to clarify your
You don't even know that. You don't even know that. Come on, Cairo. You don't even know.
It's the Earth's shadow on the moon.
Yeah. How do you know that it's the Earth's shadow, Cairo? I'm going to ask you like I asked the other guy. How do you know it's the Earth's shadow? Uh-huh.
Yeah.
And?
Okay.
Well, it's the same thing. It's like you guys are just assuming it's your shadow and you're just making declarations. Oh, it's your shadow. Nice. You didn't prove it.
All right. All right. Yeah. I'll head out. I don't want to leave anybody hanging though. So if you have any direct questions for me that are like,
no, you don't know anything. How am I going to ask something of somebody who doesn't know shit?
Okay, I don't know. You just want to make fun of me then. If you want to ask me, and I'll.
It's just stating the obvious, bro.
Like, how about this? Would you ask somebody a question and they don't know anything?
You didn't focus on the Earth.
Okay, fair.
All your focus was things in the sky.
That's also true.
What was that?
You didn't focus on the Earth. You focused on things in the sky.
And then that's why.
Yeah, so I was trying to, go more for like observable. I think that sunsets are like one of the most observable, easy ways to.
Well, we
unfortunately
can
not proving to you, but
yeah, we can thank Captain Obvious for that. Yeah.
Yeah, we see sunsets, and then what? We see sunsets, and then what?
Automatically, the Earth is a globe somehow.
And it stays.
Boom! There it is.
It's the same angular size, which shows that the Earth is rotating rather than the sun is moving away from
That
us.
is not true.
Dude, you are just full of like assertions today. It feels good when you say it that way, huh, Cairo?
So when the sun doesn't set, then what? When it doesn't set, then what?
It stays the same angular size throughout the day.
Dude.
And then what? And then what?
Demonstrations showing
And then what?
Bennett,
That's hilarious.
Bennett, you're coming in really
I
choppy.
just posted a time lapse from Africa. Tell me that sun is the same size.
Yeah, okay. That's your black swan.
But he only needs one to show you that you're debunked, bro. Like, it's, of course. Black swan means that one instance debunks their whole premise that it stays the same angular size, bro. Like, I mean...
You see the sun doing whatever it does.
Gee, bro.
And then what?
I mean, it's just
you find that convincing. I don't. It's. I understand that. That's yes.
It goes against what you said.
If I could observe that, that would make me question some stuff.
You are observing it. What do you mean, dude? It's happening right now in the GIF.
Yeah, but I don't believe you. You guys are conspiracy theorists. I don't believe you guys arguing honestly, and you don't believe me to be arguing honestly.
Wait a second. You just said, I don't believe you guys because you're conspiracy theorists. You're actually the conspiracy theorist, dude. We're just showing you shit. We're showing you something. We're showing you something, and you're forming this that people are out to get you. They're all going to lie to you. You're the conspiracy theorist.
Okay, guys.
You think that
so? I'm gonna leave, and you guys can have your brief conversation and make fun of me. I appreciate anybody that was being, respectful. I try to be respectful. So
you can run away.
Yeah,
run.
Yeah, sure. If you want to say I'm running away, sure.
Yeah, never talk.
I got what I wanted.
Join the server. Join the channel. Said, hey, flat earthers. Do you want to talk about the Earth? Talk about the sky. Then runs away.
Yeah, keep it flat, homie.
I don't know, guys. I don't know if I'm all on board with this Earth is flat thing.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's your prerogative.
It seems like it would make more sense for the Earth to be like a square, doesn't it?
No. Prove it.
Prove it.
What about a donut?
What about a donut?
Prove that too. Where's the evidence? Where's the evidence of the Earth being anything other than we observe it to be? Huh? How about that?
Donuts require curve. We don't have measure any curve, so it's not a donut either. Dummies.
What if we're just on the top of the donut?
Yeah, whatever.
The universe is flat.
No curve, no donut.
Actually,
universe is flat.
if you guys would actually try to go at the argument, really, you would see how far you can get. The fact is, dude, you guys can't. I mean, there's like no contest here. There's no debate. It's just you guys have like an imagination that runs wild. And we're just pointing that out. Like, yeah. Hopefully you guys are having a good time listening to our chats. We had Bev come in here with his ramblings this morning.
Damn.
You done missed that.
I know, like he like melted down on another server yesterday. I told him I would grant him Jester's privilege. Did he end up getting muted or what happened?
Bro, it's so funny that you said that, Crit, because I said that because you know how he's always on Jaren's jock, dude, all the time. Jaren this and Witsit that and Nathan this and shit like this. So he said this morning when he came in. He's like, well, I'm going to go over to Jaren's today and we're going to have a little chatty chat. And he's like, I'm going to, I don't know, I guess approve or I don't know what he said. Because he was like, I'm a guy who talks about logic. I'm going to post in the text chat what he put in here this morning. He said, Jaren made this statement here. It's like the Black Swan, he said. So it's showing the modus tollens and the logical form of the argument of what the Black Swan is. Based on that, we're using that to say that the Earth is not flat. And I'm like, oh, really? And so I was like, go ahead and show me. So he posted this, that what Jaren has been saying. I don't know if can you guys see the logic form there? Or illogic. It's illogical. It's not logical. But anyways, the modus tollens is presented there. At the very end, the if P then Q. So it says, if the Earth is flat with a clockwise sun that goes around the continents in a 24-hour, that's the P, dude. You imagine that? So if the Earth is flat with a clockwise sun. So what's wrong with that first sentence there for the P statement?
Yeah, so what's that? So the sun, the Earth, therefore sun?
Yeah.
Like, what the fuck, dude?
Yeah, well, you and everybody else who's seen this, like the way, and he's like, well, Jaren is, he constructed this Modus Tollens, so yeah, it's therefore the Earth is not flat. Look at the end, the not P, so the Earth is not flat based on this premise. I was like, well, you have to start with the true premise. I was like, is that a true premise that you're starting
you have
with?
To show that. Plus, you got to show your if. Where's the if at?
Yep. So I was like, dude, this is a hot mess, bro. This is a train wreck. I was like, there's no way. And if you're going to give him a pat on the back or whatever when you go meet him today, and you say, dude, Jaren, I mean, this is great. It's what we needed, right? No. They're like, you should make him, at least make him aware. If you're a logical guy, make him aware of the statement that he's making here is completely illogical, dude. There's nothing here that's true. So, but he's like, wasn't that what the Modus Tollens for the Black Swan? When you talk about if P, then Q, like the Earth is a radius of 3959. I was like, yeah, but we're talking about the ground. In this statement, Jaren is talking about the sky, the sun moving about, because he's like, well, that's what they went to, TFE, and went to go do that over there. But then again, because Jaren debunked flat Earth based on the sun, what it was doing? No. The Modus Tollens is based on the long-distance observation for the Earth being a horizontal plane was based on the fact that it's not a globe because the floor is demonstrating itself as a horizontal plane. Nothing to do with the sun moving around in the sky. So Bev was just, what's wrong with this argument? And I was just going on. Blood Sticker came in with him and they were, doing that.
Oh yeah, I saw Blood was in here muted, so I just missed it.
How people follow that guy around and think he's amazing with his logic, I can never make any sense of that. But it is what it is, I guess.
Anyway, on another. Oh god.
No, I was just gonna say that's his argument. But if he knew that you were in here, I'm pretty sure, because I told him that what you said, that little side remark about him being a jester. I was like, so yeah. Jaren's like the king, gonna allow you in his presence. Oh, here's one of my peasants. Go ahead, Bev. Would you like to congratulate me on my well-founded, statement here? And Bev's gonna be like, yes, sir. You did a great job with logic. Thank you for hitting those flat earthers right where it hurts. Like, dude. I mean, I made that kind of similarity that he's just like, like a jester would. Like, I don't know why. We were on the same wavelength thinking that, but I just pointed that out because I mentioned that to him.
Yeah, because he was on another server yesterday trying to say that I should be banned. I should be removed from the server because I've taken pictures of his family in his house from outside. And then the admin was like, is this true? I'm like, fuck no, it's not true. I don't know what the hell he's talking about. He's like, freaking out. And then finally the guy's like, Bev, right now, produce the evidence that Crit did this. And then he just backpedaled. Oh, I didn't say Crit did that. I just said they. They have done that. And you go, okay, who is they? Is Crit part of that group that you think did this? Specific, like he really had, like I go, Bev's never going to answer a question. He's just going to talk in vagues, like they did this and they did that. And he finally said, okay, no, Crit never said he did that. Or, I can't remember exactly how he worded that. He's like, okay, so why should he be removed from the server again? And Bev just posted a GIF and ran away. I'm trying to find where this is at now. Like, just accusing people of things. Always get you to play the defensive. You're like, oh, a dark horse. So Bev is a dark horse, apparently.
He's not what he's puffed up to be. And, I mean, I guess in people's minds that follow him, he probably is, but.
Well, not even. I mean, think of their group. It used to be big. They used to have like 30, 40 people. It's like down to like 2. Him and Emma, and that's it.
Yeah, but I don't know, man. He was in here this morning doing his little shtick, and he always goes back to the Modus Tollens. So he's like, "So you guys have over the years changed your argument." The way he talks,
Okay, so
like, dude, like, yeah, I was like, "There's been some arguments that have changed, but not like, like what are you saying?" He's like, "Well, in regards to the Black Swan argument," like he's always saying that, bro, all the time. That's all he ever talks about. Black Swan this, Black Swan that. That's all his content is. Pretty annoying. And there's no depth to him. Like,
real globe.
What is Black Swan?
Yeah, he's a real glober. Like, so whatever, I mean, sure. Just take your globe and just do it.
And he's like, you don't want to hear. He's like, you don't want to hear my argument.
You're right.
I was like, well,
I don't.
He's like, I prove the true globe. I'm like, bro, dude. I was like, drop it like it's hot, bro. Like, let's see what you got, man. He's just a little teasing. I was like, dude, I don't want to, Bev. I don't want to play footsies under the table with you, bro. Just give me what you got, bro. Let's see it. Show it to us. What do you got? I mean, if you have anything, like, well, I gotta be going. So, like, what? That hurt, man. Fuck, like, it's just like a road to nowhere. It's like a non-argument, really. He leaves you just like, well, did we get anywhere? Like, absolutely not. We did not get anywhere. Actually, we're in a worse position talking to him.
More confused. Like, are you sure you're on the right server? Like, where are you? Like,
yeah, Mick. I don't know, Mick's here. Or somebody was like mentioning, I think it was Mick. It was like, dude, I mean, I've been listening to him in a server or whatever, but I feel like I'm more confused listening to him than I am, like, I don't know. And then they pick on you, that's a whole other thing, but.
What was that? I heard my name.
Yeah, Bev earlier, remember?
Yeah.
I was just letting Crit know about what we talked about, what he was saying when he was here.
Oh yeah. He presented a sort of an attempt of a counter as saying, oh, you guys present the false dichotomy or something, and then he retorted with basically a false dichotomy, and like
flatter globe is a false dichotomy.
He flipped it. Yeah, he flipped it, and then he presents, oh well, basically, like what is he saying? He basically says, oh, if it's not flat, it's a globe, but he seems to be trying to say, oh, it's not perfectly flat, and therefore a globe.
We got mountains. Mick. Yeah. That's why.
But that doesn't work. Like, if it's not perfectly flat, it could be imperfectly flat, right? If it's not perfectly globular, it could be globular. Like, but these types of arguments, like logically speaking, those follow, right? But he paints the picture as it's basically one, or that we're saying one.
Yeah,
and then
globe denotes. Yeah, but the problem is the globe denotes shape. Flat is a description of the properties of a shape. That's the difference.
Yeah, that's true. That's a whole other story,
Yeah,
it's just,
that's
or a whole other layer to his faulty.
Because it's dude, I don't know. Well, he comes and goes. I don't give a shit about Bev coming in here, and Elder Bear and Bloodsticker and all their other acolytes, the Bevites, all the ites.
Bevites. He said that's a bigoted statement to say Bevite.
Oh yeah, you're bigot.
And then he went on to call. He says, in his worldview, if you add "ite" to a group of people, then that's bigoted. He then says, like 24/7 ites, crit ites, like this other server I'm on, like Rondel ites. He adds ites to all kinds of shit. I'm like, didn't you just say your logic, the Bev try-thinking logic, adding an ITE to anything makes the person bigoted, then you did that. You just confessed that inside your own worldview you're bigoted. Otherwise, you wouldn't have done it. You just said that this is a key ID feature.
Does that mean that the Mennonites are products of bigots? So the Menons called the Mennonites, the Menons, Mennonites, bigots.
He's so his thinking has been so fractured because he got trolled. Like he's been trolled so hard that even internally he's a walking, talking contradiction. Bev, do you think adding ITE to a word makes the person a bigot? He's like, yes. Why would you do it then? He's like, I didn't. You did. You right here. Here's a screenshot. You added 24/7ites. Does that make you bigoted? Well, no, it doesn't.
Oh, yeah, too?
Well, you just, okay, so does it or doesn't it? Yes and no. Okay, you contradicted. No, I didn't.
What a guy.
Yeah, he's just a joy. It's just like to point and laugh. Like really just pure entertainment value. Jester's privilege.
Yeah, he's going to go on the echo chamber, Jaronism, where Jaron never gets challenged every day with oncoming Globers onto his panel. He circle jerk themselves into oblivion, dude, over there. And all their followers and such. We got Owlishness. Is that Owlish? Is that you? Is that you, Owlish? It's probably not.
Yeah.
What's up, man?
Hey, it's been a while.
Hey, what's up?
Still keeping it globish?
Yeah. I am still a globite.
Still? Man.
Yeah, man.
How?
I wish I could have... I wish I could have improved upon the arguments of the other people who were here because, I mean, they could have used way better examples of the sun doing unusual things, but they instead chose to focus on other things.
Well, so the sun disappeared. Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say, do you think sky gazing is a great way to tell how the Earth is a globe, or is that what you're...
No, but the precession of the sun over the precession of the sun over the Earth does have like a significant tell on like the not the shape of the Earth so much, but the way the Earth actually, not so much the shape of the Earth, but the rotation of the Earth.
Rotation. Okay, so show us how the sun moving across the surface, or excuse me, the sun moving across the sky shows us that the Earth is moving.
So I'll just use this one example. In several countries, there's something called a Lahaina. I'm probably not saying that right. Noon, where in the tropics there is at a specific time a zero shadow day. Right, and this happens like twice a year. So it's not like the sun is consistently doing this day after day. There's some stipulation that would make it so that the sun is behaving in a different manner. And because if we were to compare the way, I don't know like what the updated lore is. I don't know if there's like a map or a model of how the sun actually functions on a flat Earth. Then its precession over the Earth doesn't make any sense if there's only twice a year that this occurs in specific latitudes.
Are you talking about a geographic location in particular, or are you just saying? Are you just saying it only overall, like anywhere anybody is, anytime?
No. So this is in a specific location. These are in specific latitudes. So why would it be that only twice a year if the sun has a measurable or like a predictable precession? What exactly is the sun doing? If
it's moving across the sky. Like, what's so hard about that? Like, yeah.
Because
what'd you say?
The path it's taking doesn't make any sense.
Why not?
In regards to its daily, because I just demonstrated, or I just told you about a time when.
Alish, we've seen the solar analemma. Yes, have you not seen that? You know what that is?
Is that what I just was talking about? No.
Well, it should be.
No. So.
Well, no, I'm telling you, it should be, because if you're saying the sun's path in the sky resembles something, well, then the path that we're saying that it resembles is the figure of 8, right? So it would stand to reason that it stops at 2 points, and then it returns back. Like it goes to the one tropic of Capricorn and one tropic of Cancer, and it returns back. And in between there, people can take the image of the sun, and it looks like it's making a certain path in the sky. Like if you take a picture of the sun, throughout the year, it does that figure of 8. So what's wrong with that? Like that's showing you a pattern that it does. Is it not?
It can't take a figure of 8 if you have. Yeah. It can't take a figure of 8 if you have only twice a year that this specific thing occurs in specific latitudes. So there has to be some stipulation that is making specifically occur.
Dude, this is happening anywhere. This is happening anywhere on Earth. So just type in solar analemma, and then you could see that everywhere on Earth they see this figure of 8 pattern, but it's in a different orientation depending on whatever geographic location you are. And that's true.
Right. I'm talking about this specific location, and it goes right along with at the. Actually, let me make sure I'm correct or accurate when I'm talking about this. In the tropics of the solar moon, the tropics between the Tropic of Cancer latitude. Well, I don't think I'm entire. Mm-hmm. I have to look it up, but
yeah, look it up.
I'm kind of driving right now, so like.
Oh, well, then don't look it up.
Yeah, so
keep your eyes on the road.
It kind of correlates back to.
We got the McDonald's drive-thru happening
does not
right
function
now.
Properly. Oh, sorry, I'm in the mountains.
Yeah, well, you're choppy and whatnot.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm driving through the mountains, so I'm probably losing signal.
Well, you're coming through right there, but maybe try finishing from.
I hear
you were just a little choppy.
Oh yeah. Sorry, yeah. So Foucault's we've discussed Foucault's pendulum before, but
for hours, yeah.
There's a specific amount. Yeah, there's a specific phenomenon where it doesn't function correctly at the equator because
or Antarctica.
Yeah, it doesn't function properly. So there's something about those parts of the Earth that make it so it doesn't function, and then there's a so it's not like it works not at the equator and then suddenly it works if you move off the equator.
Okay, so what's the cause for that phenomena?
Change.
What's the cause for that phenomena? Owlishness. Or I should say anomaly.
I might have to come back. I'm sorry, I might have to come back in because I keep Huh?
Am I dropping or are you dropping?
Was the Earth padded flat or is it naturally flat? Is it naturally flat or was it padded flat, right? Did a god make it flat? Patty cake,
Okay,
that type of thing?
Dude, hold on. Okay, slow down. All right? You got wee-weed up. You got really wee-weed up, okay? So a god, a supernatural being, could do anything. Okay, that's why the globe side says their God made a perfect model. So going down that road, you're going to end up at whatever your God told you. Supernatural claim. Did your God tell you globe or did your God tell you flat? That doesn't help the conversation at all.
So we're just focusing on the flat, not whether if it was padded flat or naturally flat.
Yeah, if a god padded or if a god
You think that
rolled
the
the
Earth is a
ball.
globe, dude?
Yeah, okay. Inside the globe model, you've got people who think the Earth is a globe, who also think God did that. Okay, this is a Catholic
you have
Church.
Globers that think that the globe happened naturally, right?
By
Yeah,
God.
those two.
Natural by
No,
God.
no.
There isn't any
It is explained through the scientific method that the
they said God did.
globe
God did it.
originated naturally.
By God.
No,
They say
no.
God did it. There isn't any natural force like the Big Bang cosmology. That's brought to you by the Catholic Church. They say, how did the Big Bang happen? They tell you God did it. Copernicus says, how was a heliocentric model made? He said God made it. God made perfect circles and perfect circular orbits.
Say that, right? But there's a natural explanation. Why
all the astronauts say God did it. When they went to the moon, if you believe their story, they brought a Bible to the moon. They broke bread on the moon. They stopped and read from the Bible. All of it.
That's crazy. I never knew any of this. That's crazy.
Yeah, because that's why asking if God did it or not doesn't get you anywhere in this conversation. Because you're going to have to say, if God didn't do it, then your answer is all the astronauts are lying to you. All the scientists are lying to you. The whole Catholic Church, everybody's in on it. It's a massive conspiracy to fool you into thinking God of the Bible made the earth the way it is.
Yeah, but that the God of the Bible made the earth flat.
That's for a different channel. That's for the conspiracy channel. To think that
I thought it was relevant. Thank you for correcting me. I thought the question was:
if the Earth is a globe, you have to ask how many people are in on it. How many astronauts know that God didn't do it? They just said that God did it anyway. The current director of NASA, hold on, dude, pump the brakes. The current director of NASA, Bill Nelson, said that God of the Bible told him to come out of retirement because he was the only person to return America back to the moon. Because God told him that he's an astronaut and a statesman. He's got the special skill set. He worked as an astronaut and worked as a congressman. So now he can make it happen. And if he fails, then he knows that America is no longer the shining beacon on the hill endowed by God. So that tells you that now that America has failed using God's guidance, you have to think about that. Why has there been no moon mission?
That's concerning, right? That these public officials are God believers. That's crazy.
No, it's not, because inside the founding documents, they tell you we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, endowed by their creator. So
they don't talk about the people in government God that likes to circumcise boys. That's crazy.
Well, now you're getting crazy. Now you're getting weird again. They're talking about a God, a supernatural being. So when you go to NASA, dude, hold on. If you go to the Vehicle Assembly Lab at NASA, there's a huge sign on the wall. It says, "In God we trust. Everybody else bring your data." Are they in on it, or do they only trust God? Which one is that?
That's crazy, right? Because God has not been demonstrated to even exist, let alone attributes.
They demonstrated with a moon mission. They demonstrated with the heliocentric model that all these things cannot. But Newton said it best. Newton said that the heavenly bodies move in such perfect mathematical descriptions that it could have only been made by a supernatural being, and this can't be denied. So is he
they
in
move
on
according to their properties. There's nothing that exists that doesn't have properties.
That's perfectly in line with mathematics. That shows you that God did that. God did that. So his understanding of math, the guy who invented calculus, has told you that the model is so perfect, it matches the observation in the model matched so perfectly, it was without error.
It doesn't comport to a biblical God, right? The biblical God is a cartoon.
The God of the Bible. He said the God of the Bible. You need to look up what Newton said. Newton said the God of the Bible cannot be denied.
No. He absolutely can. He's a desert demon war god, right? That can't defeat iron chariots. This is crazy to propose that he's the the god of the...
You need to take up with the conspiracy channel then, because all those people would have to be in on it.
I don't know. It just seems like you don't want to answer the question. Was the Earth padded flat or not?
That's a wrong channel. You're in the wrong channel. That would be the conspiracy channel. You're looking for a conspiracy theory, not a flat Earth.
So you don't want to discuss origins?
Yeah, if you want to discuss origins, you can use any of the claims made by the Catholic Church. Big Bang.
Was it always flat? Was the Earth always here and flat?
Yeah, you can think about that all you want, or you can just talk about why we're here. What do you observe? What do you see? It seems like you want to avoid the question. You want to avoid the question. Is the Earth made by God or not? Which one is it?
Well, no, it's like when I see a mud puddle, I think
a mud puddle now. Okay.
Yeah. I think, look, that puddle flattened out, right? At one time it probably was dry. Now there's a puddle there. I'm just thinking about origins, right? So like, was the Earth poured out? Did it have a beginning? Like, how did it? Is it eternally flat?
If you ask the Catholic Church, they'll tell you all about their Big Bang cosmology. God bless America. God bless Catholic Church. God bless NASA.
You gotta give the guy a handicap. He's a wise ape. Remember, an ape. So just give him a handicap, bro.
Yeah, everyone likes people like a wise guy. They don't like a wise ass.
Look,
have you actually read the Bible?
I'm a deconstructed Christian pastor. Yes, I've read the entire Bible through a PDF reader, every single jot and tittle. And I'm telling you, it's crazy. I feel like I'm being gaslit or punked. This is not
why did they bring it? If it's that crazy, why did they bring a Bible to the moon? So
it's
Edgar Mitchell,
and
Edgar Mitchell,
authorities or any
you're not paying attention here. You're not paying attention. Edgar Mitchell, Apollo 14, brought a Bible to the moon. When he got back, they asked him. It's the
worst document ever written. It's like this poorly written piece of trash.
Why did you bring a Bible to the moon?
LARPing? Yeah, he's LARPing.
Yeah. No, they asked him.
You know that a wise ape will listen. A wise ape will listen, right?
They asked Edgar Mitchell.
That's what a wise ape will do.
Hey, Mr. Astronaut, why would you bring a Bible to the moon? He says, in case something happens to the Earth and aliens come here in the future, like all humanity's gone, like all life is gone, at least they'll be able to find the Bible on the moon that will tell the aliens exactly what we stood for and exactly what our values were.
We don't stand for that. That's crazy. These people have gone berserk.
You got to take that up with NASA because they got a moon Bible that hard counters your claim that that's not the most important book ever written.
It's an absolutely trash document. People who support it, they don't read it. I would bring ChatGPT, right? A living document, a super intelligence, right? We have fucking stuff that can. It doesn't even. Huh? Yes. Okay, it's a super intelligence.
Go tell NASA to get rid of the Moon Bible and replace it with a chatbot.
Yeah, exactly.
You can talk about which Pokemon.
I have more content than the Bible and more commentary than anything you ever written on the Bible.
Get ready
with ChatGPT, right? This document needs to be archived.
You should use ChatGPT to talk about the Moon Bible and see what it comes up with. Go right now. Go say, hey, ChatGPT, why is it so important that America left the Bible on the moon? And have it tell you. It'll tell you why it's important.
Because it's a prop. That's why. I don't have to ask ChatGPT. I already know.
Oh, now you don't need
a prop.
So now ChatGPT is worthless. It just took you one question to get to the point where now your ChatGPT, it works, then it doesn't work. Then it works, then it doesn't work.
Well, no, I could sure, I can go on a side quest about moon Bibles. I wasn't expecting this, but it's fun.
It'd be good to get there. That you could understand why that they the director, the first director of NASA, von Braun, has on his headstone the firmament, the Bible passage discussing the firmament.
Yeah, it's cool.
That's God's handiwork.
No, it's to add gravity, or it's lore, right? This is how religions persist. It's theatrics, right? Well, competent men make spaceships and shit, and then a religion like SpaceX, right? They take the X and they turn it upside down, make it a cross, and now, oh look, Jesus is flying our rockets. No, it's not about Christianity. It's about our competency, and then it gets co-opted by Christians or whatever crazy religion that wants to do theatrics, right? And they're like, "Oh, look."
Can you get to the topic, though? Can you get to the topic of the Earth back?
Yeah, this guy is atheist, and he wants to piss off flat Earth.
Hold on, guys. Why is it? We're not here to listen to you whine about your religious experience or why you think God is this or that. Do you have evidence that the Earth is a globe? Yes or no? You want to bitch and moan about religion? Well, then fuck off. Why don't you? Yeah.
All right, and I'm gonna fuck off in a straight line on the.
Do it without. Yeah, long good days. We don't do that shit here either. Just fucking leave.
Yeah, see, like what this guy did was he took Flat Earth, and he went to NASA, peeled off the religious sticker off it, walked over to Flat Earth, slapped that sticker on Flat Earth, and then pretended like Flat Earth was a religious claim. Dude, go back and just put that sticker back on NASA. And then talk to them about why.
He's bitching and moaning about religion, dude. This is the wrong fucking chat for that. Get your ass out of here. Just keep his dumb ass muted. Fuck that guy.
It does say in the Bible, God sits upon the circle of the earth. Or God sits above the circle
that's great.
Of the earth, so.
Yeah, but this is not that, right? This chat is talking about whether the earth is a globe based on empirical information. Now, where can we go from there? Let's start there.
This is why, this is why the big thing happened.
No. I was just debunking his claim overall that it doesn't say in the Bible what it is, and it does. So I was just debunking that claim that he made. But anyway,
doesn't matter.
No, I know it doesn't matter, but anyway, sorry. Go ahead.
The problem is that the atheists were so badly defeated in the Great Meme War, like the 2012 to like 2014. They were just utterly destroyed. They were on the run. Their spaces, their internet spaces were fully defeated. Their nonprofit organizations were shrouded in scandal. Their main speakers were just nailed by Me Too. One scandal, just one controversy after another. And so rather than rebrand themselves and tried to find a way to get back into the zeitgeist of the public square, they decided to take a shot at someone they thought were religious people. They said, look at these flat earthers. We can defeat that group quick and become relevant again. But what they failed to realize is that even if people disagree with flat earthers, they disagree with atheists even more. So then you saw the Barbra Streisand effect. No one's paying attention to flat earthers. The atheists tried to deem flat earthers as some kind of dangerous online religious cult, and now atheism has been on the run ever since and been unable to recover. This was a self-inflicted wound. You guys should have stayed relevant, stayed on topic, and not diverted to other minority groups. Had you just kept on message, cleaned house, got rid of the scumbags in your movement, and rebranded, you probably would have been better off right now.
Was that a mic drop moment? Is this silent? What's going on?
Yeah, I think someone muted him.
Yeah, and banned him.
Oh, booted him?
Yeah, fuck that guy, dude. No.
Okay.
Hell no. It's just a lot of inane garbage, and we're just going to be here circle jerking his fucking idea why he hates God and this and that. I don't give a fuck about him saying that shit. Fuck that.
Yeah,
this chat has nothing to do with that.
I love the fucking sound.
Sorry, but it's raw. But...
It's a shame to hear that.
Some people are so confident. I think they realize.
I had a couple of weeks ago. There's an old boy atheist came in here talking about he wants to burn all the Bibles. I'm like, how do you plan on getting to the Bible on the moon? You'll never get to them. Like inside your worldview, the Earth is not a flat. Therefore, you have to destroy all Bibles. What's your plan to get the Moon Bible?
The Moon Bible. That's hilarious. What version is it? I wonder what version it is.
Yeah, what's interesting, I think it's a KJV. What's interesting is that when Crit pointed it out to him, that it's not what I guess he's an atheist. Who the fuck knows? But he was just pointed out to him it was a Christian conservative worldview that put the man on the moon, and it's all regulated to those guys. That's facts. That's what they're declaring. That's why Crit's telling him that. He's like, well, I didn't know that. Well, then you're fucking wrong with your idea that, atheists are like hard skeptics and shit. They're not, dude. We're the ones that were saying the moon landing was fake in the very beginning. Yeah? They're not the ones that have the position to say that the Earth is a globe and shit like this, which was what the other guy had a beef in here, who was an atheist and a flat earther on top of it. If you can imagine that. His name was Mathematician, by the way, if you run into him.
You know what's interesting is an atheist, correct me if I'm wrong, does an atheist believe in the devil or no deities at all?
Who knows? Who cares?
Yeah,
An atheist is somebody.
We do not care.
The reason why I ask,
no beliefs, and agnostic recognizes that there could be.
So the reason why I ask is because
it's not a religious server, man. Come on, man.
The reason why I ask is because an atheist that believes or doesn't believe, then what do they? I'm curious. How do they feel about the satanic rituals within NASA?
Atheist, man.
Well, yeah, obviously, right? Like I'm just saying, like that makes me think. Like, what do they think? The way they feel in NASA, there's this like satanic like underlining. But they're atheists, so do they also dispel NASA because they're atheists? I'm just curious.
I don't know. I don't care.
Bro, that's the thing.
Hold on. Were we talking to Aulish earlier? Maybe.
Yeah, she was trying to provide evidence that the sun is actually showing that the Earth is in motion.
Yeah, I mean, not only is there evidence of the Earth being in motion, but like I'm specifically hi Creation Bear. I'm specifically talking about how this sun doesn't have like it has a predictable path, but it's not a consistent path. It's not a path that would make sense because it's not like once a year. It's not like once a year the sun just like takes a quick diversion off to the side and like makes it so there's no shadows in one specific place. Because the Earth's orientation has to have.
Wait, maybe you asked her about the Analema.
Right, but how does that work? How does that work?
Yeah.
But how does that work in correlation?
Because that is the consistent path.
Yeah, that's what I told her.
How does that?
You asked her what an Analema was. She was like, I don't know.
No, but how does that work in correlation with?
But there's a consistent path right there.
What's the word I'm looking for? I just forgot the word I was looking for.
I have no idea, Alice.
Eclipses. So how does that work in correlation with eclipses, which aren't consistent?
You're trying to. Yeah, I know. You're trying to describe events that occur within the sun's path. That's what you're saying, right?
Yeah.
The inconsistency to you is that throughout the sun's path, we have these anomalies, like these events that occur And then you're trying to fit a worldview that encumbers the flat Earth with these events. Yes?
Right, and I'm also using correlations from the fact that you have Foucault's pendulum that doesn't work at specific points on Earth.
We're not looking at that. That you can't determine the cause for the effect on there, nor can you do it when you're looking at the sky either. But I'm showing you that within the sun's path, that's a predicted path that has a way that you can determine like what it looks like throughout the whole year with the analemma. The analemma is the direct way that you know in what way the path of the sun looks to be having every day throughout the whole year. So that you can see. Now within that, right, within that path, there's going to be events that occur, like lunar and solar eclipses. However, you're going to say that in your idea, your mind is that you're having the sun in like a syzygy alignment with the ball planet Earth, and then the moon and the sun. They got to be aligned in a certain way to cause this event to occur. So you're trying to square that idea with the flat Earth. Because in your idea, you think there's a cause and effect relationship. But what we're saying is you don't know the cause to the effect. And I could stand on that right now. And I could tell you, how do you know that the idea that there's a syzygy happening with the alignment of the planet and then the moon and the sun, how do you think that occurs when you don't even know if that's the Earth occulting the sunlight to cause the lunar eclipse? If you don't know that that's the actual Earth doing that, then how can you say that cosmology is true? How do you know that's true if you can't even prove that's the Earth, Alish?
So does the moon have a fixed path?
Yes, determined. Yes, it has its own analemma too, but it's on a monthly analemma.
So if the moon has a fixed path, if the moon has its fixed path and the sun has its fixed path, and those things work, and then you have these events that occur every year with the sun, then why
multiple
is it that
times?
you
Yeah,
don't
sometimes.
have consistent? So then why don't you have consistent events that happen with the moon in correlation?
Because
with the sun?
you're giving the cause and effect relationship. You're giving the cause and effect relationship to these three, right? The Earth, the sun, and the moon. And in order for that to occur, like the event, then there has to be some way that you put all three of those in a cause and effect relationship. But we're not doing that because when we see the event, we can't say the cause is the moon or the Earth getting in the way of the light. So if the solar eclipse,
that is the point.
Well, the point is you're assuming the cause is happening because the moon's interrupting the sunlight for the solar eclipse, and the lunar eclipse, the Earth is getting in the way of the sunlight. So in your mind, you already know the cause, and you're trying to say, like, flat earther, how are you telling me the cause is happening? What we're telling you is you don't even know that's the cause. You assume that's the cause, but assumption is not providing evidence that it is.
So we can use an assumption, kind of like how when we have a math problem, 1 + 1 + x equals 3.
Alish, no. We're not doing that though. This is not mathematics. This is like cause and effect relationships. It's very different.
Right.
It's not math.
So you have to have something else interacting with those two.
Yes.
With the sun and the moon. Right.
Yes.
And the only other thing it can be is the Earth.
No.
Right?
Have you known that it's the Earth that's actually causing the occultation for the lunar eclipse?
Well, according to what we know, because
Alish, Alish, do you know? Like, let's be honest, right? Do you know if it's the Earth causing the occultation to cause a lunar eclipse? Do you know that for sure? It's the Earth.
I don't know for sure, 100%.
Thank you.
I can't look it
Thank
up
you.
right
So
now,
can you say that? Can you say that with the solar eclipse? The very same thing. Do you know it's the moon causing the occultation of the sun? Like,
yeah, we can.
Yes.
Say that.
Okay. So I want you to.
There's no other.
Okay. So here's the problem, right? During the solar eclipse, there's a new moon phase, right? So according to when this occurs, the moon is not visible in the sky. Period. Mm-hmm. You can't see it. So when the sun's light is occulted, you're just going to assume it's the moon. You're not going to know it is.
Because
you don't have visual confirmation. You don't have visual confirmation that it's the moon with its features, the way you notice the moon to be when you see it. You don't notice any features on what you think the moon is, causing the occultation for the sun's light.
So if it wasn't the moon, there would be something else in its place, right? So if we're having an additional factor.
Well, here's the thing, though. You don't know the cause for the effect, so you're ascribing a specific thing to it. You're saying it's the moon. And the same goes for the lunar eclipse. You're doing the very same thing. These are educated guesses, Owlishness.
Yeah, but they're really...
Who cares? I don't care. I don't care. I don't care.
You are American. You never care because you're dumb.
This is the point we're making is the cause and effect relationship is not known. It's assumed. It's an inference. Yeah. That's all you're gonna have at the end of the day.
But we have these pieces of evidence that.
No, dude. I can discard it. You just said I have pieces of evidence. Well, I can take your pieces of evidence, examine it, and find it to be not evidence. I can throw it out. Just like in an evidentiary hearing in a court case. You say, here's my evidence. I'm presenting it here, right? You're the defendant, and I'm coming to here. I'm the prosecutor. I'm going to come to you and say, okay, so you have this piece of evidence. You think it's the moon. What is the proof that it actually is? And when you say, well, it's my best guess, I'm going to take your evidence, toss it out of court. Sorry, you can't use it no more because you didn't prove that this is true. So your evidence is no longer useful.
Hey, I'm going to lose signal. I'm going to lose signal for 15 seconds because I'm going through a tunnel. So hold on.
Sure.
And yes, we can prove that, AV. Thanks. Come again.
Yeah, you just making a statement like that's not making it true. You have to provide evidence.
Evidence for you, big boy.
Go ahead, tracksuit Timmy.
Oh, you want the evidence, AV? Or are you going to just take the evidence and throw it away?
Drop it like it's hot.
Oh, maybe I'm not losing signal.
I got you, bro.
I still hear you, Alice. Just, anyways, I'm making a case for if you're going to submit this as pieces of evidence. Yeah, well, let's collect your pieces. It amounts to it not being proof that the cause and effect relationship can be proven.
That's exactly how evidentiary hearing works, though. It's not like you have one piece of evidence that is stronger than any other piece. So,
right. So summation of all your evidence doesn't prove anything. It just leads you to an inference. Well, this is our best guess based on what we have. And we're not going off of best evidence. We're looking for proof.
So, EV,
there you have it.
Or AV, do you want evidence for a solar eclipse or a lunar eclipse?
I don't care.
Which one?
I don't care. It doesn't matter.
Well, they're two different ones, so I'm going to need to know. So when you can tell me which one, I'll get that for you.
Yeah, show me the cause that whatever you're presenting is the reason why we see the effect. Go ahead.
For a solar eclipse or a lunar eclipse?
It doesn't matter, tracksuit Timmy.
All right, so if you're talking about the shadow of a moon, like a shadow on the moon, right? And you're like, oh, well, what is the shadow on the moon during
You haven't determined that that's a shadow.
A lunar eclipse.
That's not been established.
Yeah, there's a lot of problems.
It is established because we have a term for it. It's called a lunar eclipse.
Yeah, let's take
So how do we have a term for something that we know what it is?
Let me pause you. All right, so when you see the event happening, tracksuit Timmy, when you see it happening, what do you know? How do you know what it is? How do you know what it is? I'm asking you a question. Do you know or no?
How do we know what it is? Yes, we know what it is.
Yeah. Yeah, how do you know what it is? Yeah, you're saying we as in a collective, but how do you know what it is?
Here, I'll put it in the side chat for you.
Well, what have you done?
And if you need me to get a diagram, I can get a diagram as well.
Guarantee it's just more answer ChatGPT.
What is this?
ChatGPT more.
Yeah, this is ChatGPT, dude.
Bro,
what's wrong with ChatGPT?
You need like how it's.
You realize ChatGPT?
Yeah. So, with you posting ChatGPT, dude, then we don't need you here. We'll just refer to ChatGPT ourselves. You're basically just a body with vocal cords. Yeah, we could just ask ChatGPT to tell us this. We didn't need you here. You didn't need to be present. You can't think for yourself, Tracksuit Timmy. That's number one. Number two, all of these things are... the shadow shape is always round. Like, dude, during a lunar eclipse, the shadow moving across the moon is always curved. So what? Like, I don't care about this stuff. What we're trying to determine whether or not it's the Earth causing this. But it's saying here, this was first carefully observed by Aristotle, who reasoned that only a sphere casts a consistent round shadow from any angle. But do you know that if you have two spheres, one casting a shadow on another sphere, you get a complex curve? Did you know that? But you didn't figure that out, did you? Go ahead and try that out. Use two spheres, use one casting a shadow on another. You'll see what I'm talking about. All right. So, I mean, you don't know what you're talking about. ChatGPT is just making these claims because based on the information it's given, the algorithm, just pulling from sources that it's already been given to tell you a confirmation of the bias that the Earth is a globe. That's it. You just basically counted yourself out of the discussion. You said, well, I used ChatGPT. Well, shit, I could have used ChatGPT and just ignored you. We can do that.
Hey,
I guess. Yep.
Is anyone else hear that phone ringing? Because I called it.
Oh, the ChatGPT thing? Yeah,
the lore.
He doesn't really
post lore.
Dude, this guy.
We don't
that's all he does.
That's the problem. As soon as he's like, "Well, I think they'll get it for you," I knew he was going to do that.
So, I mean, with owlishness, she's just trying to provide evidence of something being the cause for an effect, and it's never going to be determined. It's only going to be assumed or inferred. And it's always been that way. This never changed. Never, ever, ever.
Right, but what does the inference say?
Well, it suggests that, the cosmology aspect of the things are happening because of a syzygy that's taking place. And that's not even true, because then you have the impossible eclipse, the Selenelian eclipse, debunking that. So then that throws that into question. So it's a hot mess, dude. Like, you really don't have a leg to stand on when it comes to cosmology being something that you could say is the case for the Earth being a globe. And you got three bodies that are in alignment, you don't even have that, because the impossible eclipse, the Selenelian eclipse, throws that into question. So there's a lot to be desired when it comes. No, not even that. Because first of all, you're trying to correlate that the Earth is causing the shadow on the lunar eclipse, and like CB was saying, even if it was a shadow, you don't know that. But even if that was the case, you still need to determine how you know it's the Earth doing that. How did you get there? There's a lot of assumptions, dude. And you're standing on assumptions. You got to get back to the premise. How did we establish that the Earth is an actual sphere to then say that sphere is causing that shadow? I give you problems too. Like I was saying, you got a complex curve when you have two spheres, one casting a shadow on another. You're not going to have a straight, nice little curve like you do.
So what I'm specifically talking about, though, is that you have consistencies in the sun. X happens every time sorry, hold on.
You said it was inconsistent.
I have to get my thoughts together now. Things happen at the same time every single year. Yeah, I think. Things happen at the same time every year. So you can say that at once a year at this time, Alaska falls into darkness for 33 days, or is it 66 days? I think it's 66.
Yeah.
But also, you have the inconsistencies of the moon and the sun having solar and lunar eclipses. They're predictable, however, they're not consistent.
That's not an inconsistency. Listen. So everything works like a clock, right? It's cyclical in nature. Some cycles are greater than others, right? But it doesn't matter because they happen to do it like whatever cycle they're on. Either like it goes from small to the greatest cycle, but each one of these cycles are within each other. They can happen. They can cross each other at certain times, right? So the event occurs when there's a crossing of that event, like where the certain thing happens, right? So it doesn't not necessarily mean that they're caused by the bodies in the sky. Like you can't say the moon's doing this or the sun's doing or the earth's doing this because you didn't determine that. You're just assuming it because you see something in the sky and then you're saying, well, I think it's the moon causing the occultation or the earth is causing that. So we're seeing a shadow.
Yeah. Are you guys
these are all assumptions.
Or by retardedness?
Right, but what I'm trying
That's not an argument.
The point that I'm trying to make here is that
that's a stupid question.
When you have these two things that function on their own cycle, when you function on their own cycle, that means there's going to be consistency across what happens when. So the sun does this, the moon does that. That means every year at this time, X, Y is going or Z is going to happen. X plus Y.
Yeah, but we're not going on it. That's a problem, though. We're not going on a yearly basis. The sun's on a yearly basis, right? The cycle that it goes on. But the other events that occur are not happening on that cycle. They're not on a yearly basis. They happen so many years, like in between. So you get what I mean? There's bigger cycles that the events occur on. These lunar and solar eclipses happen on bigger cycles than just a yearly and monthly cycles. Yeah, you get what I mean? Like the events that occur.
Right, but we do know this because there are moon phases that happen consistently. But
yeah, so what? But the events happen consistently too. So they're operating on cycles just like the moon and the sun. The events that occur, they're not just anomalies that are like, oops, where'd that come from? We don't know. Like, no, they're everything's running on a cycle.
I'm telling you,
I don't know why
the cycles. I'm talking about how the precession of the cycles don't make any sense when you're talking about a third factor, another factor not being implemented, right? So,
like what? What's the third factor? Like I don't. What are you adding extra?
I don't know. Maybe the Earth spinning. Maybe the Earth being on its
no.
Maybe
That's a problem. That's a problem. That's the problem, though. You're adding stuff that doesn't need to be added. So a sky gazer, like the ancients, they were just looking up at the sky and saying, hey, this thing is happening. Let's document that. Oh, the other light in the sky is moving. Let's document that. So they're just writing down everything they see. And sometimes events occur in so many years, and they're like, okay, this event occurred. Then it happens again in the X number of years, and like, okay, this event occurred again. So I bet you in another however many years it occurred, and it will happen again. And they're on cycles. So the sun, like I said, is on its yearly cycle, and whatever events happen within that year that it's moving across from Cancer to Capricorn, that's fine. It's happening within that time frame. But then there's greater cycles that are happening where these events occur. That people just looking at the sky, writing down these events. They're not like, well, we have to think of the Earth as a globe now because we see something happening. Like, no, you don't. You just write down what you see.
Right, and then you have other cycles that we've never. So the ancients also wrote down the locations of the stars and how they correlate to the buildings that they constructed during that time because they had certain beliefs.
So
and
what?
Now we can look at those same writings and determine that the sky has changed based on our perspective of where things were and where they are now. So that
is it? Yeah, are the stars?
Cycle?
No, are the there's certain. I don't know what you call them. I guess epicycles that things are on. You know, you can think of them like there's time frames that you want to put them in, like 10 years, 100 years, 1,000 years. You know what I mean? And then it can probably get exponential as you go far. But then there's going to be a limit to however many years that actually extends to, and then everything's going to go back to its original place. But then it's like these other cycles that are within the ones that we're talking about, are happening throughout. So they're not like anomalies, or they're just all cycles within a bigger cycle. Yeah,
Right.
that's all it is. And you're noticing them as it's a pattern, owlishness. That's all it is. People are seeing the patterns that happen, with the stars and such, and things repeat. That's what more do you want from that?
No, it's not. It doesn't repeat in terms of the stars.
It does, dude. It does.
So we have a shift. We have a shift of where those celestial bodies are, but then we can tie it back to celestial navigation when it comes to using a sextant.
Dude. Yeah.
So
celestial navigation has to deal. Celestial navigation has to deal with the idea that a spherical coordinate system was derived from the celestial sphere. The celestial sphere in which you're envisioning the sky with perspective, and you're seeing things in the sky look like they're angling at a specific angle towards how the observer's seeing it, and it's going to make the idea that there's a sphere of infinite radius, right? With the celestial sphere being like a dome that's above you with the stars of the sky. So there's a coordinate system that was developed with longitude and latitude. And so the celestial navigation was derived from the celestial sphere, not the terrestrial sphere. They don't think they're standing on a ball. They just derived a spherical coordinate system based on the celestial sphere.
Right, but during different times of the year, if you're looking at a celestial if you're looking at a celestial navigation chart, and you're looking at like dip correction, and you're looking at the location.
Oh my God,
of
bro!
these
I'm trying to tell you something. You got to get this, owlishness. You have to, because the spherical coordinate system was based on the celestial sphere. Sky gazing, yeah. They're seeing stars and stuff moving in the sky. So that has nothing to do with the Earth being a globe or a sphere. Nothing to do with it.
So I'm presenting, just like you present anecdotal proof, I am also presenting anecdotal proof. So on a celestial navigation chart, you have a difference in...
Anecdotal?
Oh yeah, who said we're doing that?
So these are observations you can go out and see. Like this.
Yeah, and I can also go out and see. I can also go out and see that. And let me finish my point about the celestial navigation chart, because I'm not.
It's not anecdotal. So.
Right. So this evidence says that during certain times of the year, the distance or the angle that you see these stars are this, and then during a different part of the year, specifically spring to summer and fall to winter, there's a different angle that you calculate these celestial bodies.
Yeah. So what? So what?
Right. So then you can't say that they're on and there's a cycle right there, right? But then you also can't sit there and go, well, back when they originally viewed the stars, the celestial bodies, and wrote down where they were, and they've suddenly moved a certain amount since that time, you can't say that there are two cycles happening at the same time.
What makes you think that there's not going to be more cycles that they can't write down? What makes you think they can't do that? You're making it sound like people are just like, well, we don't know why that's happening. How did that get there? Like, do you think they're even asking that? No. They're just documenting what they see.
Right, and
that's all you can do. It's not so much anecdotal. Yeah, it is when you're listening to somebody else say that these things have occurred. But what's happening is when you can go outside and see this for yourself, it's not anecdotal anymore. You can make your observations.
Right, and there's still no explanation as to why during different parts of the year you have to use a different angle to calculate your location.
Yeah, because the thing has moved. It's not in the place where it used to be. And based on greater cycles than just the yearly, like I said, based on greater cycles other than the sun cycle or the moon cycle, yeah, the stars have their own cycle. So it's not necessarily like the way you're describing it.
So then if that were true, and there was a precession of the stars that changed over thousands of years, we would have to change the chart every so often to.
But they haven't, though. That's the point.
Yeah,
I know. That's what I'm saying. They haven't changed it.
I'm just bringing it to the fact that none of this describes anything to do with nothing that we can't say it's happening within a cycle. It's everything's cyclical in nature. Everything you're describing is not like an anomaly. Oops, how did that happen? Like, we didn't account for that. No, everybody, they know that things are happening on cycles, man. Like
the fact
your argument doesn't stand. Like I don't know what you're trying to reason here. Are you saying that? No, it doesn't. Everything's on a cycle. How can you say something that's like a lunar eclipse that doesn't happen every year? It might like in your region, right? In your specific location. Let's say it doesn't happen, but it happens in Italy or whatever. Like, how can you say that's not happening on a cycle? What's your justification for that?
Because there is something that is occurring, right? So we're not going to, because the boogeyman is the round rotating Earth. We're going to say something is occurring that is changing the cycle, or not changing the cycle, but is interfering or making the cycle different.
No, dude, because it's predictable. It's predictable. You know when it's going to happen.
Because we know that we are rotating and we are also on a cycle.
That's what you want to say. You want to say that. No, that's incorrect. The stars are moving. That's what's happening.
Alish,
you can't insert Earth moving just because you feel like it. You have to justify why that is true. You haven't done that because the stars are moving and the observer is only making observations of the sky. He doesn't know that he's on something that's moving.
It can't be the case.
Alish, just real quick. Let me just say this real quick. Just real quick. The fact that this is a predicted pattern and it does come around in time like clockwork destroys your heliocentric model in thinking that if you're spinning and moving at all these different speeds through each, the rotation and the trajectory and the Milky Way in itself, like all these speeds and movements, the fact that we have a perfect, observable, predicted position of these celestial objects, it destroys your heliocentric model because you cannot say that it helps your case. Because if I was to travel for billions of miles in one direction, over time, and still see the same thing in my view above me, then you have to be an asshat to believe that you've moved an inch when you're seeing the same things over that course of time. I'll shut up.
So I guess my point was, don't worry. My point was, Alishness, that you don't have a way to justify that the Earth is in motion just by looking at the night sky and things that happen on cycles, or any way to determine that the Earth is in motion. That's no way to determine anything. So you just asserted that the Earth is in motion. You can't say that because you don't know that. You know that you're standing on a stationary. You know that you're standing on a stationary plane and you see the stars moving across the sky. That's what you do know. To assume that the Earth is in motion is your assumption.
Again, we can't have two different cycles occurring at the same time. We can't have stars.
They're not
kind of moving.
That's not. They're not. You're making up this contradiction in your own mind. There isn't any.
No,
There's not a paradox. Yes, you are. You are because everything. No, there isn't. You're making it up. It does not exist. Everybody, Let me put it to you this way. The Saros cycle is an ancient cycle created by, I think it was either the Chaldeans or the Babylonians. I think it was the Chaldeans. But they created this cycle of it's an abstraction of like a model of how the heavenlies move in accordance to the lunar eclipses, solar eclipses. So when the solar eclipses occur, they were documenting like all this information, but that doesn't mean every year it's going to happen in that same geographic location. What it means is wherever this event will occur, it will happen in a specific place on Earth. So their abstraction was good for approximating solar eclipses, and they did that. Yeah, they did that with the information that even NASA can't replicate. They borrowed that information from the Saros cycle. You can look this up. Yeah, you can look it up. You know that NASA's utilizing the ancients' information of sky gazing. And they're using that abstraction that you think is showing that the Earth is spinning to show you that they were only just documenting what happens in the sky. So the Saros cycle is a great way to demonstrate how you're incorrect. These phenomena, sky phenomena that occur, are happening on cycles that repeat.
But
You're
is it not
debunked, dude.
the
Like,
case
there's
that-
nothing. You can't come up with the idea that the Earth is spinning, and in some way, it's leading. It just can't be flat. Like, it's your wishful thinking.
But is it not the case that because of structures built in ancient times that were supposed to reflect the locations of stars that have since no longer reflect those locations?
You're basing your logic on that. That's what you're resting your logic on, and it's fallacious. Because if you're
But
thinking
you're
that's
also-
a builder, bro, you're thinking that a builder is going to be able to have knowledge of the epicycles, like these grander cycles. You think they would know that, whatever it is, however, whatever scale we get to at the highest scale. Yeah, at the highest scale, I think it's like 28,000 years or whatever. They would only predict it to a certain distance away. But what if it returns back to that spot? So then you're debunked. That it would stand to reason that whatever that cycle ended up to be, it would repeat back to the same location where they started from. So even if it moved away from your supposed location, it would still return back to it.
No. It's not the case that it might move away. It's the case that it has moved away.
And that it will return. And that it will return. It will return. Did you talk about that part? It will come back?
No, because like I just said, you can't have both cases.
You're not saying the truth. The truth is these cycles that repeat happen to come back because they're cyclical in nature, so it'll just repeat and come back again. It's not just going to diverge and then stay divergent away from where it started from. As many cycles have been doing that over the years, but you're going through a mountain range or something.
So the logical. Yeah, probably. Yeah. Yeah, I'm in the mountains. So.
That's garbage.
Am I back, or can you not hear me?
Oh, you're back now.
Did I get disconnected? I think I did.
Do we want to hear it? No. Not really. Bro, I was been gone this long, and this is what she comes back with? Trash, bro.
We could bring in the Captain Obvious here. He thinks he's like a multi-billion-dollar European international man of mystery. So now that NASA's funding is going to get cut, European space agencies have said that their mission's over. It's over now.
How are you doing, man? It's been a while. By the way, I love the new role on your profile. It was funny time they gave it to you.
My goodness, who is that?
What the
squawker?
hell?
You got a squawker?
Yeah, you got a secret robot on your page, and I kind of dig it.
Dude, like your mic is hot shit. You could maybe ask government for their subsidy.
Yeah, my apologies. Yeah, I'm currently driving a bike. I don't have access to my great bike at the moment.
Is he gushing over you? Like it sounds like.
Yeah.
Great, you have so many things, dude.
Yeah. So basically, Crit is basically, if I ever have a bad day, I don't feel bad about myself, I just point and laugh, basically. That's a joke, by the way. Crit, how are you doing? I hope you're feeling well these days.
Yeah, I'm hanging in there, dude. What do you think about European Space Agency canceling all their missions because NASA funding dried up? You can write a check.
Really?
You can put your money.
Ongoing missions.
Yeah, it's over. Yeah, apparently, if NASA cuts their funding, the European Space Agency is done. It's over.
Crit, before I respond, please go to the article and read it again.
Yeah,
and I'll come back so don't make a complete fool of yourself.
The mission is over. Without NASA, The European Space Agency is done.
Actually, you're incorrect as usual, Chris. And that's not surprising because hand reading is not your strongest suit. Only a few missions are cancelled, not everything. He didn't read the article.
They can't do it. Without NASA, there is no European Space Agency because there's no money. You're broke.
Have you also read
the whole continent is busted. It's over.
Do you know how DSAs get funded, right? Mostly?
Yeah, it's without NASA funding, it's over. It's done.
Well, actually, it's only specific collaboration missions. Great, you really need to start reading the sources.
It's all
You
over.
have not learned anything in those months. It's sad.
It's over, dude.
Yeah, I know it's over for your argument. I know that.
Yeah, but NASA budget cuts have put all of the European space programs in jeopardy, including their flagship mission, the Mars rover.
Great.
It's over.
The Mars rover was actually a NASA mission, not an ESA mission. You even get
it's over. It's done.
That's a SpaceX mission.
Yeah.
You're done.
You're right. I'm sorry, I was mistaken. For some reason, I said it was a NASA. I'm not sure.
Right there. NASA budget cuts the Europeans already in trouble. Flagship Mars rover, the flagship of all the great achievements that European space agencies have already brought to humanity. It's over. It's over. It's done.
Let me know when you're done.
The free handouts are over. The gravy train is done.
The only canceled missions are the ExoMars rover, the Orbit, the ESA Lunar lander, and the Rover Human Spaceflight program. We still have going the Pepe Columbine mission,
it's over.
The IMS mission, the JUICE mission. We actually are going to develop our own Mars Express instead. So
this is why it's fun and being American to point and laugh at Europe. You guys can't even do anything without endless amounts of handouts.
At the moment, Chris?
Hands out.
How's your economy doing, Chris? How's the dollar at the moment, Chris? You sure you want to make that statement? You want to die on that hill?
Yeah, facts.
Yeah, could you tell me what the current inflation rate is in the US?
Yeah, you got. Yeah, this guy, like, he thinks somehow Europe has something going for it. That was like 200 years ago.
Oh, my friend. You know that current US economy is in the shit, right?
What third world country are you from?
It is kind of sad. Hopefully, at one point, you will read an actual newspaper.
Yeah, it's over, dude.
What
the European space program is done.
Sure, Chris. Sure.
Am I coming through, guys?
Yeah, you are. He just is going to ignore you.
Yeah, what shithole country are you from? He won't even say where he's from, dude. Go ahead. Where's he from, Chris?
So why
do you
does
know?
our government have to ruin everything?
Hold on, there, 304.
That's so annoying.
Yeah, I know where he's from, but I don't want to say because, like,
you can say I live in Switzerland. That's not a problem.
Oh wow!
Holy shit, you're Mexican?
Damn, sorry to hear that, bro.
Yes, it sucks to be one of the strongest economies with the best healthcare and the best education level. That's so problematic. Oh.
I'm speaking English right now, bro.
To be honest, saying that Switzerland is trash, Switzerland is like amazing. The US is in most parts compared to us a third world country.
Yeah,
like, would you compare education level? Would you like to compare basically average capita per person, average education level, average income?
The only thing you might have on us is maybe some hot bitches, but that's about it, bro.
Like right now, inside your own worldview, if Switzerland went to the moon today, they would be 60 years behind America. That's just
no, we prefer to control the banking world. That's more our thing.
So, like, you're Ferengi.
Did you know that Switzerland,
the Ferengi of the European Union,
U.S. economy in less than a day if you just drop on the bombs?
I can't name a single person from Switzerland, bro. It's trash.
Yes, because you're not educated. That's not surprising.
He just said that in Switzerland or in Europe, the Switzerland are the Ferengi of this space lore.
Name one person that can from Switzerland.
Well, we are the grandparents of banking to a certain extent, especially modern banking. We're also quite known for our watchmaking. Beautiful Alps, though, as well. We have a lot of things going on.
Name one person from Switzerland.
Especially for you, I'm gonna be a little bit more niche. Gerald Genta. Gerald Genta, you're welcome.
Who the fuck is that?
Yeah, I can imagine you are not aware of who that is. That's not surprising.
Actually, it's well known that Switzerland, they import most watches from China, and then they just bring it to Switzerland, and they add labels and change something on the watch, and they just add the label "Made in Switzerland," made here.
In case of a lot of the cheaper brands, that's correct. Not in the high segment.
They import it from China, most of everything. They import everything, and then they just add a label.
Something different.
Swiss made, but it's made in China.
He named a nobody though.
60-70% of all the parts have to be produced or designed in Switzerland. And in case of the cheaper models, something you can afford, it can have
design in Switzerland, but made in China.
Yes. Have you ever been to our factories? I presume you haven't.
Have you?
Uh-huh.
You think Switzerland produces all of the watches to send all across the world? You really think that those factories produce all of those watches? They have that
I know you're not that bright. As I clearly made the difference. Our luxury brands.
Yeah, it says Switzerland. People hate Switzerland. They go like this article here. The high cost of living, the impact of immigration, labor market, the destruction of social cohesion, the cost of and availability of childcare left the country devastated.
Yeah, and we still have to contend with a few poor people like yourself in our nation, Craig. That's correct. And those are a bit disgruntled.
Xenophobia. The high level of xenophobia among Swiss, who's prejudice against foreigners. Your whole country is built on tourism, and you're xenophobic. Imagine the contradiction you live in. Your whole country is built on tourism, and you're xenophobic.
Well, why would you? Of course, your country's great. The more foreigners you add to it, it sucks.
Good. I know you never
we hate everyone else.
I do look down on an average American, though. That's correct. That makes me kind of Swiss.
The whole world's looking down on your brand.
Mexico is better than Switzerland.
I actually like Mexico.
This is a pretty funny question. If you're ever thinking about settling in Europe, why would you choose Switzerland? Ask yourself that. You wouldn't.
High income potential.
It's like the worst of the European countries to go
great
to.
Nature. The food is kind of weird because we have a blend of basically France, Germany, and Italy.
Nothing your own. Not one thing your own. Your best claim to fame is that all other countries' food is served there instead.
Wait, you see it as a problem that basically a country is a melting pot, and from their products, new products arise.
And xenophobic. Yeah, you have a melting pot country that's hallmarked by rampant
it's basically the same as
xenophobia.
US.
There you go. So now, inside your worldview, your country is just as bad as the United States.
It's better on every metric, though.
At this point, yeah, we are. I mean, we are.
Like, how's the dollar doing at the moment? Fritz, how's the dollar doing at the moment? I know you don't like to answer that question.
I don't give a shit about how the dollar's doing.
Wait, so you don't care that your dollar holds value on the international market?
It should be you should care about that, because if the dollar goes weak, your space agency is done. It's over.
I don't have a space agency, though. What I don't care about the dollar is that currently it's a lot cheaper for me to buy stuff out the US. Problem is, you guys don't make nothing, so yeah, nothing to buy, actually. Did you know that a few companies are currently closing a lot of factories in the US to move them abroad because it's going to be inconvenient for production? How is that worldview working out for you, Chris? Isn't it amazing that the average American is currently suffering? Crit.
Oh, at least we don't live in Switzerland, bro.
Yeah, I know. That'd be way worse.
I'd get myself, probably.
Yeah.
The dark side.
Until you break your finger, you have to go to the hospital, eh?
Exploring the dark side of Switzerland, where you're talking about, man, this stuff is some pretty intense things you guys got going on.
Oh, would you like to compare basically the crime rate in Switzerland compared to the US? That's also a fun one. Well, enough about Duncan and each other countries. So how you been, Crit? You still doing the same spiel, or you have expanded a little bit?
Get off is nuts, dude. We know you're
Nothing new under the sun. I mean, you expect things to change around here. Nothing changes around here.
Yeah, that's actually not surprising. That's kind of the fun point.
And it shows the same case with you, too. You will not change. It's impossible. It doesn't matter how many space photos they show
I already told you. I'm here to point and laugh at people who are misinformed, and you cannot change your opinion. So I'm just here to point and laugh at you because you're
me
lost
too.
cause.
I'm here to point and laugh at you, too, especially when you claim victimhood. When you went to the server owners and you said you were victimized, that people threatened your life. That was hilarious.
Never done that. How did you come to
you
that
did.
idea? Well, you're the one. Wait, I still have the messages. Crit, you said you were the one who said that went to the mods. Why are you changing your story?
You did. You said that you went to the mods, you went to Discord, you reported everyone here that they all were harmful.
You
they were
said
attacking
you reported me to the mods, Crit.
Poor baby.
So you're the one now claiming that I went to the mods? That's kind of weird. Crit, I think you confused me with somebody else.
Yeah, right here. I should report your server on a daily basis.
And check the name, please. That's not me.
Right here. Captain Obvious. Yeah, that's you.
Post it then.
Links.
Post it.
You're stalking. That people here were stalking you.
Oh, no, I said you're a stalker by just sending me weird messages the whole time. Yeah, that's true. I reported you for being like a complete wacko and a weirdo. But you cannot message people every day with bullshit. That's kind of weird. Like, we're not having conversations, aren't we?
Wait, but it's news. How is it bullshit?
It's news.
Yes. This is
it's news you should read.
This is specifically Crit, and this I actually can prove, is Crit is a fan of sending people daily messages. I don't know why. It's kind of creepy. And it's kind of weird and insane.
But he's just reporting the news.
Yeah.
Are you scared of your own news?
He doesn't like his own news.
What news? You never send a news article.
Yeah, I did.
You never send a news article.
One today that NASA Plus is going to come to Disney Plus, brought to you by Netflix.
What's wrong with that?
You're a weird, Crit.
There's nothing wrong with it. I'm just letting you guys
let's go
know.
back to the stalking, Crit.
It's great news
If
that now you'll be able to tune in to Netflix and watch NASA Plus.
Wait,
you should
he's
be
literally
happy.
the only one.
Stalker behavior.
What kind of special boy is this? He thinks he's literally the only one. Like you send this newsletter out.
Yeah,
to
it's even worse. He sends it
hundreds
to
of
everybody.
places.
It's even worse.
You're not special, bro.
What's interesting is that he thinks his subjective take is creepy, it's weird, therefore report me to Discord safety team. He gets feedback from Discord safety team telling him that he's a snowflake, he's a crybaby, and to man up. And then rather than take that advice,
actually,
he just freaks out even harder.
You actually got a special role because of it.
Bro,
and this is the fun part. So, Crit, I'm happy you never changed. I'm still happy you're a broke American who has no knowledge. And I hope you wish you all the best.
Goodbye.
Yeah, and check out the Science and Space News. It should help you defuse this immense triggering you have over flat Earth and Americans. Oh, of course, you ran off.
Bro, can anyone name anybody from Switzerland, bro? Name one person.
Was he flipping up about that AI tag I had for a while? Is that what was he even talking about? What
no
special
idea.
role?
Guys, what's going on? Really, what's going on? Really?
Yeah, that's another snowflake like you that you want to report the channel. This guy had spazzed out so hardcore. That's your future. Like Fox, if you keep doing this, if you keep flipping out over flat Earth, that's where you're headed. Do you want to go there? Or do you want to like pull up before you crash into the mountain?
But what's really going on?
Yeah, are you okay yet? Are you okay that people disagree with you? Can you handle that?
But what's really going on?
Yeah, are you okay that people disagree with you? Does that threaten you if someone disagrees with you?
But Crit, what's really going on?
Yeah, is that survivable? Will you survive hearing someone disagrees with you?
What is going on? Cue True Detective Season 1 soundtrack.
Beta!
See, I know you guys know that.
Run.
No, you could. That's funny.
See, I know you guys know that the Earth is not.
Run.
That'd be pretty funny.
Want me to send that one to you?
Yeah. Let me make sure I don't already
The
have
thing
it.
is, I know you guys know. So what's really going on?
I have it already.
Okay.
That's funny with the album.
What's going on here?
Stop asking, bro. You're running, bro. Stop running, dude.
What's going on?
Oh man, who is this?
Emotional damage.
Yeah, but it has to be. Let me guess. It's
Crit, you and I both know that the Earth is not flat. So what's going on?
Run.
Hear the whole thing.
Yeah, Mega. Why are you running, bro?
Not running, bro. I'm here.
You're running, bro.
Play the whole thing.
Nothing, bro. What's up? I've been here the whole time, bro.
Okay, what up?
Yo, why is this the biggest call, bro? Are we all flat earthers?
We're hot right now. Yeah, fuck. This is why we're hot. This is why. Dude, we're the number one call in the server, bro.
What do you think of absurdism?
Don't care about it.
Stop the cap.
Isn't flat earth theory like some absurdism?
No, it's not a theory.
But it's like it's kind of like a theory.
It's not a theory,
like,
man. It's a grip.
Yeah, but like the cultural movement is like absurdism.
I'll go ahead and detail that for us, Hal.
Like we're so comfy and we just seek entertainment that we'd rather just consume mind rot.
What's the mind rot?
You know, mind rot like TikTok and
No. What is
conspiracy
the mind
theories.
rot? I know what mind rot
What
is.
is the mind rot?
What specifically is rotting in here?
Well, look at what China's doing and then look at what America's doing.
What are they doing? What are we doing? What does it have to do with flat Earth, bro?
Well, like most of the Chinese politicians have like master's degrees and PhDs. and the American politicians, they're just corrupt, et cetera, et cetera. I don't know. I don't really have a good point, but I just think it's kind of absurdism is where society's going. I don't really have a good proof. This is how I feel.
You feel merch?
If it's all about entertainment, you're going to love the news today. NASA is going to start streaming on Netflix.
Oh, Lord, here we go.
So there is your entertainment in spades. So you like some entertainment? How about some entertainment with your entertainment? You got NASA Plus on the Disney Channel. Aren't you happy? Aren't you happy you got some entertainment right there?
Absurdism, bro. It's
Is that absurd? Is that absurd that
yes,
NASA's
bro, it's absurdism. It's absurd. It's like ChatGPT knows everything, so why do we have to think when it could just think for us,
How about this? Is it entertaining to watch a grown man pick and eat his boogers?
No, it's more like the edgy humor, bro. Everyone's an edgelord these days.
Bro, none of these guys even want to talk about the Earth, so it's cool.
I know, they're giving up.
They're giving up. It's over.
What does Fox have to say? He's still around, or did he run?
Oh, he ran, bro. You predicted it.
Yeah, he dipped. Oh wait, no, he's muted. Here we go. All right, Fox, you got something to say or not? No, he doesn't have anything to say.
Classic. No topic, bro.
I mean, just so you know, Omega Chad or whatever, this guy got wrecked. Like he's like a lol call of the whole server. They had like a server AMA where you could ask the owners, like the admin, anything. Really, just where's the direction of the server? Ask him anything. He cried for about an hour about why there's a Flat Earth channel. At the whole time, the admins were just laughing their ass off and just mocking him over and over again. The whole server had turned this guy, that he was that dude who cries about Flat Earth. At the end, they said, did you see how long this AMA went with just this one question? You've answered the question. Why should Flat Earthers be here? Because people like you, bigoted, racist, homophobic, have targeted another minority group that you don't want around. You're just hiding your blatant bigotry at a group of people you think you could be cloaked. You thought it'd be easy and say, look at these Flat Earth people, I can be bigoted towards them. It ain't shit no one can say about it. And
bro, like, you're not a flat earther though. Like,
yeah,
you're not.
Yeah,
no.
The Earth is flat, and I'm a flat earther.
Deep down, you know what you are, bro.
Which is what? A monkey on the lava ball?
A non-flat earther.
I'm a monkey. I'm a mankey on a giant lava ball, water-covered lava ball.
Listen. For us to talk, you have to be reasonable. And a reasonable person would not be a flat earther. So the fact that you're talking to me means you're not a flat earther.
Hello? You're saying a reasonable person thinks the sun goes underneath the ground. Exactly. Crickets. That's retarded. It's not reasonable. Got him. Close.
Saying, bro, is like you know
No,
what the
no.
truth
Listen to
is,
what I'm
but
saying.
you
Listen to
choose
what I'm
to
saying.
entertain this
Hold on.
persona.
Hey, yo, Theta. Is it reasonable to think the sun goes under the ground?
I'm not here to debate and play with all
No.
your argumentative. I know you have
No.
all these
It's your
talking points,
worldview. No, it's not talking
but
about it. It's your worldview.
but
This is
all I'm
your
saying
worldview.
is I
Hold
know
on.
that you know.
We're not saying it, honestly. If you don't want to respond, then if you want to.
Okay, I had to take a call real quick. Yeah, Omega, dude, it's not unreasonable to describe a flat surface as flat. This is how you're going to. Are you Florida man? I mean, just by chance, do you live in Florida? Did he? Oh, okay, he's muted. Did he freak out?
No, I mean, he just won't respond to anything. He's non-responsive,
Oh,
so.
all
If
right,
you want to
fuck him.
talk to him, that's fine.
No, I give up too. This is my explanation for Florida man. See, Florida man sees Florida is flat, almost perfectly flat mathematically, and they're telling them that it's actually a giant lava pair that's weather covered. So that causes them to do some really weird shit, like rob a liquor store with an alligator, or go into a Discord server and tell people it's irrational to describe flat as flat.
Yeah, right. Yeah, pretty much. These guys don't have anything for us anymore. It's over, bro. They won't even argue for the globe anymore, dude. So,
Let me look at the last three callers. What they come in here? You had Captain Obvious come in here just bitching about America, how pissed he is that American money won't be funding his space programs anymore. He doesn't need anything American anyway, but he does. I need America. I need America to laugh at, and also I need all your money, and I need your tourism, and I need your technology and your defense, and.
hey,
But other than that,
yeah, you've been calling him Captain America. I think this clinched. Why do you call him now?
well, because
Did he hate America?
no, because his name's Captain Obvious.
Oh,
So then
okay.
call him Captain America, gets them all worked up.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I get it now. That's always a cringe, like when they're like, America sucks. It's like, bro, I guarantee you wish you were here, bro. Everybody wants to be here.
It's like how many times they tried to fill out for the immigration lottery, and like it keeps coming up deuces.
I can't even name anyone from this single country. And he only named somebody. He named some random no name nobody knows.
Yeah, he could have turned it into a joke. He's like, Malong. Like CB, do you know Malong?
Oh, who's that?
Malong dick in your mouth.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, you could have like played it off, like that, like some sort of joke, but instead he's too dumb to even do that.
Did Owlsmith bounce if he flashed off the cliff? Or nah, I'm joking. Let me not wish that on her. I'm surprised she came back with that much garbage, bro. This was like years ago. I remember her being here, and she was like going back and forth, wasn't sure if it was a globe or not, and she started skipping for gold cards. Next thing you know, I don't know who she's been listening to. I wonder where she gets this stuff from, to be honest. I'm gonna take my gym selfie and get up out of here. Oh yeah, while I'm here, chat, I want to just quickly advertise a show. I might even set up today, but I'd like to do a show in chill over in 24/7 where we discuss off topic. I think I'm gonna name the show Flat Earth Off Road. We'll just get into some like off topic stuff, just kind of want to get the flat earthers together and see what their takes are on different topics, like what do you think about Trump? What do you think about Iran and the current events over there? Are you someone that wants to stay up to date on like trends
current trends or fashion trends? Or do you just like dip out? Do you want to live on a farm? Do you want to live in the city? Just like different types of topics. I think that'd be a lot of fun to get together. We've been so focused on our mission over here talking about ours, which is great. But just want to give people the chance to kind of talk about things they're interested in or, things they're passionate about. I think that would be a lot of fun. So, yeah, be on the lookout. Might even set that up today, but it'll likely be in 247 in the chill room, potentially recorded to X, but maybe not live on our YouTube. So, yeah, just want to give people the chance to go ham and go off topic, flat Earth off road. So be on the lookout for that chat. I think that'd be a lot of fun. So keep a lookout. And it does look like there's some activity in the hub. If anybody wants to pop over there, and then I might go ahead and once I get my computer out, maybe I'll go ahead and set up that show. Flat Earth Off Road. I'll have ChatGPT make me a picture for the event, and then we'll be all set up and ready. So I'll advertise that a few more times before we go live so that everyone can show up. It'd be a good show. And also, just a big thank you to everyone that turned out to the misogyny meeting as well. That was a lot of fun. We did a episode 2 of CB's misogyny meeting. That was a great episode. A special thanks to Elijah, Gemzy, who attended the event and added value. So I want to say thank you for showing up, guys. Appreciate the content. It was a really great episode. We'll do episode 3, and should be a good one as well. We'll probably give it a little bit of time, let people charge up their batteries. I think we went crazy for episode 2. I think we went all day long. Pause. But that was a great episode. So, guys, make sure you attend the next misogyny meeting. That was a lot of fun. Thanks to, again, special thanks to Elijah and Gemzy, who added some good value over there. But once again, it does look like the hub is live. If anybody wants to join the hub, it does look like there's some activity over there. So I might pop over and give that a listen, but also just keep your head up, keep your head on a swivel for Flat Earth Off Road. We're doing a off-topic discussion in 24/7. Maybe today, maybe tomorrow. We'll see. All right, guys. I'm going to pop over to the hub. And I'll see you guys in a bit.
I heard there was a preacher here.
I haven't heard that.
They told me his name was Crit.
Crit is here.
Speak some gospel for us.
Go ahead, Crit. You got another Christ fan on the line.
He's not in a biblical mood right now.
Well, we'll just have to change that.
based on satellites, the signal will have to travel 350,000 miles or so, or 250,000 miles or so. I mean, these orbits, these distances that are given to us about where the satellites are positioned. If you think about how far a signal would have to travel in relative to, a few miles or 20 miles or 30 miles on the ground, which ground-based towers signals have to travel, it's a lot more feasible just using your common sense of where you would relay these signals from.
Yeah, he broke up there just a little bit. He'll be back. But you got to
Sorry
remember
about that.
yeah, go ahead, yeah.
Oh, yeah, I was just referring to the signals would travel much more easily and shorter distances, like on the ground. Just thinking about it from a logical standpoint, it would be easier to send a signal, 20 miles than 250,000 miles.
Yeah, and then you've got the Earth that's actually rotating, well, supposedly. So the signal's got a lot of work to do, So we just try to stick to the facts, and where the so-called experts give us their spiel, their explanation, we scrutinize it. That's your right. You don't have to accept what they tell you just because they're calling themselves an expert. You can be an expert. I call myself a professional expert specialist, and you don't get that title overnight, okay? Professional expert specialist. I keep laughing at that because it's just so professional, top notch. Yeah, you have the right to question everything you are being told. You don't have to accept it and then go check it. Then you don't end up believing wrongly. You end up knowing correctly. And then you become more confident in the things and your ability, and the snobs and all that who are pushing this nonsense. You just push them to the wayside, man. They become insignificant, even if they've got more money than you. They're living less than you. They're lying. Their life, no integrity. See? Good, isn't it?
Well, I appreciate what you're saying, but I wouldn't want to believe something just because it made me feel better. I'd want to know the real truth.
I'm not believing. You stepped into the wrong thing. Sorry to cut you off there. I don't do any believing. I don't believe in anything. I'm carrying knowledge. I'm not carrying beliefs. I haven't got a bag full of beliefs. So there's not, I won't want to be. I know what I'm talking about because I've checked. And when you've checked, you know.
You say you know what you're talking about, but everybody knows what they're talking about. Everybody has experience with science, and everybody believes they know what they're talking about, not just you.
Yeah, I'm not believing what I'm talking about. I know what I'm talking about. Again, you're still using the wrong word here. The difference is when you believe, there's a degree of not knowing there. When you check something, you know it. You don't use that I believe. That's the problem right there. You want to believe and you don't want to know. You're going to take it from somebody else. But when you've done it for yourself, which is within your rights to go and check and become that expert, no other expert's going to tell you something when you know. So when I know water lies flat and a globe is trying to tell me, yeah, look at this curve with water, I'm not going to look at it because I know that water lies flat. I don't look at their material because I know that material is fabrication. I know that. You actually go out and measure. Everything that we've got going on Earth can be proven regarding the shape. It can be proven. And if you look at yourself, you haven't checked the model, so you don't know the dimensions, the circumference, the radiation, the angle tilt, how fast it's orbiting around the sun. You don't know these numbers. I know you don't. I know it. And you haven't gone out to actually measure this curvature. Because if you've done that, you would find the flat Earth. That's what happens. We went out to check for the curvature of the Earth and became flat earthers. It's just as simple as that.
Would you tell the story? What did you do?
Oh, yeah. Well, basically, part of my experience which I subconsciously have been uploading into my mind, my head, is that the Earth is flat because I haven't experienced the curvature, the spin, and I know that you cannot have air pressure on Earth without a container. So that globe ball image without a container is a misconception because the air would go into the space and we'd all be dead, okay? Then my life of long distance observations, for example, okay? Seeing things at a distance that the curvature of the Earth wouldn't allow me to. Traveling by plane and ship, hot air balloons, hovercrafts, and not experiencing any curvature trajectory, which would mean we're on a flat surface because we should follow the curvature, the circumference. That's not happening. Okay?
Nigard, the dumbest people on earth is flat earthers.
Sorry, I didn't hear what you said at the beginning. What did you say?
Hey, dude. He's having a conversation with somebody. He's having a conversation with somebody. You could wait your turn especially if you want to interject with some nonsense like that.
Yeah,
Gosh.
that's not good. So that's how I know. We look for the curvature and measure the curvature from one point to the next point A to point B, and there should be an X amount of curvature. It's not there. 8 inches per mile is the formula from the Pythagorean theorem to measure curvature. You can also use the Google Earth curvature calculator to help you if you're not good with the maths, and it gives you everything that you should have, and it's not there. Perfect example is.
You told me I should go out and do the experiment, and you said you had done it.
Yeah, go out and measure it. Yeah,
I want to know what did you actually do?
Yeah, I just told you, long distance observations. So you take you find your location where you
how
are
did
on
you
the
do it?
first. Sorry?
Yeah, I'm asking you to talk me through it. What did you actually do that day?
Yeah, okay, here we go. You find your location on the map, okay? So in my case, I'm climbing up Mount Tsukuba in Japan here, for example, okay? Now I get to the summit, I look across, I can see Mount Fuji. I plot it on my map, it's 180 miles, right? So within that distance, there should have been 4 miles of curvature blocking my line of sight, but that 4-mile hump wasn't there, okay? So I could see Mount Fuji from Mount Tsukuba, and that shouldn't be possible if the Earth is an oblate spheroid.
But you were at the top of a mountain, though.
That's correct. Yes, I was on the top of the mountain. So you factor in your altitude, and with that number, you can then extrapolate how much curvature there should be from that location over that distance of 180 miles. And there should be 4.5 miles of curvature that's not there.
All right, you're saying you factored in the elevation.
Yes, of course.
Yeah, that's what goes into the curvature calculator, HK. Yeah, and what Jin was saying is that, if you take what you know and what you can know into consideration and stop just trusting people that are presenting you with data, right? Because they've given you a radius of this alleged sphere, right? They're giving you that radius of 3,959 miles. That is what you can put to the test using the curvature calculator and your long distance observations based on knowing the distance between point A and point B on a agreed upon map, So that's what Jim was referring to.
Thank you very much. Exactly. Yeah. And when you know, end up believing anything because you know. And then you can hold the professors to the real high standard, which is your standard.
You know, when you do a scientific experiment, you always need to get it peer reviewed. Excuse me, because obviously we can make mistakes on our own.
Yeah,
we all can. Did you have other people?
That's why there are millions of flat earthers now, because many flat earthers have done their peer reviews, haven't they?
I'm not trying to argue with you.
Yeah, these are business observations, though, right? That's like a category error, right? So this is based on this is geometry and math. Okay.
Yeah, I'm not trying to argue. I'm not here for a fight.
Dude, I spoke to you last time. We had a great chat.
I remember.
So
did you get your friends to check the maths? Because sometimes we can make mistakes when we do experiments only on our own. Did you guys get other people to check the maths?
Yeah, absolutely. All the math
Yeah,
has been
absolutely.
checked over extensively, right? And it matches up with all of the Earth curve calculators, the universities giving the formulas on how to make these calculations. And it's not that difficult either, right? It's all just based off the claimed radius value of the globe, right? So it's testing the characteristics that would have to be present on a globe Earth of that size. So yeah, these have been done extensively.
Yeah, and you can replicate it yourself. This is why I say, hence, there are millions of flat earthers, because we're all checking each other's work, and it's proving to be true, you see. So that's why we know, that's why we say we know the earth is flat. We're not carrying a belief.
Yeah, that's the difference. It's a testable, repeatable observation that could be made. So if you can do it and I can do it and somebody else can do it, then we could all check each other's work. That's the difference between what's going on with the various space agencies and what we're seeing on the ground, right? Is if they're reporting to us that the sphere is a certain size, and then we could check that size based on measurement and observation. So that's where the big glaring problem is here in the whole situation that we find ourselves in.
Yeah. And whilst we're talking, I'd like to draw your attention to the side chat, because I'm posting images to support the telecommunications that we were talking about a few moments ago. And if you look, you can see it begins. I'm building up a picture for you to see how the system works. Okay, it's all in there for you.
Okay, I'm having a look.
I already know. Yeah, please have a look. Yeah, it's all there. I'm here to help you out, you see. So yeah, you can easily prove it. Remember, you have the right to establish the standards that you are satisfied with. Okay? That's key here. And then, like you say, you can offer it up for peer review if you want. That's fair enough. If you feel you need to do that, you can. No problem.
I mean, it's always good practice to do that, because none of us are infallible, are we? It's easy to make mistakes.
Well, the point is that we are making a big mistake because we've allowed the experts to run away with it. They can't go to space. The Earth isn't a globe. And they've been giving it all the peer reviews. So really, the peer review system, it stinks. It's corrupted, actually. And as of 2015, December 26, they are no longer the standard now. They are not the standard. Whatever they say is just going down the loo. Whatever they say. See what I mean now? They've ruined it for themselves. I'm writing them completely off.
Can I switch it up a bit with a different question?
Yep, you go ahead, switch it up, man.
I think this is the first thing that would a question that would occur to someone listening to Flat Earth for the first time. I think the first question someone would think of is, what happens if you walk in one direction?
That's a great question. People have asked that. So if you could walk in one direction on the flat Earth, I would say and you hold a heading, and you obviously you go across land, then you're going to hit water, and you keep going, you'll hit the ice wall. Then it should be about 150 feet high. You'd have to scale that and then keep going. What's beyond that, I do not know. I haven't been there.
Is there?
You know what I mean?
Are there must be efforts then from the Flat Earth.
Financial undertaking that most of us don't have. Yeah?
Hold on, my friend. The chat just cut out for about 45 seconds.
Yeah. All right. It does happen, doesn't it?
Yeah, I didn't hear any of your answer, so I'm afraid.
I'll say again that fate favors the prepared, and if you were to go to that You would walk across the land, you'd have water, you'd have to scale the ice wall that you meet, which is going to be 150 feet high approximately. You get up there, and then the ice shelf keeps going. What's beyond, I don't know, right? And then if you go to Antarctica through the organized tours, you are restricted. When you're on that tour, you are restricted to where you can go. And wherever you go, you're accompanied anyway. So you can't just go up somewhere. And then let's say you were a rich person and you had the money, you would still have to plan this logistically, right? Because you have to prepare for any danger. You have to think of all the dangers. So it's not that easy to go to Antarctica and do that. It's a small fortune it costs, okay? And most of us flat earthers don't have that kind of finance. You know. Did you get that?
Yeah, I'm just thinking it through.
Yeah. Because there are protocols in place that stops the average man and woman going to these places. So if you're a billionaire and you just wanted to flaunt the system, fuck the system, I'm going, and you've got like 10 ships, you're going to come under pressure from the military, the Navy and the Air Force. And they if you don't turn around, they will blow you out of that water. You're a national security risk. Because insurance policies would be required. You'd have to get permission from your government, and they're not going to give you that. See, this is how we're being controlled. Antarctic Treaty is in place, so you may be trespassing on some other country's claim to the Iceland. You know what I mean? So there's lots of things going on, man. Lots.
Shall I give you my thought on that?
Yeah, you go ahead. Yeah, please.
If we went to Antarctica, we could also go 180 degrees in the other direction and also find an ice wall. Because surely you're saying there's a 360-degree circle around us.
Correct. Absolutely correct. Yes, I would agree with you with that. That is what I'm saying. Yes.
So when you talk about Antarctica, you're not talking about the one spot
Not the globe ball, because we don't live on a globe. Correct.
So you're calling Antarctica everything that's around the known...
The ice wall that needs to be there to contain the ocean, I'm saying is 360 degrees. So from wherever you are and you head in one direction, you're going to hit it. That's what I love about the design of this thing that God has created, which we should be going to see. Because all these things give you the clue that there's something more powerful than you has created this for you. That's the true story. It's staring you in the face. And the governments are keeping you away from that and distracting you with games and drugs, clubs, music to some extent. You know what I mean? TV.
Oh, I don't have a doubt in music.
Fashion and all this and that, you know, superficial stuff. But the real stuff of nature, you don't know. If we threw you in the bush, you wouldn't know how to survive. You'd be looking for your McDonald's and all this and that, you know, or whatever.
Well, I've watched a lot of Bear Grylls.
Yeah, supermarkets and whatever, you know. You have to cook for yourself, hunt for yourself. Can you do that today? No. Difficult for you. Build your house in the woods.
Right. Jin, would you say that it would be better to not make assumptions about individuals' prowess and skill sets?
Oh,
right?
no, yeah, I would agree with that. No, I'm just saying that. Yeah, I would agree with that. Yeah.
And also, we shouldn't make assumptions about places that haven't been mapped. You know.
Yeah.
So also, so just about areas that are off limits and that we have to make assumptions about. It would be difficult to make positive claims about any of those areas. So it's,
I said that in my way. That's what I think I did say. Yeah, but the point is, it is being patrolled. We are being corralled, and it is not easy to go to these places. There are organized tours. That's correct. And they limit where you can go when you go to Antarctica. So you can't really go off on your own to do these things. One guy did try it. His name was Jarl Anderhoid, and he went 3 times. He went there once. He was marched back. I think 2 of his colleagues were killed because he went back the 2nd time and the 3rd time to try and find them because it didn't sit well with him. But he was marched back all 3 times. So, you know, whether that's, again, can I prove that he actually went there? Well, it's difficult to say that I can do that, but that's the story that's out there. So that's what leads one to think that, yeah, it's not a place you can just go on your own. But yeah, I understand what you're saying. We shouldn't make assumptions. It's antecedent. So yeah, if you're thinking about the ice wall, that's what I feel you would see and meet.
Thanks for answering the question.
Oh yeah, no, you're welcome, man. Main point is that
Japan, just a quick side note. How long have you been in Japan for?
26 years.
Oh, nice. I've been in Hong Kong for 7 years.
Oh, well done.
Yeah.
What do you do
You're not
there?
missing England.
Sorry?
You're not missing England then?
No, not really. No, I mean, because of like the invention of WhatsApp and Skype and that I'm using, I've been able to communicate with the family and friends. I've been back a few times anyway. So no, I'm not missing London. Big man, man. 63. You know what I mean? I'm not missing London. It's turned. It's a shithole now. Anyway, it's worse than. It's turned a lot worse.
I'm not missing it either.
Yeah,
Asia's a lot better, isn't it?
Yeah, it's turned a lot worse than it was when I was there. And my children, I'm glad they were born here in Japan, so they're having a better time of it, of course.
Nice.
Yeah.
Good for you.
Yeah, good for you as well. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, I'll let somebody else step in then.
Yeah. Anybody else got any questions to ask the flat earthers? Remember, when you go out and check something, then no one can tell you different.
Thanks, HK. We appreciate you, man, miking up and asking some good questions there. Thanks to Jin for answering those questions, man.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I tried my best. A few assumptions came in there, but it is antecedent, I felt. But yeah, I that in mind in the future. Yeah, it's in this time we're living in now, it is important, I do feel, that you question everything you're being told. Don't just take it as gospel anymore, because that's where deceptions can run free, and you will be the victim in the end.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of mystery behind what's going on, and I mean, the one thing we can rest assured upon is the various observations and laser tests and things of this nature that allow us to witness the lack of curvature and drop over distance. So it's best to stick with what we can know personally. And it would be great. I mean, there's definitely people who have claimed to have done some expeditions out to the south and south relative to their positions, where they were traveling from. So, but yeah, trying to quantify all of the area. I mean, you're talking about millions of hectares of water and all this stuff. So it's pretty intense.
Oh yeah. But if the Gleason's map is correct as it is, and it's where it's been laid out, then that ice wall there has to be something containing the water. And when you look at the images of the ice wall on the internet, there are several images, of course. It does look feasible that it will be 360 degrees right round. It's quite possible that could be there. And then we have the story from Captain Cook, who spent 3 years trying to find a gap in the ice. Didn't find it, did he? Sent by the Royals to go and find something. British government.
Yeah. Captain's logs are interesting.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Yeah, so if I had the money, that's what I'd like to do. But again, it's still going to be a risk because the government won't let me get there. It's a shame. That's the one thing. This is why we need that revolution to actually get the freedom to go and have a look, because would be something to behold, wouldn't it? As you're approaching it, all that ice, that's what's keeping everything in. it will send it home to you that there is a God for sure. I mean, there is already for me, but that would be like a capping stone to see the ocean and the ice wall from the ship as we were approaching. And you think, wow, look at that. Clean air, no smog air, clean. The cleaner the air, the better for your body. I've known that from mountaineering in the forests early in the morning. You know, you're breathing in clean air, no traffic air. Like 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock in the morning on the mountains, going up. And you know, when you start to exert muscular force, you're breathing in lots of volume of air, more so than when you're just walking and sitting down. And that exercise and the air going through your lungs cleans your lungs out and then cleans your blood as well. And a workout would be like, for me, it's 2 hours, that going up and coming back down. It's completely sweated head to toe. So to go to Antarctica and get that clean air without having to work for it, that would be just absolutely marvelous.
Yeah, the sheer massiveness of the area in question. I mean, regardless of what we find, it would be just a massive task for any one individual to try and do any type of mapping or cartography in that area.
Yeah.
I mean, and just with the lack of, it's just based on what the conditions have been alleged to be. Yeah, I mean, there's temperature, there's wind, all of that stuff is just not on my bucket list. I don't know if I want to be out there without.
Actually, it is on mine in a way that I want to go there, but I'm not going to go there on my own, of course. Go there with a good team. And I really want to use those vehicles called the Sherpas that are built by the Russians, 6-wheelers, and you can put a trailer on the back of that as well. They sleep 8 to 10 men, but if you reduce it to like 6 men or 5 men a vehicle, that gives you a lot of room. There's no squashing going on, and then you go off with a fleet of those and just have a look around. Would be nice to do that,
Yeah, well, you have the issue of just like the engineering and the vehicles that you'd be using, and temperatures, could freeze fuel.
Well, they're designed to operate in that environment, and instead of having a propeller shaft, they're driven by chain. Okay, and they're really brilliant. Where the 6 wheels are, the hubs are fuel tanks. So you've got the fuel tank in the vehicle. They're very frugal. They don't drink a lot of petrol. They're not going at breakneck speed. I think maximum speed is about 30 miles an hour. Okay, that's it. Okay, and you've got the fuels that are in the wheel hubs. So you see all that big rubber tire, and then the disc in the middle. That's a fuel tank. Fuel in there, in all 6 wheels. They're amphibious. So if you end up in the water, you don't drown. Okay, they're brilliant. These things are, man. 6-wheel drive and just pull you through.
Yeah, one of the members of the 24/7 home server, Drace AI had brought up submarines and finding some channels to maybe go underneath the ice, which I thought was a much more hospitable way of doing it, because you wouldn't have to deal with any of the extreme temperatures above the surface. That was an interesting point. But yeah, again, it's all speculative. Yeah, if you look down in the side chat, there was a young man who disregarded calls to not go there and just flew his plane out there on his own. So, it's similar to Andahoy.
Yeah, oh, that's interesting. Thank you for that. I'll look at that now. And I was also going to say another idea that another flat earther put forward would be like using airships, blimps and that. Yeah, so you can cover a lot of ground, a little bit more environmentally friendly than an aeroplane. Okay, and you got the blimps. Blimps, you know the ones I'm talking about.
Yeah, you're talking about Zeppelins.
Yeah, exactly. So you could use those are good, I think, as well. Hmm. That's an interesting shot. I was just looking at that. So this is over Antarctica, is it?
Yeah. He was doing it to raise money for something, I believe, if I remember correctly.
Yeah. It is on my to-do list. I would love to go there, definitely, and use the old skidoos and that. Yeah, would love to have a go. Enjoy the fresh air and enjoy the beauty of it all. The fact that there's nothing there is therapy in itself. Throw your imagination out and have a look. Yeah. I'd like to go to the very end if it was possible, see what's out there properly.
Guys.
Hi there.
I think the government's lying to us.
Really? You only just
Why
think
do they
that
do
now.
this?
Yeah. Because we allow them. Because we, the 99%, are allowing them to do that. That's why.
I hate this shit.
Well, perhaps you
Yes.
gather yourself together with some like-minded people and you can do something about it.
Yeah, it's time to do that.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think flat Earth is the beginning. Because once you wake up to that, that's the biggest lie ever told. Okay, definitely. Where you live and that's all crap. All right. And then by rights, anyone telling that lie must go to jail. It's as simple as that. And return all funds that they've taken from the taxpayer.
For sure. I do agree with that.
And then you start to educate humanity correctly, and we start to live properly. Part of education is where you live, managing your health to enjoy where you live. Right. And you don't have to work all the hours God sends you. You work enough because the cost of living wasn't meant to be skyrocketing because God made the earth for us to live on it for free. We didn't have to pay for nothing. Your labor is your payment in turning over the soil, planting the seeds, harvesting. That's the price you pay. But that's nothing for the gift that God gave us of this land that we're living on. You see, so you don't have to have a system of economies that's devaluing your lives. You know
when I truly realized this, I make money online I never had a job in my life because I understood the fact of how this slavery works. But it really hit me when I traveled half the world to meet my girlfriend. She has a job in a 5-star hotel. Okay. I wake up, I'm just waiting for her. Time is going by. She comes home, she's all tired. Because of course you're a fucking labor. They're gonna make you work like a fucking machine, right?
Yeah.
Then I realize most of her time it's gone to resting and working, and then after traveling she comes home, she's tired. She really pushes herself hard to give me the best time as long as I'm here, to spend more time with me. to do more activities, go out, etc. But I realized that it's really draining her.
Yeah.
And I could see how she's struggling to now not only manage her personal life, also her job life, and then also her family, right? So there's 3 different lives that she has to live, and I can truly see she's struggling. And I'm like, why is this needed? It's just not needed.
Yeah. There's a better way, you see. Yeah. This system is one of devaluation, and that's not what God put us on the earth to be doing. You see? So
For sure, I could see most people are depressed because first they don't even get to spend time with their families at all. People barely have time. People doing 2-3 jobs just to survive. It's crazy.
Yeah, that's right. That's what it is. So so that's it. When people begin to realize that life doesn't have to be like this, right? I mean, let's say I'm the leader of an African country, yeah, in Africa. You know what I'd be doing? I would be printing money and giving it to the people. Everybody's rich because I'm rich, okay, everybody? So just line up and come and get your money every week. Go and buy everything you need. Go ahead. We're rich. Print the money, go and buy. Print the money, go and buy. Go and buy, go and buy. Go and buy. Don't waste, but go and buy. You know what I mean? And give the middle finger to the system. Just like that. Inflation, who gives it? I don't care about it. It's not going to affect us. We're rich.
You know why? Because I'll tell you why. The system is supposed to function for humanity, but it seems as if the humanity is functioning for the system.
Yeah.
Which is artificial.
That's right. The human beings are keeping the system alive. But I would go unilateral and just print the money and say, come on, my people, here's the money. Go and buy the things you need, yeah? Yeah.
The cap.
Yeah, I'm not as rich as you yet. I have no money. You get the money first. I get the money after you. Don't worry. You go and get your money first. Go ahead. Just print the money, yeah? You at the bank? Start printing, otherwise you lose your job.
So Slim, I noticed you were in the chat. Was it yesterday? So
yeah,
have you
I'll
given
come
up
here every
on
day these days.
Oh, okay. So have you given up on the heliocentric globe model? And if so,
Bro, I don't trust none of this shit, man. I don't trust no government or anybody. I need to do more research, but I'm not gonna just adapt like anything. I don't trust NASA. I just trust myself, and I think I have to explore more and see things for myself.
Okay. Well, what about the people who have already done these measurements and don't find any curvature? Would you say you trust their observations?
I need to look into it, right? Because I'm so new about it, so I don't really know. But I know for sure. I think the last time I came, I talked about the video that I saw about Neil Armstrong and how he was not taking the oath that he went to the moon. The fact that the recordings are corrupted. The fact that there's only been one time that humans actually went to the moon and never again. There's so many things, so many different things that convinces me that maybe NASA is not telling the whole truth.
All right. Yeah. Well, that's good that you're questioning things and that you want to do your own research. Yeah. Well, thanks for coming back and sharing your thoughts with us.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, it's really interesting because you guys, flat earthers, are considered to be very strange. Let's put it that way. Very strange. People don't really agree with flat Earth theory, and they think you guys are crazy. I don't think so. I think the people that wake up every morning, go to stupid work, spend their whole life, take mortgages from home, car loan, mortgage, home loans, and need to work 30, 40 years more just to repay that, I think they're the stupid ones. Because you're given this life. This dude is right. You're given this life. There's so much to explore. There's so much to learn. Art, music, architecture, anything really to learn. Yet, motherfucker is going to a stupid office where he needs to sell a product or a service to somebody who doesn't even need it. We are all manipulated by the government or not just government, but mega corporations and we buy things we don't need. They make things. We all know this. They make things which are easily breaking, so we buy more things. And to buy more things, we need to work more and make more money. Stupid. Like they understand human psychology so well. They use the right colors, the right placement of objects in the store, the right perfumes, smells, the right chemicals in those McDonald's burgers. They know exactly how to get you hooked. They know exactly how to hijack your psychology, how to hijack your biology and your chemistry and make you a fucking slave. That's who I think are stupid. Those people are the stupid ones.
Yeah, and remember, it's because they don't realize it. They don't realize that they're a slave, and they think that this life is what it is. And if you don't have any connection with nature and the creator of the earth, God, then you fall foul to whatever the system's telling you to be, and they're being what the system is telling them to be, right? And that's it. So when they say there's something coming on, get ready, come and get it, come and get your needle. Then they go and get it. Put your face cover on. They put the face cover on. They're being controlled. That's it.
No, people make their own choices, brothers.
Yes, that's right.
I think it's dangerous to start speaking in such generalities about the entire population. Everyone has their nuanced, unique characteristics, and it's really based on you and what you are willing to tolerate. You could blame the government all you want, but at the end of the day, you're the ones making your choices moment by moment. Everybody makes their own choices. And you could blame the parents, you could blame you could blame a million things. And at the end of the day, you may think you have some understanding on why people are choosing the choices that they choose to make, But at the end of the day, you're not going to have any greater understanding. Why? Because there's going to be some overlooked variable somewhere in your equations, So it's more important to just and not speak in so many generalities about unique individuals, in my opinion.
Yeah, but they're making their choices because they feel they have to make their choices. That's it. That's what I've been trying to say.
I don't actually disagree with this guy. I mean, the guy that just spoke, because when I've been around the world. Okay, I'm from India, by the way, but I've traveled all the world. Right now, I'm outside. When I see 50%, 30 to 40% people don't have enough food to eat. 50% of the population don't get proper education or guidance, right? They just do what society is expecting them. In Asian culture, it's like that: become an engineer, doctor, etc., etc. And 70 to 80% of the world is emotionally mature. That's why government uses tools to manipulate, right? Like, oh, Israel versus Palestine. Like, oh, this dude said something on the news, blah, blah, blah. It's outrageous. People are invested in the wrong things. Most people in my generation, because I'm Gen Z, they love drama. All people do in my generation is they want drama. They want entertainment. When I look at these people, they're so emotionally mature. If you say, let's say if you have a bold opinion, right? And you say, oh, I don't believe in Islam or anything really, anything slightly offensive, they lose their mind. How can you consider these people are able to make their own choices?
Yeah,
they're so easily influenced by they're so easily influenced by little words that you speak out of your mouth. If you say don't take vaccines, the people that don't take vaccines are not the ones that are angry.
Yeah,
actually, the people that are taking the vaccines are more angry.
Yeah, we can't use
your opinion.
Hang on, we can't
They're
say
the ones
that on this server. Hold on.
Yeah,
we
they're
can't
the ones
say that on this server,
suppressing the
unfortunately.
anti-vaxxers.
Yeah,
not the other way
but
around.
we can't. Hang on, you're not listening, my man. We can't say that on this server, unfortunately.
Shut the fuck up!
Okay, so we have to not say that at all. On that topic matter. As much as I would love to talk about it, we can't talk
Say
about
what?
that. Okay.
What
Yeah.
talk about? Not talk about what?
About the medicines that we shouldn't be taking.
Oh, COVID stuff. Okay.
Yeah.
So you see who's more immature, right? You there you go.
Yeah. Yeah. Unfortunately, is the word I use there. Because if it was my server, I would be talking about it, wouldn't give a damn, and I'd probably lose the channel, and then we get another one. That'd be me, because I want people to know the truth. But it's not my server, so we can't do that.
Yeah, I understand. That's understandable.
Yeah. My server, we would be doing it, telling everybody loud and clear. And then they might shut us down, we'll make another one. Yeah, we make another server.
Yeah, send me the link.
Oh no, I haven't got one up and running at the moment. I've got, so I'm just saying, if it was my server, if I did have one, we would be able to talk about it. I guarantee you. But this server is not mine. Yeah,
Understandable,
it's the flat Earth.
Are you for real though? Can we actually genuinely not talk about it? Like seriously?
It's YouTube rules, dude. Let's just get back to the topic of the room.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we're not allowed to. Yeah, and the topic is whatever you want to talk about that. So flat Earth related stuff, yeah. Globe Earth related stuff. Obviously, you said you're going to do the research, which is a good step forward because that means you're going to learn something from your endeavors there. But it's very easy to prove. You've never experienced it anyway, because if you're living on a globe, it would be impossible to avoid it. You could not be on a globe and not know it. Just impossible. Right? And all construction engineering, civil engineering and that, tunnel boring, right? Laying down of bridges, foundations, don't take Earth's curvature into consideration, right? Flying, sailing, right? Hovercrafts, hot air balloons.
But I think passenger airplane, they do take the globe Earth, right?
No, they don't. They don't. One, because there's a black box, which is actually an orange box at the back of the plane. It's called the in-flight telemetry data. That instrument records every single facet of the plane from when it took off to when it landed. And it's telling us that the plane is flying horizontal. It is not taking a curved trajectory. It would have to. And if it did take a curved trajectory, you would know. You know why you would know? Because you couldn't go to the toilet. The cabin crew wouldn't serve you your drinks, meals, blankets, pillows, newspaper, magazines, and little games for little Charlie. You wouldn't get any of that. You know why? Because the plane is flying for a curved trajectory, and a curved trajectory is not horizontal. Okay? It's a curved trajectory. You have to have your seatbelt on all the time until you land at your destination. Everybody. No one's walking around because the plane is not level. You will notice when you're walking around, the plane is level. It's not a nose up angle or a nose down angle. And when it's like that, the captain of the plane says, everybody sit down, seatbelt up, we're coming into land, and you've got to sit down because the plane, you understand? Right. So you would know when you were taking a curved trajectory over 9 hours plus. It's not happening.
So have you been on a long flight before?
Yes, I have, of course. 12 hours flight.
And do you know why it's a little bit faster to fly east than to fly west?
Well, they say because of the Earth's rotation.
So have you timed an airplane before when you flew west to east?
So I've been around so many planes because, as I said, I travel around all the time. There are certain times where some planes are not flying on the right time. So, for example, you're in the plane. Certain plane, if it says that takeoff is at 3:30, it is going to be like running, like taking off at 3:30. Other times,
flight time.
Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. Other times they would say 3:30
when you're flying, not when you're on the ground. When you're flying. It doesn't matter when it takes off.
I never genuinely timed it necessarily, but I'm saying
because if you let's say if you're flying from Florida to Japan, it will take you like 16 hours to get there, right?
Yeah.
But from Japan to Florida, it actually might take you like 14. You'll save 2 hours.
Yeah.
Yeah. So why is that?
You tell me. Well, first of all, prove that in the first place.
Well,
then you can tell us.
If you booked any flight, it will literally tell you how long you're going to be in the air.
So you want me to go do the legwork, or are you going to back up your claim?
If like I've traveled to around the world. I've been to Vietnam, China, Japan, Egypt, Saudi Arabia, London, and every time I fly west, it's always a little bit shorter than flying east.
Okay, why?
He's telling the truth. He is telling the truth. and that
Yeah,
would be
okay,
because
why?
of the trade winds that are up there, the jet
Trade
streams.
winds.
Yes, the jet streams. Okay, they assist the plane on the way back, or vice versa. Okay. Because London to Japan is like 9.5 hours, and then back it's like 10 hours, 10 or 11 hours, depending. So yeah, it does work that way.
Yeah, I didn't think that sounded like a measurement of Earth rotation.
No, it's definitely not of rotation at all. No, it's the winds that are assisting the plane. Nothing to do with Earth rotation.
Usually what happens is they just come in with something that they read on an anti-flat Earth blog, and then they just declare that such and such happens, and they declare that that such and such is because of curvature rotation.
Yeah, but it's definitely not because of that. We're not measuring curvature anyway, and we're not moving.
Guys, I was saying something, right? So there are certain times where the plane is taking off directly at the 3:30, and there's other time where it's been 3:50 or 55, and then the plane is taking off.
Yeah, short
And
delay.
I'm saying this because I've taken more than 50 airplanes, so I definitely know this. I know what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
And I'm not
you're
biased.
talking about flight. You're talking about flight delays. That's all.
No, not delays. No, not delays. It's just normal. Like it'll take off 10 minutes late, 20 minutes late. And there are some flights that just do. I don't know why exactly. Maybe people don't really notice because once you're in the plane, they don't give a fuck, right?
No,
but usually
I noticed. Believe you me, I noticed that would be a delay for some reason. You know, so there's a delay going on. It could be that the planes are taking off on the runway; they're delayed, so therefore you have to be delayed. But you know, that's what happens. So it's like a domino effect. You know.
But it still lands at the time that it's given, like all the time. Like if it's, that's
I've
what I'm trying to
experienced
say.
that. Yeah, because the plane flies, the pilot puts his foot down basically and gets the plane moving to make up for the lost time. Of course.
Yeah, correct.
Oh, is it? I don't know. It burns more fuel, right? Basically.
Yeah, well, of course they do. Yeah. Remember, those aircrafts carry enough fuel to get to the destination and still have some in reserve. That's how they plan that.
Yeah, of course.
I have to.
Yeah, was this being live? Like, yeah.
Sorry, I was going to say, and there's a theory out there, supported by lots of material, that aeroplanes are not using as much fuel as being claimed, because once they're up there, the air is the actual fuel, and they're using a little bit of fuel to keep the combustion going. Do you understand? That's what's been discovered of recent years. You know, the turbines are generating enough force just by sucking the air through, and for it to be compressed, it's generating the thrust and a little bit of a ignition, boom, and that's what's keeping it going. You know, because the reason why we say that is because the Airbus A380 or whatever it's called, it's such a big plane, and those wings are so tiny, and the amount of fuel that they say it's carrying doesn't seem possible to be carried. We can't work out where that fuel is because the wings are so wafer thin, right? And then you've got the body of the aircraft, and we've seen where the tanks are laid out. Doesn't match. And we had a big discussion and debate over this back in 2017 on the Hangouts. Right? Yeah, we were really looking into this. So yeah. So there's another thing, you know, that they're not using as much fuel as they claim they're using. Yeah, it's called the jet fuel hoax or something like that. I can post one video in there if you're interested.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I always want to know more.
Yeah, I've got the video, so let me see if I can get that up and post it in their server for you, because it's quite a good one. the jet fuel hoax, it's called. And man, we were shocked because prior to finding that out, they were charging some heavy surcharges due to wars and everything else. You know, tickets were expensive. I never traveled during the surcharge period. I didn't want to waste my money. I refused. Yeah, just ripping me off.
There's so many things that I saw when I was a kid. I'm still pretty young, but when I was, I think 2000 maybe 20, I would see videos of like cloud making machines, etc., etc. And it would really make me think, like, wow, we can do all these shit, but nobody knows. If you ask somebody, do you know we have cloud making machine? Nobody fucking knows.
Oh yeah,
I mean, to be honest, if you are making fucking clouds, putting in the sky, it's a pretty big deal, right? That's revolutionary, but nobody fucking knows about that. I've seen that with my eyes. I've seen it with my eyes. So there's many things on the internet that don't really make sense to me. That makes me really question about the government. I mean, of course, the government's lying. They're taking all our data, train their AI robots, whatever.
Yeah.
Now there's hold on, just a sec. Now they have like this
Someone's just
AI.
Someone's just come in. Let's welcome the newcomer. Who are you and what's your name and welcome?
Hello. Yeah.
Yeah, hello. How are you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing good. So my name is like Johannes.
Say it again, your name is?
Johannes.
Johannes. Nice to meet you, Johannes.
Yes.
Where are you from?
Yeah, nice to meet you too. From Germany.
Ah, the Germans. Dun dun dun. Nice to meet you, sir. Don't get many coming in. Welcome, sir.
Welcome to the chat.
What the fuck you talking about?
No, we're welcoming you to the server. Welcome.
Yeah, I'm already. It's been like 5 years that I visit the last Flat Earth Discord channel in this server, you know?
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I'm OG, you know?
Okay, well, how have you been over the last 5 years? Have you got anything that we can get into?
Yeah, I got some theories, but not with Flat Earth, you know?
Oh, what theories have you got?
Like some Chew and like everything, I don't know. About the money, about the satanic church, stuff like that. I don't know. And you?
What have you learned from it?
Yeah, that we all puppets from the government, you know.
Yeah. Okay, that's true.
Yeah, that's the thing. And
so, Johannes,
yeah.
wait before you keep going on about the satanic conspiracy stuff about the government and everything. So, are you a believer in the globular model, or do you know that the Earth is flat? Oh, so you believe in the heliocentric globular model?
Yes.
Okay. So, what is your best evidence for why you believe that the Earth is a spinning water ball?
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, Trump.
Guys, hello guys. Oh fuck my microphone.
Trump is shit, you know.
Hey, you just cut somebody off. Welcome to the chat. Just wait your turn. We're speaking with Johannes, also known as Kritz.
Yeah, Johannes. So, what's your best proof, Johannes, that the Earth is a globe? Yeah, not Trump. Trump wouldn't be your. That wouldn't be the answer. It wouldn't be Trump, would it?
Are you
I thought we are gonna speak about the global elite, you know. But if I think the Earth is round, you know.
I do too.
Junge, mein Englisch ist so tot, Digga. Hey,
No, that's okay. Please don't worry about that. We understand what you're saying. We're asking you, what is your number one best proof that you know the Earth is a globe? That's what the question was to you.
Like
Do you
the
understand?
drone from my brother, yes.
Sorry?
When you fly really high with a drone, you can see the Earth curve.
Curvature.
Okay. Are you sure that the drone's camera lens isn't facilitating that curvature? Because that sometimes happens, doesn't it? That the camera on the drone.
Why
makes
should
things look
every
curved.
drone company do this?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah. Well, you know, when we fly in an aeroplane, we don't see it. So perhaps the lens in the drone is what's making that look curved. Yeah.
Yeah, but so you are saying that some company in China with 2 or 3 workers are getting from the government advice, or I don't know how to say it because I'm not
Yeah.
English, you know.
No, that's okay. That's okay. You carry on.
To curve the lens of the drone, you know. Why would a small company with like, I don't know, 10 workers would get the fuck, scheiß drauf.
Yeah, no, I understand what you're saying. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is that maybe that model of drone you've got, the camera lens is curving the image. Okay?
Yes, you know, I know this.
No. But
Right.
what if?
So that's a possibility, isn't it? It's a possibility, isn't it? Because if we are not measuring curvature anywhere, we flat earthers, and then you're telling me you've got a drone that's seeing curvature, that must be the lenses is at fault here. Must be.
You know, but it can be the lenses, but it cannot
When you
too.
build it
You know.
yourself, you know, the drone yourself.
We've got
drones yourself.
drones in the house, yeah. The point is, the lens does facilitate curvature. You can get those lenses like the fisheye, GoPro fisheye lens, for example, that facilitates curvature. And then there are other models that facilitate curvature on the lens, from the lens, should I say. You have to bear that in mind, yeah? You're seeing curvature, but it could be due to the lens itself that's curving the image.
Yes, but why are you thinking that the Earth is flat?
Okay, because we're not able to measure the curvature of the Earth. That means we were told it was a globe at school, and then I believed that, of course. And then, like December of 2015, I watched 8 videos, and every video made complete sense to the life that I've lived at that time. 54 years. I'm 63 now, so 54 years. Okay, I'm going to be 64 this year. So yeah, it was perfect. So then I went out to check with my family, and we're not finding curvature anywhere.
But
we cannot measure the curvature of the Earth.
But you know, if you are an astronaut, go into the ISS. Do you think that the ISS is fake?
Yes, it's fake. How do you know the ISS is up there?
Because you know the German astronaut Alex irgendwas.
I don't know that name, no, but carry on.
Yeah, but he is on a show in Germany, The show is on the channel called ZDF.
Okay.
Yes, and he is on the ISS, and he's showing us what to do in the ISS with the anti-gravity, and showing us the Earth throughout the window of the ISS, you know. But do you think that the ISS video footage when they launched it in space is also fake? Because
Yeah,
why should it? Where
absolutely. It's all
yeah, but
fake.
where
Sure, yeah.
does the $150 billion went? You know, from the
Right,
ISS.
it went into their pockets. That's where it went. It went into their. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, so Microsoft, you're saying, okay, if this, then that, and if this, then that, right? You're using an example to explain away the lack of curvature here on the ground. That is really the important thing in question, right? Now, you can't go up to the ISS yourself, nor can I, and nor can anybody in this on this panel right now. But what we can do is we can measure the surface, and we could do long distance observations. We could get lasers, and we could run experiments, observations, and testing here on the surface.
Yes.
And we can test against. We could test against the proposed radius of the sphere that they're claiming the Earth is. Now,
Yeah, but
none of these. Listen, wait. Let me finish my point. So,
Yes,
real quick.
yes.
I'm sorry. I don't want to cut you off. All right. So, if we have a bunch of scientists that are all in agreement that the Earth's radius is 3,959 miles, then we could
Yes.
go ahead and we could make measurements based on that's their number. They're giving us that number. Okay. Now, if we don't find any curvature, no drop over distance here on the ground, then everything that they're showing us in space should be taken as, not true. Correct?
Yeah, but you know, telescopes, you know, so not the big ones that astrologists use, like the small ones that you can buy for, I don't know, $500-$600.
Yes, sir.
Looking up in the air in space at night, you can see the moon that is round. It is a ball, and you can see, if you have a really good one, Mars. So if the planets are balls, or yes, but why does the Earth needs to be flat if all other planets are a ball? You know.
Well, first off, I mean, I'd say it's hard to quantify something that's so far away and such hazy imagery as a sphere, and to be making claims about that as like something that you
Yeah,
can.
but we have pictures
Hold on,
of Jupiter
Bill, I'm so
that are showing it is round. You know.
Well, I'm aware.
And you
I am
can
aware
also
of all
see
the
it.
images. I'm aware of all the images. I just wanted to make sure that we understand that we can't test this stuff. So to say that, all right, we get a home-based telescope, we look up in the sky, we see these images, right? We see these
Yes,
light,
we see
we
the
see the light,
moon, and we
see the
see.
light. Okay, yep, okay. But yes, to say that it's most definitely a sphere is something that you cannot make that assertion and be honest with yourself. Number one. But number two, that doesn't tell us anything about the surface of the Earth, right? So to say that because we see something in the sky, right, and it appears to be spherical, we can't confirm or deny that. At the end of the day,
Yes,
we're
we
still
can
dealt
confirm it
with the
because
fact that
we see it. You know.
wait. The fact that we can't find any drop over distance, which is required to have a sphere, to be living on a ball, you would need some measurable drop over distance, no matter how big the ball is. But what's great is they've already, everybody has been in agreement. All of the different space agencies are in agreement on the size of the radius of this sphere. So that is what we're testing against. So if we find an inconsistency here on the ground where we can actually test and verify, you can do it, anybody can do it. At the end of the day, we're left with the problem here. We're left with the problem that, well, they told us it's this big, we're testing it on the ground, and we're finding, not only we're not finding that the curvature doesn't match, we're finding that there is no curvature to be found.
Yeah,
So
but
not
why
only
do
is it not
you
a ball that,
think?
but not only is it not the ball size that they've given us, we're not finding any drop over distance. So it's not even like they made a mistake. It's just not there. There's no curvature. So
Yeah, but
that's the issue.
why do you think that your measurement is right and the measurement from the government and all of that is wrong?
Well, if we go and check it,
also,
hang on.
you know, please, and also, why should they tell us that it's around
we
and not
understand.
flat? Because there must exist aliens then, you know. But
No, that's not true. No, you're running in all kinds of directions. Just calm down for a second.
No, but no.
Yeah, I'm going to answer. We're going to answer.
I'm not raging. I'm not raging. You know, I'm not raging.
You know, but I know you. Look, calm down and let's answer your questions. Okay. Now, the reason why we know that we're right and the government is wrong because we went out to check. The government gave us the numbers. The educators gave us the numbers, and we went out to confirm it. We're not able to do that. Okay. We're finding extended horizontality everywhere. Now, the other answer to your question, why are they lying to us, is because they have humanity under control. Humanity doesn't realize that it's being under control by its governments, but they're slowly beginning to wake up. Okay, you're one of those now, because that's why they're lying.
To what?
Sorry, with the lies that we're living on a ball earth and many other lies that they've joined together to control humanity. Okay.
Yeah, but that's not an argument.
That is the truth of the situation. Maybe you don't see that, but that's what it is.
Yeah, but you say that the government has the humanity under control, and that's why they're lying to us.
They're using it as a mechanism of control. Yes.
Okay, but this doesn't make any sense, you know.
Well, but that's what it is. You see, it may not make any sense to you. It makes a lot of sense to me, and I can see by doing it very well at this point. They've got good control, very good control.
Okay, and I don't believe that the moon is not round, you know.
Yeah.
Because I don't know if that does make any sense, but asteroids are also not spherical. They are unshaped spheres. Yes. Yes. But it's
the
not,
point is this.
a flat surface. It's not a plane thing.
Well, we never said it was. What we're trying to say to you is that the Earth we live on isn't a ball. And if you look at the moon, you can't say the Earth is the same as the moon. You haven't been to the moon yourself to actually measure so you can say, okay, yes, it's a spherical ball. You're looking through the telescope. You can't see the whole moon. You've never seen the whole moon. Nobody has. Okay, that's why I think John has stated that if you're honest to yourself, you're going to say, no, I don't know what the moon is. It looks spherical. It appears to be, but I'm not sure. That's the answer. Okay, and then because I'm looking at the moon, I mean, that's wrong as well. Because you're on the Earth, you can measure. You can measure the Earth to know, but you can't go to the moon to check anything. You can't go to the moon. Okay? Does that make sense?
But if you were an astronaut going up to the moon, seeing that it's round, and looking back to Earth and seeing that it's round, do you think then Earth is round?
Yeah.
Yes, of course. Yes.
If we can go, but we cannot go to space. We cannot go to the moon. No human being can. That's the deception. You're believing it. So the government's got you under control. You're believing the lie.
Yeah, so you are saying that the moon is a mega structure built by mankind.
No, I'm not saying that at all. I didn't say that. I said to you.
For fuck's sake. Dude, shut the fuck up. It's not a man-made thing that people are hiding on. You can't go to the moon. Space is fake.
In a sphere, bro.
Space is fake, so that's all you have to deal with now is you're not going there ever in your whole life. Nobody you ever know will. It's not someplace you can go. How's that?
Yeah, but why are you so rude? Because I'm not.
Yeah,
Because
yes. What it is that we're being polite and we're trying to explain to you something, but you're not acknowledging anything we said. You're not stopping and thinking. We tell you the answer, and then you bring up another question, which is fine. You can do that, but you must also.
Because
You see, you're interrupting me now.
doesn't make any
Now
sense
you are
for me.
interrupting
You know.
me. Hold on, you are interrupting me. Yeah, I'm speaking as basic as I can and as slow as I can, so you can understand. I understand that. What I'm saying to you is that you're not stopping to think about what we said to you. We give you the answer. You don't think about it. You just asked another question, like what I said wasn't important.
I know.
Yeah.
I heard a theory that.
Real quick, just a quick
Yes.
interruption. Real quick.
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Microsoft, if you go in the side chat, Rayleigh Criterion posted something. And are you German?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, he posted something in the Deutsch.
Where?
Yeah, it was. It's at 2:36. 36 minutes after the hour.
Okay. Die meisten Drohnenkameras verwenden bei Tiefe.
Yeah, just read it on your own time if you don't mind muting up. Yeah.
Yes, I know that, but that was a thing for Crips. He said this.
Oh, okay. It was for Crips. Okay, I'm sorry, sir. Sorry to interrupt you, gentlemen. I just was trying to, calm things down a little bit, give everybody a breathing break.
Jin CBR1. I want to talk to you.
Yes, I'm here. I'm here. Yeah, I'm listening.
I heard or I watched a video that said also the Earth is flat, but if it isn't, then it is much bigger than we think, and the Antarctica is just the walls around the sphere, and it's only a little spot on a gigantic sphere. Also that the Earth is a, you know this.
Yeah. I've heard that, but the question is, if the Earth is a sphere, we should be able to measure it. Yes, we can check, can't we? Right, and we've checked it. It's not there. That's what we're saying to you. We've checked it. It's not a sphere. Nowhere near.
And the horizon. Also the horizon.
Well, yeah. What about the horizon? You tell me. What is the horizon to you?
But if if a ship goes far,
goes out to the horizon.
Yes, then it disappears. But but you're saying as a flat earther that if you zoom into it, then you can see it again. Yes.
Yes, that's correct, because your eyes are limited as to how far they can see when you're looking at an object leaving your perspective, your locale. Okay, so when you see, when you see the ship disappear, you think it's gone over the curvature, but if you pick up a pair of binoculars, you can see the ship still. So it hasn't gone over the.
Because the Earth, that's my assumption. The Earth is so big that if it goes over the field of view, that's not that it's just too big. The Earth that it can't go
be reached
over the curvature, then because it's so big, you know what I mean?
No, that's really not coherent thinking. That's not correct. When the ship goes, the textbook story that the Globus says that the ship has gone over the horizon, which means that's the curvature it's gone over. Okay, but in actuality, but it hasn't.
It's a field of view. Yes.
Hang on, you're not letting me finish again. Basically, it hasn't gone over the curvature because if I pick up a pair of binoculars, I can see the ship. Now, if it's gone over the curvature, you're still. This is why my friend Radwin shouted at you, because you're not letting me speak. I'm speaking slowly. You can answer, okay, and then you don't acknowledge what I'm telling. I'm telling you something, but you're not taking it into your head.
Yes, I do.
well, then you should then be responding by saying, "Oh yes, that's right."
Yeah, I said that. You know.
Okay,
But,
so hang on a second.
I'm just saying.
Let me get
Yes,
this
yes.
correct. Let me get this correct. So when the ship has disappeared from my eyeball and I can't see it anymore, it hasn't gone over the curvature. Is that correct?
Yes, it's correct.
Okay, good. So
how
hang on.
long is the field of view?
Hold on.
How long is
You
the field
see?
of view?
Yeah. Okay. So now when I pick up my binoculars and I see the ship, it hasn't gone over the curvature. Okay. Now I keep looking through the binoculars and I can't see it anymore in my binoculars. Has it gone over the curvature?
Then it can. You know, if you take then a telescope and watch through it, you're gonna see it here. Yeah.
Okay. So there's no curvature then. And you know that action could be an hour and a half. You understand? Right. So at that rate, where's the curvature then? If it's not going over the curvature in an hour and a half or more, then the Earth is flat, isn't it?
Yeah, but
I have sent a link in the chat.
Bro, but if you or have you taken a telescope to watch the ship go over the horizon or not?
I've never seen a ship go over any horizon. I've seen it disappear. Only to pick up a binoculars and see it again. So it's never done that. Never gone over any curvature.
Hold on.
Something that can zoom in more, you know, than a
You have to have curvature before a ship to go over it. Where's your curvature at?
You see?
What do you
Where's
mean?
the curvature? He's asking you.
Okay, so if you want a boat to go over the curve of the Earth, wouldn't you have a curve of the Earth first? Then the boat would go over it?
No, it goes, you know, downward, you know.
No, it's like a little curvature, you know. For us, it doesn't play any. For us, it don't care, but it's so little, we can not see it, you know.
Chin CBR, I want to ask you something. That's my last question, I think.
Digga, mein Englisch ist so zum Kotzen.
Ja, meins auch. Chin CBR.
Junge, ich muss.
No, you guys are doing good. You're better than my German.
Okay.
No, bro.
If I would talk
English
German,
is
I'd
so
just
bad.
be like, "Ich bin Baking, Gawking, Ulten, Snagger."
Yo.
Just start screaming with a bunch of hard consonants and.
Yeah, Crit, are you a flat earther?
Well, fuck yeah.
Okay, but you know, the Earth is like gigantic. That's
that's what you're saying.
Yeah, if you believe that it's round, you know.
How big it is.
But can you?
The
let me
curvature is
speak?
there. Yeah, but I was trying to tell you something, that it doesn't matter how big that ball is. There has to be curvature if it's a ball, and you will see it.
Yeah, right. But if you take the no, if you take the binoculars, watch the ship, go far,
go away.
furthermore, then how do you know that it's not going around the curvature? Because that's the point I'm saying. The Earth is so big that it can, I don't know, drive 10 hours, you know, 10 hours straight, and you see it, and then disappear.
You're not listening. If the Earth is big, that means the curvature is going to be big. That means the ship is going to go over the curvature. And if it goes over the curvature, I will not see it again once it's gone over. But it doesn't go over the curvature. That's why I can see it. It cannot be flat and curving at the same time. Impossible.
Yes, but have you ever looked through binoculars till the ship disappeared? Like 10 hours or something.
I'm older than you, man. Of course I've looked. Bloody hell. Come
yeah,
on,
no,
man.
no, I mean long enough. How long? Like
Yeah,
1 hour?
long enough to know that the ship does not go over any horizon. It
Yeah,
doesn't do that.
but if it goes over the horizon in like 10 hours, you know?
Well, I haven't done 10 hours because by that time I know it's flat. If I'm seeing a ship for 10 hours, there's no curvature there.
Yeah,
Come
but
on,
if
man.
if it then goes over the curvature
What,
in 10 hours?
hours? 10
Yes.
hours? No,
You know
I'm sorry.
how big the Earth is?
Hang on. Yeah, I know how big the Earth is. It's meant to be. I know how big it's meant to be, and I know how big it isn't regarding the curvature of the Earth. And if you're talking about 10 hours to go over the curvature, that's ridiculous. Ships don't take that long to cover the distance. How many miles do you think it's going to do in 10 hours? It's going to be a long way in 10 hours.
Yeah, we can look it up.
Will you look it up? You look it up.
Cruise. Yeah,
And then tell me the distance it's how fast the ship is sailing, and then do that by 10 hours, and you give me the miles, and then we can work out the curvature. Don't be
Okay.
being silly now.
20
Go ahead.
knots.
Yes.
It's
Okay. Go ahead.
23 miles per hour, or for me, because I'm German, 37 kilometers. You know,
Oh, go
if
on,
you
go on.
multiply that by 10, you know, that's 300 kilometers.
Okay,
Or,
so that's 100.
yes.
That's 180 miles. Okay, so 180 miles. There should be about 4 miles of curvature. I already know.
No,
Be able to see the ship.
but if you,
Yes.
bro,
Yeah.
the Earth, 100 miles or 300 kilometers are
180
nothing.
miles.
Yes,
300
180 miles or 300 kilometers are nothing because the Earth is.
No, the curvature is there. Look, in 180 miles, there's 4 miles of curvature. Okay, so that's a fact.
Yeah, but the Earth is how big is the diameter of the Earth?
That's
300
180 miles.
million?
You're not
If
listening again.
if you say the Earth is so big again, I might have to disconnect you.
Bro, I'm not saying something that I can rage you that hard. Okay?
Well, actually, you're not listening. That's the thing. You're not listening. I've told you there's 4 miles of curvature in 100, maybe 4.5 miles of curvature in 180 miles. That means I won't be able to see the ship because 4 miles of curvature is going to be in the way.
Yeah, but I'm not angry because you say something that is not in my opinion. And
yeah, but I'm not giving you. But I'm not giving you. Hang on, I'm not giving you an opinion. I'm giving you the facts. I'm not giving you an opinion. Not an opinion. It's the truth, isn't it?
I tagged you the curvature calculation in the side chat, brother. I understand you're not understanding. Yeah, you're not comprehending the concept here. But yeah, you're saying the Earth is so big. Meanwhile, the curvature calculator is well known. That's all.
Yeah, the curvature calculator is telling you the truth there.
Yeah, you know, here
miles is about 4.5 miles of curvature, approximately, if I remember rightly. Okay.
Here in the picture, it says that 1,000 kilometers. You should see you should not see the ship by 1,000 kilometers or miles.
600 miles. That's 600 miles.
No. That's I mean 1,000 miles. I'm sorry, 1,000 miles. That
1,000 miles. Well, yeah, I'm not going to see the. Of course, I'm not. I'm not going to see the ship. Of course, I'm not.
Yes, because it's then around the globe. You know.
No, it's not gone around the globe. It's gone beyond my eyeballs to see it, and maybe my binoculars and my telescope. 1,000 miles is a long way.
Yes. But there are telescopes that are you can watch the moon with. You know.
Yes, but the moon is not telling me the shape of the Earth. You see, that's the thing.
But the moon is 100,000 kilometers. 100,000 kilometers.
No, well, we don't know that. We don't actually know that. They say it's 238,000 miles, which is 380 odd thousand kilometers. All right, but we don't know that. We don't know that. That's the point I'm making. We don't know that. We can't prove that.
Yeah, but then how do you know that the Earth is flat?
Well, because we're measuring it. We're measuring no curvature. That's how
Yeah,
we
but
know.
we're also measuring how far the moon is.
No, we're not. No, we've never done that. Who did that? Who measured the distance to the moon?
Yeah,
Why are you talking about the moon again? Why are you talking about the moon?
Bro, what do you want from me?
I don't want you to talk about the moon. You
No,
need
I'm
to talk
talking
about
with
how
Gen
there's
CBR.
there's no curve. Yeah, there's no curve of the Earth. Zero. It's measured flat. And you
Yep,
can't
I'm
say
talking
that
with
because
Gen
it's so
CBR,
big.
Yeah, the Earth. No curvature on the Earth. Okay? Because we measured it. Right. We've measured it.
And how you know it's no curvature?
And we told you.
Or
Yeah,
curves?
we told you. Measured it. You said 300 kilometers, that's 180 miles. No curvature there. That's 4 miles of curvature, 4.5 miles of curvature. It's not there. We can see the ship, you see.
You can measure how long the camera goes, you know?
Okay, so
and a telescope goes like 360,000 kilometers. And you can measure that from the lens of the telescope. You know?
Junge, ich habe mal ein Teleskop gehabt, das ist umgefallen und hat
Can I ask you a question?
Yes, you may ask a question. Go ahead.
So in our solar system, even we use our telescope, we can see all the these planets are stuck in our globe or something, but only Earth is flat. So if
that's
a
correct.
ship,
No, they think.
no.
They think the other planets are fake.
Please,
You know.
watch a ship sail away at the sea. It disappears from the bottom up, not all at once. On a flat surface, the entire ship just gets smaller and fade.
Okay.
So why the Earth curve hides the lower part of the ship first?
Yes, because what's happening is that the ship is moving. It's called angular resolution. The angle at which your eye is connecting with the ship is changing as the ship is moving away. And the ship is moving towards what is called the vanishing point. That's why everything is merging in. Okay. And let me give you a little test you can do. If you can go to a basketball court, take your mobile phone, okay, put it on the floor under the basketball net, because the floor is level, walk to the other side of the court, lie down on the ground, you won't see your phone. And that's a leveled floor. But when you go up on your knees, you will see your phone. So a level surface can block. And you know why you can't see your phone? Because you're out of range from where you're lying down. The angle is not there for you to see it. But when you get up on your knees now, you increase the angle and you can see the phone. Okay? So, you know.
So if Earth were flat, if Earth is flat, then the sun would set everywhere at the same time, right?
No, it wouldn't, because then the Earth is very, very big and the sun is small. Smaller than the Earth. Has to be. Because everybody gets good morning, good afternoon, and good night. Okay? Every country is getting this as the sun is moving around. Okay?
So you are saying that the sun is not as big as we think?
That's correct, yeah. It's not as big as you've been told. Correct.
Sorry.
Well, you may laugh, but you haven't done any measurements. You're just talking from the books and the education.
No, even though as a Muslim, I had to laugh.
Well, that's fine. You can laugh. I'm a Muslim. I'm not laughing. Okay? Now.
In Islam. Okay, so wait. You were Muslim?
I was born under the Islamic religion, yes.
Okay, you were Muslim. MashaAllah. Then tell me.
Yeah.
Brother.
Subhanallah, ne? Okay, now pay attention, please.
Tell me.
Mashallah. Just pay attention.
Do you know,
please,
even in Islam,
pay attention. Pay attention for a second. You're doing a lot of talking. I'm trying to answer your questions, and these are sharp, to the point answers, and you're not registering. Now, like I said, when we look at that ship and it's gone over, you think it's gone over the horizon, we pick up the binoculars, we see the ship. So clearly there wasn't a curvature there. Okay? Allah doesn't lie, God doesn't lie about the earth. Man will lie, God does not lie. Okay? Now carry on.
If you're a Muslim, I have a question.
Another question.
You are Muslim, right? I had a little bit question. in Surah Al-Nas, ayat number 79 and 30, and the earth, the verse says, and the earth, after that he spread it out, daha. What does daha means? Daha means, listen, it means...
Hang on. He spread out the carpet on the floor. You don't spread a carpet out.
Daha means
egg shape. Daha is the egg
Exactly. You got my
well,
answer.
that's not the shape of the earth. The earth, when you look at the earth from NASA, the NASA image, is it an egg shape? Did they give you NASA? NASA give you egg shape earth?
But you
no. It's not an egg shape. You know what? Hang on. I'm going to post for you the chapters from the Quran that say flat earth, okay? I'm going to post it for you shortly. Okay? So someone else take over for now. Please, someone else
The
take over.
scholars mentioned about ostrich egg. Have you ever seen about ostrich egg? You're thinking about only the egg about what is called.
I want to ask a question.
I think we're getting a little too heated. I think we should all take a second. Just breathe for a second.
Can I ask a question?
Who's chiming in?
Yeah, I don't know who's chiming in. It was Gam.
Is it owlishness?
Yeah, you can ask a question if you want. Go ahead. I want to get a video for someone. Go ahead.
If the Earth is flat, then you possibly can see the pyramids from, in my point of view, Germany.
No.
Or
Microsoft.
No, they're too small. Too small.
Yeah, and it's not. It's the way your vision works, sir. I mean, I don't think you're understanding the way that our vision works. We have something called the vanishing point, or the point of convergence. The way our eyes work, it appears that the sky or the ceiling, depending upon if you're looking down a long corridor or if you're outside looking at the horizon, you have the appearance that the ground is raising up to the center of your vision. The sky is also lowering down to the center of your vision out in the distance. So you have an optical effect. It's called an illusion, right? It's not exactly as it appears to be. Okay? So you're going to have some different optical effects that are going to confuse you if you don't know how your eyes actually work. So yeah, you can't see forever. Air is as clear as it may seem in front of you. On a foggy day, you can't see very far at all. So air is not 100% translucent either. So it's important to remember these things when you start speaking in absolutes about how far you can see.
So when a ship is like, I don't know, thousands of kilometers far out of the sea,
it's too small. Yeah, it's too small.
And we can not see it through binoculars, then it's too small to see.
Yeah, it's too small. So we don't even have to talk about it anymore.
Okay, but why are you so rude? Because
no,
I'm
he's not being rude.
Since I've been listening, you've said the same thing over and over and over since I've been on here.
But you do too, you know? And I'm not raging.
The only reason why he's saying the same thing is because you're saying the same thing, and he's trying to tell you you're saying the same thing over and over again, and you're not really taking it in, you see. The fact is, we've measured the Earth to be flat, and you are not telling me how you measured the curvature of the Earth yourself, you see.
Okay, but I don't believe, or I will not believe that the Earth is flat, and I don't know. Yeah, but for most of flat earthers, this is a problem because
it's not a problem for us at all. It's not a problem. You don't want to believe in the flat Earth. That's up to you. We don't believe the flat Earth. We know the flat Earth. If you don't want to know the flat Earth, you don't want to believe the flat Earth. That's your freedom. We're not taking your freedom to choose from you. You decide. You come here to ask us. We give you the answers. You don't like what we told you. You don't want to believe. Fine. Good luck. Enjoy. Your imaginary ball. It doesn't exist. Good luck with you.
Yeah.
If Allah says it, listen, you're a Muslim, so a Muslim talk, okay? If Allah says it, if Quran says it, I have to believe it.
I'm going to post it right now. I'm going to post it from the Quran as you speak.
Yes.
Inshallah, it's coming now. Hang on. Okay, just wait a few seconds, and you're going to see the
You
verse.
have to prove me, even though, look,
Did I just hear with my own ears that if a guy with a beard wrote a book, you have to believe him?
Yeah, I mean, it's
that's
not
what
a
he's
Muslim
saying.
chat. I mean, we're
Right.
trying to stick to
There's-
empiricism here.
Yeah.
We're trying to
Can
stick
you
to
He said he's a
empiricism.
Muslim. He said he's Muslim. That's why I'm saying
That's
he's
okay.
Muslim. And
That's
not in the
fine,
sci-fi.
and that's fine. But texts, ancient texts aren't going to prove what you can go out and prove to yourself.
Yeah.
And that's the issue here. If
That's what I'm saying
going
to him.
ancient texts to tell you what the Earth's shape is, right? When you could go out and measure it yourself. So why would you go to ancient texts?
Well, hang on, I think that's a
to prove
mistake.
something
Well, it's a rocket with a,
you can do on your
camera
That's
pulled
not
by
correct.
himself
Wrong
to the
material.
sky. He'll find
Hang
the
on a minute.
answer soon. No problem.
I've made a
My own
mistake. Hang
rocket.
on. Delete that. Hang on. No, I've made an error. Where is it? Hang on.
How long you believed in flat Earth?
I know the Earth is flat now for 10 years.
10
So
years.
10
So
years now, yeah.
You have wasted 10 years
No,
of your life.
I haven't
No.
wasted. No, that's
Yes,
that's not
you have not
I'm
wasted
sorry.
it.
As a
but
Muslim, you can't even say that. I haven't wasted 10 years at all. I'm the happiest man alive on the earth today. I'm sorry. You can't say that I'm wasting 10 years. You who can't prove the curvature of the earth, telling me that I've wasted 10 years. You haven't even looked.
do you have a family?
Ridiculous.
Because you said
I'm
you're
married with 4 children, yes. Why?
Okay.
They're all flat earthers. Why?
And do you? No, I am just asking because I am 16 years old. You know.
Yeah, I know. I'm
and
63.
Yes.
Nearly treble your age.
And I am, doing my thing, have hobbies and
Yeah,
fun in
I
life.
have hobbies as well.
Yes.
I'm doing my thing. I have hobbies. Okay?
Yeah, I'm not out in that.
Okay.
But I am doing things like playing instruments. You know.
Okay.
And
Yeah, I play instruments and I shoot rockets up in my backyard. Now what?
Yes, but should you focus more on things to be happy than just?
I already am happy. I already am happy. I do all kinds of shit you don't know about.
Yeah. Why do you think I'm sad? Why do you think I'm sad?
No.
Why do you think I'm not happy? Why do you think I'm not happy? Why?
I'm just saying that. Why do you have to do that?
Okay.
Why
Can
do
you
I have to
tell
do
me
what?
that do you have telescope?
Yes, I have a telescope. Yes.
Do you have a good drone that goes up or something? A little bit, no.
It's not that sophisticated, but it works enough.
Can you please build it? Okay, I'll have a suggestion for you. Before you die, build a rocket and put a camera on it. Just launch it. You'll get your answer.
I don't need it. I've flown in aeroplanes. Allah did not make a ball.
You have to believe in your own eyes before the death.
Of course,
Inshallah, you'll get the answer.
Of course, I don't need to do that. I've measured. I don't need to do that. I've lived 63 years. I know the earth is not a ball. I know this. 63 years gives me a lot of experience. 63 years, yeah? Come on now.
So why Earth is not a ball and everything around us is balls? Is round.
If you look at the planets, God made the planets to be there for our entertainment, and He made sure that where we live is nice and level. So if you've got any complaints, ask God. He made it.
Bro, you're Muslim. Wow.
Me?
No. I'm saying to Zin Sibia said he is a Muslim.
Are you Muslim, Jin Sibia?
Yes, I was born under the Muslim religion. Yes, that's the religion.
Are you a Muslim? That's the main thing. Are you a Muslim?
I am a Muslim. Why would I not be a Muslim? What's up?
Okay, I gave you a ayat and about that surah. About Surah Al-Hijr, I gave you. Are you neglecting that ayat? That
Yeah,
Allah,
I don't
Allah
understand.
subhanahu-
I don't understand Arabic. So there you are.
I
Okay,
gave the
he
answer.
will
What is-
translate it. Easy.
Okay, so in Surah Al-Nazr, ayat 79 and 30, said, and the earth after that he spread out daha. And what does
Yeah,
daha mean? I
I
already
know
told
that
you.
verse. I know
You know,
that
you're
verse.
neglecting that. Are you neglecting that verse?
No, I'm not.
You're rejecting that verse.
Yeah, no, I'm not neglecting it because God did not make the earth to be an egg shape. Okay, we're not
He said
measuring
it.
It's not an egg shape. Sorry.
So you say you're rejecting this ayat from the
No,
God.
because I'm going to show you the verse now that says he laid out the carpet flat with mountains on the corner there to hold down the carpet. Now, when you lay something down,
God,
you
okay,
don't lay
I
it
know
on a
about this
curve.
ayat. I also gave, look at the VC chat. I also gave you the explanation.
Yeah, I'm just trying to find it. Hang on, I'm busy looking at something else. I'm in another page, so I can't go there just now. You have to wait. Okay? Sorry.
Yeah, like I stated earlier, these tests don't measure the ground. So listen, Darkov, it doesn't measure the ground. I understand your argument. Your
He's supposed
argument
to
is
argue
to the
between a
Quran.
Muslim. Okay,
Yeah, I get it,
I
sir.
don't know.
I get it. But if there's no curvature,
okay.
what's
I
the
don't know.
argument in reference to?
I don't know, man.
Exactly, because you got
He's just
because
rejecting the
Allah gave
hadith.
us, Allah has given us the skills to measure, the equipment to go and measure something. Okay, so we have that technology in place. We can check. Okay, and we're not finding the curvature or the egg-shaped earth.
So you're rejecting the hadith. That's it.
Well, of course, I'm
Sorry,
rejecting.
not sorry, hadith now. Sorry, Quran verse, the word from our God. That's it.
I am rejecting it because it is not what the shape is out there. There is no shape that I can find.
So you're
I'm
not
finding the
Muslim.
surface is level. That's all.
So you're not Muslim. If
Well,
anybody
you
reject
don't have
any-
the right to say. You don't have the right to say that. Only Allah can say that. You can't say that. That's the thing. If you're a Muslim, you would know that.
in a hadith, I know very well all these things.
Right. So you know you can't be telling who's a Muslim, who isn't.
Anybody
You don't have the right.
rejecting surah or hadith from God is not
Yeah.
Muslim.
No,
And
that's
in
not
place
your
of that-
prerogative.
No.
That would be
And
your opinion.
If
but
any
it would be
Muslim,
wrong.
it's not opinion, it's from hadith. Listen, it's from hadith, and Rasul and Prophet said that. Okay, now talk about flat earth.
Every flat earther is
I'm-
talking
I'm-
shit. I'm sorry.
Yes. I'm having fun, just talk about flat earth.
I'm sorry, but I don't believe anything you said.
Well, I'm not asking you to
No
believe
problem.
anything. I'm asking you to go and check what you have learned to confirm that what you have learned is correct. That's all. Nothing else. You don't have
Yes,
to
it
believe
is.
me. No, it isn't. See, now why are you
Yes.
acting the way you're acting? We're being honest
Bro,
with you.
just you're just
No, but why should I believe the flat earth community?
You don't have to believe. No
Because
one's
you
asking you
think
to
no,
believe.
no, because you think you
But
are
no one's
right.
asking you to believe. You're not listening.
But you're not.
You're not listening, though. No one's
Yes, I
asking
am.
you to believe. You came to us. We gave you the answers. No one's asking you to believe. No, we're not. We're not asking you to believe
You
anything.
are giving me the answers. And
Yes,
want
we're
to-
asking you to go and check.
Yes, yes.
Go and
Why?
check.
But you
So it's about
will-
conversation. You have to make us to believe that flat earth is flat. Make us
I'm not here
believe.
to make you believe
Why
anything.
are you going to say to me that go and check? I also can go and check that the earth is not flat. Make a rocket, put a camera on it, and use your brain to see it.
That's not a measurement. The measurement is what we're talking about, which is inarguable.
Oh my God. We're going to talk about making people do shit now. I bet I can make you not talk.
Yeah. So we just
So we don't make people and make them flat earthers or
No,
make them
but
believe.
you want to convince us of the flat earth.
No,
Yes.
that's what you want us to. No, that's what you want us to do.
You're projecting.
I don't give a shit what you do. Actually, The more
but
Globers for me, the better, because that way there's room for the smart people left in the world. The more Globers, that means they're kind of stupid. The more room there is for smart people.
Okay.
We're giving you the measurements. We're
You know,
explaining.
I do not believe that the Red
Listen,
Wind
this
dude
isn't about
is
beliefs. A
any
measurement.
clever, you know, but
Micros, right? Listen,
There's the chat. The Quran verses are in the chat.
Right, hold on. We'll get back to that in a sec.
Bro,
They're in the
listen,
Quran. Yeah, from the
there's a
Quran.
lot of scholar around me. There's a lot of. Okay, you were saying there's a Islam session is going on. You can go and ask a scholar right there. There's a lot of scholars sitting there.
Yeah.
I'm
If
not
I
a
met
scholar.
those scholars, they would be running from me because they won't be able to answer
Of
the
course,
question.
you are insane. That's why they're running from you.
No. You see, now you're throwing insults. Now you're throwing insults.
Bro.
You see, now you're throwing insults.
Don't make
That's what you're
don't
doing.
make Islam a joke. Just
No
listen,
one's
don't
making
make
Islam a joke. No one
You
is
are making Islam a joke.
No, I'm not. I'm not making Islam a joke at all.
Don't use this kind
Not
of
at all.
reference, fake reference.
It's from the Quran.
You're misleading.
From
You're
the
misleading
Quran.
people.
It's
You're
not-
misleading
it's from the
people.
Quran
Earth is
you-
not flat. Never
you
say it.
hold
Nobody said.
dearly. It's from
Even
the
our,
Quran.
even
you
our
hold
dear
dearly.
prophet never said. Even our God never said Earth is flat. You're making on by your own.
No,
You're making from
no,
your
we're not.
eyes. Watch dreams.
This is
Watch some
exactly
science
how my-
fiction movies.
listen,
Play
everybody, this
Minecraft
is
for
exactly how my
24
brother
hours.
acts at times. He's acting just
Oh,
like
yes.
my brother, like this.
Play
Yeah.
Minecraft more. Play Minecraft more.
I don't play Minecraft. I don't play games. I don't.
Listen, Dark Ave, right? It's about a measurement. It's as simple as that. Okay?
Yeah.
We're being told by the globe model that there is curvature. Okay? And that is defined by the radius value, 3959, which comes from the circumference, 24,901 miles.
I can
You
understand.
understand?
Yes, but
Do
he's
you
making my
understand?
religion dark.
You listen.
Listen.
You listen.
He's making my religion a joke. That's
don't
the
care
thing.
about religion. This is a measurement. Okay? So put that to one side. We're being told very specifically by the globe model these numbers. You understand? Now, because we've been told these numbers, we can test them to verify them. Okay? You understand? So when we go and test, we don't find these numbers. We do not find the radius of 3959. This is the problem. Do you understand? This is a measurement. It's as simple as that. If something is measured 3 foot, and you have a measuring tape, and I have a measuring tape, and it's 3 feet, there's no argument. There's no belief. It is or it isn't. You understand?
Buy a rocket.
A rocket is irrelevant. We've already done this many, many times. People have done these calculations and these observations for 60 miles, 50 miles, 10 miles, 20 miles. No curvature. A rocket is irrelevant because all a rocket will show you is that the surface is flat and level. The horizon is 100 miles flat and level. That's all a rocket shows you. It doesn't show any curvature. The other chap left.
No, I didn't left. I'm getting entertainment. Just continue.
Yeah, I don't really care. I'm explaining to you the position. Now you can either go and do the test, as many others have done, and you can discover the same thing. You understand?
I'm not a bot.
You're not a what?
I'm not a stupid bot going for measurement. It's simple, man. What's the
That's
sun?
not true.
What's the moon?
That's not true. That's not true. You're repeating things like a robot.
Okay. Waste your time.
So the onus is now upon you. You can either do the observation to determine the measurement or don't.
You guys stay in belief. I'll stay in fact.
Yeah, measurement is a fact.
Yes, if measurement is a fact, then how Earth is flat, man? I never met a flat Earth believer before, but it's fun. It's fun to meet you guys.
Yeah, because the Earth is flat. Yes, they lied to you.
Okay, they lied a lot of things. I know that, right? But Earth is flat. Oh.
It's simple. Go and test.
Okay. I have many things to do in my life. So Earth is flat or circle or ostrich egg or I'm like a bottle.
Further than 3 miles. If you can see further than 3 miles standing at the beach, you've debunked the globe model. Because the globe model says you can't see further than 3 miles.
It's all about your eyes.
Yep, you can see further than 3 miles, therefore you've just debunked the radius. Well done, welcome to Flat Earth.
What about if you don't see?
We do see further
There is
than
no
3
Earth.
miles.
If any blind man don't see Earth, if he says there is no Earth is not even a flat. It's not even circular. It's like a water bottle.
You've just debunked
He
the
said
globe
he's
model.
yes, because he
No
don't
cur-
even see. He's blind.
No curb, no water bottle. No curb, no water bottle.
Because he don't
Just
see.
debunked
He's a
the
blind
Earth.
man.
You're trying to. Hey, Darko, like I said, if you go ahead and you measure something with a tape measure, everybody that measures with a tape measure is going to get the same result. It's like if we're measuring a 3-foot object and everybody knows how to use the tape measure, we're all going to get the same result using that tape measure. That's what empiricism is, man. It's putting things to the test. It's making measurements, right, based on the curvature calculator that everybody has agreed upon. It's not like somebody's in disagreement upon this stuff.
So if Earth
Everybody
is
in
flat, it
unison.
means Earth is infinite.
No, it doesn't necessarily mean that, sir. Because think about it. If you haven't gone to the edge and you're just making an assumption, you have no idea if it's infinite or not. You're making an assumption, a baseless claim, they call those.
It's not
You have no
infinite
evidence.
because air pressure proves that the Earth is not infinite.
Air
Yes,
pressure
well, there's a
proves that
container.
Earth is not infinite. Then how it's flat? Then the ship also will fall. How can
We're
you
explaining to you how it's flat because it's not curving, sir. That's the idea. Like, if there's no curvature, it can't be a ball. It can't be a sphere of any kind. It can't be an oblate spheroid. It can't be a perfect sphere. Why? Because there would be measurable drop over distance from the position of the observer.
So what about the horizon? If a ship goes to another country, like about the horizon,
Let's not forget what was already discussed earlier, which is optics and optical illusions and the point of convergence. Let's not forget about these facts that we already know about.
There's something more important. This is the point, right? You're saying these things, but you have no measurements. You don't know the distance of that ship. You don't know the observer height.
Okay.
So what are you bringing us?
Okay. Now please make me. Now enlighten me about optical illusion that you're seeing in a flat Earth. That when I get into the point, the last point in the horizon, why the complexity?
Because in reality, you're not giving us anything to test. You are not doing anything that is repeatable.
So it's your
measurable,
own
and
made
observable.
theory. It's your own made theory.
Okay, what's the observer height?
I want to know about this optical illusion.
No, hold on a sec. You said
how
a
it
ship
works.
at a distance on the horizon. I'm asking you, what was the observer height?
I don't
Give
know.
me the details. I need the observer height. I need the measurements. I need the
I
location.
don't know about flat Earth.
Oh, you don't know anything.
I only know the Earth is globe. The plane goes to one
So
point
you
to
come
another.
here
That's
talking
well.
shit when you've got.
No, I'm not talking shit. I'm just asking you.
You're not asking anything.
Why just, bro? Just
You're
listen to
making
me
claims about the
carefully.
horizon. You're making claims about shit.
Hey, bro.
You've got
Why
nothing.
you're raising? Why you're raising? I'm
You've
just
got
asking.
nothing.
Chill
You've
out.
got no measurements. You've got no observer
I
height.
just want to. I don't
Go
know about
away
science.
and come back with
I
facts.
don't. No.
You have
I don't
nothing.
know about science. I only know Earth is globe. They made me think that Earth is globe. Okay, fine. Now, I could have a question, right? Why don't I? Just make me. Just you have to make me think that. Of course, Earth is flat. So, if Earth is flat, it would be infinite. And if you say that Earth wouldn't be infinite, because there's a last point, there could be an optical illusion. So if I just came the last point at the horizon, if the
Which
ship
horizon?
rotates, the last
there are
horizon.
7 horizons.
Okay, so there's no last point of a flat Earth.
So you don't know
there's a
about
point.
the 7 horizons, okay? You don't know about stooping. You don't know about looming. You don't know about atmospheric scattering.
Yes, I know
you don't
about
angular solid.
I
You
can
don't
about
know anything, do
looming,
you?
but I can't explain that much because
You don't
I
know
read it.
perspective.
Of course,
So
I'm a science student.
What
but
are you coming
tell
here
me,
with? Nothing?
just make me optics on a flat Earth.
There you go. Wrecked. Got him. You got
Okay.
cooked, son.
You
Go and learn
I'm
something
cooked.
and then come back.
I love to be cooked.
And actually give details, observer height, measurements, distances. This is what we use around here. Not speculation and baseless claims.
Flat Earth.
Yeah, I was referring to how Darkov. I was referring to how when you look down a long corridor, you have the illusion that the floor is sloping up, the ceiling is sloping down, and both walls are sloping in from left to right into a point of convergence. That was all. That is not what's happening, but it's the way your eyes work. It's the way we see. That's what I'm talking about when I said the optical illusion in that regard. But yes, there are many different optical effects to take into consideration when doing long distance observations of any kind.
Okay, nice to hear that. So Sun is small than Earth. All you're saying.
Looks a lot smaller.
Looks.
Yeah, it hasn't been measured, Darkov. We haven't been able to get up there and measure it. No.
So if the Earth were flat, the sun would set everywhere at the same time.
You said that already like 3 times.
Yeah,
How many times are you going to repeat yourself?
Yes, so because you guys didn't measure it, the sun is small, looks smaller. That's why it's smaller, right?
You got told something by television in school and you believe that to be true without ever testing it. That's the problem here. You're not evaluating the evidence. You're not being objective. You're being very biased.
And moon is bigger than sun.
Why did they change the distance to the sun 12 times? Oh, yeah, you don't know this, do you?
Bro, I'm just laughing.
Yeah, laughing at
I'll
your
give you a
ignorance.
scientific answer and you will counter. I will give you a scientific answer. You'll counter. If anybody believe Earth is flat, how can I make him to believe that Earth is not flat?
There is no belief; it's a measurement.
Because
How many
you guys
are you going to
wasted a lot of
misrepresent?
times. You guys wasted
Why
a
do you
lot of
keep
times
lying?
to make me believe too strong that you
Why do you
won't.
lie? Why are you here lying now?
I'm not here to. I'm loving it. I'm
You're a
loving to be
deceiver. You're a
entertainment.
deceiver. You're lying. Stop it.
I'm lying.
I've corrected you many times that it's a measurement. It's a fact.
Oh, measurement in fact.
Yeah, when you don't go and check it, you can't say you know it, okay? So you don't know because you haven't checked. So don't be telling us we're wrong when you haven't checked. You're following Allah's word, that's fine, okay? But you haven't checked to see whether or not the earth is an egg shape or an oblate spheroid, or if it's level, the surface. You haven't gone to check. So if you haven't gone to check, you can't say we're wrong. See? Life is a test. That's what Allah put us on this earth. It's a test.
Bro, don't talk about Islam, please.
I'm talking about Islam. I have every right.
You already rejected.
I have an Islamic name.
Hey, I can
Don't
say
bring
it because I'm
Islam.
not Muslim. That's why Alan put you here.
You just rejected a Quran verse. So shut up. Don't talk
I
about
posted
Islam.
the verse for the
You
Quran for you to look at. Did you look at it?
I gave up full detail. I gave you full detail.
Did you look at the verse that I gave you from the Quran?
Bro,
Did you look?
bro. Look, I belong from Ahlus Sunnah. I talk about I talk a lot about Islam. I'm with scholars or something, and please don't make Islam as joke, okay?
No
Just
one's
don't
doing
make
that
it-
here.
You are
No
doing
one is
that.
doing
So
that. No
please
one is doing that
don't
here.
talk about Islam with me at this point.
Okay, fine. Even though I gave you the
Am I allowed
verses
to
in the
talk to
Quran.
you? Am I allowed to talk about Islam with you?
No.
Don't cry. I don't. It almost sounds like you're going to cry a little bit. You don't have to do that.
Because you're kuffar, I don't care about it. You guys say a lot
Yeah,
of shit. You guys
that's
do
an
a
insult. Yeah, you don't have to call him a kuffar, a non-believer. There's nothing to do with that.
Actually, it's not an insult. It's not an insult at all because that's like him calling me a nana fa fa because it makes no sense to me.
Okay,
Well, hey, you can.
make sense to a non-believer.
One sec, bro. You can have your egg-shaped Earth and still be on a still live on a flat plane. Just because the Quran says that the Earth's egg-shaped, right? If that's what you want to go with, that doesn't mean it's saying you live on the outside of it. Right?
I beg your pardon. I didn't understand what you said.
If you want to go with the Quran saying that the Earth has a particular shape, right? Like an egg shape, that's fine.
Could be an ostrich egg.
One sec, bro. That doesn't mean that it's saying you live on the outside of it.
And you don't live on the outside of it. Yeah, you don't live on the outside of the ostrich egg that you had to get in there either.
Right. You could be on the inside of it, on a flat plane on the inside of that. Because I challenge you to find a verse within your Quran which says that you live on the exterior of an egg-shaped object.
What are you saying, man? It's just a complete nonsense. You're just making a nonsense.
your ancient culture, right? Your ancient culture, your ancestors, right? Do you know that their cosmology depicted them as being inside of a thing?
Inside, it didn't meant inside. Just understand the verse, you will get your answer. Understand
show where it says. Show where it says you live on the outside of it.
That would make a lot. Think about it, bro. Just think about it. Your God gave you your senses to operate within this reality, and denying your God-given senses will go against what the place that He put you in, right? So if you're saying that the globe is true because of the curvature of whatever, and then they telling you that there's an option that you could be in the inside of the creation of the creator, right? You should consider
What
that.
you
You should
say?
consider that, though.
What did
You
you
should
say?
consider that,
A
though.
lot
Think
of
about it
mess.
because it makes sense.
Bro.
The
First of
globe
all,
is
don't talk
nonsensical.
gibberish. Just don't talk gibberish. What you
Okay, so
say?
listen.
He just said a hint. It's
You
a
said
hint.
that it doesn't make sense, but what he's saying actually makes sense, and you're denying your God-given
So,
senses.
who said God giving senses? God gave
Yeah,
sense.
God created you. He gave you a way to operate within this reality. Your senses are part of that sensory system that you utilize
That's why
to
I
operate in
believe in.
reality.
That's why I believe in this earth is not flat. It's simple.
And okay, so just thinking that if you believe you're on the globe, that will be nonsensical and that will make no sense. So that will be denying God's design and God's creation.
What a gibberish you just talked.
But what he told you about being inside of the creation, that will make a lot of sense. If you believe that the creation of God is the shape of an egg, you could be inside of the egg, bro. That's not denying the God's
Inside
creation.
of the egg, where did he say inside of the egg?
Or inside God's creation. God created it and he described it to you as whatever shape, right? Whatever shape you believe. But you don't have to be on the outside walking in the nonsensical sphere like some people believe.
Bro, you're talking a lot of gibberish, to be very honest. It's
Well, you're just playing the fool now. You're just playing that you
What
don't
is it?
comprehend the words that are being said. And
can't
that's you just
comprehend.
playing the fool.
I can't comprehend. Holy shit, man. Guys are
So
really
you don't listen. God gave you the word that is
Bro.
motionless.
You guys,
You
bro,
think it's
don't talk
rotating,
with
right?
me.
That's
You
nonsense.
better guys talk between you, between you guys. I would like to listen. And Jin Sivia, just don't make Islam a joke. Okay, you could be that joker. Just
No,
don't.
you're the one talking about jokes. He was pretty serious. I was listening, and he was serious about it. You're the one talking about jokes, so you're making it a joke, not him. You are.
He.
Anybody's
Yeah, you are talking about jokes. He was serious about it.
We are talking about
Don't say this
comparative
shit.
religion. We are
Just
talking about
response.
comparative religion between he and me. Why are you guys getting inside?
He's acknowledging reality, explaining it to you, and you think it's a
No.
joke. You think reality is a joke,
You don't
and
know
the
about
reality is what the Creator made.
You have to learn Islam first, then I'll talk. If you want to learn from beginning,
Now we have to learn every religion.
you guys
that
only
talk about
believing in flat
something.
earths. And
Islam says there's no Islam said there's no laughing or joking or dancing. So now what?
Where no laughing, no dancing, where? Can you show me? You can't laugh in Islam.
No jokes either. I'm not. You said I'm not allowed to draw pictures of Muhammad, and I got them all over my wall here.
So, anyways, when you think about it, bro, the reality of the world is the way it presents itself for you, and you are observing it to be that way, experiencing it, and you can also verify, check it, and falsify the falsehoods as the globe spinning water ball religion in the vacuum of space that makes no sense. The reality makes sense and the fantasy makes no sense. That's what people are trying to tell you. That the globe fantasy is just that, a fantasy, a man-made fantasy. Bad idea. Yeah. Nonsensical fantasy. Go ahead, guys.
Be a lot cooler if you had some globe proof.
Is it quiet? Or I lost audio?
Maybe I went deaf.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I hope Dark Cave realizes that it's not us trying to convince him of anything, and we don't want him to go away trying to get him to believe anything. This is about his personal experience of reality, as it is for everybody, versus that which somebody expects you to believe. What does the Earth tell you it is, so to speak? What is it the Earth is saying to you when you go out and interact with it? Is it telling you that, it's a ball? Is that what you get from your interactions with Earth? Is that the logical conclusion you reach when you go out into reality, into nature, and you experience the Earth firsthand for yourself? Does it scream out to you, hey, I'm a ball, and I'm spinning in outer space? What does it tell you? It does? What is it about your experience of physical reality that tells you that Earth is a spinning ball in outer space? Please tell me.
The moon.
No, that's the moon. I'm talking about your experience with the physical reality of Earth, the thing you're standing on, or sitting on, or sleeping on.
Yeah, how the stars move in the sky.
Yes, you're still looking in the wrong direction. I'm talking about what's below your feet, not what's above your head.
What's above my head tells me the shape of what's below my feet.
Okay. What about what's below your feet? What does that tell you?
It tells me nothing because if, as far as my eyes can see, it's only a flat plane. But if I go up higher and higher and higher and higher and higher, then probably I can see it.
When did you do that? Probably.
I didn't do that, but there's a way to check if the Earth is round. That is just look towards.
Whoa! That's a Snoop Dogg fallacy. That's going higher and higher. That's a fallacy. Snoop Dogg.
Yeah, we are talking about flat Earth, and you're talking about Snoop Dogg.
So at least you can acknowledge that your experience of the Earth is that it looks like a flat plane, right?
Yeah, but it's like saying I'm in my room, but I don't know what's in the roof, what's on the roof of my house. So I have to go up to look at the roof to confirm how it is. And unless I don't go up, I don't know how the roof looks, what color the tiles are. So same way I had to go up in the sky to know how the Earth is. But I know for sure Earth is round because the sky tells me the Earth is round. It's like looking at the ceiling of the roof, and you can determine the shape of the roof just by looking at the ceiling.
That's the roof, not the floor. That's the roof. Yeah, great. Look at the roof. Find out what the shape the roof is. Okay, that's great. Now look at the floor.
Of course, the floor will be flat, bro.
Right. Yeah. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Yeah, you could say technically it's flat Earth because of your perspective. I could say to Earth is flat, but the higher you go, the more the perspective changes. And for you, if you are up in the space, deep space, for you the Earth will be round, but you are down here on Earth, so Earth is flat for you and me too. Yeah, in that way, I'd say like Earth is flat. Yeah.
Right. And then if you want to believe it's something different to that, you have to trust the word of other people that make outrageous claims, right? That they've been to this place in the sky so far away. Trust me, it looks like this when you get far away from it. You can't come with me. I'm sorry, but believe me, this photo I took, it's real. Trust me, bro.
Yeah, I know what you are saying, but we're in 2025 and technology has got so far that most of the things aren't hidden at all. Everything is before our eyes. We're not like in the 1900s or like 2000, 2001. So, but we're in 2025. So if I see a space station up in the sky sending a live video, yeah, I'ma trust that.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, meanwhile, right, there's no measurements of Earth curvature. It's 2025 and we can't measure Earth curvature from down on the surface? That's
Yeah,
crazy, bro.
But listen. Earth is very big. It's 2025, and we only discovered about, I think it's 5% of our oceans. So it's like saying there's no deep ocean. Ocean is just flat. You don't believe there's sonars. Like, you have not gone to the Mariana Trench. Do you believe that there's Mariana Trench, the deepest place in the ocean? Do you believe in that?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
You don't know. So,
No, I don't
you
know.
would say like the ocean is not that deep. It's just like you will say it's 100 feet because you can only see 100 feet. You don't believe the guys who
I
go
don't
down in the
know,
ocean
bro.
in submarine. The same is the case with the guys going to space.
I don't know, man.
See, bro. Yeah. So you gotta like do your research too, and don't just like you said. I don't believe everyone too, but it's 2025, and yeah, you can check the advancements in our technology, and maybe if you are so dedicated, and you believe in flat Earth so much, maybe you can invest your money and
It's not a
build
belief.
rocket. Like, nobody is going to stop you from building a rocket. Like, if you have enough money, you can shoot it up in the space and check it for
Yeah, they
yourself.
do.
Yeah,
Hey,
but
people
you don't
have
have
sent
money.
things very, very high, and what they report back with their video footage and photography
it's flat.
is it's flat. Exactly.
Yeah, it's
Now
flat.
listen,
Okay, I
listen,
get
man.
it. You know why? You know why it's flat? You know why it's flat? Because they don't go up that high.
Yeah,
A few thousand feet, like few 100,000 feet, doesn't mean that you will see Earth as a round ball. No, you have to go few 100 kilometers up, like 300 plus kilometers. Yeah.
Or okay, even from that altitude, we've been told it wouldn't look like a ball. It'd still look flat.
It wouldn't look.
Listen,
Yeah, it won't
listen.
look flat, kind of, but it will look kind of like oval and bending at the edges, like
no.
if you look at a ball close, you cannot see the whole ball. If you put a ball right in front of your eyes, you cannot see the whole ball, but you can see it curving. It's just a matter of distance. If you pull that ball away from you, only then you can see the whole circle. It's the same table.
No, you've never had that perspective. Now listen, bro. the things that you're appealing to, the imagery that you're appealing to, these like things like satellites, that would require prior knowledge of the Earth's dimensions. It's baked into their calculations for orbital mechanics, escape velocity, etc., etc. That means they must have measured the Earth before they sent anything up into the sky. So when and how and who did it?
Do you know how many tests they failed before they sent the first rocket up in the sky? You know, they didn't send a human. Why did they send a monkey? And do you know, even before that monkey, how many rockets they tried and how many tries they did?
They didn't send any monkey into outer space. Space is fake.
I'm saying to you, bro, you don't know they didn't send a monkey to a space?
No, you don't know.
Bro, what I'm saying to you is they did many tests and before.
No, you believe the story that you were told
it's
and
not
saw
a
on
story
TV.
because we humans have this thing where we test our things on animals.
No, some people made claims about this that you can't verify to be true. You just choose to believe it. Where are the measurements? Where are the measurements of the Earth, which would be necessary for them to be able to achieve these things in the first place?
Bro, listen.
No, you listen. Where are the measurements? Where are the measurements?
Yo, bro, I'm telling you that. Yeah, I'm telling you.
It's 2025. Where is the measurements for the Earth?
Bro, humans have been taking the measurements of the Earth for a long time, checking out different continents.
Tell us how. Tell us how.
Bro, maybe we are not that advanced yet that we can give you the accurate measurements.
So you don't know. So you don't know.
No, it's not like I don't know.
Okay, it's
like
2025. There should be something that you and I could go out and do in reality to confirm that the Earth has a specific geometric shape.
Bro. Like, but it's 2025 and still we didn't discover 95% of the ocean. So it's like you saying you don't.
Okay, so you're saying it hasn't been done? So are you saying it hasn't been confirmed? That there is no way to do it?
Bro, no, there is the way to do it. There is the way to do it.
Okay, what is it? How are we going to do it? How is you and I going to do it?
Not you and me, bro. If you have
you and I.
money,
Yes, you and I. Yes, you and I. I'm not going to believe the word of strangers that say, trust me, bro.
Yo, if you have a lot of money.
Let's you and I do it. What can we do? What can you or I or any one of us here, what could we do for ourselves? What can we go out and do?
Bro, if you for yourself want to check it out, if you have a lot of money, you can go.
I need a lot of money. How much money do I need? How much?
Maybe millions of dollars.
Yeah, okay. And then what are we going to do?
Bro, you're going to hire a team.
No, we don't want other people. Stuff we can do, not somebody else.
Bro, you cannot build a rocket. Can you build a rocket?
Yes, I can build a rocket. They're easy. They're tubes.
Bro, you're going to crash mid-flight, bro. You're going to die. And then the flat earth theory will remain a theory if you don't confirm it. We need people who actually know how to build rockets that can go to space. So you need to hire them. And you will be the one
is fake for the 50th time today. Space is fake. You can't go there.
Hey, what do you mean? What do you mean he's gonna crash mid-flight? That will be the end of the flight. The crash. You cannot crash at the mid of the flight. That will be the end of it. You know, you crash. That's the end of the flight. Not the mid. The mid will be like 50% of the flight. That will be the mid of the flight. The crash will be the end. You got that? You get it?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Yeah. So where did the other guy go? Bro, then, bro, you don't trust any of the technology like the radars. Like, do you travel by plane? Like, do you travel by plane?
Where's the technology that will let us measure the Earth from down here? It's 2025, remember? Are you telling me that there is no way from on the surface to measure the surface?
Bro, we are humans and we have limited resources, and right now we have
Oh,
limited
but we've
technology.
but we can send things into the sky really high, but we can't
Yeah,
measure the surface from down here.
yeah, that's like what can I say to you? It's like we are at this point in our life where we are not a civilization who can tell everything about anything that's happening.
Then how
around
do
us.
you know that they're doing what they're claiming to do?
Because they are, bro. They are hardworking people.
How do you verify it?
How do I verify it?
Yes.
It's like I trust technology. That's how I
So
verify
it's
it.
just a belief then.
That's why I fly in a plane. That's why I go to the train. That's why I drive a car. That's why it has a camera in the back and everything. That's why the windows
No,
go
those
down.
things you have first-hand experience and knowledge of. You can hold those things in your hand. You can operate a vehicle.
Yo, let me ask you this question: do you believe about do you believe the sun is actually like burning and hot, or do you believe we get heat from something else?
The sun appears to be a light and heat source. How it's doing it, I don't know. What it is, I don't know. How far away it is, I don't know.
At least
Yeah, so yeah, he is honest, but I get him. He doesn't trust people. You know what? That's a good thing. You don't trust people, and
Why should I? Tell me why I should. Tell me why I should trust them.
You should not trust them, but have some trust in some people. Like have some people that you can follow in life. Look at their backgrounds and check them,
No, I don't
and
agree
then
with
you
that.
can
I don't believe
trust.
you can trust anybody.
Actually, you do trust. He trusts his mechanic. He trusts, his doctor. He trusts the guy that's gonna make his roof and fix the windows. He trusts those guys. He trusts his wife. He trusts those people.
Yeah.
But the ones that are telling you stories about fantasy and telling you the fantasy is real, you don't have to trust those people.
Yeah, we don't have to trust them people, but you can trust a mechanic or a doctor who's operating on you. You don't know what
Who gives a shit about doctors?
Yeah,
Those are people. He's saying you don't trust people, but you do trust people, but you don't trust the ones selling you fantasies. You don't trust those. The ones selling you the scam.
So how do you know
Man,
that?
have you ever been cheated on? Did your mother ever tell you that she only loved you because you were her son, not because you're actually special?
Bro, how do you how do you
You ain't
know
special, my
like
friend.
bro do you trust your parents? Like how do you know that you were born out of them? Like
Yes, when my mom makes
God,
food,
here we go.
I eat it.
He's
When
turned
I
into
eat,
a grain in the jar. He doesn't know anything now.
when my mom makes food and she said I made good food tonight and it's warm and it's well cooked, I trust her. Believe me, I do trust her.
yeah, but you don't have first-hand experience. Like you never experience you coming out of the womb, and so how do you
I don't
know
give a
that's your
shit though.
mom? Maybe the technology is lying.
My goodness, bro.
Because their mom doesn't have a reason to lie to them, but the government has a reason to lie to us.
Yeah, I'm not saying the government doesn't lie. There is some shady stuff going on with the government, but this is not the stuff that they will lie about. I'm not saying the government.
Why wouldn't they lie? It controls us.
Why? Why is this the thing that they're not lying about? Why?
Let me tell you, how does it control us? Let's say government tells us the earth.
No, I want you to tell me why this is the one thing that they wouldn't be lying about. Why?
No, they don't lie about many other things, but they have some shady stuff going on. I don't deny.
Yeah, okay, so why is this the thing that they're not lying about?
There are many things that they don't lie about.
He wants
You
to know
can't tell
why
me.
this is the thing they're not being shady about.
This is not the only thing they are being shady about.
Okay, so why is this one thing that they're not lying about?
This is not
How
the
do you know
only
that they're not lying about it? How do you know they're not lying about this?
But this is not the only one thing that they're lying
Okay,
about.
so fine. It's not the only thing. How do you know they're not lying about this?
How do I know they're not lying about this?
Let me answer the question. He does not know.
No. I know because
No, you don't know.
because every day I watch live space station view.
What?
Yeah. That's how I know
Bro.
they're not lying about this.
How did you? You haven't noticed that it's a loop, dude? You watch it every day, and you haven't noticed that it's just a video that says live on it.
Bro, come on. Yeah, I know that it's a loop, but I'm saying, like, if government wanted to hide it, they would just say, like, cameras don't work in space because of all the radiation. No camera can survive in the space, and they would have just made it simple, so we would have believed, oh, no camera can work in space, so we cannot see. But they didn't. They took the camera there and showed us.
My friend, you're not making any sense.
I actually made sense.
Bro, that's part of the claim. That's part of the claim. That's part of the lie.
Let's say for a second, the government tells us the earth is flat. What does it change? Like, what does it bring us? Like, what does it change? How will they stop controlling us?
Well, first, people will stop believing in the government, and people will start realizing that maybe they need to figure life themselves, and we will abandon all the systems that were meant to create us and enslave us, like the financial system, like the work culture. All this bullshit is just to control us.
So it will be just a chaos in the world.
Do you think Africa genuinely doesn't have enough food to provide to its people? It does. Why do people suffer there to drink water and food? Why? It's done on purpose.
Yeah, it's done on purpose. I know that.
Exactly. Are you gonna tell me? Are you gonna tell me that your data from your phone is not being transmuted to fucking Facebook and Google or Apple?
Yeah, of course. There's no privacy.
Look, if you ask me, Slim Shady, prove it to me that your data is going to Apple, Facebook, and Google. I cannot prove it to you, but we all have enough brain to understand that it does, right?
Yeah.
So there are some things which are common sense. Now, I cannot go into the government Oval Office and tell you that the president is lying to you, but there's some things which are obvious. Like, your girlfriend doesn't need to tell you that she was sleeping with other guy. You can look into her eyes and you can catch her. Bitch, you were cheating, right? That's common sense.
Yeah. But then why don't you look at the bigger eye? That's the sky, and see how it moves, and to the stars. Why don't you look into the eye of
You said it. The sky moves, dude. You said it. The sky moves. You're right.
Because we rotate. It's our rotation and revolution that makes it look like the sky is moving. That's why I said.
Can you prove that?
What?
Can you prove that we're rotating right now?
Bro, I'm not a scientist. How can you prove? Okay, you prove. Okay. You prove to me. Prove, but give me a proof. Like, send me a proof that we are not rotating right now.
Can you feel rotation?
Bro, if you're rotating with something, you cannot. It's like saying you're moving in a bus, but do you feel like you're moving?
I can feel that I'm moving for sure. Yeah, I know I'm moving.
You know for sure you are moving.
Yeah, absolutely. In a bus, I know the bus is moving. If I close my eyes and the bus stops, I know when the bus stops.
Stops, yeah. You know when the bus stops, but you only notice the bus is moving because of
No, I also know when it's moving.
Yeah, I am saying to you, it's because of the acceleration. The acceleration, because of the traffic comes in front of you or whatever, the driver has to hit brakes, then the accelerator again. But the Earth is moving. You cannot tell that because.
Hold on. Stop. Circular motion. Circular motion is constant acceleration.
Bro, I will tell you why you cannot tell that you are rotating with the Earth right now. Because
it's
I will
you're
tell
not.
you why. No, because it's
you're not.
inbuilt. You've been rotating with it like since even before you were born, and it did not de-accelerate, nor did it accelerate even a tiny bit
okay.
for you to notice. Even a
It's
tiny
not
bit for you
rotating.
to notice.
Then it's not rotating, since circular motion is acceleration. Okay, no rotation. Then I'll take that. Thanks.
Bro, I never said that. You're just putting words in.
Well, you did. You said it's not accelerating or decelerating, right?
I said it's not the rotation speed that it is right now. The speed it is rotating at right now. It's not adding to it, and it's not decreasing from it. So you cannot tell. That's why you cannot tell.
Are you saying it's not accelerating?
I am saying it's in a constant motion. It's not. How can I say? It's not like
linear
a bus.
motion.
The bus driver will hit the brakes, so you can feel he will hit the accelerator, so you can feel the motion. It's not like that. It's like
So
a
it's not
constant
accelerating.
motion.
So it's not. So it's not accelerating.
Bro, it's in a constant motion. It's not.
So it's not accelerating, right?
But it is in motion. It is rotating.
Is it not accelerating?
Bro, if it was accelerating, you'd be going faster and faster and
So it's
faster.
not accelerating, right?
Bro, for example, if I have
so
a
it's not
car,
accelerating, right?
I don't know what to say to you, man. For example, if you're in a car and
Hold on a
I am
second.
going at the speed of, let's say, 100 miles an hour, and I am
That's not
continuously
analogous.
going.
That's not analogous unless I'm doing donuts.
Yeah. That's the answer to your question, because
That's not analogous unless I'm doing donuts, sir. So it's not accelerating. I don't know why that you're having such a tricky time answering this question. I think I've asked like 7 times. So it's not accelerating.
You can get the answer. You're not just listening. This is the perfect answer.
Well, it's just a yes or no.
Hear me
Not
out.
an answer. So it's not accelerating.
No, just hear me out. Just hear me out.
You can't just give me yes. I just want to hear you say yes or no. How about that? I'll hear that.
Eric, he never heard me tell him that circular motion is constant acceleration. He never heard me say that.
Bro,
I think. But you said it's not accelerating, right?
Bro,
It's not
hold on, bro. I think.
Now hold on a second. I'm just trying to get a yes or no. Is it accelerating, dude?
Bro, how will I? You don't even know the definition of acceleration. So how will I?
Yeah,
say
don't
yes
worry
or
about
no?
that. I'm just gonna get you to answer yes or no.
No, that's why you said before that it's not rotating, because I said something. That's how I thought that you don't know.
Is it accelerating though? Yeah, but is it accelerating, Prince?
Yeah, let me give you the answer. Let me give you the answer.
Yeah, it's just a yes or a no. We don't need a soliloquy or a sermon.
I cannot give you the answer in yes or no, because I don't know if you know the definition of acceleration.
You don't need to worry about that. You can just answer yes objectively or no objectively.
Bro, you guys are just scared to hear my answer, bro. That's why you're
I
not.
want to hear your answer. I've been trying to pull it out of you like a tooth, dude.
Yo, bro. So hear me out. I'll give you this tooth myself. So hear me out first.
So is it accelerating, dude? Like, how much of my time do you want to take up?
Let's talk about constant.
I don't know why you can't just give an answer to this.
And
This
what's
is strange.
acceleration?
We don't want to hear about explanation. We want the answer right now.
Yeah. It's really strange that you won't just tell yes or no. It's accelerating.
Yo, you guys are so scared to hearing my answers, bro. I don't know.
Okay, can you please give an answer in like 10 seconds?
To me.
It doesn't need 10 seconds. He could just say, yeah, it's accelerating. No, it's not accelerating.
Bro, I'm busting your shit up. That's why you're not hearing what I'm saying, because you know
you're evading the question, dude. You're just dodging.
Otherwise, let me speak, or I will go from this VC, because there is no point for me being here if you don't listen.
Okay. See you later.
Let's talk about. Okay. Oh, so you don't want to hear me? You're scared.
Well, no, because you won't answer any questions. You're just here to preach.
Yeah, that's what I'm giving answer to your question. But
I just wanted a quick clarifying question. It was just a closed-ended yes or no, and you absolutely refused to answer it.
I cannot say yes or no.
I don't know. You might as well find another VC you control or open up a room.
Bro, I won. I'll take the W. Bye, guys.
Okay, so long. Thanks. He just couldn't answer. That was crazy.
Well, because he doesn't know the answer. What else?
Probably because he just.
Well, I've posted the experiments, 5 famous experiments that prove a stationary Earth. It's in the chat. Have a good look at it. Watch it. It's excellent.
He can't deal with what's coming after he answers. because either which way he goes with it, he's going to get cooked. He knows it. He knows that the follow-up's not going to be any good, so he had to avoid the question.
Sounds like a triangle question.
Yeah.
What's a triangle question, man?
Do you know what a triangle is?
I do know what a triangle is.
Hit it, Radwin.
Can you go ahead and explain to us what a triangle is? Definition?
It's a shape with 3 sides.
That's incorrect.
Triangle has 4 corners.
4?
3.
No, triangle has 4 corners.
Oh
no, 3.
Okay, so it's a shape with 3 corners.
So we don't know what triangles are.
I thought I did. My bad.
See how easy that was? I just asked, do you know what a triangle is?
It's a tough one.
Either way, guys, that was crazy.
The last guy?
Yeah, the last guy was pretty crazy.
Yeah, that was nothing.
You guys ever think that you guys are crazy?
What's that? Sorry?
Do you guys ever think that you're crazy?
Yeah, I check myself.
Yep, then I go look at the lake and I say, no, it's still flat.
God. That's crazy.
Yeah, it has a started curve and it's never curved. I just took up to 10 years ago to figure that out. Well, longer than that. I've been flat smacking for about 10 years.
And if anybody wants to know how they're faking space, as Radwin was telling us, space is fake and we don't go there. Again, I posted a video 3 videos back. Go and have a look at that one. That one's a killer. It takes you through the method of proving it for yourself, taking the images from the NASA library and having a look at those images and how they're faking it. Okay? Really good one. And the software is free. You can download it for nothing on your computers. You've probably got them there already, probably. Not using it. But here's an opportunity.
So Gam Gam said that B was a triangle and D was not a triangle. So unfortunately, that's wrong. B is a shark fin. B is a shark fin, and shark fins are not triangles, are they?
I know they're shark fins.
Am I allowed to ask
Fernando.
how you discovered the flat Earth 10 years ago, or is that like an inappropriate question?
What?
Okay, you can ask that question, and 3 characters come up. Okay, you've got Mark Sargent. You've also got Math Powerland and Eric Dubé. Those 3 were the ones that were really kicking it out there since, let's say, 2014. I would have to say. Okay.
I mean, I would answer slightly differently. How do you discover
Yeah, go ahead.
something
Go
that's
ahead.
already? It's not like something discovered. Like you don't discover reality. You're already here. You know, like it's just realizing the truth. I mean, those guys were prominent, I guess, loud, early, and often. But it's not like the flat Earth was discovered. It's just that people woke up, I think, from the global lies.
And just to back that up is that you're carrying the information of flat Earth in your subconscious because your body and your brain has been recording it. You haven't tapped into that yet because you haven't experienced living on a globe. And that would be an unforgettable experience. Okay, but when you start to look back at your life, you're going to notice the curvature was never there. That's when you realize you've been on a flat Earth all your life. but you were indoctrinated and you didn't realize. Okay, so what we've just told you is the truth. And those three characters were the ones that were pushing the resurgence at the beginning. So, and then others obviously were there, coming up very fast, thick and fast. We overtook Trump on his campaign trail, right, to be the #1 research topic matter. Okay, right up the all of 2018, 16, and then they started to bring in the algorithms to censor and slow that down. We were killing it. We're killing it now anyway. They're panicking. Why do you think they're putting rockets up every other day? Because of the flat earthers. We instigated that. They're panicking now.
Yeah, we also got their budget cut at NASA, 24%, and SpaceX got a bunch of contracts canceled from the government.
Lovely. That's us. That's our work, that is. And like I said, there's a video in there. Watch how they fake space. Start learning. You're in the University of the 24/7 Flat Earth University. They don't teach you this stuff in university, what we're telling you. Good luck. Study hard. Achieve.
So govern means to control. Mente equals mind. So mind control, government. Isn't that crazy? And everybody just goes along with it.
I think I've heard about these things just very recently, and I think it also talked about weekends and salaries and something like that, and it was pretty eye-opening to me, like how they use words, play with the words.
Yeah,
something's going on, guys. I don't know exactly what it is, but something's going on.
They're informing you in plain sight. Subtle, but it's there. And we can call it like a plausible deniability. Well, we did tell you, you didn't notice. Do you know what I mean? You know. Yeah.
Yeah, this world's insane. Something's going on for sure.
So since I don't watch all the TV and stuff like you guys do that makes your world insane, I don't see any of that. I just go along with my day like normal, just la-di-da-di-da-di-da.
No, I don't think I see that either. I don't watch TV, but it's just like, you know, the generation that I come from, we just people watch a TV show that they have watched 15 times. To me, that's insane. People don't want to live life anymore. They just want to, stimulate themselves, and that's all they do. It's just like a robot trying to just do its little task that doesn't matter. People are just living fillers, like their whole lives are fillers. People don't want to have real relationships, real connections, things that are actually meaningful in life. People just want to have a short little dopamine boost and then call it a day. That's really sad.
And that's what they call living, yeah. But there is good things about repetition. For example, you know, I've watched certain videos maybe 15 times, and the reason I've done that obviously is for review and sharpening up my brain for the debates that are coming up, you know, so I can hit them thick and fast, you know. So, you know, there's nothing wrong with repetition.
No, but they watch drama shows, which are pointless.
Oh yeah, that's shit. That's junk, isn't it? Of course.
Sitcom.
Yeah, no, shitcom is what it is. Shitcom.
Yeah, it is.
I love Seinfeld. Are you kidding me?
There is walking bodies out there that have no soul. They're like machines, like robots. They actually don't even have like internal thought. It's like you see people, they look like people, but they're not.
Yeah, they're the ones that get married to cartoon characters online, and they call that living in the virtual world. You know, don't forget those people exist as well. Yeah,
NPCs, man.
Yeah.
How do you tell a difference between a real person and an NPC though?
That's a good question. That's a really good question. How?
Oh, I would say that you look at their awareness, and I think awareness is quite apparent to observe. You can look into someone's eyes and you know if they're full of lust or they're lying or etc. And I think most people are.
You know when that insect is taken over by the parasites, the mind bending, mind controlling parasites, and it makes the insect move around and do things that is not the insect, is the parasites inside. It's like the rat, the rat when it gets infected with the toxoplasmosis from that is infected in the cat, and it makes the rat fall in love with the smell and the odor of the cat. And it gets closer to the cat, but that's not the rat. Something else.
Guys, you know what?
Just like people.
Growing up, I used to think it was normal to get a job or start a business, buy land, and basically just chase money, etc., etc. Now that I am a bit older, a bit more mature, I realize that there are some people that just don't give a shit about any of this. They live their life every day to the fullest, and life is short. Let's be honest. Of course, it is. They want to live life instead of trying to live survive. And I think those are much more. That's a better alternative to live apart instead of being in the so-called matrix, if you want to call it. And now I think the people that are that leave their jobs, go to some freaking place, community, whatever, I look at them as sane people. But growing up, I was told that, oh, don't be like these people that leave everything and they just don't give a fuck about anyone else. It's like, why should they? Most people are not even worth communicating with. Most people are not worth having conversations in real life, in my opinion. I can't speak to anybody because they're just robots. Like it's patterns that I've already seen all the time, reoccurring everywhere. Robots.
Not really. Just something like that, but not really.
You could say, yeah, I'm happy to talk to people. I give them a big smile. But if you really sit down and see what things they're going through in life, like most people are going through shit, man, because they gotta pay the frigging bill. Somebody, got money stolen. Somebody's family members got in an accident. Like so much shit's going on. In this
They
world.
gotta pay the bills because we gotta put robots on the moon. We just pay your taxes because we're gonna find a place for you to go to, or your children's children. We're gonna send them to a better place. Don't worry, because this place
Fuck the taxes. Fuck the taxes. Fuck the financial system. Fuck the fucking billionaires government.
No. You need asteroid insurance. You don't know this? You need asteroid insurance. Come on, bro. Someday the asteroid is gonna fall on your head, and if you're not covered, you get slapped with a big bill.
A crazy thing to just think about this is that when you look at people and what they're going through, you see that most people miss the opportunity of life because as they were growing up, they were never exposed to alternative ways. Maybe there's a dude in Venice, or India, or China, or Africa. Most of them would never get to really live life. They would never.
In these places that you're talking about, this the happiest people that you will ever meet. They live in these places.
Hey, if you got asteroid insurance and asteroid hits your house. If it hits your neighbor's house, do you have to pay for your neighbor's house? Because it's your asteroid.
It's collateral damage. Insurance.
What the fuck am I listening to?
Hey, before we keep going in this nonsensical speculation thing,
$10 more a month covers.
Any Globers out there want to ask any questions to the panel? Go right ahead, open your mic. You're welcome to ask questions or propose any alternatives to the cosmology of the world, or propose evidence for the globe. Go right ahead. You got the mic. If not, go ahead, guys. Keep it going with the Africa stuff. Go ahead. I meant asteroids insurance. Go ahead.
Damn, everyone's sane here. Damn. I'll wait a little longer.
Nice.
The etymology of the word nine comes from the Latin word nescius, not knowing, ignorant. So when you're being nice, you might be being ignorant and not know something. That's why you're acting nice. Nescius. Nice.
Is anybody interested in football here?
Like rugby? Rugby?
No, like Ronaldo and Messi.
That sounds kind of messy. Go ahead.
A Portuguese player just got in an accident and died in Spain. He won the Europe Cup just a few weeks ago with Ronaldo.
Oh, really? Wow.
He was in a Lambo with his brother, and he got married like 10 days ago. And then today he just
That is a shame.
Yeah, rest in peace.
Mm. And the Spanish roads are really good as well.
I mean, there's speculation that the tire of the Lambo just bursted, and then of course it lost control and slammed into something.
Yeah. I wonder what the likelihood of that is. You know what I mean? A Lamborghini expensive tire bursting. Yeah. Well, the old-fashioned blowouts, they call that, if that's what they're saying. Very, very rare these days. Tire technology has improved so much, and the rims and the alloys, that's a thing of the past.
It's even crazier for me because I'm literally in Portugal right now.
Right.
And what now?
I am genuinely interested. I'm genuinely interested from this. I just want to hit from the flat earthers because this is a question, but I've actually just always wondered it. But okay, so you two flat earth. No, I'm not here to
We don't need to believe in objective reality.
No. I'm not here to sort of catch you out. I'm not here to
it's not
catch
a
you out.
belief form. It's an empiricism form. If you can demonstrate objectively something, then we don't have a need to just believe in it.
Okay, would you make the objective claim that the Earth is young rather than old?
No, I'm going to put you on mute because you keep trying to take over the conversation. I'm trying to get some proof of anything Wubbles has said so far. So you keep just derailing. I'm just going to put you on mute and you can just sit there in the audience. Yeah.
So I'm still waiting to know if you believe that rockets exist.
Why? It doesn't require belief. It's demonstrable.
Because a rocket can go into space and look back at the Earth and see whether or not it's flat.
Prove that then.
Okay, you want some video?
I've never seen a rocket look at fly, and then it turns around and looks at the Earth. Have you?
Yeah.
Wow.
It happens pretty much once a week.
Go ahead and post that where it turns around and shows you the Earth.
Okay, what's up? It's actually a pretty damn cool video. I'm surprised you haven't seen it before. Have you never watched the Starship launches?
No, those
Don't
are
ask us what we've watched.
Those are just movies because they have cuts in them. So that's not anything we can go by. We're gonna watch this video you're gonna post from the ground, where it's got the camera pointing up and a 360 around it, and it shows the flat Earth when it takes off, and then where it turns into a ball when it's flying. Not ball Earth when it's on the ground and ball Earth when it's in the air. That doesn't work.
Hold on, let me see if they actually caught the curvature in this shot. This one stares at the ground a whole hell of a lot. There we go. There's the curvature.
Okay, let's take a look. There's the curvature. Where? What? Just post a screen cap.
Okay, here, I'll screenshot it.
Oh, he's not going to be able to. He's a low-level journeyman.
Then the timestamp is 3:01. That's got a lot of curvature in it.
Let's take a look.
I want you to tell me if that looks flat to you.
Looks fake to me. Looks like a movie. It looks just like a movie.
Okay, well then let's get the ground footage of that thing launching off from people who were there.
So I've seen movies. Let me post one for you.
I can send you pictures that I've taken of rockets launching into space and videos.
You've never taken a video of a camera launching and then flying up into space and start orbiting.
Well, I can't post the picture because I'm not high enough level, but I actually have it in my camera roll. Do you want me to DM it to you?
Yeah.
You have not done that yet. DM it to one of those guys. You have never done that. You've never seen a rocket orbiting a planet.
So he's showing us SpaceX movies. Would you be able to validate anything that you claim these movies are showing with measurement of the Earth?
So wait, are you asking me to measure the Earth and show it?
Yeah, because you're showing us something.
I don't have that much effort in me, dude. I just wonder why you...
Heretic, that video he posted is a complete CGI video. There's nothing real about it. It's completely done in a oversized version of Blender.
Is that why he's not supporting his movie with ground measurements?
What do you mean ground measurements? Do you mean somebody...
Well, okay, all right, let's troubleshoot. Which word did you get? Yeah, which one fooled you? Was it ground? Do we know what that is?
No, it's measurement. What are you measuring?
Measurement. What is measurement? Okay.
I can measure my dick on the ground, or we could measure how much dirt there is in a square foot in front of me. What
Glovers like to talk about their dicks a lot. Just telling the YouTube audience.
Yeah, go right ahead.
So he doesn't know what a measurement is. Okay, I see the problem. This is going to be tough.
Ground measurements.
You're going to compare something to some sort of standard, dude? Yeah, I don't know how to help you with this.
I'm So your claim is that this is a made-up video, and you don't substantiate that. You're just like, nope, fake, and you just toss it out with no.
Well, I mean, you're
basis at all.
purporting that it's showing some sort of curvature of the ground. Would you be able to substantiate that claim with measurements of the ground? Measurements of the ground showing the same curvature that you say your movie is demonstrating.
What kind of measurements do you want? Do you want like a long flat piece stuck in the ground?
Now he's going to start asking which ones I want. So I'll just take it you don't have them, because if you did, you would have just whipped them out.
Hey, I'll believe
because if you did, you would have just gone on. Yes, the measurements. I have those right here, but this is a stalling tactic that gets used like 10 times a day here.
No, I just don't know what the fuck you're saying, dude.
Yeah, I know. I know. I don't know what a measurement is now. Let's devolve into every meta possible.
You want a long fucking ruler. What do you want?
Yeah, see, if you have to ask me how to provide evidence for your claim, then I'll just take it as a no, you don't have it.
So you can't come up reasonably with some articulable experiment that you're
I don't
trying
have
to
to. It wouldn't be an experiment. It's a measurement I asked for, and I don't have to. And if you start having to ask me, well, how do I go about proving my claim, then I'll just accept that you can't and you haven't.
Okay, I'm going to provide a measurement for that day. When was that launch?
A measurement. A measurement of the Earth that shows that it's dropping at a drop rate consistent with the claimed globe radius value. So we're asking for if you're completely confused by what I've said there, then you're just not the one who's going to be up to the challenge.
So for reference, they do show, like, during those streams, because they're streaming it live, they do show the speed that the aircraft is traveling at. You could do out the calculations yourself if you really wanted to show it. But
No,
for instance,
you can't.
show the altitude, they're
No,
about.
you can't. Listen, I write Python too. I can make all those digital effects all I want.
Kilometers an hour. Okay, so it's all like I show evidence. It's like, hey, this thing happens, and here's a video of it. I can show other video launching from the ground, but you're just going to say that that's fake too. So at this point, unless I'm literally live streaming it to you, which I don't even know if you'd say that that is fake too, but there's going to be rocket launches here.
I guess we're going to have to troubleshoot. I guess we're going to have to troubleshoot again, because he doesn't know what drop rate or radius or curvature or drop over distance mean.
Well, you need all of that to launch a rocket.
All you need
need
to
all
launch
of
a rocket is a ton of fuel and an ignition source.
You need to know the radius of what you're going around.
If you want to orbit it, yeah, but if you just want to launch up, you don't need that.
Oh, you just launch up? You don't need to know anything?
No, not really. If you wanted to see the curvature of the Earth, you just have to go high enough with a camera and take a picture of it. If you say that all
okay,
of this
perfect, perfect. I'm glad you said that. So, knowing that we can launch rockets and we don't see any curved Earth, at what height do we start seeing it curve?
I don't know that answer off the top of my head, but there is a height that you can see it at, and it's showing that video.
So since it always looks flat from everywhere, what height does it start to curve at, though? You got to be able to answer that. You say you watch these things every day.
66 feet.
Damn, 66 feet? Pretty damn high. Let's see. We can just Google this one. At what height is the
You don't know already? Why are you defending a claim that you still haven't Googled?
Literally said, hey, I don't know that information off the top of my head.
Why do you come in here arguing for stuff you still have to Google?
Do you think I sit around all day just debating flat Earth? No, I have a fucking life, dude.
So I don't know why you're just winging it.
Because this is basic physics. I don't need to
It's not
come in.
physics, it's geometry. You're not even in the right category, you dunce. You're not even in the right category. It's geometry.
Does he know what a triangle is? I mean, really, we might have to get down to this part. We might have to get to that.
All right, let's do it.
Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and post a question for you. This is from a NASA IQ test. It's coming up,
so you
loading.
can see it at around 10 kilometers, it looks like.
So if you look, which of the figures below are not triangles? Which of the figures below are not triangles?
I'm pretty sure the square isn't a triangle. That's figure
There's
number 9.
no square there. That's an interesting failure.
No, I'm pretty sure the curves on that B.
So on an IQ test, you're going to fail because you're going to say squares are not triangles.
Yeah. I'm not really taking it seriously at the moment, dude. Like,
because you don't know the answer, do you?
Like, no, it's made up. So I don't know.
Answer this question. Just answer it. It's not that hard.
No, I'm good.
That's a tough one, eh?
I don't think you actually understand anything, and you're just trying to win on something small.
No, this is very big. This is very big that you don't know what a triangle is. It means a lot.
B and D are both not triangles. I don't know why in the world you're going down this path. It's stupid.
So B and D are not triangles.
No, they don't fit the classical definition. They have curved edges or they don't connect.
Perfect.
They roughly resemble a triangle, but they're not a triangle.
Great.
Okay, what was your point, dude?
So, do you know what an elevation angle is?
Elevation angle, no. Go right ahead.
Yeah, angle of elevation. So, like when you're looking at a star and you need to know the angle to it, it's from the horizon up to the star, right?
From the horizon up to the star. I mean, yeah, but I've never really seen things measured that way a whole lot.
Oh, that's celestial navigation. Yeah, so I'm sure you never sailed. That's why. So
nope,
you can't do that on the surface of a ball. Can't make a triangle. Can't get an angle from the surface of a ball.
Not a perfect triangle, no. But if you're close enough,
no triangle at all. No triangle at all ever. Not even a kind of a triangle.
What if the ball was really
zero?
Really
I'll post this for you so you can get the idea. So you cannot do any of that. None of that works. That is not a triangle on that ball that I posted, the gray ball. That is not a triangle on the surface with that little ship looking at the star. That is not a triangle, and that will not work to celestial navigation. But what I posted next will work. You need flat surfaces to make your triangle to the star.
If it's approximately flat, because
no, it's not approximately flat. No, you haven't proven that it's a ball yet to say it's a big ass ball.
Yeah, because it is a big ass ball. I mean, is anybody saying the Earth is small?
You've got to prove this, son. You just sitting squawking, going, "It is a ball." You have to prove this. Now, I was just looking at your video that you provided for us. Thank you. At 1 second past 3 minutes, you claiming that is curvature. Now, just out of curiosity, how far at the 103 kilometer altitude or elevation, how far do you think you should be able to see?
I wouldn't know that off the top of my head. Do you know?
You might want to look that up, mate. Because you've come in here and made all these claims of these videos. When you go and look that shit up, you're supposed to be able to see the horizon should be at 714 miles or 1,150 kilometers. Now, the sad part is, there's another gentleman that pops onto YouTube every now and then, Tolan, Jay Tolan Media, and he actually gets up into aeroplanes filming with infrared cameras, and it's really cool stuff. And the issue is, at ground level, which if there's a curve, this is not possible in any way, shape or form. So this is aeroplanes, so 30,000 feet. He's filming 1,400 miles. We've already established that, let's go back to that.
Hold on, 1,400 miles
We've already
is
established,
like half the length of the United States, dude.
No shit.
Yeah, that's right. That's what he's getting video of. Isn't that crazy? It's pretty awesome looking too.
He's standing
all the way up,
and he's
all the way up the Great Lakes in Canada, Canada. Yep.
Yep.
So you'll have to send these
It might have even been a New York to Detroit flight. Yeah, it might have even been. I don't know what flight, but it's pretty close to where I live. That he was. Yeah, but I'm saying where in the United States he was flying over, it's pretty close to where I would be because he obviously could see over Lake Erie already. So he was just so high in the air, he saw the rest of the lakes.
So
I would really like to know how high up he was, and also see this video.
Commercial airliner,
Jay Tolan Media.
I've flown in commercial airliners. You can't see all the way to fucking Detroit from, say, Florida.
No.
Use infrared.
So
let me see it.
What this does, Wubbles, is it grabs your so-called 103 kilometers and basically throws that to the shithouse.
I wonder if there's a calculator out there so I can double check this.
Oh, of course you want to double check my work. You don't check your own work in the first place, so of course mine would need to be checked. Because I'm a flat earther. Yeah. I don't know anything.
That's right.
So
you don't have
distance to
to
the horizon from a 30,000 feet observation height is 212 miles, not
Here's a
1,400.
250 mile,
No shit.
255 mile shot he did right here, infrared.
That's correct, Wobbles. That is correct. At that elevation, that's as far as you should see. So, riddle me this, my friend. Why is this fellow seeing 1,000?
I don't know. I don't even know the video you're
1,400
talking about. I'd
miles?
like you to send it. Let's see.
There you go,
1,000-mile
Great Lakes.
visibility to Lake Huron. Okay.
So this is stuff you've got to watch out for when you're just posting SpaceX stuff. And originally you were asked to show the rocket taking off and from ground level without the camera changing. You didn't even.
Oh yeah, I can do that.
So.
Well, it's
No.
because
Stop.
I was under the impression that you didn't want me to.
Listen. You're just taking bits out of what I'm saying. This is what they want. At ground level, the camera operational. The rocket taking off, going up into space, right? With that camera, no cuts.
Yeah, so you're looking for a time lapse essentially. Let me see if I can find one of those.
No.
It's actually a cool shot.
Direct footage.
Shouldn't need a time lapse. That should only take about a minute.
I don't remember mentioning time lapse.
At 17,500 miles per hour, they should be up there pretty quick.
It still takes like 5 minutes to get all the way up. It's not a extremely quick
So
process.
you're telling me
So we don't need a time lapse
GoPro
then.
camera can't last for 5 minutes?
No, it's not what I'm saying. I'm saying I'm looking for the video because I think I've seen that video before. Let me go and find it.
You think you have?
That's just words put together in a sentence.
Yeah, it's just more bullshit from you. More stuff that you think is out there that you're going to go on a wild goose chase for and never be able to bring back.
I can't.
He knows he never saw a video like that. He knows he's chasing ghosts.
Yeah, and he kept trying to change his Coriolis claim. He made a false Coriolis claim, and he kept trying to change the claim itself and couldn't provide a citation for the life of him. This is going to be the same.
Let's look what 52 miles looks like. I posted 255 miles. Here's 52 miles. You got 1,000-mile one in there, 255 miles, 52 miles. What else do you want, dude? I'll give you a 20 mile. You want clowns or no clowns? Here's a 10-mile one, no with clowns. That way you don't have to worry about anything but the horizon back there at 10 miles. That won't ever happen on a ball. None of those pictures would happen on a ball, ever.
Let's see. Oh, there we go.
There we go. Not what I was looking for. There we go.
Yeah, it's not exactly what I was looking for. I'm actually going to try and find the video that I saw in the past. Might take me a hot second, though, but you can look at this one for a second, just to prove that it's at least launching for you.
A video from the past that you just made up, that you're just lying about. Yeah, okay.
So, Wobbles, when was the last time that you actually watched, and you're probably one of these nutters that goes and does it on a regular basis, a rocket take off?
It was a few weeks ago.
Excellent. So what did it do? Made a lot of noise. Big fire came out the back. Rocket went up. And then it leaned over to its side. And then it fucked off out of your vision. Yeah, and then where it goes?
No, it goes off into the distance. However, with the SpaceX Falcon 9
okay,
launches,
stop.
They
No,
land back
I'm not worried about SpaceX. The one you saw. The one you saw. Wobbles.
Yeah, I have a video of it.
It went off. Okay, Wobbles, stop for a second. It went off into the distance, and then what happened?
And then it went off into space. I could literally see it go past me.
So
it
went off into the distance. And what you should say, if you don't want to look like a lying little turd, is it went out of my range of vision. I don't know where it went after that. So how do you know it didn't just travel horizontally and then after it's out of your vision, go for a little dive in the water?
That would still prove around Earth, though, wouldn't it?
No.
Essentially, what you're saying is you don't believe it because
No,
you
stop.
didn't sit on the
How
rocket.
do you know? After it's gone out of your vision, how the fuck do you know what it's done? That's what I want to know.
Really animated, dude. I'm fucking having a cup of coffee.
I want to know from you, after it's gone out of your range of vision, where has it gone? What has it done? Because you don't know now. It's out of your range of vision. Oh, so all of a sudden, you've watched one little rocket go up, and now here's a video. So, a video of what? Of whatever they want to show you.
Oh, my dude. I don't know what evidence would convince you. You want to come on down to the California
problem
coast, we
is,
can watch a rocket
once
launch
the
together,
little rockets
and
go
you can
out
stick a
of your
camera on
view,
it.
you are on pure faith. Here's a video, boys and girls. Watch this.
Yeah,
That's it.
I mean,
exactly.
Do you want to sit on the outside of it and stare with your eyeballs as you fucking freeze up in
Mate,
orbit?
the technology we've got these days, they can strap a camera to the side of it from go to fucking woe.
And they do. And there's like hundreds of videos out there.
Yeah, and that's the
launching.
problem. Stop.
They launch
There
it
is
every
hundreds of videos. Wubbles, listen. There is hundreds of videos, but none of them from go to woe. They're all cut. They all have to change camera 9 fucking times a minute. Why is that? Why are they all cut? Why can't they just, here's
they
a
don't
camera,
have to.
click, play, go. That's it, done.
They don't have to change cameras. The SpaceX ones usually change
you
it
feel
because
free to
they
ring them
want
up
to
and
make
tell
it
them
look
that.
nice.
You
They're
feel free to
actually
ring them up
not
and
cutting
tell
the
them that.
camera, so when they're sitting in the control room, they're
Yes, they
seeing all
do.
the telemetry at all times.
Here we go. So
they have all the camera feeds.
We have video footage of guys sitting in a control room looking at computer screens, ladies and gentlemen. That's awesome.
What do you?
Yeah, now you're starting to think about it. So we're supposed to be filming a rocket, and yet the camera is filming people watching telemetry data. That's great.
What do you think is happening? Do you think that the videos are just completely fake?
Look,
Yeah,
I don't give a shit about your little videos.
Yeah, they have that cut
I
in
was
there.
asking
So
him,
that,
not you.
yeah, they have the cut in there so they can make that segue with no issues. Oh, we have to wait. We're losing signal. Everything's on fire.
Yeah, I mean, you're going up hundreds of kilometers in the air and tens of thousands of miles per hour. I mean, yeah, it's kilometers per hour. Yeah, it's fucking difficult to keep a signal in that case.
Prove it.
So essentially what I'm getting is a concession that rockets exist and that they do work. However, what I'm not
Well, you've got to prove that.
They prove a
This is the problem. All you've got is I witnessed
Christ,
rocket go out of my vision. And now you're claiming that
so that's
I
a
have to have a
concession that they
concession
work.
to say space exists.
Well, that's a concession
Listen,
that
kid,
rockets
I'm going to
exist and
listen.
they work.
Hey, stop. I didn't hear anyone say that rockets don't exist. The Chinese have
Okay,
been
so they
launching
exist.
little rockets for the last 3,000 years.
Okay, so rockets
Okay,
exist.
so rockets exist. Congratulations. I can go and get one, light the fuse, and watch it go myself.
Okay, can you get one that goes high enough? Because that would be good.
Can you?
Goes above my head. That's high enough.
No, I can't. I can't fucking afford that.
Okay, another concession. Thanks a lot.
I can watch them launch, though. I don't have to own one.
Yeah, you can watch it launch and then go, you don't know where, and then just start making a bunch of baseless declarations about what it did and what it saw. Thanks.
Okay, you make baseless declarations about what it didn't do and it didn't see.
No, I don't.
Your declarations are based on truth. Yourself, they don't.
Well, okay, so you say. Thanks. So it's been really hard for you to come up with any globe proof, huh?
You just take any proof that I actually hand you, and you're like, "Nah, not actually good enough." And then you
Well, that's a lie because you never handed me any proof.
You've got to validate it, Wubbles. This is the problem. How do you validate something like that? See, for us, we get out on the ground and we say, hey, look, it looks flat. We go and measure it. There's no curvature. And then someone will go, nah, that's bullshit. Not a problem, brother. Come and do it with me. You tell me where I've gone wrong.
Oh, you're saying
How
just
do
measuring
you-
curvature?
How do you, as the YouTube voyeur, how do you validate these so-called images from space? How do you verify that? How do you prove that's true and correct?
I presume that if it were not true and correct, every single other nation on the planet would not also be trying to do the exact same thing and accomplishing it.
and sort of engaging
Accomplishing
in
what?
trying to make this work.
What's been accomplished? What's been accomplished?
I don't know. No standard of evidence is good enough for you. You'll doubt everything. And you'll find
What's been accomplished? Why can't you even say?
I'm kind of just waiting for you to actually express what evidence is it that would be sufficient for you. Like, is there anything that I could present that would actually pass the standard of evidence?
Excellent question.
No, obviously not.
Okay, well, for you, then you're a lost cause. What about the other guy?
Now, Wobbles,
you're the lost cause because you don't have any proof of your fantasy.
Hey, Wobbles, how about we throw that same question at you? What standard of evidence do we require to put forward to you to show that it's flat?
Yeah, so what would work for me is I'm a big believer in hey, if you say it's not a ball, if you say it's flat, well, then we should just go stare at the thing. Or we should have something where we can stare at it. So I would say, all right, I like the idea of just taking a rocket, shooting it up in the air, and looking back at the damn thing and seeing what does it look like.
Okay, well, you still have to do that.
If you do that and you say, hey, I'm going to do that in fucking California, or you say I'm going to do that in Texas, or I'm going to do that from China, and you look back in all the same places, and it all looks roughly the same, and it's all it looks kind of circular, it looks like a ball, then, well, maybe it's a globe. That would be good enough for me. And if you all look back and, hey, you roughly see, all right, it looks like a flattened disc, and we've just launched off of it, and that means we have to head back over here.
Nah,
and,
dude,
hey,
you're
go
lost
off
in
the
the
side, and it kind of it looks as though it's flattened on this side, and it's a bit.
So you're a Star Trek fan.
Shut up. Just measure it.
No, I'm just saying, hey, if you want to
measure it,
say
dude.
it's this, then
just
just
measure it. See, this was the problem earlier. You were like, I don't know what measurement means.
So why don't we use one?
Yeah, no, so just measure it.
And
That's all
we
you
do.
have to do.
We have plenty of rockets.
Okay,
and
yeah.
So it's
all right.
Okay, so you're a rocket fan. We get it. That's great. How about, because you don't have feathers in a fucking beak, how about you be on the ground level and go, what can I do on the ground? Measure it.
What can we do on the ground?
That's the answer. Measure it. Your dreams of going in a rocket, I'll tell you now, kid, you're never going in a rocket.
How would you measure it?
That's going to be your problem. It's your claim, your problem. Get to work. Why do you guys always ask us how you're going to go about providing? Hey,
okay.
Am I coming
the best ideas I have for measuring it from the ground that don't.
Oh yeah, you're coming through.
Is probably just getting into a plane and.
Okay, tell him that he's going to have to stop doing that or take me off mute or whatever he's doing, because that ain't going to work. You can't just start talking through me.
Wobbles, hopefully you could hear Heretic what he was talking just then, because you just started running through him, man. Please don't do that. It's just audio chaos. We can't hear what's going on.
Wobbles, you hear me? Wobbles, you hear me? Okay, Wobbles.
He's pretending.
No, I muted the guy.
Okay, you muted the owner of the channel. Are you retarded?
He's looking for a reason to get banned, that's why, so that he doesn't have to put himself through this anymore.
Ask him why he muted the owner of the channel. Let's see what he has to say.
Wobbles, question, why did you mute the owner of this channel?
I muted him because he was being not a good combatant in a great debate. If you want to
just listen, stop, that's it. You muted him, great. Unmute him, because he's the owner of this channel. I don't care if you don't like what he's saying, or he's combative, or whatever excuses you've got. Not interested. Do not mute moderators. Do not mute the owner of the bloody channel. Please.
I would really prefer that if this is the way that the debate.
It's not a fucking negotiation.
Yeah. Adios, amigos.
All right, so Wobbles, Josh was going to ask us for help with evidence of his claim. He was asking us how to prove it. Someone might want to help him out.
Well, to start off with, Josh, we'll make a nice easy one. 28.6 mile laser test. I posted it in side chat for you. That's one way you could measure it.
Sure. And if I look at that video, am I going to see any light refraction?
Oh, light refraction. Well, just something for you to think about with your claims of refraction. Light bends towards the denser medium. So, as air gets colder, so as you go up in elevation, it gets colder, That's where the light would bend to. At the moment, you're going to claim that the lasers are bending down, when in actual fact they should be bending up. So, yeah, good luck with your refraction claim. So, as I said, please watch the video in the side chat.
Sure. Give me 2 minutes.
All yours, man. I love when they come in and claim refraction. Just throw that shit straight in the bin. It'd be much better if they come in and said, oh, it's a Fata Morgana or towering or sinking or something. But nope, it's just refraction. Okay, great. Where's the second medium? We don't know. Great, good. Next.
You don't need a second medium, FYI.
Under Snell's law, good luck with that then.
Snell's law is true. It does talk about two mediums, but when he talks about two mediums, those two mediums are perfect. The atmosphere is not a perfect medium. You even said earlier that light could bend upwards. You don't need two mediums.
So you're talking about another effect. Snell's law is very descriptive in what it is. Two mediums. Air is one. Yeah?
I agree.
Yeah, great. Watch the video, please.
Hang on. I agree. Snell law does involve two mediums, but it can still apply to refractions because the atmosphere is not a perfect medium. There's a difference.
No. Nowhere in Snell's law does it say it has to be a perfect medium. I don't remember reading that.
Well, no, it uses the example of, like, for example, water. And, like, if you put a straw in water, you'll see the refraction through the glass, can't you? So that's your two mediums.
So, air to water or air to glass. Two separate mediums, yep?
Correct.
So, when you're looking straight across, so you're standing outside and you're looking at a house or a tree or something in long range, what is the second medium?
The difference in temperature.
So you don't have, just say you don't have a second medium. Stop trying to baffle yourself with bullshit. You're only going to get confused.
Hang on, you said light would have bent upwards, correct? So you don't necessarily have two mediums.
Listen, when I put the video up there, the first 5 words that come out of your mouth, one of them was refraction. In order to have this, it would bend upwards because temperature decreases as you get elevation. Yeah?
Correct.
Excellent. Light bends towards the denser medium. Yes?
So just to
right. So straight away, you're going to claim that refraction is what's bending the light downwards. This is impossible if light is bending upwards. So please watch the video and enjoy it. And if you'd like some more, we can post other ones for your convenience.
Yes, but when you're saying light can bend upwards, you are saying that light can bend in one medium. So you would accept that, correct?
I didn't call it refraction.
Well, regardless of what you call it, the light is bending in one medium, correct?
I didn't call it refraction. You did. Refraction is very specific.
Sure.
Sure. Excellent. So we're getting to that. So how about, if you want to call it something else, sinking, looming, towering, Fata Brumosa, Fata Morgana, if you want to call them by their correct terms, do so. I've got no issue with that. But refraction is a very specific thing. Is that what's happening? Yes or no? No. So it must be something else.
Is anything happening on a globe? How about that?
I want to stay on the topic of
you do. You want to avoid, of course, avoid that one for sure.
I'm more than happy to address it, but I want to stay on
the actual point.
refraction.
Definitely don't address that. Pretend you're happy to, and then don't.
Hang on, can I address the? He's saying it's not refraction. Am I allowed to argue for refraction, or do you want me to move on to something else?
Yeah, let's just stay stuck in the mud on these side issues while you ignore the elephant in the room that there's no globe for any phenomena to occur on.
What convinces you of that?
We haven't proved it.
So the lack of proof for you is enough to say that it's not a globe?
No, it also goes against what's already self-evident. I don't experience any curvature, tilting, wobbling, spinning of the thing that I'm on. There's nothing self-evident about it being a globe. You argue about what it self-evidently seems to be, and then provide nothing to back that argument up with, so.
Hey, have you heard of antipodal star rotation?
Yeah, antipodal, so you'd already be invoking a globe with antipodal claim. Do you have any measurement of the globe?
No, it doesn't. It doesn't have to be antipodal. I use that term for convenience. Are you aware of the phenomenon that the stars at the poles rotate in opposite directions?
They rotate from east to west.
They rotate in opposite. It doesn't matter what direction they. It's not
east to west. Yeah, quick question: is east to west and east to west opposite directions?
It's not We're not talking about east to west. We're talking about rotating.
So wait, do they go west?
No. Shut up. Let me finish.
No, Enrique.
We're talking about
Enrique, hold your breath for a second. Just hold your breath for a
shut
second.
the fuck up.
I know you're excited. Don't you fucking tell me to shut the fuck up, boy. Just wait for a second. Go and stand outside. The stars move east to west. I want you to face north. They move east to west. I want you to face south. They move east to west. And fuck me sideways, if you don't face east to west or west to east, they still move east to west. So you can claim they spin around, do a little pirouette or a double black flip. We don't care. They still move east to west.
I'm not talking about direction. Okay. You're saying east to west. It doesn't matter. I'm talking about the counterclockwise and clockwise rotation around a single point, which has nothing to do with east to west.
Yeah,
it is
it has to do with which way you're facing your
clockwise rotation. No, it
hang on. Let me help you out here. So,
why can't he just help himself up by answering the question? Are east to west and east to west separate directions, or is something else happening? Is there a west to east motion somewhere? Yeah, give us the goods.
I am not referring to east or west. I'm referring to the fact
you're not referring to directions then. Okay, you're not referring to directions then, so you've abandoned your entire claim. Next.
No, shut the fuck up. I'm talking at the poles. Stars rotate around a single point. They rotate opposite directions, counterclockwise and clockwise.
Okay, I'm not talking about east to west and west to east, or
I'm not talking about east to west. I'm talking about rotating clockwise and counterclockwise.
Yeah, those are relative. Those are relative. So it's not actually moving different directions.
It doesn't matter.
It's not actually moving in different directions. And so the stars are rotating, and they're not rotating in different directions because it's all east to west, right?
Yes, they are.
Oh, really?
They are rotating in different directions.
So one set of them is going west to east?
No, that's not
relative.
What I'm saying.
It's just relative. So you're saying that if I stand on one side of the road and the cars are going from my left to my right, then I move over to the other side, same cars, now they're going from my right to my left. You're saying that those cars are going two different directions?
He thinks it's an Oreo cookie. Stars go one way at the half.
This guy's really smart. Give him
an Oreo cookie, yeah.
Yeah, you just admitted they're not going different directions because you say, oh, it's relative. It's just relative. Yeah, okay, they're not going different directions then. That's why you wanted to avoid the east to west question. You're cooked. So, next.
The apparent direction is relative to what direction you're facing, not when you're at the poles. It doesn't happen like that when you're at the poles.
Okay, get us an observation from the pole. Get us an observation from either pole. Yeah, just stop talking until you have an observation from the pole. With the the North Star at your zenith. Go ahead. Cooked him again.
And the Southern Star at the zenith.
Yeah, you should really just drop this because it's not going well for you.
Oh yeah, because you guys can't comprehend basic fucking observations.
Have you ever done this? These observations you're claiming, have you ever done them?
Yeah, I went to the North Pole a couple weeks ago.
Exactly.
What do you mean exactly? I said yes, retard.
You're a fucking liar. I could smell it.
Okay. Prove it then, fucker.
You're not here to discuss the shape of the ground. You're here to preach with your bullshit. You've made these claims of star rotations. We know you haven't done it.
How do you know that?
You know you haven't done it. So why
Yes, I
come in
have.
and carry on like a fucktard? What do you
Went
get
to
out
the
of it?
North Pole 2 weeks ago.
You're a liar.
Prove me wrong.
Well, the other problem you've got is you've got to have also have gone to the South Pole to have proven that this actually happens.
Yeah, I went to Antarctica a few years ago.
Why do we put up with this shit? Seriously.
You gotta lie to prove the globe? Pretty weak claim. Why don't you just drop the claim? All right, Joshua, you're up since Enrique just failed miserably.
Sure. So, I posted 2 videos. So when you're looking west, you both in the northern and southern hemisphere, both looking west, stars are going down.
Hold on a second, Josh.
Hang on. Can I finish explaining?
You were supposed to be watching the video that I gave to you.
That
I went to so much effort to find.
I appreciate the effort, but you guys...
Did you watch it?
I did watch a bit of it, yeah, the last bit.
So, your response to the video?
Can we talk? I want to talk about one thing at a time.
No. Well, yeah, that we are. One thing at a time. Your response to the video, please.
Sure. Let me find the... So, I think I have two... I've only watched the 2 minutes of it, but I get the impression, because the light's flickering in and out, I presume that it's not a constant beam, so I presume there is some sort of refraction going there. But the footage is very... I don't know, it's just very blurry. I can't make out heads or tails.
Okay, how far is it from? What's the distance?
So the claim is like 28 miles, isn't it? Or 28.6 miles away. So if you're going below the curvature, you shouldn't be able to see it.
What elevation they at?
He looks like... I'm not sure exactly, but he looks... I don't know, he's on a lake, if anything. But I will say he's on a... I presume he's on sea level.
Well, let's just give him 5 foot, just to make sure that we're not going too low. You know how far the horizon should be at that?
Yes, no, I
at 5 foot?
Yes, if the claim...
2.7 miles.
Yeah, if the
Now,
claim is true...
Yeah, Joshua, just listen for a second, because this is where you're going to have to start thinking for yourself. The target hidden height at 28.6 miles is 446 feet. So that means that laser should be 446 foot below the level of the guy viewing it. He should not see that laser. Not possible.
Right. And I will take...
Even with your claims of refraction, let's say refraction is 10%. That still gives you 40 feet. So you're still missing 400 foot.
I don't
that's
do
right.
feet.
You have to start thinking. When you come in here and go, blah, refraction, and to use that as some kind of escape card, You've burned all these. Everyone has. Stop using refraction because it's not going to unfuck this situation.
Can I explain?
400 feet, mate, you can't invoke enough refraction, get every fucking wizard, shaman, witch and everyone, magic spells, you're gonna need them, because seriously, you can't pull that much refraction. I don't care how hard you try. So your claims of refraction, and now, at the start, you've watched barely 2 minutes of the video, and it was, it's grainy. You're sidestepping, brother. You're making excuses why you don't have to watch it.
Well,
so, baseline is, I'll tell you something, Josh. Do it the easy way. Number 1, find out their elevation. Number 2, find out the distance. And then because you sound like you're lazy and you don't like doing stuff, jump in to Google, type in Earth Curve Calculator. Punch the data in there. And then ask yourself the question, should we be able to see this or not?
So, can I get a word in edgeways, and then maybe like you can contest with what I have to say? So
go for it.
So yeah, so you can see like through his footage, and I'm just skipping through it. You can see like mirages and stuff, so you can already see some of the light refraction. The reason why I believe it's light refraction, especially over a body of water, is what happens is that you can get cool air near the surface of a water. Actually, no, I'll start from the beginning. So when the lake water is cooler than the air above, it can cause a temperature inversion. So this is when cool air is near the water surface and it gets denser, and with the warmer air above. So it creates
this is a claim that you've got it back.
I mean, the fact that you see, like even in his footage, you can see it a little bit, like 3 minutes 30 in, you can see a little bit of the inversion. You can see a little bit of the light refraction. So, in a way, in his own video, he's showing that light refraction is happening.
So you're still claiming refraction, but yet you can't comprehend that refraction does not give you 440 feet of curvature.
Can you at least address that there is refraction going on here? If you look at 3 minutes 30, you can see the
3
refraction.
minutes 30, stand by. 2, 3, 25, I'll go to 25 and watch it from there.
Yeah, you can see the laser and the refraction.
$36, $37. Where's the refraction?
Can't you see it?
No. What did I tell you earlier? Call it for what they actually are, by their proper names. Look, I'll make it easy for you. I'll post them in the side chat, because obviously you have got some kind of brain malfunction where you're not thinking properly. All right.
If anyone can't see it, I'll describe it.
Yeah, hold on. I'm going to post something for you. So it even says in the video, we're getting flashes at random. They're not blinking because of refraction. Because they don't know where they're at, so they're kind of moving the laser till they get a hit. Boom, boom, there's a hit. There you go.
So, I'm talking about 3 minutes 30. I don't know why the light keeps blinking on and off, if I'm honest.
On the side, or where? Or the way zoomed in picture? Waves, maybe. There might be waves out there. You don't know.
I'm particularly focused on that 3 minutes 30. So we're talking. You can see that the light is actually bending, even in the green light. It's
Joshua,
blurry.
Joshua, let's yap. Side chat. I listed them all for you. Towering, Fata Brumosa. Stooping, Fata Morgana, Inferior Mirage, Superior Mirage, Sinking or Looming. Please feel free to take your time, read through them, and pick the one that describes what you're seeing. If you're going to use the terminologies, please use them correctly. Don't just band-aid refraction across everything. It gets boring. Maybe sinking is the one you're after. And there's another one too. Was it disturbance or heat haze is a common name.
Yeah, so what you're doing is you're basically getting light refraction and you're categorizing it into like different parts, which is correct.
It's not refraction. I will read out why it's not refraction, and I want you to listen very carefully. Refraction is the bending of the path of light wave as it passes from one material to another material.
Medium, but yes.
The refraction occurs at the boundary and is caused by changing the speed of light wave crossing the boundary. The tendency of a ray of light to bend one direction or another is dependent on whether the light wave speeds up or slows down upon crossing the boundary.
I'm familiar with Snell's law.
Excellent. So what part of crossing the fucking boundary and different material is in air? There's no boundary.
So would you agree that the air does change intensity?
I don't have to agree to anything. Don't start a sentence off, would you agree? This is not some kind of hypnotherapy fucking show.
I'm just trying to keep the temperature down, that's all. My claim is that the light can bend through one medium if that medium has different...
If that's the case, then you're looking at towering, Fata Brumosa, stooping, Fata Morgana, inferior mirage, superior mirage, sinking or looming. I don't give a shit which one you tag to it. Go for it. Tag them all if you wish. But you don't have a second medium.
Yeah, but you got to understand the...
Not yet, but. Don't start off with yeah, but. It's very plain and clear. You don't have a second medium. You could yeah, but all day long, but facts is you still don't have a second medium.
Hang on. Are you just hang on. The light was bending. You can see. I don't know what you want to call it, a mirage or whatever.
Hey, Joshua, which way was the light bending? Up or down?
Hang on.
Which way was it bending? You made a claim it's bending. Which way? Up, down, left, right?
Hang on, before you
even get to that. Or was it just a green splotchy thing that you can't distinguish what it's doing?
Calm down, chill.
No. You're being a slimy fucking weasel. Stop doing it.
Well, you got to address my claim. I'm saying, okay, I won't use the word if it triggers.
No, I don't have to address your claim. You have to verify, validate, back up your claim.
Okay.
Then we address it.
Okay, I'll keep it short and I won't use any trigger words. So the whole premise is using light to measure, to determine whether there's a curvature of the Earth. I'm saying that test is invalid because there is a clear distortion in the light, whatever you may call it, that will affect the outcome.
Well, in that case then, you can never use any video, any photo, any actual using of your eyes to prove anything, ever again.
No, you just got to count
the light, stop! The light, if you're outside looking at anything, you've shut yourself down for any video, ever. So you can never ever show us something that can prove you live on a ball. Because we're just going to say the same thing. The light bends, it's flat, it's bending. Done. Why is it you guys, when you come in here and make your stupid claims, you never stop for 5 seconds and ask yourself, what if I applied this same shit to myself? What would happen?
Joshua, look, Joshua, you can. Your claim is just can't be true. You're just saying that the light disturbs and you can't prove anything. Are you serious?
Hang on, let me address, because when you said like any image we can't trust, but if we like say you send a rocket and into a vacuum where
can't trust it. It's got light between here and there. It's bending. It's bullshit.
Hang on. My claim of refraction.
Stop. Don't sidestep the rockets. We're talking about a laser test. Yeah, you're laughing because I'm pinging you to the fucking thing we're talking about. We're talking about the 28.6 mile laser test. Stay with that.
Well, Well, I've already addressed that, why that test can't be accurate, and then you said you can't trust anything with light, and I said, well, it could be quite trustworthy if you leave that medium, if you go into that vacuum, then light won't have that same effect. It won't be bent as easily.
So you live in a vacuum now. Why are you talking about vacuums?
What can I say? I'm a big Dyson fan.
You're a what fan?
I'm a Dyson fan. Sorry, that's it's a British vacuum cleaner.
Okay. So obviously what this comes down to is you just don't like that video because you still can't substantiate 440 feet of missing curvature. And that is it. Paka! Refraction. That is your play two card to get your sorry white ass out of trouble.
You can literally see the refraction in the video.
You can
posted.
literally see it. Okay, Joshua, when we look at the video, what did you say it was? 3 minutes and something? 3:30?
Go for 3:35.
So I'll start at 3:31. That's close enough. Play. And I'll watch it again.
It's mostly a still image, unfortunately. But you can still see.
So hold on a second. I'm going to put the screenshot up for everyone. You know what? Because I'm a really nice bastard at this time of the morning. Fuck it. Let's have a look here. Screen
go for
grab. Just so everyone knows what we're talking about.
Sure thing.
Because you don't do it.
For some odd reason, when I put up screenshots, they don't show up.
Couldn't imagine why. So, ladies and gentlemen, the little green dot that's down on the right-hand corner, just about to go off.
Britannia approves.
My ears.
Right. So, that is him claiming that the laser is bending which direction?
I'm saying it's bending.
Who muted me?
So, how do you know that that's not just heat haze and it's not just wobbling around in front of you?
Again, this is all. This is
straight line. Answer the question. How do you know it's not just heat haze and that's just wobbling in front of you?
Heat haze is part of refraction. Whether you and the fact that it's affecting the light, the fact that it's affecting it.
Heat haze. So Joshua, you've still got to prove your ball. So what you're claiming is that heat haze, which is causing a beam of light which is dead straight, to now bend 440 feet. That's what you're claiming.
What I'm claiming is that the test...
That's what you're claiming. You can sidestep it and reword it, but in order for you to have heat haze, that laser has to bend in a downward fashion from its point source 440 feet in order for that image to be taken.
The fact that you're seeing...
Yes or no? That's what you're claiming. Are you claiming that that's true? Yes or no?
I will double check.
Don't be a coward.
Hang on, I'll double check the maths, but I will say light can curve over, so you can get a light source from beyond the curvature of the Earth, and you can still see it through light refraction.
Hey, hold on, Joshua. Hey, DJ, have you got that physicist video where he was talking about light bending and how much it doesn't bend?
I mean, you can find plenty of videos online of seeing light bend in a single medium.
Yes, but the problem you've got, Joshua, is the light doesn't bend that way.
I thought I mentioned...
You're claiming... Look, it doesn't matter which way you go, you're still going to get bent over and shafted. Number one, if you claim Snell's law, there's no second medium, so you may as well throw that to the shithouse. If you claim terrestrial refraction, you still have to prove the ball in the first place. So either way, you're gone.
We can still use Snell's law.
You still have to prove the ball in the first place. Do you not understand that? Because in order to account for it, to calculate it, all they do is they increase the size of the ball. So the formula has radius baked into it. That's how they calculate it. Do you not
Hey,
know
Matrix,
this?
where did you get this information? The one that you put in the channel?
Which one? The white ones, the AMS ones?
Yeah.
I grabbed them off DJ actually, but they are very
DJ? Does he have the link to this? Is it a website?
Yeah, it's just the American Meteorological Society. Yeah, I've got the link here somewhere.
Well, no, I mean, these snippets. Well, I wanted the link so I could save it, but I really do like the snippets.
They're great, aren't they?
Yeah, I can send them all to you.
What it does is that it puts everything in perspective, that you can actually talk about like what is going on in the distant view, because the optical effect isn't always going to be the same. So this categorizes them, and we could like use these as a reference to point them to this.
Yeah, the reason I love them is because a lot of people just come in like Joshua and did the default. It's refraction. Well, no second medium, and now we put the list up. They can go through them and pick their favourite.
Hang on. 5 minutes ago. Sorry.
Yeah, we need to also look at Fermat's principle. I think that's important too. So I just wanted to mention that before he goes on. Like, there's a link between those what we see off in the distance with Fermat's principle, and not being just like the idea of refraction being Snell's law only, because we talk about Fermat's principle, it could further that understanding. Anyways, but yeah, using these as well, like it connects the information so people can have a good reference to it.
But just so you know, I don't know if you caught the start of it, the 28.6 mile laser run over the lake, Joshua was claiming that refraction is causing the light to bend 440 feet.
Yeah, so the laser that they're showing in that image there that you took a still, let's see, 38 minutes after the hour. Is that the one?
Correct.
Okay. So if he's claiming that, is that the curvature of the Earth, or is that an optical effect? He's got to choose one of the two.
What I'm claiming is the test is invalid if you're using a measuring laser and that laser is being affected by, how do you put it, refractions.
Yeah, well, I don't know why you said it that way. But yeah, the way that light travels through the air, the medium of air, will dictate what you see off into the distance, because of the fact that you have like these optical effects occurring, right? At a distance, the further the distance, the more the effect, right? So it'll be more distorted with the more distance that you have. But I don't see that being an issue, because there's categories of like what we see. So if we do see, like if it's seen at all, right? As that image shows that the laser, it's still visible, then that means you have a line of sight. There's a line of sight where the laser is and where you are. The observer seeing it.
I see what you mean. What my contention it would be is what will happen is it will scatter the light to a point where you can see it over the curvature.
Well, yeah, but what I'm saying is, how is curvature present if we're just only categorizing optical phenomena? Like, we're saying that it's this and that occurring, but we're not mentioning, the curvature of the Earth, and it's not necessary to include it. Unless you say it is, and then we're going to have to factor in how do we measure for it.
So
because this test is supposed to be a line of sight test, which I think it's okay to say that the line of sight test was optimal, because the condition of the day, accounting for that, the way that light is affected throughout the horizontal plane, is going to be such that you'll see effects optically happening. It'd be a folly for us to say that's not the case. Let's put it that way. Because the angle at which the viewer is seeing across the horizontal surface is, at the narrowest angle to where you start seeing these distortions. That's obvious. But we're not factoring in the curvature here, are we? Now, that's what I'm asking you. Did you see any curvature factored into this test that was done?
From what I understand, the whole purpose of the test was to try and demonstrate that there was no curvature, so it's not factoring in.
Okay. Well, I mean, do you think that there is some here to be accounted for?
Sorry, curvature. So this, I would. So obviously, I believe in a global Earth, but as for this video doesn't prove that there is a globe, but doesn't disprove it either.
Well, all right. So, this is just a line of sight test, and you could see the laser, but there's optical phenomena occurring, through the vast distance. But what I'm asking you is there any indication that there's a test showing that the Earth is a globe based on a laser observation? I'm asking you.
Oh.
Can one be done?
Through laser, I think you would have to account for refractions, and I think the problem is I think one of you guys did send a study to me a couple of days ago, and it showed they did.
Yeah, that's great. I know that we've given you material. That's wonderful. I'm asking from your position, has there been any material in academia or otherwise that has been done to solidify that the Earth is a globe based on a laser observation? Not anything that we've given you, just based on what you know.
Based on what I know, and I'm not familiar with everything. I can't think of a laser.
No laser test that you know of?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, so what do you think can be done with the line of sight to distinguish whether or not it's Earth curve that we're looking straight across the plane? And what can be done? What do you think can be done?
I think a really good test would absolutely kill the global model would be altitude. As soon as you get high enough altitude, the air thins, the medium temperature goes down, you will see a lot less light refractions, and you would surely get a more clear laser out of that.
Well, okay, let's put it this way. I know that you're drawing up this hypothetical because you're trying to see what would be the best fit for proving that the Earth is a globe. That's great. What I'm asking for is what can be done or what has been done so that we can know that something is done within academia or otherwise, that a test has been done to solidify that the Earth is a globe. What has been done, Joshua?
So when I talk about height, I'm not talking about going up in a rocket or anything like that. Maybe like a weather balloon or something you could do it with. So something that we can do.
Okay. All right. That's another hypothetical. That's great. You're giving me ideas. I don't want the ideas. I want what has been done already. What has been done? What has been done?
Well, that's the problem. That's like the most simple form of evidence that you can have.
This guy just throws his body into the gears. Yeah, just relax, dude. I took the wrench out. The machine's still operating fine. So back to Joshua. What has been done in academia to prove that the Earth is a globe based on an observation like a line of sight test?
Line of sight test?
Yes.
That's very particular.
Well, it should be because we're looking horizontally across the surface.
I suppose a good example would be, if you're on a boat and you see other boats, you can see other boats go over the horizon, and it looks like you'll get to a point where you can see the top of the ship, but you can't see the bottom.
Yeah, that's great. So, do you think that there was a test done using this example to provide evidence that the Earth is a globe?
I would have to troll through literature to find it.
Okay, so you gave me another. That's the third idea you've given me, without any verification whether or not they've actually verified the Earth being a globe with this test.
I can give a photograph if you're happy.
No, I don't need that. I don't need that, Joshua. I need something that has been done that solidifies the Earth as a globe based on a test that we can determine this. Now, what can be done, Joshua? Or what has been done? I keep saying what can be done. What has been done?
Well, I've already said I'm not familiar with all the academic studies.
Okay, so hold on a second. Just a second, Joshua. Just a second. So there isn't anything you have right now to present in academia that they've shown you that the Earth is a globe in a demonstration of a line of sight test. Nothing that you know of.
Just out of curiosity, if I did find one, would you change your mind?
No, I'm gonna wait until you answer my question honestly. You want me to ask it again?
No, you don't have to ask it again.
Okay, do you have such a test that we've been given to you? Plenty of. We got plenty of them. Is there one from the globe side in academia that you know of that you can give us?
Yes, for the third time, I am not aware of one.
Oh, okay. So the Earth hasn't been determined to be a globe based on any long-distance observation test. Is that correct?
No.
Okay.
There may be a test. I just don't know.
No, we're not going to the. We're not appealing to if there could be, maybe, perhaps, possibly. We're not doing that. See, what we've done, right? Let me do the opposite. What we've done is we went out. People everywhere can look across horizontally on the surface of water. That's every Tom, Dick, and Harry that's come through here that said that the Earth is flat, for sure, and didn't backtrack and say, well, the Earth's not flat because the sun moves around. But everybody who says they've seen across the surface of the Earth and declares that the Earth is flat, we've all seen across a body of water. And we've noticed that we can see off in the distance farther than the predicted amount of Earth curvature that should be present if it was a globe. So there is no such test that we know of. However, we've done laser tests as the ones been presented to you, and we can show you much more just by line of sight. Therefore, we can show you that the Earth that pretends it to be a globe isn't one, because there isn't a way that we can test horizontally across the body of water that anybody can test that it's an actual globe with the curvature intact. I mean, we're talking about the radius, circumference. None of those numeric values can be verified, sir. So now we're left with you guys actually having something to present from academic sources that this can be determined horizontally across the body of water. So now it's your turn. We've given you stuff. What do you got? What you got, man?
Sure. To start with, your tests aren't exactly academic, and second,
they don't need to be. Because academia is what's been educating you to think that the Earth is a globe. We're doing tests to show a line of sight is disproving that anything that academia is declaring that it being a globe horizontally across the surface is not verified by anyone. So anybody can actually look horizontally across the surface and find out that it's not the case. The Earth is not a globe based on what they've told us. So,
Can't I present non-academic sources the same way you present non-academic sources?
No. Do you know why? You know why that's a hard no? Because the information comes from academia that the Earth is a globe. It doesn't come from every Joe on the street. Every bloke, we're going to just talk to them and say, hey, is the Earth a globe? Oh, yeah, for sure, man. I did my backyard test. For sure, that's how it happened. No, the information that academia is presenting to the world, and this is what we're up against, is the fact that people are learning this from school, not from Joe Blow off the street. However, we can do the opposite. We can test the information that academia is saying is true and find out that it's not true. So yeah, you can't do the reverse. Yours is going to have to come from academia. Ours doesn't. We're testing what academia is saying. That's the problem you're in right now. You're in a pickle, sir. You need to rectify that by giving us information from academia so that we can show that they've done anything to verify horizontally across the body of water that it is a globe, to determine that anyway.
That's quite a big conspiracy theory.
Well, it's not a conspiracy. It's not a conspiracy. See, everybody everywhere goes to school, right? And we all hear the same thing that the teachers drone on and tell us that it's a globe, this and that, planets and yada yada cosmology, right? Now it's time for, is it one or not? So if academia is still, barking at us about the Earth being a globe, well, surely there must be some verification that's been done to solidify that point. Now I'm asking you to search the archives and find out where this has been done. Okay?
Hang on.
That's what I'm asking for.
If I buy your conspiracy theory,
It's not a conspiracy theory. Yeah? What we're asking for is, if they're saying the truth, and it's not misinformation, this is actual reality as we all know it, then it would be that there would be thousands of examples. They could determine that the Earth is a globe based on a horizontal long-distance observation. Yeah? Pretty simple stuff.
Can I get a word in edgeways before getting muted?
Yeah, you get muted because I don't need to hear you tell me that academia is excused. You need to actually go to your source, which is academia, and find somewhere that somebody did something to prove the Earth as a globe. You can't just say that, McToon proved it. No, McToon is not academia. He's a random dude on the internet. Yeah.
Yeah, but you got to admit the irony though. You're saying
now there is no irony. The information's coming from academic sources, school for one. Yeah. So we're hearing it. NASA is an organization showing you pictures of the Earth as a globe. So we're testing that validity in the horizontal long distance observation. So what you got?
Again, it is a bit ironic that you're asking.
Stop talking about the irony that you say you're going to make up some ironic phrase and you tell everybody how you feel. I don't care, Joshua. If you can't pony up with the information, it just shows that you don't have the information to substantiate the claim that the Earth is a globe based on academic sources. Now, we've disproved that easily. Anyone can do that. Got it? So search the archives. Don't look for McToon. Don't look for Fight the Flat Earth. No other guy on the internet's going to do you any justice. You got to go to academic sources, sir.
You want a source from academia?
Oh, yeah. Damn right. Yes, we do. So all you got to do is work your Google fingers or ChatGPT fingers and find out where this has been done. Present it to us. Let's have a look. That's what we're going to do. We got to do that.
Can I get a word in edgeways?
Well, the word should be, okay, sounds good. Let me check that out. Right?
You're only fishing for the answer that you want.
No, there's not. Listen, dude. You can't make shit up. Well, I can tell you what you can do. Don't want to hear it. I don't care what thing you got to present. If you put a camera on a balloon, and dude, where's academia showing you how to test horizontally across the surface? Where?
But you don't believe academia, even if I gave.
It's not about believing, sir. The test would then verify the information. We don't go and say, "Oh, I believe. I seen something. I believe, my brother." It's not belief, dude.
Yeah, but you don't trust.
Show me the money, dude. I don't care, dude. Trusting and believing, and that's what you're doing. I'm not doing that. I'm asking for rock solid proof of the Earth being a globe. That's what I'm asking for.
Again, you told me I don't trust academia.
Okay, so you're just gonna yammer on about trusting academia or not, and you can't present anything. Is what it's amounting to, at least, isn't it?
Give me like 10 seconds to finish the sentence.
No, you're not going to bloviate, dude. You either have the information or you don't. Yeah? That simple.
No, it's a contradiction that you've put.
No, I don't think so.
It's quite
I don't think so, bro. If the schools have been telling everybody, all of us included, that the Earth is a globe, then the burden is on them to present the evidence. It's maybe not on you, but since you're advocating for the Earth being a globe, then you damn right you better search the archives to find out where they've even demonstrated this to be true. That's all I'm asking for, dude, is pony up with the information.
If you stop muting me, I will.
What?
I will.
Tell me what? More stories, more things that you're imagining that I could do. Well, it's simple. All you got to do is this test and that test. Nah, this isn't Joshua says how to test the Earth as a globe. No, you're fumbling all over the place. You don't know. You couldn't tie your shoes probably. I don't know. But I'm asking for academic sources that show they've actually tested this to be the case.
Which you don't trust.
I don't care if you think I trust them or not. Is there any information that supports it?
This isn't a conversation. Good day.
Yeah, you goddamn right it's not. It's an interrogation. This is not a conversation.
Welcome to the Gulag. If you survive, you earn your freedom.
The Gulag. Fucking hell, dude.
Oh, did he leave, bro?
Yeah, he was fucking roasting that dude. He's telling me, well, I know what you can do. Man, fuck you, I know what you can do. Show me where it says in academia they've done something, bro. This bullshit. You can do this and you can do that. Fucking, what am I going to take your word, man? You fucking can't even tie your shoes, probably.
Just so you know, Heretic. Oh, sorry, AV. When he first come in, he decided to interrupt over another young fella talking, and so we put him on standby. Or Heretic did, and then when the young kid left, it was his turn, and it came about the ground being measured flat. All right, so I put up the laser thing for him. Before he'd even clicked on it, his claim was, refraction. His first 5 words that come out of his mouth, blah, 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 refraction. He hadn't even watched the video yet. Hadn't even clicked on it.
Right, that did him in, though, when he said that. I think...
it triggered me, that's for sure.
Yeah, because why wouldn't it, right? Like, now that he's claimed it's an optical phenomena, he gave up the ghost. I mean, his spirit probably left his body when he said that to you, but that means that it's not able to be measured based on this optical phenomena, whatever it is. Okay, then how did you test it then? Like, but here's the thing, though. He's been given information from Flat Earth, sources, and you guys did a great job. I mean, actually going over that and giving them sources that we've tested that. But he's only critiquing what we've given him. He hasn't actually brought forth, and I demonstrated that now, he hasn't brought forth any information from academic sources that they've did a horizontal line of sight test. They haven't done that. And I'm asking for the cowbell. Like, hey, okay, it's time to pony up. We've given you all the information. Now that you know that there's horizontal line of sight tests being done, we can see things in the distance past the alleged curvature prediction. So now where's your academic sources showing the opposite, that it's an actual globe? And what that does is that he's going to be like, put his foot in his mouth or not giving me what I want, which is that. Stick a fork in him, baby. He's done. Yeah, well, I've been just going through these guys.
Pause.
It's high noon.
It's high noon.
Dude, CB, your little clips get stuck in my head, dude.
Me too, bro.
It's high noon.
I just added a new one as we were speaking. When they start crying or they start getting sad.
Yeah. Is that one lonely tear coming down?
Yeah.
Actually, it's a shame about the copyright stuff. When they start long-winded things, you could play the Titanic music.
Yeah. Well, the Titanic one with the flute sounding like all messed up.
Yes.
That one. That one.
I've got a VR simulator game now that allows you to you literally have to time yourself trying to get out of the Titanic as it sinks, because they had that accurate 3D model of the whole ship people were exploring a couple of years ago, so they've turned it into a get out of the sinking Titanic game.
I think I've seen that before somewhere.
Yeah, it'd be wild.
Probably
give me nightmares, but
I heard you were going to do a live stream, CB. Is that true?
Yeah, I want to do a flat Earth off road.
That is a good, dude. That's a good kind of plug to getting people involved who are not necessarily really well known in the flat Earth circles. So it introduces them, people that just want to talk about topics that relate to it, but not necessarily directly. It's cool, man. I like it.
You guys have all taken different paths to become a flat earther, whether it's a conspiracy, just being a critical thinker, some other type of truth. It would just be cool to kind of put some heads together and be like,
yeah,
I don't know, I just want to take notes from you guys. So,
well, it's funny, man, because some people just stumble on this stuff. They trip over a treasure chest, open it up and oh man, look at this.
True.
Dude, I've been talking to people about that too. It's like the bad energy that comes out of people that are flat earth. They're like, dude, free me from this flat earth prison, bro. Just show me the earth as a globe. And like, I'm tongue in cheek, bro. I'm like, yeah, but dude, why are you doing that, bro? You're making it sound like you want to be released and go back to the globe. Like, fuck that, dude. I like it here.
Yeah.
Position we have right here it's a spot, bro.
It feels good.
Oh, dude. But dude, we need to get some some provocative topics, about like getting people involved. 'Cause it seems like, we got stuff, good that's going here, but some of these guys are just like, I don't know, they're so on the surface that it's hard to wrangle them into even have a conversation, bro. They're discombobulated, So yeah, man. I see Heretic in the chat. What's up, homie?
What's up?
DJ? What's up, bro? You guys Neil's in the chat. You guys rocking out over there in the other server, huh? I saw you guys. Radwin's like killing them with the triangle. Yeah, I heard you guys talk about a shark fin or
that was funny.
Dude,
I don't think Jin has slept. I was like on last night. He was cooking. I woke up, still cooking. Took a nap. He's still cooking, dude. Like, go to sleep, Jin.
He's on one, bro. Like, he's a little bit. He goes a little sideways when it comes to like the map, the AE map. He's still on that, so he's got to dust off a little some of that old stuff. That he's basically like those guys that are in those circles that are still talking about that, like 2017 type stuff. So I'm waiting for him to see if he's going to download the latest content. Like see where we're at with the whole topic.
Yeah.
Yeah, and another thing too, man. He plugs like all these other guys. Are like, dude, plug 24/7, bro. Like we're the ones that are creating the content every day. Plug us. That's if anything, man. That's what I'm saying. Like, you talk us up. Say, hey, you want to know about Flat Earth? Come right here. You got to be here. All the people that come through here have collected information and are happy to give it to you. He's like, well, we're plugging. I think Mark Sargent or whoever guy. There's a couple of names that were mentioned, but I'm like, dude.
Heard that? Yeah. I didn't like that. He was like, someone asked him like, who discovered the flat Earth? And he's like, Mark Sargent did. I'm like,
no, he didn't discover it, bro. No, he didn't do that.
That's like who discovered America? Christopher Columbus.
Yeah, yep. Yeah, he found it. No, he didn't find it, dude. People were already living here. It was occupied by the time he got here. Anyway. That's a few things you gotta go through with someone. They've been out in the cold a little bit, warm them up. Kind of. So how you guys feeling tonight? Feeling good? Waiting for some more traffic?
I'm feeling good, man.
That's good.
It's quiet, man. We should start up that off-road discussion.
Hey, CB, I don't know, man. Is it your Bluetooth that does that? Like when you talk, it like dims you out.
Let me put my headphones in 1 second.
It's because he's got his phone sitting on the countertop and he's walking around doing shit.
Because I think that when you use your Bluetooth, like when you speak, it I don't know, it gets really low, and then all of a sudden your voice comes back in. Like
Discord has some new audio settings, so I'll just mess with it.
It's kind of like a suppression or something that happens when you talk. Like some kind of gate is on.
Yeah.
Like that right there. When you said, yeah, I just did it.
Oh, really? I can fix it. Okay.
Yeah. Oh, shit.
I'll fix it.
That's crappy internet, that one.
Yeah, I mean, it's that California internet, huh?
How we
You guys have talked to Arlo?
Welcome, Arlo.
You know what's up?
Arlo.
I've got a cleaning in the background, so I'm muted.
You're cleaning?
No, I have a cleaner in the background, vacuuming.
Oh, really? Is it like a
That's why I-
Roomba or something?
Well,
Is
she
it a
comes
robot?
twice. She comes twice a week, so
Oh, an actual human doing. Okay.
yeah.
Oh, you don't want to flat smack him or something?
Nah, he doesn't want to like say that he don't want to announce what he's doing in here. It's like keep it
No,
on
I'm
the
just saying,
down low.
I've got a vacuum, but there's a lady vacuuming in the background. That's why.
Well, we can't hear her right now when you're speaking, so
Yeah, bro. You trying to flex
they're
on the
pretty good.
panel like that? Are you gonna flex on everybody like that?
It's not really that much of a flex, is it? It's only 6 hours
You
a week.
got a cleaning lady?
You got a butler too, bro? Like, goddamn.
No,
I don't know
just
about that.
6 hours a week. 3 hours on a Monday morning and 5 hours. 3 hours on a Friday morning. So I'm ready for the weekend.
That's good. So the information that was presented to Joshua, I don't know if you were here to listen,
No, I
but
wasn't.
he said that you could do all kinds of tests to prove that the Earth is a globe, but in the realm of a long distance observation, right, horizontally across a body of water, is there anything that we can do to test and verify that the Earth is a globe, Arlo?
Well, I mean, we can observe lots of things, but you would argue it. I mean, the rotation of the stars on the southern hemisphere versus the northern hemisphere.
Here we go.
You literally went, Arlo. You literally went right past what I said into what you wanted to say. How's that work, bro?
Well, I mean, if you're talking about local, I mean, one of the gentlemen here was sending me a panorama of New York. Okay, so the panorama in New York, which is, I think, 40 meters by 50 meters. It's a full model of New York, the 5 boroughs. It's built to a 1,200 to 1 scale, and it's quite flat.
Interesting.
And so his argument was, look at this scale model, because I was pushing him to give me a model.
Yeah, that was Crit. I was there. It was Crit.
Yeah, Crit. I was pushing him to give me a model, and that's what he gave me. And I'm like,
Yeah,
he goes, "Well,
I
here you
remember
go,
that
here's the model."
conversation. So
And,
the way that
and
conversation
so-
went, Arlo, the way that conversation went was we're asking you for you. I think you were asking us for a model of flat Earth. Yeah, I think that's how that
so
whole.
This sort of goes to show that you can have a 1,200 to 1 model, right, of Earth, and you can
okay,
and it can be half the size of a soccer field to cover the 5 boroughs of New York, which is a huge area, right?
Pretty big, yeah.
So even when you scale it down 1,200 to 1, it's still going to be half the size of a soccer field. That panorama
So you're saying it's not big enough? Is that what you're saying?
No. Well, I'm saying, if he was to factor the curvature of the Earth into the thing,
interesting.
When you scale it, it would probably be about a 16. I would assume a 16 centimeter drop, which is almost negligible, right? When you actually are building a model.
So they don't need to. They don't need to factor. You're saying they don't need to factor the Earth as a globe in that model of the flat Earth?
No, I'm saying it's negligible because, like, when you're dealing with such local scales, local distances, of course, a glober or a flat earther, it doesn't matter. Like, you would agree that on that sort of scale of the globe, if the globers purport to be the scale of the Earth, when you're talking about a small area such as New York, you're talking. You understand scale, right? Because even when the curvature is negligible on that surface area, you're going to, like, for all intensive purposes, build a house or a stadium as flat. All right, there's no argument. There's nothing controversial to dispute. Nothing controversial about that. Like, whether you're a glober or a flat earther, like, it's like, of course you're going to build. Both will agree that, I'm going to build the stadium flat. It's not proof of a curved Earth. So, like, presenting me a panorama is not like, here's a model that's flat.
That slice of Earth that he showed you from New York was a slice of flat Earth.
Yeah, but you could argue, oh, no, that's a slice of the globe. You know, it's not.
Well, that's fine. You could say that. You could say that. But
Well,
the
you could say
distance, yeah, the distance would need to be factored in as how much curvature there would be between that model that was presented. So that's what we're asking you. How do they
But
factor that in?
Nobody makes panoramas for real estate, or in this instance, New York City. Nobody needs to factor
what the curvature,
the huge largeness of the sphere of the Earth and the curvature.
Oh, why? But why do you think that is? You think that's because maybe, I don't know, the Earth isn't a globe?
Well, because if you're building a model on a half the size of a soccer field, half the size of a soccer field is flat.
Oh, really? Okay.
You don't need to. Well, it's largely flat. The curvature is imperceptible. So it makes no sense, like to argue that, oh, look, I've made a model of a city, and look, the shadows cast the right way, blah 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 blah, and to argue then therefore the Earth is flat because I can make a model flat. It doesn't make any sense because lots of things are flat. I mean, I could look at a globe through a flat television screen. It doesn't make, I could draw a 3D house on a piece of paper. Like, obviously, lots of things on the planet are going to be flat for practical purposes, like such as when you build a house or a stadium, or a city. If it's topographically flat, it does not prove that, like, in and of itself, does not prove the Earth is a globe or flat. To be fair, well, I mean, you can't just take like one tiny thumbnail of a surface observation and go, look, now everything's flat, or now everything's a curve. Like, it's not enough.
Yeah, what is the scale
you need to look at many things.
Yeah, what's the scale we need to work with? What's the scale we need to work with, dude?
I don't know, like a very large area.
Well, give me something that I can think about.
Well,
what are we talking about here?
Optically, but everyone's going to dispute that, right? Because when it comes to optics, when you start talking about really large areas, you'll argue the optics away, won't you, as part of the evidence? So you'll be,
bro,
oh, no,
are you gonna?
There's
it sounds like you're just giving a bunch of excuses, and you're not giving me something I can work with. Sounds like. Give me a size of the Earth that I can say, okay, I can verify that over this distance, I'll be able to determine that I know that the curvature of the Earth will be factored in. What's that distance?
Off the top of my head?
No, Arlo, no, stop. Not off the top of your head. Something that's been verified to say we would need to factor the curvature of the Earth with this distance.
Let's go.
Yeah, but you're spitballing, bro. I don't want that. I don't want you to just give me anything. I want what is considered to be known as a factored in that the Earth.
All right. I can drive from Brisbane to Perth.
Brisbane to Perth. You're saying Brisbane to Perth is a good distance to factor in the curvature? Yeah,
let's go that, because I mean I can.
No, wait, dude. Come on, bro. Let's go that. Like you're not sure. Why are you guys not sure on this? Are you not sure, Arlo, if that's going to give us what we need?
No, I'm fairly sure the Earth is a globe.
Fairly sure, dude. What's the percent? Okay, Arlo, what's the percentage? Are you 100% that's going to give us what we need?
No, I'm not saying it's 100%.
Oh my God. Okay, that's what I want. I want to know. I don't want to just be, it's up in the air.
Well, you understand who you're debating with, right? I mean, you are a member of this community, and this is your topic. Right? This is your topic, not mine. Okay. Well,
it's not the point. The point is, if the information was out there,
argue with someone that works in the arts? I work in the arts. I don't work in the arts.
Let's put it this way.
I didn't study.
So let's put it this way. If you're advocating for a position, Yeah, don't get up snappy with me, dude. If you're advocating for a position, you should at least know what you're advocating for. Does that make sense? Why would you advocate for something that you're just, well, maybe, could be, possibly, I don't know. Like, why would you do that? Why would you go into a debate or an argument not knowing information that would solidify your position?
Yeah,
that's what I don't get, Arlo. Yeah.
Well, you understand that 90% of the planet needs to appeal to authority because they're not experts on either matter.
Well, what did you say? 90 or 19?
I would say like a good percentage of the planet needs to appeal to authority because they're not experts on either globe or planet.
Hey, listen, that's fine. I don't care that that's the case. If that's the route you want to go, then fine, do that. But what authoritative figure would have the answer? Point me to him and show me which guy is the guy.
It would make sense that if everybody, including my brother, who's a naval engineer and works on warships and those sorts of...
Yeah, you mentioned that. He's smart with math. I heard you say that.
He's a glober. Yeah. I trust him. Look, if everybody from people that work in travel to engineering and astronomy and...
here we go with this whole... Yeah, keep going, dude. And the bag boy and the barber and the fucking...
Technology would fail. Satellite technology.
Fucking hell.
Like, there are too many technical professions on the planet
we've been through this, bro.
Projects would fail.
Yeah, we've been through this, bro. Yeah, dude. They're using a spherical coordinate system, and that preassumes that the Earth is a geometric shape. I know why they're doing the things they're doing and assuming the Earth is a globe. I know why. You just think it's the case that because they're in a profession that they think the Earth's a globe and they're smart, that it makes the Earth a globe somehow. It doesn't. They're just utilizing a spherical coordinate system, longitude and latitude, and now they think that because they're using the system, now the Earth's a globe automatically. It's just by default. No, that doesn't make it.
I trust the sheer number of independent professionals.
Holy smokes, bro.
Phantom Expert Syndrome.
Yeah, the sheer number of people. The sheer number of... What?
Why are they using...
Aviation, artillery, satellites, rocket science, naval navigation.
Yeah, I could tell you. I was going to tell you, but Arlo... Yeah, dude, you love doing that. For some reason, you got to get it out of your system. You have to go, well, it's the scientist, the geologist, you start going down all these people, everybody, keep going, dude, because we got a laundry list to get through, right, Arlo?
Sure. I'm not trying to bombard you with it's just a point that there are a lot.
Yeah, you are. Yeah, you are.
There are a lot of professions. We don't need to argue with points.
Don't say don't say you're not doing the thing you are doing, which is bombarding us with all these people. Well, look at all. We can name all these professions.
Mention a list of professions to make a point doesn't mean we need to discuss every profession. Okay.
No, I don't care for that, but I'm saying you're using that as your ammunition for solidifying the point that if all these people are utilizing this spherical coordinate system, therefore somehow because nobody would be a whistleblower, then it must be a globe.
It's not just about why are you trying to limit it to just being that system alone? I mean, why is it not also the velocity in which something orbits around the Earth? There's lots of things.
Yeah, because that's nothing to do. That's nothing to do with the idea. It's nothing to do with the idea of a geometric shape.
No. You disagree on lots of things, including gravity, orbits. Physics,
well, wait a minute. Yeah, hold on a second, dude. You're that's a straw man. You just
There's
did.
a lot of areas that you disagree on.
That's a straw man you just did. Now, how do you know we disagree?
Because
well, if I'm wrong, that's fine.
Well, that's the thing. You've just made a straw man and said this is the case.
I've sat in the rooms long enough to know that there's a lot of dispute around gravity.
You went through a lot of discussion about all the different points. How do you know that we disagree on all those points?
Because you literally said so. You said you don't believe in gravity, and that gravity is not a well-established
Well, I've heard buoyancy arguments in
theory,
here.
and that it changes, and it used to be Newton, and now it's Einstein's general relativity, and
I
it keeps
guess what I'm
changing,
saying is-
and it's not a well-established science. You're the one who
What I'm
keeps claiming
saying is, it's
that.
not just coordinates.
What's the
that we
recap
disagree
for?
on.
What do
It's
we need that for?
Holistically,
No idea.
there are many areas of science that you disagree with on a
Okay, so you keep building your straw man. You feel good punching it. You see all the straw flying everywhere. Like, what are you doing?
I'm making the point.
No, you're not. You're building a straw man just so you can punch it.
Interdisciplinary, independent corroboration with experts all around the world.
Yeah, here we go, dude, with these guys that they're working in a profession. Just because your brother works in the military, Mighty, shut your dumb ass up when I'm speaking, bro. Have some courtesy when somebody's talking. Don't interrupt them.
You keep talking over our law all the time.
Fucking hell, bro. All right, so just because somebody works in an industry and their profession is, whatever they're doing, missile trajectory. I think you said your brother works in that. He works with missiles and that. So how is it possible? Fine, but how is it possible that he's utilizing information that tells him that the Earth is a globe? Did you ask him? Because we had what? It's been days
No,
since
I
we had
haven't
that
asked him,
conversation.
but next time I speak to him, I will.
All right, fine. But
He's
if
not a
that's
flat earther.
I don't give a shit, dude. I'm asking you to tell him something very specific. In what way does he utilize information that tells him that the Earth is a globe in anything that he does? And you said he's a math wizard, so can he show you information? Can he just be like, can you text it to me? I'm asking for a friend. Yeah, you can do it that way.
Firing missiles, you have to take into consideration the rotation of the Earth and the shape. So
oh my God, bro! Are you somebody that works in the military that knows this information,
Are you offended by my argument? Are you offended by it?
I'm offended that you're low intelligence and you're ignorant. How about that?
So you're attacking me with ad homs. Obviously, you are offended.
Yeah, well, then demonstrate. All right. You know what? How about this? Demonstrate. You know what, Mighty? Do this.
Offending you, dude?
No, I think your idiocy is offending me.
Answer my argument instead of insulting me. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm going to.
Okay.
So show me the data that it's factored in the rotation of the Earth when you're using missile trajectory.
Missiles, but I know they do that.
All right, God damn it. Then what do you have? What's your argument then?
I literally just told you the argument.
What? Pulling something out of your ass isn't an argument, dude. It's just showing your ignorance. We don't need to see that.
Do you work with missiles?
You made the claim, dumbass. This fucking guy, dude. Yeah.
Do you want me to bring you evidence? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, sure.
Fuck are you on about, bro? Like, what do you think we're here, just twiddling our thumbs and asking people shit that we don't want evidence for? What a dumbass, dude.
Calm down, Nancy.
Well, I mean,
yeah,
you can argue, feel free to argue my point, but I'll try to make it more succinct in one sentence, and then feel free to argue the fuck out of it.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm saying that this is my logic, truthful, and I'm being honest, right? This is my honesty to you. Like my view is that, because I'll also preface what I'm saying so that you understand where my worldview and where I'm coming from, my levels of expertise and what I do, right?
You don't have to divulge that, man, if you want to dox yourself or whatever.
I'm not a globe expert. I'm not a flat earth expert, okay? I work in the arts. I operate in arts, communication, advertising. It's got nothing to do with your topic. You're the expert of your topic. Globers are the experts of their topics. I'm a bystander. But my logic, my honest logic to you, as a non-expert, is that if the Earth is not a globe, thousands and thousands of independent experts, like I've mentioned before, from different disciplines, across dozens of unrelated fields, which I mentioned a list of them before, ranging from weapons engineering.
You keep saying that.
I don't need to go through the list because it annoys you. All right, but I'll say it anyway.
Does.
Please be patient. All right. I'm not trying to. Yeah. Okay. All right. So engineering,
the baker,
satellite design, aviation, astronomy, GPS systems, naval navigation, like my brother, meteorology, etc. I won't go anymore. But would constantly
the fishmonger, the fucking.
I would say that they would constantly be producing wrong results.
I'm strawmanning now.
They are wrong. If they were wrong and they were using your science, okay.
They don't have a science.
The
traffic cop, like Fucking, you got
They
any
should
more
be
people
wrong.
you want to add to this shit?
If they're all wrong on their physics, then their results they're producing should also be wrong. Do you agree?
Golly, dude, you are fucking hell. Go.
So basically, you just made a good claim, Arlo. But his rebut
Shut your
was,
dumb ass up, dude, with your fucking Chat
golly.
GPT bullshit.
Oh,
Sit down,
ChatGPT 's
bro.
lying now.
Now,
Hold
from
on
a
a second,
non-expert, this is the only appeal that I can make, really, to be honest, because I'm not an expert in everything else. My only appeal is to authority. But I think not all appeal to authority is wrong.
Wait, Sasha, I'm first. I'm going first. Sorry,
Sorry, Sibi. Not all appeal to
I
authority
just
is
want
wrong.
to say, just get it all out, bro.
Go on, respond, please.
It's gonna be another hour and a half, bro. You sure?
Go on.
I always say this: flat earthers are flat earthers because of the way the Earth is right now. So it's like if the Earth is flat, as it is right now, and things work like these jobs that you're discussing, then they work on flat Earth. I'll repeat. Everything that works currently, satellites, technology, missile launching, all that stuff, works on the Earth, which flat earthers are saying is currently flat. So this idea that, like, if it was flat, everything would be wrong and different. No. Saying that things work on the Earth isn't really proving it's a globe, because we're saying that the Earth, as
Well, it
is,
does.
is
I'm correlating their expertise with understanding of an adaptation and usage of physics that pertains to what globe earthers espouse. Okay, whereas I have heard arguments, and you can't dispute this wholeheartedly, that you agree with everything, such as gravity, which is important in a lot of science, in a lot of technology.
I highly doubt that.
Trajectory, the way things orbit, the way things maybe accelerate when they're on they are important. Okay, you can't just say I believe the Earth is flat, and if everything else works, therefore both can
Holy smokes, bro.
coexist at the
No,
same
but you're
time.
just saying, like, gravity, like, I don't think these guys are super dedicated on the Earth being a globe anyway. They're just in their field punching at a keyboard or whatever. I don't think they're actually out here, like, measuring a globe or proving a globe or anything. They probably don't even care about it being a globe.
I want to understand Arlo's logic, because I was listening. Arlo, you started your. This is my logic. This is this. But you started first with New York. Is that correct?
That's sort of a separate point.
I know because I was listening to that part, and I'm interested really on that part, because you're saying this is my logic, and I want to understand that kind of logic. And you said this is New York, this is distance, this is some locally, it's not enough. And then Migi, the Veritas, Alpha Veritas, asked you what distance it's for you will be. Tell me, and you said I will tell you now. And he said, "Can you tell me the real number?" And you said, "I don't know, something like from the Brisbane to the Perth." Is that correct?
Yeah. No, I said off the top of my head.
Okay. Now I will tell Migi what is that distance. That means for measuring curvature or to see the curvature, you need 2,600 miles. If you does that mean if I show you the 2,600 miles of the flat surface, then you will believe that Earth is flat? Is that correct?
You gave the standard, Arlo. You're gonna have to. Hey, this is off the top of your head, dude. I never told you to give me that number, but you said that, Brisbane to Perth, so you're gonna answer him. Is that good enough?
Why are we changing the topic from
Well, just answer him so he can get through this, and we'll go back to your butcher, baker, and candlestick maker. How about that?
What the fuck? No, I said Crit's point is New York. My point is if the Earth is not a globe, thousands of independent experts across dozens of unrelated fields.
How much of flat surface? How much of?
Hold on, Sasha. Did you hear Arlo? So he just needs an answer. If he's going to show you within that distance that the Earth is flat, is that going to be good enough to get you convinced that the Earth is not a globe? Answer that.
Probably,
yes or no?
Probably. I would say no, because I don't know what the argument's going to be.
All right. I just wanted to clear. I just wanted to clear it up.
Like, give me local measurements when you can be.
All right.
Taking
So Sasha,
your model. I want to see your model.
Only respond to that. He said
a model that explains everything.
He said no.
That explains everything holistically.
He said no. I will answer to you. I will only answer what you said no to one match. You said this on 1 of the 10 of Earth. If I see the 1 of the 10 of the Earth flat, I will not consider Earth.
Why would I?
You said this. You said I will repeat again the sentence. I will repeat mathematical. I will repeat. Can I repeat my mathematical sentence? You said this. If one of the 10 of all Earth, it's flat. 1 of the 10 part, that I will not consider flat.
Yeah, that's what he said. That's exactly what he said. That's still not good enough.
You can't see Perth.
Yeah, that's good. We're gonna accept that he walked back his own answer to what he would say the standard would be. Yeah, dude, because Sasha just told you, would this be the case? And you're like, no, that's not good enough. You're like, dude, you're just changing your mind.
If I could see Perth. If I could see Perth from Brisbane, I would question the globe.
Yeah, but that point is now moot because you just said that wouldn't be good enough. So 2,000 miles is not good enough for Arlo right now at this point. So now we're going to move on to your, laundry list of every individual that you just said would have to be in on it, or they. No,
I'm not saying they would be in on it. I'm saying that they would be producing wrong results.
Oh, really? Well, what's the standard for that, Arlo? Like, what the fuck, bro? How do you know that's true?
Well, do you agree that you're arguing against all of these people?
God, bro. No, I'm arguing with your dumbass, bro. I'm arguing with your dumbass, not them.
You haven't named any individuals. So this is, again, phantom expert syndrome, where you're imagining
Can we at least make the good faith assumption that most of the planet
you haven't named anybody, bro.
Most of these experts around the world believe in a globe.
Who? Name one.
No one, dude. Okay, Casper the fucking scientist.
I don't have to name every scientist in order to prove it.
The fuck you don't, dude?
I could equally say, oh, there's a bunch of experts that think it's flat. You go, who? I don't have to name anyone. I know they're out there. It's about as equal as that.
Yep.
What you need to do is you need to name someone.
Very, very
know exactly what they're doing, because what you're doing
is true, bro.
Things right now. You're imagining a panel of experts that have answers that mean it's a globe. No, it doesn't work that way. We could probably go into detail. Okay, who's the individual? What do they actually say? What are they actually doing? You're not gonna do that.
If flat earthers, I'll also say this to concede something to you, right? If the majority of the planet were flat earthers, all right, and if most
he's gonna butcher it.
It's like 90% or 95% of people were in aviation, GPS, naval navigation, meteorology, everything, right? Space travel, which you say doesn't even occur. If all of these people were flat earthers, if I lived in this world, which is a different world, that is not what I live in right now, if they were all flat earthers and all of their technology was working perfectly fine, then I would probably be a flat earther. But I'm not, because all of these experts are globe earthers.
Stop. It's the same world. That's my overarching point here.
Yeah.
It is the same world. The world that we live in now is the flat earth. So anything that works, military, aviation, all these other things, they're currently working on the flat earth. They don't have to declare they're flat earthers.
Yeah, facts.
Maybe they are, and they're just not telling you, right? If I had a really high-paying job, a pension, I'm almost at retirement, and I look around at the way flat earthers are being treated, I might not step out and say, hey, everybody, I'm a flat earther. Like that. There's
Our
really
flat
no
Earth is
incentive
being
to do that.
treated.
So, well,
Our flat Earth is
you
being
can
treated.
look at treating us here now. But it doesn't matter how they're being treated. The overarching point is like
You said something that pricked my ears.
they very may well be flat earthers. These people.
Our flat Earth is being treated.
Not well. But you're missing the point. You're missing the point.
Yeah,
They're
big
not being
time,
treated
dude.
well. There's no incentive to announce that you're a flat earther, especially when they're treated so poorly. Like most of society thinks flat earthers are retarded and right? So there's really no incentive for these experts to come out and say they're flat
I've never
earthers.
treated flat Earthers like
Fine,
that.
yeah, it's fine. That's fine, but it is the common thing. Oh, they all drank bleach and they all fell off a truck and hit their head. They didn't go to school. Blah, 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 blah. You probably heard
months, but I'll treat them with
That's
respect
fine.
as well.
But my point is this: is that the Earth is as is, and we're saying that's the flat Earth. So anything that works on the Earth, you're saying like, oh, well, it'd be a different world. Everything already works.
Yeah.
All the physics would be different if it was flat. No, dude, no.
I mean, some things work.
No, all things fucking work, dude. Everything's
right
no.
We have
Everything's
the Bronze
working
Age.
as if the Earth is a horizontal plane. Like planes operate over the surface of the Earth as if it's a horizontal plane. That's how you learn to fly a plane. You're treating the Earth as if it's a flat Earth. They're not treating the Earth as if the Earth is a globe and spinning. They're not. Obviously, what we have here is you not understanding that all of those systems that all these professionals, right, are working over a flat Earth. That's what CB's telling you. That's the overarching point right there. Yeah. That's it, dude. In a nutshell, that's what you got to work with. And, I mean, you might not want to face that reality, but that's what everybody's utilizing the Earth as, dude. Horizontal plane. Welcome to flat Earth. Yeah?
Facts. I'm getting really tired of this shit. Oh, if it was flat, it'd be different. No,
Yeah,
dude, no.
fucking no. Yeah, there's no. Dude, they're treating it that way. They're even telling you, well, shit looks pretty flat to me. Well, no shit. Maybe because, I don't know, it is.
How we can navigate over flat surface, over flat water? That's not possible.
Yeah,
If you were so confident in
you goddamn right we're confident.
All right, then why does nobody ever produce me a model? Like, why is it so
Yeah, dude, we giving you look. Here's a fucking model, dude. Here,
it explains everything, not just distances.
Here's a binky for the baby, right here. Look in the text chat.
The movement of the stars.
Yeah, here you go. Look, binky for the baby, right there. See, look, Arlo. There's your flat Earth model right there. Bam, like that. Pretty cute, huh?
On chat.
In the text chat. Well, yeah.
What do you mean explain everything, dude? Fuck out of here with that.
Yeah, dude. Tell me how birds nest in the wintertime. Fucking, if it doesn't do that, then you didn't prove a flat Earth. No, look, check this out. Look, go ahead, put it in the text. Yeah, I want to know how baby sea lions, eat food from their mother. Like, get the fuck out of here.
We don't need a model. If you can determine, improve, and measure the Earth is flat, you don't need a miniature version.
Yeah, and what this is, though, is an elevation profile. And this is another point that we've stuck it to you guys with that you can't rebut. So I'll give it to you like this. Show me an elevation profile on a globe. Show me what that looks like. Because the Earth would have to be taking the curvature into consideration in regards to elevation. Yeah? So show that shit to me, because all we got here is the model of the Earth being a horizontal plane. That's a flat Earth, sir. Right there. From sea level. How you like that? That don't taste good, does it?
Oh, shit.
You wanted a model? There you go. That's the model of flat Earth. Elevation profile. Now what?
Well, you've just showed me one fucking graph, dude. Like, where is
but they're utilized
that's
everywhere.
That's a mathematical. That's a mathematical.
Yeah, no shit, dude. Yeah, and so what are you using with the vertical and the horizontal? Oh, really?
Where is?
So all right, let's do this. I want you to tell me. I want you to tell me what a model. What model do I have to present to
every distance
that will tickle your fancy? What do you want to see?
Accurately predict every distance between cities.
Get the fuck! You don't even have that shit for globe, numbnuts. What you're asking for is an impossibility. You got that shit present that to me on the globe. Let's see that. What does that look like? Go on, show it to me. Show me that you're showing me something, the impossible demand that you're giving me. Let's see it.
So your argument is that it's impossible to predict distance between cities.
I didn't say that. I want you to show me what you think you're asking from me. Same thing. Show me what you got. You got a winning hand? Put it down on the table. Let's see what you got. Come on, Arlo. I mean,
dude, I've come in. Like, this is weird. Like, I'm not the global.
It's weird.
I've come into a room. I've come into a room of flat Earth experts. People that proclaim to be experts.
So you don't have any information. No. Assume.
Model, but the teacher.
Yeah, I did. I fucking did.
Earth, right?
I fucking did. I clunked you. Yeah, I threw it onto your head like an eraser, like a teacher standing with an eraser to your head, dude. Yeah.
A humble student, eager to learn. Please,
you're the student. You're not supposed to require this teacher to teach you a certain thing. Like, you'll be teach what you're taught.
Where is the model? Like, you can't do it.
I showed it to you, dumbass. It's right there. A fucking elevation profile is a model. What the fuck you mean?
No, that is not. That does not explain. That is not a holistic model.
Elevation, yeah, it does. It shows that the Earth is taken into consideration when measuring elevation.
A visual map.
It is a fucking visual. What do you mean?
Arlo, did you ask these same questions when you were in school learning this stuff? Did you ask them for a model? What did they show you?
They showed me a globe.
Okay, but is that a model or is that a polar coordinate system?
And did that explain everything?
Yeah, they explained rotation. The way
they explained
the moon goes around the Earth.
There, bro.
The way we rotate.
No, they didn't. Not with the globe. Not with the polar coordinate system. They didn't show you anything about rotation with a polar coordinate system. No, they didn't.
What do you mean? Like, you can watch lots of documentaries. You can watch lots of information. You can read books about how the planets move around
documentaries when they're showing you the globe on the teacher's desk. Is a documentary the globe on the teacher's desk? No, you just hop from one thing to the other.
Oh, so he wants just some kind of CGI animation of how things could work, but not how they actually do. That's what you want? So somebody showed you a fairy tale on the Discovery Channel, and you thought that was reality? What a dumbass.
Wow, straight to the at-home.
I'm just so you were shown a cartoon, and then you thought that was reality. That's dumbass behavior. That's not an ad-hom. That's an assessment of what happened to you.
Teacher, you must do this to me. No, we don't.
Earth is wrong.
Yeah. Can you imagine him as a student? No. This ain't good enough. It needs to show me what I want you to show me.
I've come in here quite honestly saying.
Well, you're not a fucking student. That's for goddamn sure.
Why should I appeal to yours?
You're just like, you mouth off when we present something. Show me a model. Well, here's the elevation profile. That's not good enough. What the fuck do you want, dude?
Well, that's why we're never going to show you a model, because you'll always say that. You'll always say that.
Towards the authority that presents models. Common sense.
What?
Yeah.
Where is that as a standard?
No worries. Can you show me a model that makes predictions?
I'm not going to appeal to this authority because
no.
I'm trying to see a diagram.
Show me a model. No, a diagram is not a model. Are you thinking diagrams are models, dude?
No.
Is that what you think? Oh no. Okay. So you want a model that makes predictions. I want to see the globe model that makes predictions. Why don't you post it for us in the side chat?
Instead of like pushing it back on the globe, why can't you just be the authority?
Because it's a double standard. You're not the authority who accepts that there's a requirement for a model to be produced, dude.
Yeah. All right, so you just don't want to. You're just not going to produce.
Again, your standard is not like the standard.
Do you think models prove things?
Let me say this, who I'll throw it to you. It's like he's imagining like it's his tea party. You know, little girls have tea parties. Like, well, I'm in charge, so I make the rules. You don't make the rules here, dude. This idea that you must have them, you need a model that is no standard in reality, bro.
Watch and write down on a piece of paper. These guys.
Yeah, look at the text chat.
Model, they refuse.
Arlo, look at the text chat.
Could you get a pen and paper, like, and just the most basic
look at the text chat
of what you think the Earth looks like?
Arlo, look at the
Looks
text chat.
like. But I want to address that. I want to address that.
Piece of crayon,
Arlo, can you
go get
look
a
at the
fucking
text
red
chat?
crayon and draw a picture
wanna
of what
address
you
that.
think the Earth looks like.
Fucking hell,
I wanna
dude, can you
address
look at
that.
the goddamn text chat, bro? Fuck's sake, dude.
Got him. But I want to
That
address
was
what
just
you're saying,
simple.
Arlo.
Like,
Get a crayon and a piece
Yeah.
of paper.
We heard you. Let me address this.
I'll
Let me
draw a
address
fucking
this. Let me
circle.
address
That's
this.
what I'll be drawing. All right. Now you
No, let me
draw.
address this.
What,
Let me address this.
you draw
Let me hold on.
what
Let me
you
address
think
this.
in the most childish way.
Arlo, we heard you, bro. God damn, Yappuccino. I'm gonna address this quickly.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm gonna address this quickly. Says who? I'll draw you the flat Earth as soon as you draw me the universe.
It's paper.
Put it in the chat. Let's take a look. He's still yapping.
I'll draw you a fucking circle, mate. You draw what you think the Earth looks like.
No, hold on. Did you hear what I asked you? The universe. Can you draw the universe?
No, I can't.
Okay. Hey, thank you so much. Thank you. Yeah, we're not going to draw the flat Earth either.
I'm not an expert
for the,
in the universe.
for the
I can't draw
exact
the
same
universe.
reason. Hold on. For the exact same. Why can't you draw the universe?
Because I am not an expert on the universe.
Even if you were an expert on the universe, how would you know what it looks like, like as a whole?
You're comparing the universe to this planet?
What?
Yeah.
Why can't you draw this planet?
Listen, for all intents and purposes, the Earth that we stand on is considered the known universe. That's all we know.
Right,
we don't know anything outside of.
Is draw a circle or draw.
Dude, I hate when you don't pay attention, bro. Just
He's not
listen.
paying attention.
For all intents and purposes, the Earth that you're standing on is the known universe. Yeah. So it's the same.
So get your crayon. Get your crayon.
I'm asking.
and draw
I'll
the
get one
universe.
right now. I'll draw a fucking circle for you.
Well, that's why
And
would you
and
just?
you can
Would you accept it if we just randomly drew a circle on a piece of paper? You'd accept that. I don't think you would.
Yeah, I'll draw a circle. I want you to draw what you think the shape
No,
of the
we
Earth.
heard you already, bro. Look, I'm trying to tell you, for the exact same reason you said you can't draw the universe, we cannot draw reality. How do you draw the whole shape of reality, Arlo? This has to connect. So I can throw it to Tezu.
You have no arms.
Hold on, Arlo. You're starting to spiral, bro. You're starting to spiral.
Yeah, but
how do you draw, Arlo? It's not simple. Listen to what I'm saying, please, so I can throw it to Tezu because I know he wants to get in as well. How do you draw the entire shape of reality?
Draw something that indicates.
No.
At the most basic level, what you think.
Answer the question, dude. Or we're kicking you out. I'm asking you in good faith,
But,
so that we can get to the end of this.
If you're kicking everyone out and banning everyone that,
he's just fixated on that.
Yeah. You got to pay attention, bro. One more time. How do you draw the entire shape of reality?
With a pen.
Okay. Yeah.
He's just kicking his sense, bro. He's not gonna fucking give you what you want.
With a crayon.
Okay, great. So you have a crayon. We're gonna draw your reality.
Yeah.
What does that look like?
As a good faith experiment, why don't you get a crayon and I get a crayon? We'll both draw.
No,
you
I don't give a
can't
fuck what you
do
say about me.
it.
We'll both
You
draw
can't
everything
do
the shape of the
it.
Earth.
You're retarded.
What good would that do? Let's say I draw. Well, who cares what I draw? And then we test it in reality, and it's not that. Then what do we do?
He doesn't. The point I'd like to ultimately make is that it cannot be done, Arlo. Even if the Earth is a globe, it's a object within a super large place called the universe, which you can't necessarily leave and see from some outside point of view. That would be your reality. Hold on, Arlo. Hold on, because you're missing the point. You're missing the point. You're missing the point, bro. Do not speak through me, please. Because I'm trying to keep it real simple for you. I think he's slightly triggered. You can't see the universe as a whole. You cannot draw reality as a whole because you can't see it like that. So there's no way you could, even if you had a pen and a paper or a crayon, where would you even begin to draw? What would you even start with? Your imagination? You don't actually have an observation that you can draw. You don't have the entire view of reality anywhere to put down on paper. Now, if that's the case for your worldview, that's also the case for our worldview. This is reality. You can't leave. The flat earth is not like the globe where it's an object in a solar system, which you could leave and look back at. It's more like the universe, which you cannot leave and you can't see as a whole. So asking us to draw reality is kind of retarded because in your own worldview, it cannot be done. So it can't be done, bro. We do not know the shape of reality as a whole. Sorry. We're going to move on. We're going to move on. This is a moot point. A moot point.
Well, you do understand surface, right? You understand depth.
That's the
If you
flat
drill into the
part.
ground, if you drill into the ground,
That's
you
the
got
flat
depth.
part.
You can look up, but you're going to throw that out. Okay.
No.
So, and you've got width and breadth.
Wait,
and
can you
you've got-
address what I said though, please, to show that you understood what I said?
Well, I think I have addressed it. Like, I mean, you.
No,
sort of not
no,
really
you're trying to
answering
move
the
forward to say, well, yeah, but we have surface and depth. Well,
like,
can you
surely,
address what I'm saying,
surely you can try to, with your best effort,
bro,
draw down a shape with form of what you think the planet is that we live on.
We're not on a planet, which I just said. So you're not paying attention.
We're not on a planet.
Arlo. No, we're not on a planet. Okay, why don't you do this? Why don't you do us a favor?
So are you saying that I can't draw something down, even a diagram? I can't draw an image of what I perceive the Earth to be or what it might be.
Hold on.
You can't do
draw the universe for us. Watch this. I just want you to do this because since you think this can be done, draw the universe right now. Put it in the chat. Let's take a look. We're gonna move on. This is getting so painful.
I'll draw one right now. I'll literally go get
you.
a fucking pen. All right, and I want you to do the same, mate. Do the same.
Well, let's take a look at your clown image that you're about to put in the chat. We're gonna make fun of you as well. Go ahead.
Yeah, go for it. I'd love you to make fun of me for drawing a fucking.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead. Why would you draw a circle? Why would you draw a circle?
Because I believe the Earth is
no, dude, no. Arlo, take the earwax out of your brain. Draw the universe.
No, it's a thought experiment. I'm drawing.
No, draw the universe
and form of the Earth is.
Arlo. Is he even listening, Arlo?
No, he's not, bro.
He's not listening to you. Arlo, draw the universe.
Not the entire universe. Everything in it. Everything in it.
No, I can't.
Let's see them speak to him.
Wait. Leaf, meet up.
Leaf. Oh, I got him.
I'll go get a fucking crayon and do it, mate.
Yeah, do it. Grab the crayon and draw the universe.
No, I can't draw the universe. I can draw what I think the shape of the Earth is.
No, not the Earth. Not the Earth.
Bro.
Draw the universe, Arlo, or you're banned.
No, I can't.
No, don't fucking ban him.
He said he can't. He said
Why not? Why not?
Because I don't have the understanding of the location of the stars and the planets. Like I haven't been educated on that, so I wouldn't be able to.
Oh, well, just give it a try. You know, like just you got a arm and a pen. Like you can try it.
Yeah. Just try it. Tell us what you think it looks like. Yeah, just like what you expect us to do.
I think you're comparing. You're making a false equivalence between the.
No.
That's exactly the same.
That's you. You're. I've already went over this. You're not listening, Arlo.
I'm listening.
No, you're not.
It's crazy that you're conflating the universe with our planet. Which you say is a planet.
Yeah, it just shows you're not listening.
It's not a planet, though. We're not on a planet, bro. You're trying to impose upon us a viewpoint which we don't adhere to.
That the Earth is a sphere.
Yeah, you are. You're imposing upon us to present the Earth to you as if it's an object embedded in a larger space, and we're not claiming that that's the case. It's a strong.
So what are you going to draw then,
Arlo?
Straight line.
I've already said this very clearly. The flat Earth is not like the globe. I said this very clearly. So you have a globe, which is not reality as a whole. It's an object within the universe, which would be like the reality for a globe earther. For flat Earth, it's not an object in the universe. It is the universe. It is the place. It is reality. So for the exact same reason you can't draw the universe is the same reason we can't draw the flat. You're gonna
You agree? You're not even arguing that. You agree that Earth with
you
universe.
have to listen before you speak because you're not understanding what I'm trying to tell you. It's very simple. Just draw the universe, bro, and get it over with. Hurry up.
I don't know if the audience could take like much more of this, bro. Like honestly, he's not.
Stop yapping. Get your crayon. Get your crayons out and draw. You said you could do it. Just do it.
If T-Dub couldn't speak to him, bro, and he's from Australia, I don't think anybody can. That's just what I'm.
He's too low IQ. He's also not even listening.
He's like that other guy, bro, that you talked to that last time. But you actually left your gym, and you were showing him. He's exactly the same as that guy.
I actually thought Arlo was gonna be like good faith. This is turning into bad faith really, really fast.
Yeah.
Why is it
He's
bad
like
faith?
that.
You're just
It
saying
is,
that.
dude.
Are you drawing?
You say it, so it doesn't.
Are you drawing? Are you drawing?
Yeah, I'm like looking for an app on my phone to draw a circle for you.
Just use your notes.
He's gonna do the.
Wait, why would you draw a circle?
He's drawing.
Why would you?
He's drawing.
Are you drawing the Earth or the universe?
I'm drawing a circle for you, mate.
No.
Is it the Earth or the universe that you're drawing?
All right, hang on.
Arlo, he's not listening. Dude.
Yeah, he's not, dude. He's gone, bro. This guy's cooked.
You're a fucking cook, bro. Arlo, are you drawing the universe or the Earth?
Drawing a circle, mate.
Yeah.
That's just disingenuous, man.
You're done.
Well, that's okay,
bro.
Arlo, if you're going to draw a circle, that would be a flat Earth.
Got him. I think he's starting to realize his point is cooked. Like he said multiple times, I can't draw the universe.
He's disingenuous. He wants to be a weasel.
Yeah, you got roasted, bro. You're done.
Miggy, do you know what he can do? He can make a elevation profile from Brisbane to Perth. And
he's already saying that 2,000 miles is not good enough to show him that the Earth is flat within that distance. No, he says no. It's not, no.
I'll forget
2,000. So we're not even gonna like this guy. I don't know. He's so far in though. He's
the reason he can't draw the universe.
I need 5,000 miles. No, not 2.
Yeah. But the reason he can't draw the entire universe is because there's too many unknowns. Right? Even for the so-called experts, the astrophysicists, cosmologists, all that. There's too many unknowns. Right? And why can't we have that as well? Why can't that be our reason why we can't draw you the entirety of reality?
Thank you, Tito.
I can give him an easier task.
Everything.
He can draw the Amazonia, that jungle in Latin America. He can draw how that look like. We explored all that stuff. He can draw how Sahara look like and how that desert in Argentina look like. There is 7 biggest. He can draw that deserts how they look like.
He's kind of like addressing it in the text channel. He's saying your view conflates the Earth with the whole universe. He's been saying that. So, he's been saying that the Earth is considered like flat Earth as the universe that you're standing on right now. It's all of reality. There's nothing more than where we're at. There's no outside of this place. You can't leave this place and go, oh, yeah, we've left this place. Now we're looking back from like an orthographic view of where we're at. Oh, look at that. There, flat Earth looks like this. You can't go to the place that you can do that.
How many times do you have to tell him before like it just seeps in? There's too much earwax in his brain.
Yeah, he's had this conversation before. He just doesn't get it.
I think this is why a lot of guys get so tripped up because they actually think flat Earth is in a solar system. Their version of flat Earth is fucking trash, and then no wonder why they're stuck. It's like if you could remove those bad ideas from them, they'd actually be 10 steps ahead. But instead, they're clinging on to their own trash ideas of a flat Earth.
Yeah, he still sucks on the dummy. Exactly. Still sucks on the dummy.
Yeah. But it's like, you're also, what I find interesting, they're also kind of pointing at their own idea and calling that dumb. You're calling your own ideas stupid. No one offered you this idea that it's flat Earth in the universe. In fact, we're telling you it's not that, and you're still like, you're saying it's what you're saying is not true, dude. You got to take your version of flat Earth and throw it in the garbage, bro.
He won't let go.
Well, if he wants to know what reality looks like, all he has to do is open up his basement
Go
door
outside
and leave it. Yeah.
But
Certified.
I need to see what it looks like as a whole. Yeah, you never needed to see the universe, and you believe in that as a default belief. That's a core belief, and you don't have a model for that. You don't know how. You don't have a explanation for everything in the universe. You don't know what that looks like. These are weird. I always get like I feel the need to chime in when people have double standards like this. You must draw, but I won't draw. You know, I need a model that explains everything, but I don't have a model like that explains everything. You know, rules for thee, but not for me. I'm always going to cut that shit off, bro. Welcome, B-Man.
Oh, jeez, dude. Yeah, once again, he said he wanted a model. Gave him one. Elevation profile. That's not a model. What the fuck does it say in chat then?
That's crazy. I actually thought he was here in good faith. I was so wrong about that.
Yeah.
Can you imagine? Can you imagine if you have some kind of map and sun above, and then you make construction about the sun, how it's circulating? You make some kind of machine. Do you understand me? Some kind of construction of the model, and then you see, look, this is going around now. It's going around the South Latin America. Now it's going Asia, and then you explain the moon and everything, and then you say, look, this is the flat Earth model, or to show the reality.
Oh, here's another reason why you don't give them models, chat. Because they're going to do exactly what he did. Nah, I don't like it. Right, Mickey?
Yeah.
I don't like it.
That's not a model. That's not what I requested. That's not what I want.
Yeah.
And,
Dude,
bro,
you don't have to give them what they're asking for.
It literally says, and in Google, when you put it in, is elevation profile model. Yes, an elevation profile can be considered a type of model. There it is. I mean, what else do you... It says so there.
I don't like that one. Okay, bro.
Don't like that
You're
one.
never going to be satisfied. So we don't need to... We're not going to give you any...
Yeah, if your argument is that elevation profile is not enough to prove the Earth is flat, then show me the elevation profile for the globe. Where is that then? Show that to me. Go ahead and bring that up. Let's see elevation profile.
That the Earth, I think the Earth has been flat. I can't lie. I think I've been proved to it.
I think the Earth is flat.
Yeah.
Why?
That's good.
Wait, did the clown car just pull up, Mickey?
Yeah, it did. It dropped off like two, maybe three. Two, maybe three. I see two so far. So go ahead, gentlemen. How is the Earth flat?
I don't know, it's just flat, man. If I'm like walking somewhere, it just doesn't like turn or anything, does it? I'm not walking downwards or upwards. Well, no, I am. Like if you're going up a hill or something, you're going upwards. If you're going down a cave, you're going downwards.
Dean, can I ask you a question? Dean?
Yeah.
How would you rate your acting skills on a scale of 1 to 10?
What you mean?
-7.
No, it's just a number, not what do you mean. The answer would be a number, so 1 through 10.
I think it's a 10. I've been on this.
Hold on, Nitro, we're asking Dean, so hold your horses. Dean, go ahead.
I'm a very bad liar, so probably say like an 8.
An 8?
Did you say an 8?
Jesus Christ.
No one's buying your act. Okay, so
hey, I'm just agreeing with you. Why are you hating so much? Calling me a troller and shit. I was in this group chat before.
Then agree with the argument. Why they are flat?
I'm on your YouTube, man. I'm on your Flat Earth 24/7 YouTube.
Yeah,
that's great. Yeah. Good to see your support. Go ahead and subscribe to Helioskeptic.
I already have.
Cool.
Good. Send us super chat.
It's good to hear people. That's great. It's good to hear people listening come into the chat. But we're asking serious questions, Dean. We're challenging your critical thinking. So how is it possible that the Earth is a globe? Let's just sit and think about it. I know you came in to troll. I get it, man. You guys are young. It's fun, all that shit. But can you think about the Earth being a globe in any way that's been presented to you or your friend Nitro?
There's something wrong with you. I'm just after agreeing with you. And you're saying, I just said the Earth is flat. And you're like, why is the Earth
Acting
spherical?
skills are trash.
Dude, you don't got to pretend anymore, okay? The mask can come off. All right, we know you were just trolling, yeah? We get it. Go ahead, Nitro. Just be honest, dude. That's all I'm asking. For like 2 minutes, if you can stand it.
Can't support someone's theory in the Big 25.
Holy smokes. Nitro, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, the Earth is just round, bro, and the other planets are round. It just makes sense. It's chill like that, like the gravity, gravity center.
Well, I mean, they present it to you that way, Nitro. But what I'm saying is, it's just like a story. It's a good story, right? They tell you it's got all the moving parts, and you're in a galaxy, and you're flying through space, all kind of good stuff. People can take rovers to Mars and shit. But we're asking you guys, how do you know it's an actual globe? Like, how can you know that that's the case, or you just have to believe like everybody? That's what I'm asking, bro. Like, it's honest. Like, how would you know you're on a globe?
I've been to the moon, so at that point, it's like, I don't know, it curves.
What? The moon?
No, the Earth curves, like they sent out like satellites.
Okay.
Pretty far away, so they see.
Yeah, but that's a story, Nitro. How can you know it's a globe? I want to know how you verified it's one. You're just telling me you see things that they show you on videos and pictures.
How can multiple countries be in on the same scheme if it was a story?
Yeah, but think about the question. How can you verify you're on a globe? You forget the fact that they might be trolling you, right? So if it is, it's a pretty good troll because you fell for it.
Different countries have different satellites, so how many countries are in on the scheme where like the Earth is around?
Think about this. Engage with your thoughts for a little bit. Don't appeal to why they have satellites and we got pictures and stuff. Just think about how you can prove to yourself that it is a globe. How could you do it?
When I look at the ocean and I look at a boat, and then it goes off in the distance, there's a sort of angle where it kind of leaves the waves, but it's just
not a hill of water.
It just makes sense. The perception is there.
Right. So if you're thinking that the Earth has like a hump of water in front of you, how do you know it's Earth curvature?
If you walk so far, you like fell off the Earth?
Dean, I mean, Nitro's gonna get confused with you asking that question. How do you know it's curving when you see that ship?
Well, I can make a really tiny camera around a globe, and at a certain point, at a certain angle, it just looks flat.
Okay, I'll take that. So we're working with the observation that the Earth is flat. When you go to the beach, the horizon looks horizontal, looks flat, right? Just by a basic observation.
I mean, yeah, it's such a small distance, compared to the whole.
All right,
thing.
so let's talk about scaling up, right? Because from our perspective, you can see the Earth looking like it's flat. But when can we detect that it's an actual curving surface? At what level do you think that happens at?
Once you start gaining a bunch of altitude and you're like miles away from Earth.
Now we're getting somewhere. What's the altitude you think we need to reach so that we can see?
All the way up to Mars. We've been there too.
Mars?
Yeah.
Bro, relax on that. Like, you're going too high. Like, I'm talking about where we can start to, as people, you and I verify. Like, tell me something you can do. Because you can't go to Mars, so that's not going to entertain that. I want to know something you can do to verify the Earth's a globe.
Well, I'm just going to go back to my original comment where there's no way multiple countries would be in on the same.
But the default that you're going to is just appealing to motive. You're just telling me, well, why wouldn't they tell me the truth? And we're not going to give you reasons because that's not going to help you. We have to be able to determine whether or not the Earth is a globe or not. There must be a way, if we're on the surface of the ball, to determine whether it is a ball or not. I mean, you're standing on a thing.
Can an ant do the same thing?
Yeah. If an ant was able to think like a human, yeah, it could contemplate thoughts and say, let me figure this out. And then the ant would then try to figure out if there's drop over distance. Yeah. The ant would think like you, or at least attempt to. Yeah, if the ant was had human consciousness, I mean, that's what we're saying, right? Could the ant perceive that it was on a giant ball? Well, yeah, if it could test it, of course.
Yeah, but it's just it's gonna keep going on forever. What about the universe? Like,
we haven't even cleared that. Let's clear the Earth.
Yeah, but that's nothing compared to.
Why do you want to go to something bigger if you can't even determine if the thing you're on is a globe? Doesn't make any sense to go to a bigger idea. You gotta start small.
It's irrelevant whichever way you go. You're only human. You're not.
No, it's not. Yeah, well, then how did the human discover it was a globe in the first place, Nitro? Why are you believing that it is if we're only humans on the Earth?
I'm guessing a lot of scientists got together and agreed on the math.
Well, okay, so here's what I want to challenge you, because I know time is short. You might lose your attention span here in just a moment. But I want to challenge you to look into this, right? Find out who's ever tested the Earth to be a globe ever in history. Just look into it, man. Maybe you don't have to promise you're going to do it. I don't really care. I just want to,
just look into actual scientific facts. Yeah, just look into actual scientific facts. That's...
Yeah, so what scientific... Yeah, tell the gentleman what scientific facts, XBZ. Because they want to be enlightened, so tell them. What scientific facts do we have?
There's none of it I can mention that you will agree on.
Oh, so you're not going to mention... Do we do science when we're testing for shapes? Do we do science?
You do observations.
Ah, so not science. Thank you. That cleared that up. So what observation can we do? XBZ? What observation can we do to test that the Earth is a globe? Tell the gentleman. They want to know.
Well, for one, you can send a rocket up into space, and you can literally look at.
Can you do that?
Itself.
Can you do that? Can you do that?
Just because I can't do it doesn't mean other people can.
You can't do it then. Another epic failure. So we're gonna count. That's two, dude. That's two. That's two so far.
The only reasonable piece of evidence that you guys have, reasonable.
Now, why is it gotta be us? I want you to listen. You guys XBZ. I want you to present.
Only
don't turn this around.
Is it?
All right. Calm your tits, bro. I want you to tell these nice young people that joined us how the Earth is a globe, based on an observation. Because you said that's we're gonna use that standard. Tell these guys. What observation can you do that the Earth's a globe? They want to know, right? Let them know, dude.
If you just shrink 2 millimeters, you can just be like, oh shit, everything's flat. But
hold on, Nitro. I want XBZ to come through and actually, because he was coming in there pretty hot, right? So I want him to show you how it's done. Go ahead, XBZ. Tell us how it's done.
Listen, it's a funny thing that you guys are saying.
Nah, we don't need that special commentary that you're doing right now. Just tell them how it's done. Pretty simple, right?
Well, for one, you could take footage of the night sky. You could see the rotation movements of the stars.
Okay, you can see the stars moving. Okay, we get that. We're looking at stars. They're moving. Now what?
If you agree on which side of the hemisphere you're on, you can see that.
Okay, now we're agreeing. We're making these contracts. Right, we got to draw up a contract. Okay, you got to agree here, sign here, agree to this contract. No, just tell us what we have to do to determine whether the Earth is a geometric shape or not.
Okay, but this will only work if you actually consider that the lights in the sky.
We have to consider something. No, we don't. We're just making an observation and just looking at what happens. You don't need to draw a contract out and say, well, you got to agree on this. No, we don't. We don't have to agree with you at all. We don't.
I agree. You are horrendously retarded.
Okay. Is that all you got? Because I'm going to allow you one more time when I unmute you to give these guys what it is to be a glober. Show them how it's a globe. Tell them how it's done. You can choose the latter and then be a total reject and just be muted again. It's up to you, XBZ. I want you to actually show them how it's done, though.
Yeah, being a Glober means not being a misinformation scientist on Discord.
That it?
That's pretty funny.
Misinformation scientist. The fuck is that?
Misinformation scientist. That's
what
one.
you are.
Someone clip that. Hey, Gord, where you at?
Misinformation.
Okay. Well, if that's all you have, and you could sit there and let the gentleman actually go through this, because they were doing a better job than you, by the way.
Oh yeah, no, they were.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's what you want to hear, right? People just agreeing with you and not disagreeing with you, right?
Yeah, no, I want you to listen. If you disagree, show me the critique and why you disagree. Point it out.
You want me to provide you the most accessible piece of evidence that the Earth is a globe?
That'd be great. What do you got?
I try to give you one. I try to give you one. The problem is,
what you got, bud?
BZ. That you have, because you brought up rockets first. You don't have access to rockets. That's not your proof. So what do you have that's proof?
Yeah, what you got, man?
You ever went to like this place where they have like ferries sailing over and stuff?
What?
Like, this is really.
Wait. You say ferries like as in a boat, not ferries like.
Yeah. Ferries are boats. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Just making sure you didn't say the other.
If they go really far away, if they go really far away from the port, then they will disappear behind the horizon, and that's actually what I saw, bottom up.
Okay, that's cool. Let's go. Hold on. Let's go. Let me go through that. Let's go.
Listen, I know what you're gonna do. You're gonna pull this stupid fucking footage that you cannot verify.
No, I'm not gonna do that. No, I'm not gonna do that. No, I'm not gonna do that. So what I'm gonna do right now is ask you specifics. What was the distance between you and the boat? Just specifics. That's all I care about.
I don't know, because I didn't have a laser pointer that could give me the distance. Well, it doesn't matter. I saw it disappearing bottom up. It was going away from me, so it means it was going behind the curvature.
I'll tell you the relevance, right? I'll tell you the relevance. If you think it's going behind the curvature, then you have to know the distance to the geometric horizon, which means that on a curved ball, like a curved surface.
Oh my god, bro! It's really fucking simple. You just go the thing fucking disappears bottom up and it goes away from you. It's that fucking simple if you're on a globe.
You're saying that it's not important to know mathematics as to what the distance would be where that happens, where you start to see the curve interrupt?
You don't have to pull out the numbers if you see it happening. If you can actually observe it disappearing from the bottom up. You don't need.
Okay, what if it's an optical phenomena? What if it's an optical phenomena that you're not accounting for? What if it's that?
Yeah, sure. It could be like light be refracting in such a way.
Okay, then how do we know it's actually curvature, like you said? And not the phenomena.
Because it was disappearing from the bottom up.
Yeah, like an inferior mirage called sinking. What if it's that?
What if it's a mirage? Dude, oh my god.
It could be an inferior mirage called sinking. And it's categorized,
Why did I see gradually move away from me from the harbor?
It's an inferior mirage, and it's called sinking. What if that's what you witnessed?
It was one continuous motion that the boat was moving away from me.
We've many observations where people categorized a mirage type that's called sinking, and they've said that's very same phenomena has occurred the way you've described it. Same thing. So how do you know it's actually Earth curvature, XBZ? That's what I'm asking. Because you don't want to talk about numbers. You get all upset and whatnot. Okay, then how do you know it's not sinking? Inferior mirage. How do you know it's not that?
It's just I don't know. I don't understand how you are not understanding my explanation about a continuous
because you don't have a conclusion. It's not.
Like,
it's
how
not
can you be? How can you be fooled by a mirage?
Fooled? Oh, we're not fooled. We're categorizing what it is. We're saying this is what this is.
It could possibly be a mirage, right? So I'm asking myself,
it is a mirage.
How could it be a mirage?
Because you're seeing an optical phenomena occur, and you don't know the distance, so we have a problem there. Because you get all upset about math. I don't know why. You're really mad when I say, what distance away was the boat? We don't need to know that information. That sounds like Patrick Starr. But yeah, that's the point of it was...
It's like asking me if something is disappearing behind a wall, right? I don't need to pull out the numbers to how much a person is disappearing behind a wall.
Why not?
Why not? How much if I see of a person?
Yeah, why not?
I don't see the person anymore because he's behind the wall.
Yeah, but why don't you need to know the math, the distance away from that thing that you're seeing?
No, that person has disappeared behind a wall. Maybe a few atoms of his fucking feet were sticking out of the wall. Technically,
equivalency. I told you there's phenomena that's categorized as an inferior mirage called sinking, and when that phenomena occurs, it looks like what you're describing, exactly like that.
You could only really argue the mirage argument if I was seeing the boat at a
it's over water, XBZ. This phenomena occurs all the time. They also as lowering, towering, stooping. Yeah, there's a bunch of mirage effects, dude. You can't deny that. You cannot deny mirage effects happen over water. Can't deny.
No, I don't deny mirage effects happening, but I don't.
Okay, then how do you know it's not that? How did you determine it's not that? That's what I'm asking.
I already told you, but you're not fucking listening.
You're just declaring its curvature, bro.
The boat was moving from the port all away from me. It was going away from me, and it was gradually
at an unknown distance.
Oh my god, dude!
I'm sorry, but you need to put math to this.
Okay,
like how far away it was.
Okay, well, let's talk about this distance, right?
I have a question.
I'm on your side. Question?
I'm on your side, by the way, BZ. I'm just gonna ask you. Was the weather at the time when you were observing this?
He doesn't know shit.
What kind of environment?
It was pretty cold. Yeah, it was pretty calm.
You live in?
No, it was pretty calm actually.
Okay, well, miraging the type of miraging that these guys are talking about can only happen whenever there's like it's kind of like warm air is near the ground.
I wanted to talk about their most reasonable piece of evidence that they got.
I
wanted to involve the topic about things appearing over the horizon, over the theoretical horizon that has been established by like calculation that doesn't take.
You haven't established it, XBZ. You haven't established the distance away for where the effect was occurring from the observer that you were watching the ferry go away. Yeah, you can sigh all you want, bro, but when it comes right down to it, people are gonna want to know the distance between your observation and the boat. They're gonna want to know. That's gonna come up at some point.
I got a question. XBZ, have you ever seen something below the horizon line?
Below the horizon line? Like it was far away that it would have actually been behind the horizon?
Correct.
I don't really remember.
Well, my point is we really can't claim that something goes below the horizon. All we can ever see is something go to the horizon.
Yes, you can, because you see it disappearing. Like I said, for 1,000 times.
I told you the problem with that. How do you know? How do you know it's not an optical phenomena, bro? That's what I'm asking. I've been asking you that. How do you know it's not that? You've discounted it like you already know it is not that. How did you do that? How do you know it's not an optical phenomena?
Oh my
the thing is, there's plenty of demonstrations.
Hold on, Bennett. I want him to realize he didn't make a distinction, and he's not clarifying to us how he knows it's not that.
No, it's funny that you're bringing light into this conversation because you guys use the same argument to prove your point of view, saying that there is no horizon where things can disappear.
Can you give us how you determine that it's not optical phenomena? How do you know that it's not that?
I already fucking told you, but like, dude, I'm not gonna repeat myself all the fucking time.
What was it?
Because
how did you determine it?
From the port, it was moving. There was no interruption whatsoever in the way that you could say, okay, there's actually some fucking phenomenon going on where light is not going in a straight line. No, that's not what was going on.
How did you determine that? How did you determine that?
Seeing with my fucking eyes.
So you seeing something?
I wasn't out there.
All right. So you're telling us that seeing something with your eyes is determining that there is no optical phenomena occurring. Is that what you're telling us?
I'm not gonna assume.
Dude, I need to know
going on.
Really? So that means that that's good. XBZ, that means that you can't determine that it wasn't optical phenomena. Then it's inconclusive at best for you.
Let's switch it around. The footage you have of things disappearing behind the horizon. Do you know that that's not an optical phenomenon that you're observing? and that it's
Yeah,
literally
it's always.
light moving
I'll
in a
tell you.
straight
I'll tell you
line
like this.
towards the
No, I'm gonna
observer.
tell you like this. Every observation that's made depends on what it is. I can't tell you specifically because it has to be one that we're. Yeah, I know. Well, you gave an example of a specific observation. So what I'm telling you is that it depends on whatever observation's being made. Then we could categorize it as a specific type of miraging effect.